Feiyu traverses the world of Naruto, amidst the tumultuous aftermath of the Second Hokage's demise. With the threat of the Cloud Village looming over Konoha and various clans harboring ulterior motives, this freshly minted Chunin finds himself ensnared in the shadows of the Anbu. What path shall he take? Chapter 1. The Intruders. 10 explosive tag storage scrolls and 5 shuriken storage scrolls. Feiyu handed over the scrolls to the head of the Anbu mission hall, concluding his task with success. The official scribbled on the mission dossier, confirming the results. Just as Feiyu was about to depart, he suddenly called out to him. "Wait, Lord Neo, the Anbu captain, has summoned all members to gather immediately in the Death Forest for a critical combat mission." "Understood," Feiyu replied with a seemingly cheerful demeanor, yet inwardly began to contemplate the implications. With the Second Hokage recently fallen and the designated successor yet to appear, the Anbu was currently in a state of disarray, with orders disseminated by various squad leaders. What significant operation could possibly be at hand? In light of the peculiar tasks recently issued transporting various military supplies and exchanging information scrolls with Konoha's major clans, Feiyu arrived at a startling conclusion. A coup was afoot, and the Anbu was directly implicated. Whether as rebels or peacekeepers, he wished to remain uninvolved. Having only recently ascended to Chunin status, he had been thrust into the Anbu and subjected to a relentless barrage of tasks, leaving him little time for personal training. Seizing this opportunity to extricate himself from the Anbu seemed a prudent choice. As a transmigrator with foreknowledge of the future, he understood that strength was paramount. Lacking it would render him vulnerable in the myriad conflicts of the ninja world. "I'm home," Feiyu announced upon returning to his modest dwelling, greeting his mother before retreating to his room to commence his chakra training. "Welcome back." A middle-aged woman peered from the kitchen, glancing outside. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Feiyu initiated his chakra fusion experiment, a venture he had undertaken numerous times, yielding promising results. As a civilian ninja, he relied solely on his own intellect. His father had tragically perished during a mission when Feiyu was young, leaving no words of wisdom behind. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the essence of this world. Chakra was the key to everything: creation from nothing, resurrection, environmental alteration, and even the elixir of immortality. Whoever commanded chakra held the reins of destiny among the various bloodline limits. The explosive release was particularly renowned. It was said that the IWA ninja village boasted a vast demolition force, yet not every member could inherently possess the explosive release. Clearly, bloodline limits could be cultivated. Now, Feiyu endeavored to fuse the chakra within him. According to previous chakra tests, he naturally possessed wind and earth attributes, which could potentially yield the magnetic release bloodline limit. He infused chakra into both hands, manifesting the wind and earth attributes, and allowed them to touch the moment of contact. A faint, anomalous chakra emerged, leading him to speculate that this was the successful fusion of magnetic release. After countless attempts, he had finally achieved this minuscule trace of anomalous chakra. Yet he hesitated to conduct internal experiments, fearing unpredictable consequences. Thus, his progress remained confined to external trials. Once the situation stabilized, he planned to study medical ninjutsu for self-healing. After all, sustaining injuries without cause raised suspicions, and he was not inclined to generously share his findings with others. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions resonated from outside, clear to Feiyu within his home. "It seems to have begun," he remarked, peering through the window. Outside, chaos reigned as water and fire clashed, reminiscent of a duel between gods, with fierce winds whipping through, sending branches flying. His mother knocked on the door and entered his room, visibly relieved to see him. She feared losing her son as she had lost her husband, who had vanished without a trace. "Is everything all right? You're not going out in this chaos, are you?" Upon seeing her son safe indoors, her worries shifted to potential repercussions from his Anbu superiors. "Don't worry, Mom. He'll be fine," Feiyu reassured her. Though not a native of this world, having lived here for 5 years, occupying another's body and receiving maternal care, Feiyu had come to accept this new identity as her son. Seeing her son at ease calmed her. As she returned to the kitchen to busy herself, as the uproar outside gradually subsided, Feiyu shifted his focus back to his chakra fusion research. After about half an hour, a flurry of footsteps echoed from above, followed by a heavy pounding at his door. Bang, bang, bang. The battle outside had just concluded, and unfamiliar figures loomed at the entrance, likely harboring ill intentions. Feiyu grew alert, gathering his ninja tools, observing the unfolding situation from his bedroom, prepared to strike at any moment. "They're coming," his mother exclaimed, moving toward the door. Before she could reach it, the pounding intensified until the door burst open. 3 figures surged inside, each bearing a massive shuriken upon their backs. "Old woman, your son has stirred up trouble. Come with us." The burly leader grinned menacingly at Feiyu's mother. "What trouble?" she gasped, panic etched across her face, disregarding the man's tone and urgency. "What's happening is not your concern. Comply with us, and you may spare yourself some suffering." The muscular man relished her fear, exuding arrogance. All right. Let me gather my things, and he'll come with you." "What are you stalling for? Come with us, now." A scarred-faced accomplice emerged from behind, seizing Feiyu's mother by the throat with such force that the unmistakable sound of cracking bone echoed. She cried out in pain. Hearing her screams, neighbors rushed to investigate, but the burly man bellowed, "Ninjas at work. Get lost or face the consequences." The onlookers scattered like birds. In his bedroom, witnessing his mother's injury ignited a fierce rage within Feiyu. As the assailants turned away, he surged forth from his room, launching a kunai into the back of the scarred man. The man felt a chill in his spine, letting out a shriek as his strength began to wane, his arms drooping. Having struck successfully, Feiyu aimed to rescue his mother, only to find that one of the remaining 2 had reacted with alarming speed, seizing her in the very moment the scarred man cried out. Feiyu's mother was manhandled like an object, inciting a blaze of fury within him, his eyes ablaze with crimson, yet he found himself powerless to resist. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my home and harmed my family?" Feiyu traverses the world of Naruto, at a time when the second Hokage has perished, with the threat of the hidden cloud village looming over Konoha and various clans harboring their own ulterior motives. What path will this newly minted Chunin, unwittingly drawn? Into the Anbu. Take Chapter 1, The Intruders. 10 explosive tag storage scrolls and 5 shuriken storage scrolls, Feiyu declared as he handed the scrolls to the head of the Anbu mission hall, successfully concluding his task. The official scribbled in the mission records, confirming the outcome. Just as Feiyu prepared to depart, the man suddenly called out to him. "Wait. Lord Nyo, the Anbu captain, has summoned all members to gather in the Forest of Death immediately for a critical combat mission." "Understood," Feiyu replied readily, though internally he began to contemplate the implications. With the second Hokage recently fallen and the designated successor yet to reveal himself, the Anbu found itself leaderless, with orders disseminated haphazardly by various captains. What significant operation could possibly be underway? Considering the peculiar missions recently issued, such as transporting various military supplies and exchanging information scrolls with Konoha's noble clans, Feiyu arrived at a startling conclusion. A coup was afoot, and the Anbu was directly involved. Whether as rebels or loyalists, he had no desire to engage as a newly minted Chunin. Feiyu had been thrust into the Anbu without respite, burdened by a myriad of tasks over the past month, leaving him no time for training. Seizing this opportunity to extricate himself from the Anbu seemed a prudent choice. As a time traveler with foresight into the future, he was acutely aware that strength was paramount. Without it, survival in the tumultuous world of shinobi would be perilous. "I'm back," Feiyu announced upon returning to his modest home in the civilian district, greeting his mother before retreating to his room to commence his chakra training. "Welcome back," a middle-aged woman called from the kitchen, glancing outside. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Feiyu embarked on his chakra fusion experiment, a process he had conducted numerous times, yielding promising results. As a civilian ninja, he relied solely on his own intellect. His father had tragically perished during a mission in Feiyu's youth, leaving him bereft of any guidance or words of wisdom. Fortunately, he understood the essence of this world. Chakra was everything. It could create from nothing, resurrect the dead, alter environments, and even grant immortality. Whoever mastered chakra held dominion over their destiny. Among the most renowned aspects of chakra were the various bloodline limits. It was rumored that the Rock Village boasted a vast explosive force. Not every member could be born with the explosive release bloodline. Thus, it was evident that bloodline limits could be cultivated. Now, Feiyu endeavored to fuse the chakra within him. According to previous chakra test results, he possessed innate wind and earth chakra, which could potentially synthesize the magnetic release bloodline. He channeled chakra into both hands, manifesting the wind and earth attributes, and allowed them to touch that in that fleeting moment of contact. A faint, anomalous chakra emerged, which he surmised to be the successful fusion of magnetic release. After countless attempts, this flicker of anomalous chakra was attained. He hesitated to experiment internally, fearing unpredictable consequences, thus remaining at the stage of external trials. Once stability returned to the situation, he planned to learn some medical ninjutsu for self-healing purposes. After all, sustaining injuries without cause would raise suspicions, and he was not so generous as to impart his findings to others without recompense. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions outside pierced through the tranquility of his home. IT seems to have begun, Feiyu mused, peering through the window. Outside, a tumult of water and fire clashed, as if the gods of water and fire were engaged in a fierce duel, accompanied by violent gusts of wind that sent branches flying. His mother knocked on the door and entered the room. Upon seeing her son, she visibly relaxed, anxious that he might disappear like his father had. With such chaos outside, are you sure you'll be all right? She fretted, concerned about the potential wrath of his Anbu superiors. Mom, do not worry, I will be fine, Feiyu reassured her. Though not a native of this world, having lived for 5 years in this body and benefited from his mother's care, Feiyu had come to accept this new identity as her son. Seeing her son at ease, his mother resumed her chores in the kitchen. As the tumult outside gradually subsided, Feiyu shifted his focus back to his chakra fusion research. After about half an hour, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the roof, followed by a vigorous pounding on the door. Bang! 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 The battle outside had concluded, and unfamiliar figures now loomed at the entrance, likely with ill intentions. Feiyu's instincts sharpened. He grabbed his ninja tool pouch and observed the unfolding drama from his bedroom, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. "They're here," his mother exclaimed, moving towards the door. Before she could reach it, the knocking intensified until the door was violently broken open. 3 figures burst in, each wielding a massive shuriken on their backs. "Hee, old woman, your son has been exposed. Come with us." The burly leader sneered at Feiyu's mother. What has my son done?" she gasped, her face draining of color as she hurriedly questioned him, ignoring the man's menacing tone. "That's none of your concern. Just come with us quietly, and you may avoid some suffering." The burly man relished in her panic, wearing a smug expression. All right. Let me gather a few things, and he'll come with you. What are you stalling for? Come with us now." A scar-faced man behind the burly leader lunged at Feiyu's mother, gripping her neck with such force that a resounding crack echoed through the air. She cried out in pain. The neighbors, hearing the commotion from next door, rushed to investigate. The burly man bellowed, "Ninja business. Get lost, you bystanders." At his command, the onlookers scattered in fear. Witnessing his mother in pain, Feiyu's vision turned crimson. As the 3 men turned away, he erupted from his bedroom, launching a kunai at the scar-faced man's back. The man felt a chill run down his spine, letting out a pained scream as his strength waned, his arms falling limply to his sides. Seizing the moment, Feiyu aimed to rescue his mother, but to his dismay, one of the remaining 2 acted with remarkable speed, snatching his mother away, just as the scar-faced man cried out. His mother was tossed around like an object, igniting Feiyu's fury, his eyes ablaze, yet he found himself powerless to resist. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my home and harmed my family?" Chapter 2. Assassination. We have come under the orders of Danzo to apprehend the relatives of the rogue Anbu and bring them to the Hokage building. The burly man was particularly cautious in front of a member of the Anbu, as this was a professional assassination organization, and he feared meeting the same fate as the scar-faced man. "As long as you did not partake in the rebellion at home, it is nothing serious. You merely need to accompany us for a while," another spoke to reassure him. "Very well, I will go with you, but you must release my mother." Feiyu responded decisively, his gaze fixed on his suffering mother. "You must surrender first, and we will naturally release your mother," the burly man said, pressing a kunai against Feiyu's mother, signaling to his companion. The partner, understanding the cue, slowly approached Feiyu, retrieving a bundle of rope from his ninja tool pouch and binding his hands and feet. After ensuring the knots were secure and unyielding, he kicked Feiyu in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. I have complied with your request. Now release my mother." Feiyu grunted. "Release? Are you instructing me?" The burly man became audacious, realizing Feiyu could not resist, increasing his grip. Feiyu's mother, in agony, recalled some dreadful memories upon witnessing her son bound. With great pain, she resolutely told Feiyu, "My son, never trust the words of politicians." With that, she leaned forward, using the kunai against her neck to end her life. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Feiyu felt an overwhelming rage. His eyes burning with fury, struggling to rise, he cried out, "Damn, old woman! You die and splatter my hands with blood." The burly man tossed her lifeless body aside like a rag doll, continuing to curse. Seeing this, his companion attempted to lift Feiyu. Unexpectedly, Feiyu unleashed a remarkable strength, causing the man to stagger. In a flash, Feiyu bounded to the spot where the man had been slain, retrieving the kunai from the back, cutting the ropes binding his limbs, and immediately pounced upon the fallen figure, stabbing it repeatedly until it ceased to move. Then he turned to face the burly man, hurling the kunai in his direction. The burly man, seeing Feiyu drenched in blood, his face twisted like a malevolent spirit, fled the room in terror, shouting, "Oh my! A ghost!" Feiyu pursued his foe relentlessly for 5 blocks, only ceasing when the man vanished from sight. In the civilian district, many observed a ninja frantically shouting about ghosts while fleeing from a bloodied figure, whose blood splattered wildly with every movement. Returning to the scene of the crime, Feiyu was engulfed in fury at the sight of the bloodied ground. "Danzo, if you refuse to let me live, I shall ensure your suffering," he declared with venomous resolve. After hastily gathering his mother for burial and changing into clean clothes, he retrieved the explosive tags he had saved over the past 5 years, assembling them and binding them to a kunai, preparing for detonation at any moment. Under the cover of night, he arrived at the Hokage building, where a throng of people gathered, torches ablaze, numerous Anbu members occupying the building, preparing for a desperate struggle. Sarutobi Hiruzen, surrounded by numerous ninjas, hesitated to launch an assault due to the valuable ninja documents and scrolls within, opting instead for a standoff. Before long, a group of individuals, bearing enormous shuriken-like weapons, approached a young man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin, whispering to him. This man was Shimura Danzo. Feiyu immediately marked his target, observing the surrounding ninjas. Despite the crowd, Danzo maintained a notable distance, signifying his unique status akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This afforded Feiyu an opportunity for assassination with the right angle. It was not difficult to achieve a lethal strike. Danzo summoned a middle-aged ninja, whispering instructions in his ear before the man swiftly departed, returning shortly with a group of civilians, including frail, elderly, and children. Upon witnessing this, the Anbu members above erupted in chaos. "Isn't that my child?" exclaimed an Anbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask. "And my crippled father, my girlfriend." Others among the ninjas recognized their family members among the captives, drawing forth a collective outrage. "You beasts, are you planning to stage a tragedy of kin against kin?" roared the Anbu captain, Nyo. "As long as you abandon resistance, we shall only punish the guilty." Danzo replied calmly, "Only punish the guilty?" Nyo, sensing the wavering resolve of the Anbu, prepared himself to embrace judgment. Suddenly, amidst the tension, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the crowd, engulfing Sarutobi Hiruzen's side in a cloud of smoke. In an instant, a flurry of explosive tags detonated around Danzo. "Huh! Wind release! Breakthrough!" Danzo shouted, dispersing the smoke, revealing a figure hurtling toward him, a dagger aimed at his neck. Shadow binding technique. A long shadow stretched across the ground, connecting to Feiyu's shadow, halting his advance. Yet, fueled by inertia and determination, he desperately thrust the dagger forward, only to have it halted before Danzo. Danzo, relieved at the unexpected turn, scrutinized the assailant's face, finding it unfamiliar. Seizing the opportunity, Neo leaped from the Hokage building, affixing several explosive tags to himself and crashing into Danzo. Danzo staggered, and by unfortunate coincidence, the blade pierced his left eye, blood erupting forth. Before he could scream, a massive explosion radiated from Danzo, enveloping the surroundings. Feiyu was caught in the blast, plunging into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a prison bed, his body wrapped in bandages, every movement eliciting pain. All his belongings had vanished, leaving him to stare at the ceiling, contemplating the unfolding situation. "It seems I have been granted a second chance at life. I wonder if Danzo survived. I hope he did, so I can personally send him on his way." A week passed, and Feiyu's injuries gradually healed, allowing him to move within his cell. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. "Feiyu, the Hokage summons you." Two masked men appeared at the cell door. They even uncovered my name? Huh. It seems there are developments. Feiyu smirked inwardly. Chapter 3. The recruitment of Danzo. As Feiyu followed the Anbu to the Hokage building, he encountered a man standing quietly by the roadside, his left side wrapped in bandages, seemingly waiting for something. Upon noticing Feiyu and his entourage, he slowly turned, his solitary eye fixating intently on him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the recently discharged Danzo. With a chilling gaze that seemed capable of piercing through barriers, Feiyu felt a surge of vigilance. Wary of Danzo's potential desperation, the Anbu members subtly retreated a step, maintaining a safe distance. Yet, what Danzo uttered next astonished everyone present. "Feiyu, is it? I have learned of your circumstances through certain channels, and I must say, I am astounded. I never anticipated that the Wind Demon clan would commit such a heinous act under my command. However, I truly admire your approach to handling matters." Danzo began, shifting the blame onto the Wind Demon clan, and gradually revealed his true intentions. "In the name of the third Hokage, I have established the Root. I believe you embody the essence of Root's operational style. Join us, and I shall promote you to the rank of captain. What do you say?" Although Danzo spoke with fervor, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Root?" Feiyu began to feign ignorance. He had no illusions that Danzo would spare him. Should he fall under Danzo's command, he would be at the mercy of Danzo's whims. "You will come to understand what Root truly signifies. My offer is valid for 1 week. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out." With that, Danzo turned and departed. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, flanked by the advisors, Nara Shikamaru and Mitarashi Anko. These two, leveraging their connections as former disciples of the previous Hokage and allies of the current one, had successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of Konoha, participating in significant events as advisors. At that moment, the trio began to interrogate Feiyu, yet no matter what Shikamaru and Anko said, he remained unresponsive, infuriating them both. Fortunately, the absence of onlookers allowed them to save face. Observing the rising tension, Sarutobi finally spoke. "While the Anbu rebellion bears no relation to you, the assassination of a high-ranking official in Konoha is a grave offense, irrespective of the circumstances." Sarutobi set the tone and proceeded to discuss the ensuing matters. Although Danzo had already dismissed this issue, punishment was still warranted. "You will be assigned to the border for a month upon your return. No one shall utter a word against you." Sarutobi exemplified the Hokage's merciful nature, albeit somewhat theatrically. Nonetheless, the approach proved effective. Feiyu understood the implications and responded affirmatively. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling the Anbu to escort him back, and resumed his discussion with the advisors. "Isn't this punishment rather lenient?" Shikamaru's gaze was stern. "The dignity of Konoha's leadership must not be tarnished. Indeed, at the very least, we should sever his chakra pathways, ensuring he can never become a ninja." Anko concurred. "Enough. Our foundation is currently unstable. If we cannot exhibit a semblance of tolerance, the other ninja clans will not feel secure with me in the Hokage's seat. Moreover, the civilian ninjas serve as a valuable ally against the ninja clans. Everyone is observing this situation, and winning their hearts is of utmost importance." Sarutobi waved his hand, dismissing the topic. Shikamaru and Anko nodded awkwardly, feeling the weight of their recent failure as advisors, which only deepened their animosity toward Feiyu. Feiyu was returned to a prison cell, albeit one more comfortable than before. Though devoid of furnishings, it was a significant improvement from his previous quarters, free from pests. Moreover, an Anbu guard was stationed outside to handle any emergencies. During this time, Feiyu was not the only one summoned for questioning. Many prominent clan ninjas embedded within the Anbu were pressured by their families to ensure the early release of some of their beleaguered members. Conversely, those with ulterior motives were discovered through the unique secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan and were returned to incarceration. Meanwhile, other civilian ninjas remained in a state of anxious anticipation, awaiting their fateful interrogations. On the third day of Feiyu's confinement, Danzo appeared, not even casting a glance at Feiyu, as if their previous interaction had never occurred. He engaged in discussions with several competent civilian jounin, the content of which remained unknown. Ultimately, Danzo departed, taking the majority with him. They had joined Root. There was no need for further contemplation to grasp the situation at hand. These Jounin, without any backing, saw joining route as their sole path to freedom. Konoha's leadership would not allow such instabilities to persist, and the single olive branch extended to them was regarded as a treasure. Feiyu, fully aware of the true nature of route, felt a wave of sympathy for them. They would bear the brunt of all unsavory and arduous tasks, perhaps even dying without a proper burial, forever shrouded in shadows, their achievements unrecognized. Some might even be denied acknowledgement by the village due to exposure. A week later, a masked Anbu agent approached Feiyu. Feiyu, Lord Danzo wishes to know your decision. My answer is a resounding refusal, Feiyu declared, returning to his meditative state, not even moving an inch from his bed. The agent, seeing Feiyu's indifferent demeanor, made no further delay and swiftly departed. Chapter 4. Departure from the village. Feiyu was released and walked the streets of Konoha, where discussions of the Anbu coup were omnipresent. Villagers praised Danzo for his magnanimity, applauding the lack of repercussions for Feiyu's actions. The news had spread far and wide. The Hokage was known for his discernment in reward and punishment, instilling hope for the village's future in everyone. Humph, a master of inciting public sentiment, Feiyu thought disdainfully. Arriving at a ninja tool shop, he spent the compensation granted by the village on various supplies, quickly exhausting the funds. The bulging tool pouch at his waist provided a considerable sense of security. At the village's edge, he regrouped with Matsumoto Taichi and others, and together they set off toward the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Previously, Konoha's leadership had reached a consensus. All Anbu members not conscripted into route would be purged from the Anbu ranks and participate in the mission to hunt down Kinkaku. It was rumored that Kinkaku had been grievously injured in a confrontation with the Second Hokage and had fled to the land of fire. As the new Hokage, avenging his predecessor was a duty, but Kinkaku was formidable. Without the mobilization of a significant number of ninjas, success was improbable. Thus, the expendable Anbu, deemed unworthy of recruitment, became ideal cannon fodder, probing Kinkaku's capabilities before delivering a decisive blow. While the populace sang praises of Danzo's generosity, few realized that Feiyu's treatment mirrored that of the others. Even if some well-meaning individuals detected discrepancies, they would hesitate to challenge Danzo's authority. As the 12-member team exited the village, Feiyu immediately heightened his vigilance, wary of potential ambushes. Among them, only Matsumoto Taichi was a Jounin. The rest were Chunin, many of whom, like Feiyu, had only recently ascended to Chunin status before being conscripted into the Anbu. The team's combat effectiveness was low, and in the face of a formidable foe, they could easily scatter. Self-preservation was paramount. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the patrol station designated for Feiyu and his team. Along the way, they encountered a few minor nuisances, which the group dispatched with ease, and they reached their destination without incident. Upon settling in, the 12-member team was divided into 4 smaller units, each assigned to a different direction of the station. Feiyu was paired with 2 others, named Koji and Torimura. The trio patrolled the eastern sector, characterized by a dense forest with only a rugged path for passage. Thus, they focused their efforts there, dispersing to conceal themselves and only revealing their presence every 7 days when reporting back to the station. Time passed as Feiyu alternated between patrolling and training, until, in the 3rd month, the tranquility was abruptly shattered. A large contingent emerged from the direction of the land of water, bearing the banner of the land of air, followed by numerous carts laden with various goods. A brief analysis confirmed they were a merchant convoy from the land of air. Upon realizing they were not the target of their mission, the 3 of them revealed themselves from their hiding spots, startling the convoy. Tension rippled through the ranks, and one of the air ninja village's guards drew their weapon, hurling it toward Feiyu's position. Feiyu ducked just in time to evade the incoming projectile, focusing intently as he observed the convoy's members, whose expressions betrayed their anxiety. 2 individuals, armed and visibly trembling, indicated something was amiss. Koji stepped forward to initiate dialogue. "Who are you?" A young man emerged from a carriage, his gaze settling on the wooden forehead protector atop the small island, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. With a respectful demeanor, he addressed, "Greetings, my lord. I am Shinnong, a member of the merchant convoy from the land of the sky, passing through the land of soup on our return journey." "Shinnong? Is there still a Shinnong in the world of Hokage?" Feiyu mused silently, initially suspecting a disturbance in the fabric of time. Upon observing the emblem of the land of the sky, A flash of realization struck Feiyu. The remnants of the Sky Ninja Village? No, they could not yet be termed remnants. The village was still intact and flourishing, now rivaling second-tier nations like the Land of Rice. He was envious of the village's medical forbidden techniques, particularly the ability to open the eighth gate of the body without succumbing to death, an aspiration cherished by many enthusiasts of fire. Observing this, Feiyu and the island approached the merchant convoy to inspect their goods, while Bird Village remained on alert outside. Feiyu discreetly scrutinized Chunin, hoping to discern something of value from him. After coming up empty-handed, he persisted in searching the carriage from which Chunin had just disembarked. Eventually, he discovered a hidden compartment within the carriage, swiftly pocketing a scroll from it and exiting with an air of nonchalance, allowing them to pass. Upon returning to the carriage, Chunin let out a long breath, unconsciously reaching for the hidden compartment, only to find it empty after a thorough search. His expression shifted as he glanced inside, only to confirm the absence of the desired item. Recalling Feiyu's recent presence, he dared not raise an alarm and hastened the convoy's departure. He etched Feiyu's face into his memory and promptly penned a new record of it. Just 15 minutes after Chunin's departure, figures emerged from the direction of the Land of Soup, adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden cloud village. Their expressions hurried as they surveyed their surroundings. The island, recognizing the potential threat, immediately launched a signal flare into the sky. Aware that the other two members of their group were not equipped to face a hostile Chunin, and considering the recent conflict between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village, summoning assistance was the wisest course of action. The squad from the Hidden Cloud Village halted, scrutinizing Feiyu and the others, their youthful faces not raising any alarm. They demanded, "You brats, have you seen a merchant convoy from the Land of the Sky?" "The convoy from the Land of the Sky? It just passed by a quarter of an hour ago," the island responded truthfully, sensing it was not critical intelligence. "They have stolen vital secrets from the Hidden Cloud Village. I command you to lead me to them, or face my wrath." The middle-aged woman leading the group, upon receiving her desired information, was eager to proceed, insisting on bringing the three youths along as a precaution against deceit. Feiyu's heart raced as he recalled the scroll from the hidden compartment of Chunin's carriage. Yet before he could open it, the pursuing ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village arrived, prompting him to take a cautious step back, readying himself for a swift escape. "Humph. We are on an important mission and have no time to waste with you," Bird Village retorted defiantly in response to the threat posed by the woman. "Since you choose to reject my hospitality, then let you perish by the power I have newly acquired." The middle-aged woman roared, a faint crimson mist enveloping her, gradually coalescing into a formidable cloak around her form. "Good heavens! A Jinchuriki!" Feiyu exclaimed, instinctively turning to flee. Yet, the island and Bird Village remained unperturbed by the mention of a Jinchuriki, bracing themselves for combat. Realizing their lack of understanding of the true nature of a Jinchuriki, Feiyu recognized the gravity of their situation. "You seem to know quite a bit, little brat." The middle-aged woman chuckled lightly, leaping before the island and Bird Village, unleashing two punches that struck them. Unprepared for such speed, the two attempted to defend themselves, but the impact revealed their pain immediately. They were sent flying by her blows, their arms bending unnaturally. The woman's gaze then shifted toward Feiyu. Chapter 5. The Jinchuriki. Feiyu observed that the island and Bird Village were no match for the middle-aged woman, losing their combat capabilities in a single exchange, and he comprehended the magnitude of her strength. Resorting to cunning was his only option. A direct confrontation would yield no success. He resolutely abandoned the idea of closing the distance, retreating while buying time for rescue. Using the Earth Release, underground navigation technique, Feiyu formed seals as he walked. The earth around him transformed into a liquid state, allowing him to sink rapidly just as the middle-aged woman approached, disappearing underground. The woman, noticing his disappearance, struck the ground where he had stood, causing the earth to crack and revealing his silhouette, which struggled to swim forward but lagged behind her speed by several folds. With a swift kick, she sent the figure dissipating into nothingness. "Oh no!" As her voice faded, a hand emerged from the ground, pulling her down until only her head remained above the surface. Earth Release, decapitation technique. Feiyu dared not linger, turning to flee. But before he could take more than a few steps, the woman erupted from the ground, leaving him astounded once more at her strength. Bursting forth, she unleashed a kick toward Feiyu, who crossed his arms defensively. Bang! Ugh! Feiyu groaned in pain, sent flying 5 meters to crash against a tree, barely stopping himself with his arms, shaking off the pain. He now understood the significance of physical techniques for ninjas, while proficiency was not mandatory. One could not afford to be entirely deficient, lest they become vulnerable in battle. What is this? An illusion? The woman mused, examining her left leg, sensing that the layer of chakra enveloping it had dissipated upon contact. Meanwhile, Feiyu felt an abnormality in his forearm, quickly overshadowed by pain. Without time to ponder, the woman charged at him again, determined not to relent as long as he could still move. As for the island and bird village, they had been subdued by her teammates, leaving only Feiyu to struggle desperately. Feiyu briefly contemplated surrendering, but that thought vanished instantly. He could never bestow his life upon the mercy of his foes. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. The woman formed seals with rapid precision, unleashing waves of lightning in an indiscriminate assault around Feiyu. Wind release, breakthrough. Feiyu turned and released a wind technique to counter the lightning. The waves of lightning collided with the gust, dissipating entirely, while the wind continued unabated toward the woman. She braced herself against the tailed beast cloak, withstanding the gale and causing ripples to form before it vanished. Seizing this moment, Feiyu activated the earth release, underground navigation technique once more, heading toward his concealed location. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he had set up explosive tags there, which were finally coming into play. The woman pursued relentlessly, tearing through several chakra threads along the way, triggering the nearby explosive tags. Boom! An intense explosion erupted around the woman, creating a deep crater in the ground, with dust and debris engulfing the area. Even Feiyu, underground, felt the tremor of the earth, attesting to its immense power. However, Feiyu was aware of the adage that smoke without harm was a reality. He dared not linger, making his way toward the outpost. As he advanced, he encountered several ninjas, led by the Jonin Matsumoto Taichi. Upon seeing them, Feiyu felt a wave of relief, rushing forward to relay the events that had just transpired. The group focused intently, and through the smoke, a figure slowly emerged, appearing disheveled, yet entirely unharmed. Quite capable, aren't you, little brat? Did you summon your master to come? The woman licked her lips, her expression brimming with eagerness. It's merely a matter of being over a decade my senior, you old woman. Feiyu expressed his indignation. Although he had just turned 16, he was certainly no child. After all, Naruto had saved the world multiple times by that age. Feiyu, return to the outpost and send out a signal to gather reinforcements, informing the village of the situation here. Matsumoto Taichi handed Feiyu a signal flare designated for assembly and a summoning scroll for communication with Konoha, immediately forming a formation with the others to encircle the woman. Leave it to me, Feiyu replied and hastily withdrew from the battlefield. However, after only a few steps, he quickly retreated, confronted by a tall man with unruly yellow hair and 2 prominent horns, Jinjiao. Gritting his teeth, Feiyu cursed his misfortune, as calamity seemed to follow him relentlessly. Oh, I didn't expect that my renown would reach even the little brats of Konoha, Jinjiao mocked, his right hand brandishing a golden rope while his left wielded a banana fan, observing the chaotic skirmish with derision. Weren't you gravely injured by the Second Hokage? How is it possible? Feiyu pondered, bewildered by Jinjiao's seemingly intact state. The Second Hokage? That was merely a tickle. Once I ascend to the position of Raikage, I shall obliterate your Konoha. The land of fire shall never again see a Hokage. With that, he charged into the fray. Humph! Have I been reduced to a mere bystander? So be it. At least my life is spared. Feiyu did not forget his mission, swiftly returning to the outpost to send out the gathering signal. Using the summoning scroll, he summoned a monkey to convey the battlefield intelligence in writing. After a puff of smoke, the monkey vanished. Now, he awaited the village's reinforcements, positioning himself to observe the situation closely, ready to relay the latest developments to the arriving powerful allies. He noticed the once arrogant middle-aged woman now reduced to a human punching bag, being dragged to and fro by Jinjiao. Matsumoto Taichi and the others lay incapacitated, motionless on the ground. This will teach you to be arrogant. How dare you look down upon me? When I ruled over Chunin village, you hadn't even been born. Jinjiao taunted as he pummeled her. Submit, and allow me to plant a seal within your body. Together we can dominate the ninja world. Jinjiao approached the incapacitated woman, his voice laced with temptation. She lay there, eyes vacant, unable to comprehend how, after becoming a Jinchuriki, She was utterly outmatched by Jinjiao in his normal state, beaten mercilessly without a chance to retaliate. Before she could assert her dominance in the ninja world, reality dealt her a harsh blow, shattering her dreams mercilessly. The intelligence has been dispatched. Why hasn't Lord Raikage arrived yet? Two teammates who had accompanied the middle-aged woman signaled the village upon sighting Jinjiao. Utilizing the village's painstakingly developed technique, the Heaven Send technique, they could stealthily transport the Raikage directly to the battlefield, regardless of distance. Chapter 6. Uchiha Kagami Hell's Piercing Thrust. A bolt of blue lightning darted across the battlefield, arriving before Jinjiao in an instant, thrusting toward his heart. Ugh! Jinjiao's advance was abruptly halted as he instinctively tensed his chest muscles, forcefully staving off the Hell's piercing thrust and creating distance. Sensing the shift, halted and tossed the woman to his subordinate. Oh, quite capable, aren't you? You've managed to injure me. Do you wish for death so eagerly? Jinjiao sneered upon seeing the newcomer, brandishing his banana fan. The fan unleashed a torrent of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth ninjutsu, all directed at A. Humph. Once I smash your head, you shall regret those words. A invoked his lightning armor and deftly evaded the attack, realizing that his weapon alone would not suffice. Jinjiao transformed into his tailed beast form, 5 tails sprouting from his back as his skin cracked, morphing him into a monstrous red entity. He drove his tails into the ground, extending them through the earth, and the two companions of Matsumoto Taichi were instantly torn to shreds. Seeing this, Feiyu had no choice but to stealthily move Matsumoto Taichi out of the battlefield. Noting his continued breathing, he ceased his concern, focusing intently on the situation at hand. The tails that appeared around A were sliced apart effortlessly, sending Jinjiao into a furious rage. Channeling his malevolent chakra into the openings created by the tails, he spewed forth energy that left it dizzy and disoriented. Then, he lunged forward, grasping A in his hand and gathering a tailed beast bomb within his mouth, intending to incinerate A at point-blank range. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, A unleashed his ultimate technique, releasing black lightning that enveloped his body. He was, after all, a wielder of the storm release Kekkei Genkai. The black lightning rendered the tailed beast Jinjiao paralyzed, causing the tailed beast bomb in his mouth to dissipate. The black lightning coiled around A's form like a harbinger of doom. Hell's piercing thrust. A extended just one finger, transforming his body into a black arrow that shot toward Jinjiao. From a distance, Feiyu felt a sharp pain, unable to fathom how excruciating it would be to face such an attack directly. This only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger, lest he live a life of subservience in a world filled with the powerful, where life and death hinged solely on the whims of the oppressors. As the black arrow pierced through Jinjiao's head, it severed it cleanly, disbelief evident in his eyes. With Jinjiao's demise, Feiyu and his companion's mission reached a temporary conclusion, and they turned to leave with Matsumoto Taichi. Although they had not personally delivered the final blow, the outcome remained the same. Per protocol, they were to return the target's body to the village for examination. However, given the current circumstances, it was evidently not the time to claim a corpse. Ultimately, the decision would rest with the higher-ups dispatched from Konoha. A began to clear the battlefield, hoisting the unconscious middle-aged woman onto his shoulder as he prepared to return to Chunin village. Yet, the woman's subordinates had not forgotten their original mission. Lord Raikage, the village's chakra stimulation technique has been stolen. That brat over there knows something. One of the ninjas pointed at Feiyu. What? Why was such an important matter not reported sooner? The third Raikage exclaimed, his gaze locking onto Feiyu with intensity. The chakra stimulation technique was the foundation of the lightning release chakra mode, a closely guarded secret of the Yatsuki clan, which had enabled the third Raikage to earn the title of the strongest shield in the ninja world. Its significance was unmistakable. Feeling A's piercing gaze, Feiyu felt as if he were being pricked by needles, slowly turning his head to see the third Raikage's menacing stare, sensing the impending doom. At this moment, escape was no longer an option. Logically, the second Raikage and Second Hokage had signed a peace treaty. The newly appointed Raikage could not possibly negate the actions of his predecessor so soon after taking office, as it would undermine the Raikage's reputation. However, he underestimated the value of that scroll. Regardless of the cost to his prestige, he was determined to retrieve it. As he watched the imposing figure of the Raikage approach, an overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed him. Glancing at his own small stature, He felt no desire to resist, especially with Matsumoto Taichi, half-conscious, beside him. Desperately, Feiyu shook Matsumoto Taichi's body, trying to awaken him. As the only J-nin in the team, it was time for him to bear his responsibilities. After shaking him for quite some time, there was no sign of awakening, and blood began to seep from his wounds. Just as despair settled in Feiyu's heart, a figure appeared before him, clad in a ninja vest, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. It was Uchiha Kagami, come to provide assistance. Feiyu, your mission is complete. I will take over from here. As the mirror scanned the battlefield ahead, it required no excessive words to comprehend the situation fully. Lord Mirror, you must exercise caution. The adversary will unleash a potent black electric current along with a uniquely penetrating physical technique. Feiyu conveyed all the intelligence he could muster. He staggered away from the throngs of Uchiha Jonin who had come to offer support, when suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Humph, where do you think you're going, little brat? Hand over the one who stole the secrets of the Cloud Village, and I shall spare your life. With that, the Raikage pursued Feiyu. Raikage, threatening the seedlings of our village within the Land of Fire is not the behavior of a true strongman, Mirror interjected, blocking the Raikage's path. Indeed, Raikage, you dare to chase after a child no older than your own son while disregarding our presence? You show us a remarkable lack of respect. An one-eyed man retorted, activating his Sharingan and glaring fiercely at the Raikage. Humph, a group of mere fish relying solely on their bloodline limits. I have no time to waste on you. The Raikage, unfazed by the multitude of Uchiha, spat out disdainful words. As the head of the Yagami clan, he yearned for the lightning release bloodline limit, pursued by generations who had failed to attain it. Witnessing a congregation of those afflicted with the red-eye disease incited a wave of jealousy within him. With the Raikage's words igniting a powder keg, the Uchiha Jonin began to weave hand signs, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques towards him. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Yet, the Raikage merely enveloped himself in a layer of lightning chakra, effortlessly deflecting all ninjutsu without sustaining any damage. Executing the Hell Stab Technique, he aimed to pierce through the throng of enemies and seize Feiyu. However, before he could advance far, he collided with an impenetrable barrier, rebounding as if he had struck a wall. Heh! The new generation of Konoha shall now be under my protection. Uchiha Mirror erupted with green chakra, forming a skeletal structure, and unleashed Susanoo. A colossal frame akin to an iron tower loomed before the Raikage, causing his expression to shift to one of gravity. Chapter 7. The Traitor It Has Appeared. The force that will quell this chaotic era. The Uchiha Jonin erupted in excitement upon witnessing the spectacle. The Raikage, however, halted, his demeanor growing profoundly serious. Having traversed from the Warring States period, he understood the terror of such inhuman power, which had subdued numerous ninja villages for decades, instilling an intrinsic fear within them. Your power is too terrifying. Should you be allowed to grow unchecked, a second Uchiha Madara will surely arise. You must not return alive to Konoha. The Raikage signaled to a middle-aged woman subordinate, redirecting his focus to Uchiha Mirror. Receiving the signal, the two immediately sprang into action, pursuing the direction Feiyu had vanished. The Uchiha Jonin attempted to intercept, but were swiftly forced back by the Raikage's extraordinary speed, helplessly watching the two escape. Once Feiyu disappeared from sight, he swiftly altered his course towards the outpost, meticulously erasing most traces along the way. He understood that the enemy would not relent, and at that moment, he felt an intense longing for the shadow clone technique. Alas, due to insufficient contributions, he lacked the qualification to exchange for it. In light of this, he resolved to harness the power of the masses. Having waited so long, those near the outpost must have gathered in response to Feiyu's call. Now it was time for action. Someone's coming. It seems to be Feiyu. He appears to be carrying Captain Matsumoto. How could Captain Matsumoto be in Feiyu's arms? What on earth has transpired to summon us, while Captain Matsumoto himself is absent? The individuals within the outpost buzzed with speculation upon seeing the figures approach. Listen to me. Captain Matsumoto has sustained grave injuries and requires everyone to deliver vital intelligence to the village. We are being pursued by formidable enemies. Take your respective scrolls and disperse. Feiyu distributed some blank scrolls to the crowd, urging them on before arbitrarily choosing a direction to lead the way. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of their next course of action. With so many real clones, surely we can deceive our pursuers. As Feiyu traversed the forest, he carried Matsumoto, despite the desire to abandon the burden. Yet, considering the potential adversaries ahead, he concluded it prudent to keep him close. A severely injured Jonin was still a Jonin, and at the very least, he could buy Feiyu precious minutes to escape to safety. Navigating through the woods, he changed directions several times, until he himself could barely discern his path. When he paused beside a small stream for a brief respite, two figures suddenly emerged from the trees, Reiko and Keiko, the subordinates of the middle-aged woman. Quite spry, aren't you, little brother? Come over here. I have something delightful for you. Keiko called from a branch, her voice playful. Keiko, we must resolve this situation swiftly and return to support Lord Reikage. Reiko admonished, her expression grave. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply. With that, she gestured helplessly towards Feiyu. Observing their banter, Feiyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart, seemingly devoid of the tension that typically accompanied battle. He kicked Matsumoto, who lay like a lifeless dog, but to his surprise, Matsumoto evaded the kick with a swift movement. Feiyu was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at him. Haha, you fool. Trailed all this way and still failed to notice. Your demise is well-deserved. In your next life, do not provoke those you shouldn't. Matsumoto taunted, exuding an air of triumph. The two women stood aghast, astonished by the unfolding drama. Surely, you have come in response to my signal. Let us proceed, Matsumoto declared, oblivious to their confusion. Signal? What signal? Keiko questioned, perplexed. Were you not led here by the scent of my special musk? Matsumoto's incredulity deepened. Oh, musk? I smell nothing. Keiko sniffed the air, finding no trace. This musk requires a specially trained ninja beast to detect. Ordinary people cannot distinguish it. Are you not here on the Reikage's orders to eliminate the target designated by Lord Danzo? Matsumoto's confidence waned as the situation diverged from his expectations. Do not jest. Danzo holds no authority over Lord Reikage. Reiko scoffed. As for how we caught up to you, you will learn that after your demise. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Reiko and Keiko synchronized their hand signs, unleashing a combined ninjutsu. The fire dragon surged forward, propelled by the wind, rapidly closing in on Feiyu. Seizing the moment, he dashed behind Matsumoto, exploiting his momentary distraction to deliver a lethal strike, hurling Matsumoto's body into the path of the fire dragon, which instantly incinerated him to a charred remains. Earth release, underground submarine technique. Feiyu swiftly formed hand signs and burrowed underground, fleeing into the distance. Water release, water surge, lightning release, earth walk. A torrent of water erupted from Keiko's mouth, saturating the land within a kilometer, seeping deep into the earth. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning shot forth from Reiko's hand, using the water's conductivity to pursue Feiyu's underground path. Damn it, what is their deal? Their ninjutsu is executed with such synergy. I must devise a strategy to approach them, otherwise I shall fall here today. Shadow clone technique. Feiyu conjured 3 clones, charging towards Keiko and Reiko. Giggling, are we resorting to physical techniques now that your ninjutsu has failed? Keiko displayed no signs of tension at the sight. As Feiyu drew near, she swiftly dispatched each of his clones, and as his true form approached, a faint electric current enveloped her body, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him flying. Though the lightning release chakra mode may be merely a rudimentary version, its effects starkly contrast with those of the Reikage, representing an insurmountable chasm for him, a low-tier variant indeed. I cannot possibly unleash the renowned techniques of Lord Reikage, Huizi jested. Well then, let us deliver the final blow. As Lizzie observed Feiyu struggling to rise, she quickly realized he had been incapacitated by the lightning attribute chakra and prepared to seize this opportunity to conclude the battle. Damn, my body won't obey me at all, Feiyu thought as the two opponents approached him, resolving to take a desperate gamble. He attempted the chakra fusion he had previously feared to undertake. If he could awaken the magnet release, he might control his shuriken from afar, catching one of them off guard and averting this crisis. I must succeed, Feiyu fervently prayed in his heart, splitting his dwindling chakra into 2 streams, one transforming into earth attribute and the other into wind attribute, traversing within him until they converged at his dantian. Chapter 8. Death Release. Feiyu concentrated all his attention on controlling the chakra, impervious to any external distractions. the moment the two streams of chakra fused. An excruciating pain surged from his dantian throughout his entire body. The chakra uncontrollably rushed towards the dantian, even as all of it had already gathered in one place. An overwhelming suction persisted, as if his very soul were being drawn in. He lost all control over his body, which was squeezed by the immense pull, extracting a portion of chakra only for it to be immediately siphoned away, a relentless cycle. Gradually, he felt his entire being growing numb, mechanically generating chakra and continuously gathering it in one spot. His cells screamed in agony, and his brain throbbed with sharp, piercing pain. It was only when the flesh of his body began to show signs of dissolution that the suction within his dantian ceased, and the newly generated chakra began to spread throughout his body, instilling a warm sensation around him, as if the previous numbness had merely been a dream. Regaining his senses, Feiyu realized the danger of his recent actions. A single misstep could lead to a chakra explosion within him, resulting in shattered meridians and rendering him a mere shell of a man. Fortunately, the fusion had barely succeeded, albeit the chakra remained incredibly unstable, with fusion and separation perpetually in motion as his meridians operated. The moment of fusion was immediately followed by separation, which in turn led to renewed fusion. However, amidst this process, in the fleeting moments of separation, he could mobilize a small portion of the new chakra. The new chakra merely coursed through his body, and the rigid sensation vanished instantly, as a surge of lightning attribute chakra resided within him, restoring his control over his body. The lightning attribute chakra was instantly directed to his left hand. With a mere thought, he could unleash it. This sensation, could it be death release? Feiyu pondered in astonishment, for the fusion of earth and wind usually produced magnet release, yet by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently fused into death release. Feiyu collapsed to the ground, feigning continued paralysis. As Lizzie and Huizi drew near, he swiftly pressed his left hand against Lizzie, releasing the lightning attribute chakra. Both were taken aback by Feiyu's sudden resurgence, but Lizzie soon felt her body grow weak, due to her prolonged exposure to lightning release chakra. Her cells had developed a level of resistance, and within a mere 10 seconds, she would recover. Yet, Feiyu seized the opportunity, driving a kunai into her neck with lethal precision. Why? Huizi stared, astounded, unable to comprehend how someone could act with such agility after the first exposure to lightning that would typically incapacitate for at least 10 minutes. If not for the initial encounter, the previous display was inexplicable unless he was an extraordinary actor. After piecing together the events, Huizi seethed, "You hypocrite." Feiyu, wearing a puzzled expression, brushed aside such trivialities and advanced, intent on taking Huizi's life. He delivered a swift kick, causing an array of lightning to erupt around Huizi as he attempted to amplify its intensity, only for the surrounding lightning to be absorbed entirely. The force of his kick dislocated Huizi's shoulder, leaving her unable to fight back. Despite the pain, she staggered to her feet, unwilling to abandon Lizzie's sacrifice. Formulating a plan, she feigned vulnerability, turning to Feiyu with a pleading demeanor. "Little brother, you're so powerful. Sister can't defeat you. Please spare me, and I will grant you one wish," she said, licking her lips suggestively. "Oh, any wish?" Feiyu's eyes gleamed with interest, fixating on Huizi's ample bosom. "Yes, any wish," she replied, blushing and nodding. "Hee, then I want tea hold back." Feiyu rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Huizi, sensing the shift, closed her eyes in anticipation, but instead of the awaited event, she felt a cold rush across her neck, and hot blood gushed forth. "Why you?" Huizi stared at him in shock, her remaining hand instinctively checking her neck, disbelief filling her eyes. "Please die," Feiyu whispered softly in her ear. Realization dawned on Huizi as she succumbed to the ground, understanding that the man before her had played her for a fool. Once he ensured there were no witnesses, Feiyu sank to the ground, panting heavily, expelling the residual lightning from his body. The moment he absorbed the significant amount of lightning from Huizi, the balance of chakra within him had been disrupted. He had barely managed to eliminate his foes before losing control, allowing chakra to roam freely within him. After a quarter of an hour, his chakra gradually returned to its original state, and the death-release chakra vanished without a trace. After resting a moment longer and tidying the battlefield, he collected all valuable items. When he reached Lizzie, he discovered a small black and white kitten trembling in her arms. Feiyu picked it up for a closer inspection, contemplating whether it might be an enemy's summoning beast, and almost killed it, disdainfully muttering, "So ugly." To his surprise, upon hearing his remark, the kitten fluffed up. "You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly." A childish voice emanated from the cat. "Oh, it can talk," Feiyu exclaimed, astonished. "What is so difficult about talking? It's basic, you know. I can even perform sage arts." The kitten perked up at the prospect of communication. "Sage arts? You?" Feiyu eyed the kitten skeptically. In his knowledge, only the 3 great sanctuaries practiced sage arts, and he had never heard of any other creatures possessing such abilities. Yet, his curiosity about this talking, unappealing cat remained. He secured it in his grip and departed the battlefield to evade any potential enemies. Meow? The ugly cat squirmed uncomfortably in his grasp, prompting Feiyu to place it on his shoulder. "Don't worry, there are no traces of chakra nearby," he reassured. The ugly cat licked its paw, seemingly understanding Feiyu's thoughts, and replied, "Oh, you can sense nearby chakra?" Feiyu inquired, intrigued. "Duh, sensing chakra is fundamental for practicing sage arts. Otherwise, how do you think they tracked you?" "It's because of the tailed beast chakra on you that I could smell it from 10 miles away," the cat exclaimed excitedly. "Tailed beast chakra? But I wonder why it disappeared just now." The kitten pondered. "Ah," Feiyu nodded, suspecting it had something to do with the earlier absorption of chakra during the death release. Chapter 9. Shadow Clone Technique. 3 days later. A weary Feiyu finally returned to the village, now accompanied by an enigmatic and unattractive cat. Perhaps he was the first to return to the village. Upon learning this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched the Yanbu to escort him. Feiyu presented the meticulously prepared mission log to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who read it attentively and exhaled a sigh of relief. Naturally, the incident involving Matsumoto Taichi was omitted, as it pertained to a personal grudge between Feiyu and Danzo, and he wished to remain uninvolved. "You performed admirably on this mission, elevating your task evaluation from a C rank to a B rank. I grant you a month's leave to recuperate." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Feiyu was overjoyed, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. After departing from the Hokage's office, he hurried to the mission center to submit his completed task. In Feiyu's ninja dossier, his C-rank missions finally transformed from 0 to 1, marking a significant breakthrough. Completing a C-rank mission not only yielded substantial monetary rewards, but also contribution points, which were exceedingly precious, allowing exchanges for various secret jutsu, rare weapons, and diverse training resources within the village. Although Feiyu had been in the Hokage world for 5 years and accumulated a considerable amount of contributions, he had yet to redeem the jutsu he desired due to the stringent requirements for higher-level techniques. For instance, to exchange for the shadow clone technique, he needed to complete a B-rank mission to unlock the necessary privileges. Similarly, A-rank jutsu required the completion of A-rank missions for redemption, while S-rank jutsu were the village's most closely guarded secrets, accessible only to those who demonstrated unwavering loyalty and made significant contributions, along with the stipulation of mental restrictions to prevent leaks. Furthermore, B-rank missions were not freely available. The mission center evaluated applicants based on their participation in B-rank tasks, success rates, and individual strength. Thus, until now, Feiyu had only exchanged a few D-rank jutsu for self-defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's generosity was a tremendous boon for him, a reward for his 5 years of arduous struggle. The allure of power was undeniable. A mere phrase could irrevocably alter the life of an ordinary ninja. Excitedly, he arrived at the exchange center and meticulously perused the jutsu catalog. After a cursory glance, he grimaced. It was filled with an array of techniques and descriptions, with the conventional elemental jutsu proving futile in critical moments, serving only to mildly irritate enemies. The various clan's secret techniques were described in vague terms, their potency and applications left to speculation, requiring a year or more of study to be combat-ready, and still likely to be outclassed by higher-ranked jutsu, rendering them nearly worthless. Ultimately, he followed his initial thought in exchange for the shadow clone technique before heading home. As he gazed upon the empty, dust-laden house, memories of his deceased mother flooded back. For 5 years, no matter when he returned home, there would always be warm meals and a clean bed awaiting him. Now, all of that was but a distant memory. Regaining his composure, he set aside his sleeping cat and spent 20 minutes tidying up. Eagerly, he took out the scroll for the shadow clone technique, read its contents, and promptly attempted to use it. With a puff of smoke, an identical Feiyu materialized beside him. Successfully executed on the first try, Not so difficult after all. Feiyu examined the clone with curiosity. 10 minutes later, after another puff of smoke, the clone vanished, leaving behind fleeting memories. He sensed a change in his chakra, noting a loss of approximately 1/20th. To lose so much chakra in merely 10 minutes was astonishing. This was without any combat. Should he factor in battle consumption, it left him trembling with concern. He had identified a critical issue. His chakra reserves were insufficient, severely so. Previously, the chakra expenditure for using D-rank techniques felt negligible, but the disparity became glaringly evident after using a C-rank technique. He was grateful not to have squandered his contributions on those merely ornamental A-rank techniques. Otherwise, the urgency of chakra would have been even more pronounced during battle. However, there was a silver lining. His enhancer had finally arrived. From now on, he would embark on an era of enhancement. As for the chakra deficiency, he could only take a gradual approach. He still had 2 years until adulthood, a period in which his chakra would significantly increase. Now, he needed to seize this month-long reprieve to enhance his strength considerably. The outcomes of the battle between the Third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami had yet to be revealed. Should events take a turn for the worse, it was highly likely that the recent cessation of the Ninja World War would resume. Feiyu's recollections of the First Ninja World War were scant. Thus, he could only rely on his own deductions, preparing for the worst while seizing every opportunity to elevate his abilities, ensuring his position remained unassailable. The most effective means of enhancing a ninja's prowess lay in their jutsu. In a month, there were few techniques capable of yielding a qualitative transformation. The Rasengan was undoubtedly one, as Naruto Uzumaki had mastered it in just 3 weeks. Moreover, his memories detailed the mastery of the Rasengan from inception to proficiency, as if tailor-made for Feiyu, prompting him to decisively select it. Forgive me, Minato Namikaze. You will undoubtedly create even more formidable jutsu in the future. After a silent prayer, he promptly set out to purchase some balloons and rubber balls. He filled the balloons with water, creating a shadow clone to practice inside, while his original self pondered matters related to his bloodline limit. According to his memories, the combination of wind and earth release resulting in a bloodline limit should yield magnet release, but the new chakra produced during the previous battle had manifested as dark release. This left him perplexed, prompting him to begin experimenting, channeling chakra into his hands for fusion. The results mirrored his previous attempts, leaving him in a state of confusion. While he pondered, a sharp cat yowl pierced the air. Meow? What are you doing? The scruffy cat, upon witnessing the chakra fusion in Feiyu's hands, became agitated. What does it look like? I'm training, you foolish cat. Feiyu cast a glance at it, exasperatedly explaining. Don't call me a foolish cat. I am not foolish at all. The scruffy cat stepped closer, scrutinizing the chakra between Feiyu's hands, sniffing it, and just as it was about to shoo him away, it uttered something that piqued his interest. Is this new chakra of yours? It has a faint sense of devouring. The scruffy cat scratched its head with its forepaw. You can perceive the changes in chakra's form? Feiyu's spirits lifted. Of course, I am capable of mastering sage arts. Sensing chakra is fundamental. Don't make me repeat myself. Very well. Can you discern the various forms of chakra in my hands? Your left hand possesses earth and yin attribute chakra, while your right hand contains wind and yin attribute chakra. It's strange why you've mixed in so much yin attribute chakra. The scruffy cat regarded Feiyu with curiosity. Yin attribute. When did I transform my chakra's form into yin? Feiyu was perplexed. That's beyond my knowledge. Perhaps your mental energy is excessive, causing it to blend with your chakra during fusion and inadvertently turning into yin. With that revelation, Feiyu's mind sparked with realization. It must be due to the fusion of his soul with that of the original owner upon his crossing into this world, resulting in a surge of mental energy. The mingling of yin and yang attributes in his chakra would yield extraordinary transformations. Indeed, that must be it. Now that he had identified the cause, he could commence addressing it. Dark release was not the issue. He simply needed to fuse it into magnet release, as mastering dark release was not within his current capabilities. The abilities exhibited by the Reaper Technique's chakra bear a striking resemblance to those of the Hell Realm Pain. The Hell Realm Pain, who wields the Rinnegan, once transformed into a stone statue due to the excessive absorption of Sage Chakra, only to be resurrected by the King of Hell. However, Feiyu lacks the ability to summon the King of Hell and possesses no second chance at life. He is acutely aware that even the Rinnegan cannot fully control the chakra absorbed into the body. leading him to the firm conviction that he cannot surpass the Rinnegan at this moment. Thus, relinquishing the Reaper technique became an inevitable choice. Now, he must rid himself of the Yin attribute chakra. He faces two options. First, to enhance his physical energy to achieve a balance with his mental energy, preventing any overflow. Second, to control the Yin attribute chakra to prevent its emergence during fusion. After careful contemplation, he ultimately decided to augment his physical energy. This decision was influenced by the lessons learned from his previous mission, where his lack of taijutsu proved detrimental. Additionally, enhancing physical energy could lead to the fusion of Yang attribute chakra, allowing him to master it sooner and lay a solid foundation for future integrations. Although the process may be somewhat protracted, he understands that sharpening his tools will not hinder his work. To ensure a smooth path for his future as a ninja, overcoming this obstacle is essential. Subsequently, he retrieved the scroll obtained from Chunin. Its significance was underscored by Yunin's keen interest. With anticipation, he unrolled it to find numerous annotations added by Chunin. After meticulous study, he managed to decipher its contents. The scroll, titled Chakra Stimulation Secret Technique, elaborates on the preparations required before stimulating cells and discusses the appropriate chakra frequency and size for a first attempt. At the scroll's conclusion, Chunin proposed a hypothesis to enhance cellular vitality based on Yunin's method, naming it the Physical Activation Secret Technique. In essence, this technique aims to stimulate cells with Yin attribute chakra through the combination of Yin and Yang, gradually increasing cellular vitality and thereby achieving the activation of the entire body. Though Chunin has yet to actualize this concept, Feiyu recognizes that through the Physical Activation Secret Technique and the Rebirth Technique, he could ultimately unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, an achievement of immortality. It appears Chunin's Physical Activation Secret Technique is built upon this foundation, allowing Feiyu to develop his own version. This not only aligns perfectly with his abilities, but also provides an outlet for the excess Yin attribute chakra within him. Feiyu dedicated half a day to memorizing the scroll's contents, ensuring he would not forget them before destroying it. Upon mastering the secret technique, he promptly set about experimenting. Following the scroll's instructions, he procured numerous medicinal herbs from the nearby market, including several exceptionally rare varieties, spending a considerable amount of his contributions in the process. The expense stung, as he had already depleted 3 levels of contributions for his initial foray into training, and he braced himself for potentially greater costs ahead. He prepared a large pot of hot water, into which he added the herbs one by one while soaking, aiming to soften the cellular barriers and relax them against the Yin attribute chakra. After an hour of soaking, his cells brimmed with Yin attribute chakra, eliciting a wave of refreshing sensations that nearly made him cry out in delight. However, once he left the medicinal bath, the cellular walls began to harden again, effectively preventing the free movement of chakra and halting the spread of the Yin attribute chakra. The consumption of chakra within the cells was minimal, conservatively estimating it would take a week to deplete the chakra stored within. This discovery relieved Feiyu, as he could manage several tiered tasks within that week, achieving a balance of expenditures and gains. After more than 3 months away from home, he yearned for a restful sleep to recuperate his energy. The next day, Feiyu ventured to a secluded corner of the Death Forest, intending to spend the month there. The climate was pleasant, and the tranquility was unparalleled, ensuring that even the loudest disturbances would go unnoticed. In the world of ninjas, information is paramount. Concealing one's intel is a fundamental skill for every ninja, especially with a figure like Danzo harboring animosity towards him, a caution stemming from past betrayals. Summoning a shadow clone to practice the Rasengan nearby, he found a straight tree to begin his taijutsu training. The shadow clone had made significant progress after the previous day's relentless practice, easily bursting a water-filled balloon. Now, he focused on enhancing the power of the Rasengan, confident that he would soon achieve mastery. After 5 years of diligent training, he had built a solid foundation in chakra, even if he lacked signature techniques. If Jiraiya could learn the Rasengan in 3 days, surely he could master it in a week. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for a time traveler. Having previously neglected taijutsu training, he now resolved to exert himself doubly to compensate for lost time. He began by jogging several laps around the area to warm up, then completed 20 sets of burpees until he was breathless, starkly aware of his inadequacies in taijutsu. He then turned toward the tree, striking it repeatedly to toughen his body, enduring the pain and fatigue while mentally encouraging himself to persevere. By noon, his chakra was depleted, and his strength waned, leaving his thighs and arms stained with blood and his body devoid of energy. Lying on the ground, gazing at the azure sky as a gentle breeze swept through, he felt an exquisite sense of peace, wishing time could freeze in that moment. Chapter 11. Hatake Tsukumo Rasengan. Feiyu concentrated, forming a blue orb the size of a tennis ball in his right hand before pressing it against the ground. In an instant, a circular crater appeared, devoid of resistance, until the Rasengan was fully expended. The power was commendable, although the preparation time was too lengthy. The next step would be to enhance his proficiency. Striving for instant execution, Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. Such mastery cannot be achieved overnight. It requires diligent practice. Fortunately, the Rasengan is a technique with immense potential for development. Regardless of the chakra type in the future, it can be integrated into the Rasengan, yielding diverse variations. Thus, each day, he journeyed to the Death Forest at dawn for taijutsu and Rasengan practice, returning home at sunset for rest, maintaining a remarkably regular routine. The first 2 days of taijutsu training were challenging, but he gradually adapted. As for the scruffy cat, it was nowhere to be seen throughout the day, returning each night dirty but still able to understand human speech, with bathing and sleeping routines unaffected. Considering his current lack of a summoning beast, he formed a summoning contract with the scruffy cat, giving it a new name, Machi. A month passed swiftly, during which a significant event occurred in the village, one that directly involved Feiyu. Uchiha Kagami, dispatched to assist the village, was slain by the third Raikage, igniting Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury and vowing to make Chunin village pay dearly. Feiyu arrived at the mission center, ready to undertake several combat tasks to test the fruits of his recent training. Compared to usual days, the mission center was abuzz with activity, with numerous ninjas coming and going. After a brief wait, it was finally his turn to select a mission. "Hello, what solo-level missions are currently available? Please show me," he requested. The staff member glanced at him, rifling through a stack of mission forms. After a moment, they looked up and said, "All solo missions have been claimed. The lowest available now requires 2 people. Would you like to find a partner to team up with?" Feiyu scanned the room, noticing that all the ninjas were in pairs or small groups, with no one alone. This presented a dilemma, as his extended time in the Anbu had left him somewhat neglectful of social interactions, rendering him unable to find a temporary partner for the task at hand. In a moment of utter despair, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he found not only this individual, but also other teammates, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, eager to engage. To his surprise, the newcomer was strikingly handsome, nearly matching his own charm, albeit younger. "Hey, brother, are you alone too?" he asked, casually draping an arm over the young man's shoulder, feigning familiarity. Yes. May I ask who you are?" The handsome youth looked bewildered, uncertain about the sudden attention. "What a coincidence. I am also by myself. I have just completed my solo mission, and we could form a team to contribute to Konoha." He paused for effect, adding, "As for my identity, you will discover it in due time. But I just returned from a mission. I am here to report," the young man replied, looking troubled. "Why not submit your task and take on another? Konoha needs diligent individuals like you." He clapped the young man's shoulder and, seizing his arm, led him to the counter. "This is my teammate. Please show us the available missions." "Certainly." A brief glance at the tasks revealed that most involved eliminating rogue ninjas or clearing nearby bandits, with rewards significantly increased. No wonder the mission center was bustling. The allure of better compensation had drawn many to undertake even solo tasks. "Brother, how about this one? It's close by, and if we hurry, we can return in 2 days." He pointed to a mission to eliminate ninjas near Hill Mountain. Whatever you decide is fine. Then it's settled." He handed the mission sheet back to the staff. "What is your name?" "I'll take note." "My name is Feiyu, and yours?" "I am Tsukumo Hatake." "Tsukumo Hatake? That name sounds familiar." Feiyu scrutinized him closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You are Tsukumo Hatake? Where's your short blade?" "Short blade? What short blade?" Tsukumo looked puzzled. "Oh, never mind. What is your weapon? Aren't ninja weapons typically shuriken?" Tsukumo, still confused, pulled out a shuriken from his equipment pouch and waved it before him. "All right then." Feiyu took another look at Tsukumo, noting the striking resemblance of his silver hair to Kakashi's, reluctantly accepting this reality. He hadn't anticipated that a casual encounter would lead him to this legendary figure, who could effortlessly dispatch high-ranking ninjas. The young man before him exuded an unmistakable aura of sharpness, though he appeared rather naive, making it hard for others to associate him with such prowess. They agreed to meet at the village entrance an hour later and prepared accordingly. An hour later, at the entrance of Konoha, a girl of similar age to Tsukumo was earnestly helping him organize his gear while Feiyu stood by, munching on snacks. Tsukumo, be cautious on your mission and return safely. Tsukumo, not one for many words, could only respond. Are you ready yet? The sun is nearly setting. Feiyu interjected, sensing the delay. All right. Tsukumo's face flushed slightly as he hurriedly replied. The girl cast an annoyed glance at Feiyu, filled with dissatisfaction. It's because of this person that Tsukumo hardly has any time to rest. She watched them depart, her eyes full of resentment. Well done, Tsukumo. Your charm with the ladies is impressive. Feiyu teased as he noticed Tsukumo's reddened cheeks. Stop joking. My Ziko and I have been neighbors since childhood. Our relationship is not what you think. Tsukumo quickly defended himself. Oh, neighbors, you say? So proximity has its advantages. Feiyu winked at him. Tsukumo, feeling flustered by the teasing, quickened his pace to evade the conversation. Tsukumo, have you ever been to Hill Mountain? Feiyu shifted the topic back to their mission. I passed by once on my way to the Land of Waves. At that time, there were no signs of rogue ninjas nearby. Perhaps these bandit-like ninjas emerged along the main route to the Land of Waves, Tsukumo speculated, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. Infiltrating the enemy camp as dusk approached. Feiyu and Tsukumo finally reached the vicinity of Hill Mountain. From a distance, they spotted a checkpoint along the road to the Land of Waves, guarded by two individuals. The atmosphere atop Hill Mountain was peaceful, with smoke curling upwards and the sounds of laughter and banter wafting through the air. It seems this mission won't be too challenging. As long as we subdue the rogue ninjas inside, the ordinary villagers will swiftly reclaim their peace, Feiyu remarked. Yes, let's act at midnight. For now, let us conserve our strength and eat something. Tsukumo offered a soldier's ration to Feiyu. Feiyu accepted without hesitation, and they found a concealed spot nearby to enjoy their meal before resting until midnight. Around 2 o'clock, both Feiyu and Tsukumo opened their eyes simultaneously, silently agreeing to head towards Hill Mountain. They moved without a sound, arriving at the checkpoint, where they swiftly dealt with the drowsy guards. After thoroughly checking the surroundings to confirm there were no hidden sentries, they ascended towards the summit of Hill Mountain. Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, they effortlessly vaulted inside. The layout of the camp revealed that these bandits had been residing there for some time, with a lavish courtyard at the center indicating the owner's status. It was likely that this was the target of their mission. To avoid interference, they exchanged knowing glances and proceeded to infiltrate the houses one by one. With swift precision, they dispatched the bandits inside each dwelling. As Feiyu cleared the 7th house, he sensed something unusual. Instead of the usual sounds of snoring or murmurs, this house was eerily silent, which heightened his alertness. Pressing his ear against the window, he listened intently. Inside, he detected a faint, rapid breathing, which led him to conclude that the occupants had noticed something amiss. It was clear that entering recklessly would trigger a trap. Better safe than sorry, Feiyu decided to remain crouched outside, waiting patiently. People cannot remain in a state of tension indefinitely. Once they slacken, it would be the perfect moment to strike. Listening to the increasingly irregular breaths, he deduced that the individual inside was under considerable stress. After a while, the sounds within began to calm, followed by a faint rustling of footsteps. Although soft, they did not escape Feiyu's keen ears. Doubting his initial assessment, the owner of the footsteps approached the door, seemingly listening for activity outside. Seizing the opportunity, Feiyu delivered a powerful kick to the center of the door, creating a significant breach, while the person behind it was knocked backward. Taking advantage of the situation, he lunged forward, delivering another decisive kick to the individual's head. With a dull thud, the assailant's head collided with the wall, blood spilling forth as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Feiyu swiftly bound their limbs to a tree and stuffed a rag in their mouth to stifle any cries for help. Feeling satisfied with his training over the past month, he quickly subdued the adversary, completing the entire process in less than 10 seconds, clean and efficient. Unlike ninjutsu, which often requires extensive chakra reserves to defeat an opponent, he relished the effectiveness of taijutsu, becoming increasingly enamored with its efficacy. Having dealt with this enemy, he was ready to continue executing their plan. A sudden roar erupted in the distance as a torrent of water surged forth, demolishing the surrounding structures. the cacophony loud enough to awaken the ninjas in the heart of the village. A crisis was at hand, mused Feiyu, suspecting that the one in trouble must be Kakashi Hatake. It was unexpected that the enemy was so cunning. Some ninjas had taken refuge in the minions' quarters. A glance at the shadowy figure perched among the trees suggested he too was a member of the ninja clan, for it was improbable that anyone else could be so perceptive. Upon hearing the catastrophic noise, the occupants of the building emerged to investigate, and a resplendently attired man stepped into the courtyard, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. With Kakashi's position compromised, the assassination plan had to be abandoned. Concealing his presence, Feiyu made his way towards Kakashi's location. Upon arriving at the battleground, he observed the elegantly dressed man and a burly figure joining forces to assault Kakashi. The muscular man relied solely on his physical prowess, driving Kakashi back, while the elegant man relentlessly launched hidden weapons. Seeing that Kakashi was still holding his own, Feiyu refrained from revealing himself just yet, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when the enemy's ranks would be thinned. Meanwhile, the minions gathered in small clusters, encircling the trio. Seizing the moment, Feiyu transformed into a recently slain man, melding into the crowd and shifting perspectives. "Hey Dasha, where's your brother? Why hasn't he joined you?" As Feiyu focused intently, a man wearing an eye patch unexpectedly tapped him. Feiyu stiffened momentarily before regaining composure, annoyance evident on his face. "He drank too much. No matter how much you call him, he won't wake. I came to see what was happening. Drunk? Do you still have any alcohol? Share some with me. I'm dying of thirst." The one-eyed man, oblivious to Feiyu's demeanor, expressed his surprise. Intrigued, Feiyu agreed readily, plotting internally. The one-eyed man, satisfied with the response, continued. "Strange, why hasn't Lord Ming arrived? Isn't he usually the most proactive in situations like this? Matters concerning ninjas are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps Lord Ming has ventured out," Feiyu thought, realizing that this so-called Lord Ming was currently napping in the trees, oblivious to the chaos. Indeed, they could come and go as they pleased, yet they imposed restrictions on us. How unreasonable. Since the trio's arrival, they had not experienced a single peaceful day, lamented the one-eyed man. 3. It seemed that these were the visible foes, yet caution was warranted. Having gleaned the necessary information, Feiyu pressed forward. As he neared the edge, a piercing scream echoed from afar. The sound, likely originating from the very place where Feiyu had just executed his assassination, made it clear that he could no longer afford to wait. Immediate action was imperative. Otherwise, news of an enemy lurking in the shadows would spread, making a surprise attack exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the muscular man and the elegantly dressed figure had their backs turned to Feiyu, pausing visibly upon hearing the cry. Now was the time. Feiyu targeted the muscular man's temple, lunging forward with precision. Sensing the shift, Kakashi endured a shuriken from the elegantly dressed man and seized the muscular man's arms, binding him. The kunai pierced the muscular man's temple with lethal accuracy, causing his eyes to bulge before he collapsed lifelessly. Chapter 13. Pursuit. As for why he did not choose the elegantly dressed man, Feiyu could not discern any peculiar techniques from him. The muscular man, bare-chested and heavily muscled, was clearly a result of years of physical training. In pursuit of a decisive blow, targeting the visibly exposed muscular man offered a significantly higher success rate, and indeed, the outcome was as expected. The muscular man crumpled to the ground. Damn it! The elegantly dressed man, realizing he faced two adversaries, wasted no time in fleeing. Water clone technique. He created a water clone to entangle Kakashi while he himself melted into the crowd. "You useless lot, keep those two occupied." The elegantly dressed man barked orders as he retreated. The minions, receiving their commands, rushed forward, encircling Feiyu and Kakashi, weapons drawn and poised to strike. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches could overwhelm even a master. Feiyu remained vigilant, deftly maneuvering within the encirclement while wielding his kunai against those who dared approach, causing droplets of blood to splash forth. This approach was unsustainable. "Do you possess any wide-range ninjutsu to push them back?" Feiyu shouted to Kakashi, observing the restless enemies before him. With a sufficient number of foes, lacking effective means to subdue them would lead to dire consequences, especially as the elegantly dressed man had vanished from sight. Whether he was fleeing or lying in wait for a chance to strike remained uncertain. If it was the former, they would only face failure in their mission. If it was the latter, their situation was perilous. Should the enemy prove ruthless, indifferent to the lives of his minions. He might unleash a barrage of water-based attacks into the crowd, resulting in severe injuries or even death for both Feiyu and Kakashi. Given the combat styles of the elegantly dressed man and Kakashi, such a scenario was highly probable. I haven't learned that. Don't worry about me. Just pursue that man, Kakashi replied, engaging in a mutual attack with the water clone while remaining vigilant against the minions' ambushes, his voice steady and confident, clearly untroubled. This, perhaps, was the foundation upon which Kakashi Hatake would rise to prominence in the ninja world, displaying such prowess at a young age. Witnessing this, Feiyu hesitated no longer. He summoned his chakra, propelling himself above the crowd, pursuing the direction in which the elegantly dressed man had vanished. Navigating through the throng and observing for a moment, he unleashed a Doton, Dori Heki, creating chaos among the crowd, disrupting their formation and alleviating the pressure of the encirclement. Although Feiyu had not mastered sensory ninjutsu, he was adept at discerning the direction of the enemy's escape through subtle traces such as footprints. With a general sense of direction established, he sprinted forth. After approximately 10 minutes of pursuit without any sign of the target, he recognized the need for a change in strategy. Abruptly halting, he bit his fingertip and began forming hand seals. Boar, dog, snake, monkey, horse, ninja art, summoning technique. Slapping the ground with his right hand, an array of seals spread outward, consuming roughly 10% of his chakra. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a small cat with black and white fur materialized. Meow, speak quickly. I'm quite busy, the cat, Matwan declared with a hint of reluctance, urging Feiyu to articulate his request. TSK, you seem to have forgotten your purpose. Lounging around while I'm out here fighting for my life. Seems you've been preoccupied with feline affairs, Feiyu remarked, noting the cat's soft fur and a lingering scent of floral fragrance, a pang of envy stirring within him. Mind your own business. Matwan licked his paw, resuming his grooming. Don't you boast about chakra sensing being fundamental? Now is your moment to shine. Help me detect if there are other ninjas nearby. Humph. You need me for such trivial matters? You really are something else. And show a little respect. When seeking a cat's assistance, one must adopt the proper attitude. Matwan retorted haughtily before closing his eyes to concentrate. There's a ninja with faint blue chakra 1 kilometer to the right, and 2 more 3 kilometers behind. The distance is too great to discern specific attributes. After completing his assessment, Matwan relayed the locations of the nearby ninjas. The 2 ninjas behind were Kakashi and the one bound to the tree. It appeared Kakashi had resolved the issue with the water clone. The front must be the elegantly dressed man. Let us see where he thinks he can escape to. Without further ado, Feiyu tucked Matwan into his arms and rushed toward the identified target. At a distance of 1 kilometer, a man in splendid attire lay in wait within the underbrush, cautiously observing whether any others passed nearby, prepared to strike with lethal precision at a moment's notice. Swiftly, Feiyu darted through the woods. Matwan, has the position of the ninja ahead changed? Feiyu remained vigilant, ready to adjust to the enemy's movements. No, still in position, replied Matwan, popping his head out from Feiyu's collar, the wind tousling his fur backward. A thought flickered in Feiyu's mind. It seemed the enemy was either lying in ambush or had tucked himself away, feeling secure. With a precautionary instinct, as he neared the vicinity, he conjured a shadow clone and continued forward, while his main body stealthily approached the back of the man in splendid attire. Upon seeing Feiyu's arrival, the man immediately unleashed a water-style ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet. Instantly, torrents of water materialized around him, coalescing into a roaring water dragon that surged toward Feiyu's shadow clone. The dragon smashed through branches along its path, its power undiminished as it barreled towards its target. The shadow clone, upon witnessing the emergence of the water dragon, displayed a look of disbelief, standing frozen in place, as if struck dumb. The man in splendid attire, sensing his victory, swiftly moved to revel in his impending triumph. The water dragon, unstoppable, collided with the shadow clone, which vanished in a puff of smoke. The man's masterpiece failed to achieve the anticipated effect, his face betraying surprise. However, he quickly realized this was the unique shadow clone technique of Konoha. Just as he contemplated his next move, Feiyu, swift as lightning, delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a sturdy tree. The man felt the unforgiving hardness of the tree, suffering a second blow. How does it feel to be ambushed? Quite satisfying, I presume. Feiyu had gathered his strength and finally achieved the desired outcome. The man attempted to rise, but no matter how hard he tried, his lower limbs would not obey him. He understood too well that his spinal nerves had been severed by the force of Feiyu's kick. Although he lamented in his heart, his expression remained defiant. Even in this state, you still maintain your arrogance. I detest such underhanded tactics. They evoke unpleasant memories. Feiyu bent down and slapped the man's right cheek heavily, leaving 5 clear finger marks. Chapter 14. Chakra Conducting Metal. This fellow is akin to Danzo. Despite his opulent exterior, he harbors nothing but treachery and deceit, reaping all the benefits while leaving the burdens to others. You, the man, filled with humiliation and fury, glared at Feiyu, as if ready to rend him limb from limb. To avoid prolonged discourse, Feiyu swiftly kicked him in the back of the head, rendering him unconscious before hauling him back to the hill. Upon returning to the hill, the sight that greeted them was one of devastation. Numerous corpses littered the ground alongside bloodied footprints. It appeared the bandits of the hill had scattered, with the few who remained lying lifeless. Meow, the stench of blood is overwhelming. I shall take my leave to avoid contagion, Matuan remarked before dissipating into Feiyu's embrace without waiting for a response. Unperturbed by Matuan's disappearance, Feiyu met with Shikaku and, after discarding the man in splendid attire to the side, proceeded to drag over the individuals bound to a tree. 3 captives, including the burly man, required only one final blow to conclude their task. Feiyu prepared the temporary sealing scroll provided for the mission, intending to seal all their bodies within. The individual they had dragged over, upon hearing the sounds, surprisingly regained consciousness. But the content of his words sent chills down his spine as he writhed and indicated he had something to say. Amused, the two removed the cloth from his mouth, eager to see if any additional treasures awaited them. Esteemed gentlemen, I am innocent. I possess knowledge of the treasures within the stronghold. I implore you to spare my life. As soon as the cloth was removed, he began to plead for mercy, hastily revealing the most valuable information within his mind to prevent the two from losing patience and ending him. Oh, treasures, do elaborate. Feiyu perked up at the mention of treasure. Yes, I know where they are. I will lead you there. Seeing their interest piqued, he began to ingratiate himself. They arrived at the basement of the central courtyard, where Shikaku stood watch outside while Feiyu leaped down, immediately spotting a dazzling array of items, mostly herbs, ninja tools, and several scrolls piled in a corner. At the center of this collection lay a 2-meter-wide table, upon which rested 2 fist-sized minerals. Clearly, these were no ordinary items. Picking one up, he found it weighed similarly to common stones yet began to absorb the chakra from his palm, transferring it back through his other hand. Chakra-conducting metal. And such sizable pieces. Upon recognizing the properties of this mineral, Feiyu immediately associated it with the precious chakra-conducting metal esteemed in the ninja world, which was both costly and rare. Even a slight infusion into regular weaponry could yield excellent chakra conductivity. He eagerly examined the second piece, confirming his findings and feeling even more astonished. Did they transport an entire treasury from some nation here? The value of just these 2 minerals is immeasurable, not to mention the abundance of ninja tools surrounding them. Upon returning to the surface, Feiyu briefly explained the situation to Shikaku, who was equally awestruck. The items within are indeed treasures. We may spare your life, but we still have a report to deliver to Konoha, understand? Upon returning to the village, be forthright, and perhaps you may regain your freedom. Feiyu had acquired what he desired and fulfilled his promise. The two sorted through the items, taking what they found useful to present to the village, thereby earning a new batch of contributions. Naturally, the 2 pieces of chakra-conducting metal were divided equally between them. Both men were satisfied with the outcome of their venture, sharing laughter on their journey home, their bond growing considerably. During this time, the man in splendid attire regained consciousness several times, but before he could speak again, Feiyu would swiftly knock him out once more. The intervals between his awakenings grew longer, leaving uncertainty about the condition of his mind. However, this mattered little to Feiyu. The mission did not require him to be alive, and bringing him back was merely to leverage his identity as a prominent figure, potentially leading to a ransom that could be shared. 2 days later, the pair returned to Konoha, promptly delivering the mission log, the captive, and the assorted spoils to the mission office staff before returning to their respective homes, agreeing to assist each other should the need arise in the future. The contributions and rewards for the mission would take around a day to process. as the staff needed to verify the completion of the task and assess the value of the acquired items. In the Konoha interrogation department, the man in splendid attire and his subordinates were bound tightly to a chair, facing the department head, Yamashiro Katsuhiko, the current leader of the Yamashiro clan. "What is your purpose in the Land of Fire?" The staff member tasked with recording began the inquiry. "Humph." The man turned his head, refusing to respond, while his subordinates, under the man's pressure, dared not speak, resulting in an awkward silence. The staff member cast a difficult glance at Yamashiro Katsuhiko, awaiting his superior's directive. "In that case, allow me," Yamashiro said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Mind-reading technique. He placed his left hand upon the man's head, forming seals with his right hand to activate the unique interrogation technique of the Yamashiro clan. As the consciousness of Yamanaka Katsuhiko reached the surface of the mind of the elegantly attired man, he discovered that the brain was enshrouded in numerous restrictions. Any attempt to forcefully breach these barriers could potentially inflict significant harm upon the recipient of the jutsu, possibly leading to severe cognitive impairment. Faced with such a predicament, Katsuhiko refrained from acting recklessly and turned his attention to another individual, where he similarly employed his secret arts. This time, he effortlessly infiltrated the depths of the person's memory space. Although portions of the memories were ensnared by restrictions, it did not impede his comprehension of other information. "A vagabond ninja from the Smoke Ninja Village?" Katsuhiko mused, as he observed not only the man's background, but also the astonishing gains achieved by Feiyu and Hatake Sakumo during their mission. To put it mildly, the sheer quantity of ninja tools and medicinal herbs was enough to rival the collection of a small clan. Moreover, there existed even more valuable chakra-conducting metal, truly priceless in nature. This revelation ignited a fervor within him. As the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, he needed to secure a prominent position within the village while also contemplating the advancement of his family. The most crucial factor for the growth of a clan is its strength. The Senju and Uchiha clans, aside from their formidable prowess, each possess a legacy of ninja tools that can be traced back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans barely maintain parity with the great noble families solely through the synergy of their clans' secret ninjutsu. Should they unveil an array of powerful ninja tools, the Yamanaka clan would not only elevate their status among the three clans, but also enhance their influence within the village. With several generations of conscientious development, it would not be impossible for them to rise to the stature of the Hyuga clan. With this thought, Katsuhiko's heart burned with ambition. The hope for the Yamanaka clan's ascendance lay before him, and how could this not excite him? Chapter 15. Conspiracy. Though the Hatake family had gradually integrated into Konoha and no longer considered themselves a separate clan, the elder ninjas had not all perished, and their cohesion remained intact, making them difficult to provoke. However, what right did a powerless commoner like Feiyu have to possess such treasures? Katsuhiko immediately set his sights on Feiyu. He visited the home of Hokage advisor Mito Minyin, specifically to report to him. As a senior official in the interrogation department, Katsuhiko could not bypass Mito Minyin. He decided to be forthright, expressing that wealth should be shared among all. He did not doubt that Mito Minyin would consider his own family's interests. Indeed, upon hearing Katsuhiko mention the chakra-conducting metal the size of a basin, Mito Minyin's eyes gleamed with excitement, though he managed to suppress his enthusiasm in front of his subordinates. "Is it true? There really is that much chakra-conducting metal?" Mito Minyin asked repeatedly, realizing that this was an opportunity for personal gain and needing to carefully contemplate its worth. "Of course. I accessed the memories through our clan's secret technique. I assure you, there is no mistake," Katsuhiko confidently replied, brimming with faith in his clan's abilities. "Very well. Then hurry and find that boy to obtain the item before the night stretches on," Mito Minyin instructed. "I will alter the mission records on my end and ensure that relevant personnel's testimonies are safeguarded to prevent any discerning eyes from uncovering the truth." Satisfied with the response, Mito Minyin sprang into action. "I will go at once. I leave the rest to you." Katsuhiko nodded in agreement. That evening, as Feiyu prepared to undertake a set of leg strength training during his rest, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a middle-aged man clad in a green ninja vest with yellow hair, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Are you Feiyu?" the middle-aged man inquired. It was Katsuhiko, who had rushed to deliver Feiyu's mission rewards after completing the task. "Yes, may I ask who is seeking me?" Feiyu stood at the threshold, unmoved. I am Yamanaka Katsuhiko. I have come to inform you that the rewards for the mission you submitted this morning have been calculated, and I brought them for you. Katsuhiko said with a warm smile. Oh, so soon? I did not realize it was the clan leader of the Yamanaka clan. Please, come in. Upon learning of his visitor's identity and purpose, Feiyu welcomed him with a bright smile and ushered him into the room. As Katsuhiko entered, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the sparse furnishings that could be described as a bare abode. The previous furniture had sustained significant damage during the last attack, and having been away from home for an extended period, Feiyu had discarded many impractical items, repurposing his former bedroom into a training space. Feiyu now spent his days resting only to indulge in training, wasting no time. Please excuse the disarray. Feiyu gestured for Katsuhiko to sit on the bed, initiating conversation. Here, this is the reward for your recent mission. You simply need to sign on this document. Katsuhiko, discerning Feiyu's intentions, produced the copper coins and contribution certificate obtained from the mission. After receiving them, Feiyu promptly signed his name in the designated area. Secured at last. Subsequently, Katsuhiko engaged in conversation about the details of the previous mission, feigning concern. Feiyu found this peculiar. Their interactions had been limited prior, and Katsuhiko's demeanor, resembling that of a concerned elder toward a junior, heightened Feiyu's wariness, prompting him to remain silent and merely observe his performance. Indeed, as Katsuhiko received no response, he grew awkward, abandoning his pretense to address the matter directly. I heard from the subordinates of the interrogation department that you acquired a piece of chakra-conducting metal during this mission? Katsuhiko inquired directly. Realization dawned on Feiyu. It became evident why Katsuhiko had taken such interest and why the mission settlement was so expedited, even delivering it personally. There was an ulterior motive behind his visit. Indeed, the weasel offered the chicken a New Year greeting, harboring ill intent. Feiyu's smile faded as he began to analyze the implications of this encounter. It was evident that Katsuhiko was intent on acquiring the chakra-conducting metal. Otherwise, he would not have made the effort to come in person. If he were to refuse outright, word would spread, leading to an influx of others seeking to take advantage of him. Should he encounter a more aggressive individual, they might resort to forceful acquisition. Given Feiyu's current strength and status, he would be powerless to resist. On one hand, he regretted not having eliminated the interrogated individual at the time. The consequences of mercy now left him cornered and oppressed. On the other hand, he felt indignation at his own inadequacy, lamenting his vulnerability to exploitation. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved that it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to rid himself of this hot potato, seeking to exchange it with Katsuhiko for something beneficial to himself. Elevating his own strength was paramount. Once he achieved a certain level, he could reclaim what he had lost. Noticing the myriad of emotions flickering across Feiyu's face, Katsuhiko understood that the youth was grappling with internal conflict. After all, it was natural for a young person to feel discomfort in the face of adversity. Just as he contemplated whether to exert some authority to help the boy confront reality, Feiyu spoke up. I do not require the village's compensation, but I have heard that the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan possess a wealth of medicinal herbs, effectively supplying 80% of the village's resources. I am currently in need of a significant quantity of herbs. Might it be possible to negotiate an exchange with the Yamanaka clan? Katsuhiko was taken aback, not expecting such a proposition. Instead of offering the chakra-conducting metal to the village, Feiyu sought to barter with the Yamanaka clan directly. As the clan leader, Katsuhiko should have felt elated. This would allow him to bypass the village and acquire the item directly. However, prior to his visit, he had consulted with Mito Minyin, detailing the distribution of subsequent benefits. Consequently, Katsuhiko felt that a portion of what he deserved was being forcibly taken from him, leading to understandable frustration. Moreover, if an exchange is conducted directly with Feiyu, would Mito Minyin suspect ulterior motives, thus rendering the transaction counterproductive? No, it would be more secure to trade through the village. Besides, our clan cannot produce such precious medicinal herbs in one go. Yamamoto Masahiko repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. It is acceptable if we cannot provide them all at once. We can negotiate a timeline over several years. Surely, as the clan leader, you would not be ungrateful? Feiyu pressed Yamamoto Masahiko against the wall, implying that failing to show gratitude would be rather unwise. Moreover, Feiyu was not naive. The compensation from the village might not be substantial. One should not take politicians' promises at face value. True benefits are only realized when secured, and the illusory compensation depends on the whims of the village's upper echelons. From the perspective of supply and demand, items that were once highly coveted are now being ruthlessly undervalued, making the deal unprofitable. If the resources were directly given to the Yamamoto clan, they would have to express gratitude, regardless of any subsequent underhanded actions from the higher-ups in Konoha. And Feiyu had not forgotten that Danzo lurked in the shadows. Well then, with matters at this juncture, Yamamoto Masahiko had no choice but to concede, reluctantly acknowledging a debt of gratitude without receiving the rightful benefits, which only deepened his frustration. Chapter 16. The resurgence of the First Shinobi World War. After bidding farewell to Yamamoto Masahiko, Feiyu felt an intensified urgency to grow stronger. This incident profoundly impressed upon him that without commensurate strength or status, even hard-won advantages could easily slip away. In terms of status, Feiyu was merely a common ninja. Devoid of any ancestral backing, he could only rely on his own strength. Initially, he had planned to train his leg muscles and then rest, but he completely dismissed that notion. He resolved to compress his rest time to an absolute minimum, dedicating himself to continuous training. Before the ninja tools store closed, he hurried inside to purchase a substantial amount of weighted gear to augment the strain on his legs and feet, vowing never to remove it unless faced with life or death. One must push themselves to discover their true potential. Furthermore, Yamamoto Masahiko unintentionally revealed a critical piece of information. A large-scale war was imminent with Kumogakure, likely ignited by the death of Uchiha Kagami. Although Konoha emerged victorious in the First Shinobi World War, the specifics of casualties remained nebulous, compelling Feiyu to exercise greater caution. A month swiftly passed, during which Feiyu intermittently undertook various missions to eradicate banditry. Throughout these endeavors, he often scavenged the treasures of bandits, hoping for a repeat of his previous overnight fortune. Yet, it seemed that fortune had abandoned him, as the bandits' lairs yielded nothing but worthless odds and ends. On this particular day, upon returning from a mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally resolved to wage war against Kumogakure, delivering an impassioned speech in front of the Hokage building. Clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the throng of villagers and ninjas below with fervor. The third raikage of Kumogakure, in blatant disregard of the alliance treaty signed with Konoha, has unjustly slain 13 elite ninjas, including Uchiha Kagami. Such an act is intolerable. This flagrant violation has severely undermined the interests of the Land of Fire, endangering the safety of its citizens. Therefore, I have decided to personally lead Konoha's ninjas to confront Kumogakure. Yes, confront Kumogakure. Confront Kumogakure. The villagers erupted with excitement, fervently echoing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rallying cry, as if they could immediately rend Kumogakure asunder, their enthusiasm soaring to the heavens. Feiyu stood aside, quietly observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance and the expressions of those around him. He could not help but admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. Truly, he was worthy of being the successor of the Will of Fire, effortlessly galvanizing the populace, a feat that Feiyu himself could not replicate. Subsequently, a call to arms was issued for both elite and lower-ranking ninjas who would form the vanguard, heading to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the Land of Frost. The battlefield was predetermined to be in the Land of Frost, where key elite ninjas would be dispatched to seize advantageous terrain. Lower-ranking ninjas, the majority among Konoha's forces, would be responsible for various logistical tasks, such as constructing outposts, setting traps, and altering the landscape. Meanwhile, the Chunin were tasked with swiftly eliminating rogue ninjas and bandits within the Land of Fire, as well as driving away wandering ninjas, so they could also join the fight when the battle ignited at the front lines. As a Chunin, Feiyu had no time for rest, and was immediately dispatched towards the Land of Rivers to clear out rogue ninjas along the way. Coincidentally, he was teamed up with the fellow Chunin, Hatake Sakomo, while another teammate was a burly and wide-eyed genin. The three formed a squad to execute their mission. After the mission center's staff introduced them, Feiyu learned that this genin had been shunned by various teams for lacking ninjutsu skills, relegating him to participate in these perilous yet low-skill tasks at the rear. "Sakomo, what is that you are carrying on your back?" Feiyu inquired curiously, noticing the leather pouch slung over Sakomo's shoulder. "Oh, this? It's a custom-made chakra short blade." Hatake Sakomo opened the pouch to reveal a gleaming short dagger. Brandishing it proudly, admiring the dagger's lustrous metallic sheen, Feiyu felt a pang of envy. Was this the legendary White Fang that would later command respect in the ninja world? By the way, why haven't you fashioned a suitable weapon from the items you acquired last time to enhance your strength? Sakumo questioned, puzzled by Feiyu's minimalist approach, as he only carried a standard ninja tool pouch. Don't mention it. Someone had their eye on it, and it was taken from me. Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, engaging in casual conversation with Sakumo while noticing their other teammates' flustered demeanor, prompting him to reach out. What do we call you, young man? Me? I'm Might Dai, Senior. Please take care of me. Might Dai responded, visibly surprised, bowing earnestly. Might Dai? Feiyu's interest piqued. He recognized him as a formidable individual. Judging by Dai's fresh-faced demeanor, it was evident he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, likely having been held back several grades. In the team, he seemed to lack presence, akin to a mere shadow. Hello. No need for such formality. Just call me Feiyu. This is Hatake Sakumo, Feiyu greeted warmly. Sakumo nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of any condescension typically displayed by Chunin towards Chunin. After their pleasantries, the mission center designated them a task to uproot a gathering point of rogue ninjas. The mission was straightforward: ascertain why these rogue ninjas had assembled without cause, whether there were hidden motives, and either disperse or eliminate them. As they reviewed the mission briefing, the trio furrowed their brows. Given that it was a gathering point for rogue ninjas, the number of rogues present was indeterminate, and many more might be en route. Completing this task with only their small squad would be exceedingly challenging, particularly with the freshly graduated Might Dai among them. After some interaction with the mission center staff, they received a resigned response. All missions had been assessed, and whichever team was assigned a task was mandated to fulfill it without the option to decline. With no other recourse, the trio resigned themselves to attempting the task, wondering which misguided evaluator had deemed them fit for such an arduous assignment. It was truly a case of pushing the limits of endurance. Has he set out? Danzo inquired from the base of route, addressing the empty hall. Lord Danzo, the target has already departed. A figure suddenly emerged in the hall, respectfully kneeling before Danzo. Will this mission certainly lead to his demise? Danzo's single eye smoldered with rage as he fixed his gaze intently on the figure. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, this mission involves the eradication of roots, and the assessment indicates that only a squad of 3 elite jonin can accomplish it. Excellent, excellent. Since you have offered me your eyes as a tribute, Danzo muttered to himself as he turned away, dismissing the notion that a mere commoner could possess any formidable strength. In his prime, Danzo was intoxicated by the pleasures of power, but before he could fully savor it, he lost his left eye. Throughout these past months, every jolt of pain from his left eye fueled his desire for vengeance against Feiyu, and now, as the village prepared for war with the hidden Cloud Village, all eyes would be on the impending conflict. As a pawn who had already been exploited, it was time for him to meet his demise. This would allow him to conceal his actions while avenging his lost sight, achieving 2 objectives at once. Chapter 17. The village of smoke ninjas. Feiyu and his companions approached the vicinity of their target, refraining from any rash actions and instead opting to observe the surroundings. After a day of surveillance, they noted that around 20 individuals had entered and exited the area, with an additional 3 arriving that very day. The longer they delayed, the greater the number of individuals would become. Decisive action was imperative. We must devise a plan for tonight, Feiyu declared solemnly. We can take advantage of the newly arrived wandering ninjas, ascertain the reasons for their gathering, and tailor our approach accordingly, analyzed Shikamaru. That makes sense. Might Guy concurred. Very well, let us observe the newcomers tomorrow and inquire about their intentions. After concluding their discussion, the trio dispersed to establish a temporary encampment shaped like 8, lying in wait for the newcomers to return. As noon approached, a young man clad in ragged clothes approached from behind Feiyu, his body smeared with blood, resembling someone who had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. Upon spotting their encampment, his face lit up with joy. Feiyu silently lay in ambush, and as the young man passed by, he lunged forward, covering the youth's mouth and nose with his left hand while striking the back of his head with his right, knocking him unconscious. He then slowly dragged the young man to the location discussed by the trio the previous day. After signaling Shikamaru and Might Guy, indicating he had captured a live one, the 2 swiftly arrived at Feiyu's side. With a splash, Might Guy poured a bucket of water over the young man's head. The cold water jolted him awake, and he sat up abruptly, but his arms were bound, rendering him unable to escape despite his frantic struggles. Upon regaining his senses, he looked up at the three figures towering over him, the white-haired leader speaking first. Who are you? What brings you here? Humph. I should be asking you the same. Why did you attack me and bring me here? What do you want from me? The young man demanded fiercely. We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. You wandering ninjas have gathered here for a reason. What is your scheme? Speak, Feiyu said, gripping the young man's hair and lifting him to meet his gaze. What wandering ninjas? We are from the village of Smoke Ninjas, and we have business in your fire country. Release me at once, or you shall face the wrath of our village leader. The young man retorted with indignation. You frighten me. The village of Smoke? I have never heard of it. Where is your so-called leader? I wish to see how formidable they truly are. Feiyu scoffed, having only heard of the 5 great ninja villages and a few others. Dismissing the existence of the village of Smoke. You, how dare you? The young man's face flushed with rage at the perceived insult to his village, which he had always regarded as home. Mike Guy, unaware of the potential implications, remained unfazed, but Shikamaru understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly nudged Feiyu, signaling him to step aside for a moment. What is it? Feiyu asked, turning in surprise. It might be best to refrain from making such comments, as insulting a village leader can have serious repercussions, Shikamaru cautioned. Please. A village with just a few ninjas has a leader? What is there to fear? Feiyu replied dismissively, regarding Shikamaru as overly cautious. That is not the case. The village of Smoke possesses formidable jonin, and their numbers are considerable. Only a notch below the village of Grass, Shikamaru reiterated, noting Feiyu's indifference. Feiyu was taken aback. If they were merely slightly weaker than the village of Grass, it implied a substantial number of jonin present. Yet, why had he never heard of the village of Smoke before crossing over? The ninja world was indeed full of hidden talents, with new villages and formidable figures emerging from the shadows. Caution was warranted. Now that we are aware of our target's identity, we simply need to discern their motives in order to formulate a tactical plan, Shikamaru stated, satisfied that Feiyu was taking the matter seriously before turning his attention back to the young man. Very well, I shall take on the role of interrogator. Feiyu volunteered. The three approached the young man, and Feiyu crouched down, locking eyes with him. What is the purpose of your gathering in the fire country? Speak. What purpose? Why should I tell you? Even if you kill me, I will never betray my comrades. You will witness the resolve of the village of Smoke today? The young man proclaimed defiantly, his drenched and bloodied attire adding an element of absurdity to his bravado. Such spirit. I hope you maintain that spirit through the night. Feiyu replied, unfazed, as he turned to gather some grass and fashioned a makeshift tickler. Removing the young man's shoes, he gestured playfully. Why are you taking off my shoes? If you wish to interrogate me, just do so. The young man protested. You will understand shortly. Feiyu replied, not lifting his gaze, while the other two watched nearby. Lacking specialized interrogation techniques, Feiyu resorted to this method, using the tickler to gently graze the young man's soles. No, please. Stop. The young man cried out, desperately attempting to retreat, but his bindings thwarted his efforts. Thus, the interrogation dragged on from noon until night, employing various instruments, transitioning from loud cries to feeble responses. Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to divulge any information. Just as Feiyu and his companions were prepared to concede defeat, the young man finally spoke. Enough. I will speak. The young man's voice was now exhausted. Lacking the strength to project himself, he was terrified that Feiyu might produce more peculiar devices to torment him, and he was left with little energy to breathe. Feiyu, elated, was joined by a now alert Mike Guy, who had been on the verge of dozing off. 10 days ago, our village of Smoke was attacked by a group of unknown assailants. The jonin within our village were no match for them, and we had no choice but to scatter in order to survive. I, unfortunately, encountered a group of ambushers lurking nearby and managed to escape thanks to the cover provided by my comrades. I utilized our village's specially crafted tracking smoke to locate this gathering point of allies. Only the higher-ups in our village possess such smoke, and we had previously agreed to meet here in the Fire Country to gather before our leader negotiates with your Hokage for assistance in restoring our village. I have no qualms about sharing this information now. Chapter 18. Poisoning Smoke? Why haven't I detected it? Mike Guy inquired, perplexed. This is a special smoke from our village. Only those who have been exposed to it for years can develop the sensitivity to sense it. Any ninja from our village can detect it within a 10-kilometer radius. The young man explained. After hearing the young man's account, the trio engaged in a discussion. Although his arguments were well-reasoned, one should not place complete trust in them. It would be prudent to first incapacitate those within before engaging in discussions with their superiors, thus mitigating personal risk. Should his claims prove true, we can devise a plan accordingly, remarked Feiyu. That makes sense, echoed Hatake Sakumo in agreement. The inconspicuous Mado Dai remained silent, fully compliant with the directives of the two Chunin, executing their commands without question. After expressing his thoughts, Feiyu retrieved a small porcelain vial, no larger than a thumb, from his ninja tool pouch. This vial contained a potent toxin derived from snake venom. When mixed with water and consumed, it would induce paralysis throughout the body within the span of a mere incense stick burning. The acquisition of this vial had required considerable effort, as most contemporary ninjas tended to disregard the use of poisons, thus rendering them unsuspecting. As a time traveler, Feiyu was aware that the future leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo, would master the art of poison, earning the moniker of demonic salamander due to his formidable prowess. Therefore, until one's strength reached cataclysmic levels, employing poison against a large contingent of foes was an exceptionally effective strategy. Feiyu divided the contents into 3 portions, distributing them to his companions. Introduce this toxin into their usual water source. Once they have consumed the poisoned water, we shall make our move. Understood, they replied, promptly springing into action. Feiyu, too, remained vigilant, adding the toxin to a nearby water pool, stirring it slightly to ensure proper dissolution, and then taking cover to await the arrival of the Hidden Smoke Village's residents to fetch water. He remained observant, gauging whether they would detect anything amiss, ready to intervene if necessary. An hour later, a group of ninjas arrived, each carrying various vessels, showing no hesitation as they began to draw water. I'm parched. Let me take a sip first, exclaimed a short, portly man, eagerly scooping some water and drinking it down. Feiyu watched in trepidation, apprehensive about the outcome of his first poisoning attempt. He had not tested the water himself, only using small animals for preliminary trials, and was uncertain if the tainted water would possess any peculiar taste. The short man smacked his lips, drinking to his heart's content before beginning to fill his vessel. No abnormalities were detected during this process, allowing Feiyu, who observed from a distance, to gradually ease his concerns. Once the group departed, he waited a moment longer before returning to the designated meeting point with his 2 companions. Let us proceed in a quarter of an hour, Feiyu declared upon reaching the base, prompting no objections from the others. After a brief cleanup of their tracks, they bound the young man to a tree and set off. The short man poured the remaining water into the communal supply, as the ninjas from the Hidden Smoke Village were well aware that this was the designated time for water retrieval, gathering in anticipation of their turn. Having completed his task, the short man returned home, collapsing onto his bed, never to rise again. His muscles betrayed him, rendering him incapable of movement, and even the urge to call for help became futile, as the muscles required for speech lay beyond his control. In this eerie atmosphere, a series of shouts echoed through the village. Ajay, what's wrong? Speak to me. Guangjia, don't scare me. Why aren't you moving? Some villagers, having fetched water, did not drink immediately, leading to those who had consumed the tainted water lying still and unresponsive, despite frantic calls from their family members. As the cries grew more frantic, the entire encampment erupted in chaos. Let us go see what is happening, an elegantly dressed elder commanded, seated regally, addressing the 2 ninjas standing guard nearby. Yes, one of them replied, approaching the door and preparing to exit. A shuriken, however, was stealthily pressed against his neck, mere inches from his throat, forcing him to retreat slowly into the room. The shuriken's wielder, followed closely by 2 other ninjas, swiftly entered and closed the door behind them. Who are you? The elder inquired, startled by the sudden intrusion. Huh? You arrive on our territory, yet inquire about our identities? Don't you find that amusing, elder? Feiyu replied with a smirk. You are ninjas from the Leaf Village? Perfect. You can deliver a message for me. I wish to meet your Hokage, the elder declared, adopting an air of superiority. Feiyu and his companions exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Haha, do you think our Hokage meets with just anyone? To have us relay your message would be quite embarrassing, Feiyu said, approaching with deliberate calmness. You dare call us just anyone? Let me inform you that I am Koseda Yusuker, the elder of the Hidden Smoke Village. I command you to convey my message to the Hokage immediately. The elder's anger flared, and used to being treated with such disdain after a lifetime of authority in the hidden smoke village. Oh, an elder, how terrifying. Feiyu feigned fear, moving closer to the elder while Sakumo and Mado Dai restrained the elder's guards. You. The elder pointed at Feiyu, trembling with rage. Seizing the elder's outstretched arm, Feiyu hoisted him up and took his place at the head of the table. How dare you? The elder seethed, left standing alone, powerless against the situation. Now what business do you have with our Hokage? When one seeks assistance, they ought to adopt an appropriate demeanor, Feiyu remarked, crossing his legs. Amused by the elder's fury, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. I shall unleash the 300 brothers lying in ambush outside to eliminate your treacherous ilk. Feiyu stated with sincerity. The elder, stunned by the revelation of an external force, quickly disregarded his dignity, grasping Feiyu's arm in desperation. Ninjas of the Leaf. Let us discuss this. My previous attitude was unacceptable. Please forgive me. If only you had taken this approach sooner, perhaps we would not be in this predicament. Feiyu huffed, turning away to sit once more. Yes, you are right, the elder replied, suppressing his anger and attempting to placate Feiyu with forced smiles. Feiyu observed the expressions beneath the elder's facade, unconcerned, for he knew that in the grand narrative of the Naruto saga, the hidden smoke village was hardly worthy of mention, ranking below even the sound village created by Orochimaru. Recognizing this, he felt indifferent to the village's potential demise. Chapter 19. The history of the Hidden Smoke Village. Our Hidden Smoke Village lies to the west of the Land of Waves, adjacent to the Land of Rice. We primarily sustain ourselves through missions contracted from the Land of Rice. While our village isn't particularly wealthy, we are not impoverished either. As most households here are of moderate means, Elder Kosede Yusuke began to explain. However, a month ago, our village was suddenly attacked. All the villagers were subjected to a mysterious illusion technique, allowing the assailants to ruthlessly slaughter many of our ninjas, and even ordinary villagers were brutally murdered. It was only when A.J. Neen returned from an external mission that he recognized something was amiss and roused us from our stupor. Wait, how did he awaken you? Feiyu interjected, interrupting the elder's narrative. The elder hesitated, his expression revealing discomfort. This method is a closely guarded secret of the Hidden Smoke Village, not to be disclosed lightly to outsiders. However, seeing Feiyu's increasingly grim visage, he could not hold back, retrieving a pouch of yellow-brown powder from his pocket. This is a specially formulated smoke. Our ninjas have long been accustomed to smoke, and when combined with this particular blend, it can disrupt chakra, he explained. Handing it to Feiyu. Feiyu reached into the pouch, pinching a small amount and bringing it to his nose, detecting a uniquely pungent aroma. Desiring once more to extend his tongue and taste, he ultimately relinquished that notion, for he found himself amidst adversaries, confronting an elderly man whose demeanor was anything but trustworthy. You continue. Feiyu tossed a bag to Sakumo Hatake, signaling the old man to proceed with his tale. The elder, observing their casual disregard for his status, suppressed his dissatisfaction and resumed his narrative. Upon awakening, we resolutely engaged in battle, striving to expel the enemy. However, they proved overwhelmingly formidable. Their summoned beasts could unleash sound wave attacks from afar, ensnaring those affected in illusions, and extricating oneself from such illusions was no simple task. Thus, we were compelled to abandon the village and scatter in flight. Some fled toward the Land of Rice, while we sought refuge within the borders of the Fire Nation, establishing a stronghold to summon our fellow villagers. Gathering here? Have you informed us in Konoha? Do you think you can do as you please within our Fire Nation? Do you presume this is your home? Feiyu scoffed, bombarding him with inquiries. Hence, I beseech you to relay our plight to the Hokage, imploring his assistance in the restoration of our village. Feiyu exchanged glances with his companions. The dark-faced man had concluded his performance, and it was now time for the one with the lighter demeanor to take center stage. Sakumo Hatake inquired, Elder Koza, please do not rush. I shall convey your request to Lord Hokage. Since you intend to employ Konoha's ninjas, may I ask what compensation you are prepared to offer? Compensation? The elder appeared bewildered, entirely unprepared for the notion that Konoha would require payment for assistance. In the era of the first Hokage, peace and mutual aid were well-known tenets among the ninja world. Surely, his successor must uphold that legacy. The idea of compensation had never crossed his mind. What? Do you seek to exploit us? How can we assist you without compensation? Feiyu retorted loudly. Exploit? The elder was momentarily taken aback by the term, but quickly regained his composure to clarify. After the war, we could offer 30% of our village's wealth. Humph, 30% of your wealth? Who knows where your riches are hidden? You could stash them in some obscure corner, and we would be none the wiser. Moreover, your village has been decimated. What wealth remains? Feiyu dismissed him with disdain. What about the task orders from the land of rice? The elder pondered deeply, finally recalling something of significance to the major ninja villages. Task orders? If your village is no more, those orders can only be obtained from us in Konoha. Do you expect to use our resources to hire us? How naive. Feiyu mocked. Then what of our village's friendship? What is friendship? Can it be consumed? Does your village possess a deity of ninjas or exquisite beauties? What value does your friendship hold? What do you propose to offer that would satisfy us? The elder, incensed by Feiyu's belittlement of his offers, decided to shift the blame onto them. Well, your village's unique ninjutsu does hold some merit. It could be considered as a form of compensation. If you agree, we will relay your requests to Lord Hokage, and a designated individual will discuss further demands with you. How does that sound? Sakumo Hatake suggested. Very well. The elder's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Given this, please send a representative who can speak on your behalf to accompany us. As Sakumo Hatake spoke, he and Might Guy released the two guards, and together with Feiyu, they began to exit. The two guards, freed from their bonds, swiftly approached the elder. Kneeling on one knee, prepared for punishment. The elder raised his hand, signaling them to rise, and then followed Feiyu and his companions outside. Upon reaching the exterior, they encountered a throng of individuals, their gazes brimming with anger and fear. Unaware that their families had been ambushed, they seethed with righteous indignation. Who are you? Did you harm my brother? What have you done to my father? How dare you lay hands on my uncle? The crowd clamored, and some more radical individuals returned home to retrieve weapons, ready to mete out violent retribution. Enough, the elder bellowed, silencing the crowd, though their eyes remained fixed on Feiyu and his companions. You see, could you provide me with an antidote to help the villagers and ninjas recover? The elder cautiously adjusted his tone. Humph, that is more like it. Speak again, and I'll have your tongue severed. For your sake, take this and consume it. Feiyu retorted tersely, tossing a small vial to the elder. The elder fumbled to catch it, expressing his gratitude profusely, and summoned the two guards to assist. One of them took the item and swiftly departed to attend to the matter. This guard has long been by my side and can fully represent me in negotiations. He shall accompany you back to Konoha. The elder gestured toward the remaining guard. The guard raised his head, surprised by the elder's words. But soon comprehension dawned upon him, and he respectfully bowed to the trio, taking his place at the rear of the group. Well, time is of the essence. Let us depart. Feiyu assessed the guard with a nod before leading the way out of the encampment. As they reached the center of the village, individuals with fierce expressions emerged from the buildings, glaring at them menacingly. Chapter 20. The ambush. Feiyu raised his gaze, noticing their hostile stares, seemingly unfazed, and spat on the ground, his contempt unmistakable, ignoring them as he continued his brisk stride. Meanwhile, Sakumo Hatake and Might Guy drew their weapons, remaining vigilant against potential conflict from the surrounding crowd. Contrary to their expectations, the occupants of the buildings, though fierce in their gazes, refrained from taking further action, allowing the three to reach the village gate unscathed. Just as Feiyu was about to step out, on the cusp of escaping enemy territory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shurikens and kunai rained down upon him from all directions, piercing him like a porcupine before he could react. The guard at the back let out a roar, delivering a powerful blow to Sakumo Hatake's spine, the force of which caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Sakumo's body crumpled, his lower half lunging forward while his upper half leaned back, collapsing in a heap. This sudden assault had been anticipated by the elder, who shouted, "Kill both of them and capture that thick-browed lad." The villagers within the building, receiving the command, poured out, advancing toward Feiyu and Sakumo, armed with shurikens and kitchen knives. Even the disabled wielding crutches and shouting in fury, ready to unleash their pent-up rage upon the two. Bang! Bang! The bodies of Feiyu and Sakumo, overwhelmed by the onslaught, erupted into smoke, revealing them to be mere shadow clones. In the ensuing chaos, Might Guy seized the opportunity amid the smoke, leaping ahead of the guard's assault and shouting, "Release!" Instantly, kunai embedded with explosive tags shot out from the surrounding trees, accompanied by a flurry of wasp nests and other unidentified projectiles. Boom. The villagers who had just emerged faced the brunt of the explosive assault, blood erupting from their mouths and staining the ground. Feiyu and Tsukumo, having triggered all traps, regrouped with Might Guy, observing the unfolding scene from a nearby tree. Many of the ninjas from the hidden village of the rice were frantically swinging their weapons to deflect the kunai, but their efforts were futile, only resulting in further injury to their own comrades. The anger of the villagers, fueled by the unwarranted attack and the accumulated suffering they had endured, erupted uncontrollably, and they began to retaliate like wild animals. Upon witnessing the scene, Feiyu hurled a considerable number of smoke bombs into the fray, enveloping the area in a dense white fog that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. He intermittently launched shurikens from the periphery, launching surprise attacks on those within. The individuals inside, sensing an assault, mistakenly believed that Feiyu and his companions had infiltrated amidst the smoke, prompting them to wield their weapons out of self-preservation. This misapprehension led to a chaotic uproar, as everyone around shared the same thought. Cease this at once. The Grand Elder, positioned at the entrance of the previous room, observed the tumultuous scene with keen eyes and promptly sought to quell the chaos. Two guards, upon hearing the Grand Elder's command, swiftly moved to his side, fulfilling their protective duties. However, the rest of the crowd was less compliant, having finally found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. They swung their weapons with abandon until their bodies gradually succumbed to fatigue, displaying symptoms akin to the earlier muscular weakness. "Ah, my hands!" a round-faced ninja exclaimed, panic evident as he struggled to feel his own limbs. With this outcry, others began to exhibit similar symptoms, leading to a mass collapse on the ground. Some were trapped beneath others, unable to vocalize their distress due to the paralysis of their throat muscles, resulting in dire consequences. What is happening? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this bizarre occurrence. The individuals who had ingested the poisoned water were still inside, and he had not seen the precise circumstances. Now, the sudden onset of symptoms appeared exceedingly peculiar, leaving him at a loss. "My lord, it is the poison used by that Konoha ninja. It has recurred." A guard who prepared the antidote whispered urgently in the Grand Elder's ear. "Oh, then fetch the antidote at once and administer it." The Grand Elder was infuriated. Had he not instructed them to give the antidote to everyone? To him, it seemed a complete failure of duty on their part. "They have already taken the antidote," the guard explained bitterly. How could this be? The Grand Elder's suspicions arose. If they had consumed the antidote, why did they still suffer? Just as he began to inquire further, Feiyu and his companions reappeared at the village gate, causing the few unaffected ninjas nearby to retreat in fear. "Haha, weren't you all quite arrogant just a moment ago? Did you enjoy that little skirmish? Why the sudden pretense of weakness now?" Feiyu chuckled at the sight. "Truly laughable. Still trying to play for time with me? I am your forebear. Those antidotes I provided were merely temporary measures to suppress the toxin." He approached the Grand Elder with a grin, appraising him from head to toe. The two guards prepared to act, but fell to their demise under the combined assault of Kakashi and Might Guy. "You." The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson, his lips quivering. Rendered speechless. "Let us wrap this up quickly. We don't want any complications," Kakashi suggested. "Very well." Feiyu nodded. He had hoped to extract something of value. But since Kakashi had spoken, he acquiesced. After all, the first rule of the ninja manual is to complete the mission. Kakashi and Might Guy, upon receiving Feiyu's nod, immediately commenced the elimination of potential witnesses, systematically killing all 170 individuals inside and sealing their bodies in scrolls. The Grand Elder, witnessing their actions, felt his vision narrow with rage and was about to retaliate when Feiyu preemptively dispatched him. The unfortunate Grand Elder, who had spent 20 years ascending to his position, was slaughtered with the ease of killing a chicken. After ensuring all potential threats were neutralized, the trio made their way to the central hearth of the village, where they observed the fire burning relentlessly. Feiyu pondered aloud. This must be the Smoke Ninja Village, the place where smoke signals are produced for communication. Seeing this, Might Guy fetched a bucket of water from a nearby tank and extinguished the flames. With a hiss, white vapor rose, and once the flames were completely doused, the three began to scavenge the battlefield. Feiyu reached into the hearth, retrieving several pieces of charcoal to study later. The potential of unknown forces is boundless. One can never know what may prove useful. Collecting oddities is undoubtedly prudent, as they may serve as invaluable tools in the future. Chapter 21. Training. After the trio successfully dismantled the camp, they returned to the village, submitted their mission logs, and then returned home, awaiting the next summons. Upon arriving home, Feiyu immediately created 2 shadow clones and sent them to his original bedroom. One clone continued practicing the formation of the Rasengan, while the other began studying the techniques for utilizing the big ball Rasengan. Though the big ball Rasengan may appear merely larger than the ordinary Rasengan, the intricacies involved are vastly different. The regular Rasengan merely requires the concentration of a chakra sphere in the palm, given that it draws mainly from the body's foundation and is easier to maintain. However, as the Rasengan size exceeds the palm significantly, one must consider not only its stability, but also the ability to manipulate it with precision. After expelling most of his chakra, he promptly commenced a medicinal bath to replenish his vitality. His cells, having been nourished over this period, experienced a marked enhancement in vigor, indirectly boosting his chakra production potential. His current chakra level had more than doubled since he first entered the Chunin rank and continued to grow steadily. 20 minutes later, a steaming bucket of bathwater infused with various herbs was freshly prepared. Feiyu stepped in and slowly settled into the tub. Oh, how delightful! He could not help but moan in satisfaction, feeling every cell in his body rejoice and continuously absorb the medicinal properties of the bath. Compared to the previous medicinal bath, this one not only included nutrients to rejuvenate the cells, but also elements to alleviate cellular fatigue. Carrying the burden of travel over 1,000 miles had placed a significant strain on his body, and without timely care, it could lead to irreparable internal injuries. After all, one's body is the foundation of all endeavors. What is that smell? So foul. Just as Feiyu was enjoying his soak, a creature named Matwan suddenly appeared, covering its nose with its paws in disdain. Feiyu glanced at it, responding irritably. And you smell so sweet, huh? Off gallivanting all day, covered in all sorts of scents. And now you dare to criticize me? It's true. Cats have standards. Matwan retorted, its voice dwindling as it continued to complain. Feiyu, unfazed, continued to wash himself. Once the effects of the medicinal bath had fully subsided, he leisurely rose, donned a fresh set of clothes, and resumed his physical training. Push-ups, sit-ups, burpees. He pushed his body to the brink of exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a quarter of an hour of rest, he began to practice chakra fusion, grabbing Matwan and placing it on his shoulder to assist in sensing the properties of the chakra. Meow? Matwan was quite displeased with Feiyu's actions, but found itself powerless to protest. Feiyu released 2 spheres of wind and earth chakra from his palms and inquired, "What do you think? Is there still any yin chakra in these 2 spheres?" Matwan tilted its head, closed its eyes to sense for a moment, then opened them to respond. There's still quite a lot. Your plan to absorb yin chakra through the medicinal bath doesn't seem effective. Really? That cannot be. My cells have absorbed a significant amount of yin chakra already. I feel an overwhelming sensation of fullness throughout. Then either your cell's absorption capacity is too low, or you've accumulated too much yin chakra. Too much yin chakra? Is that a fortunate dilemma? If the Nara clan or the Yamanaka clan, known for their expertise in yin chakra, were to discover this, they might be green with envy. The capacity of cells to absorb is not something that can be resolved overnight. It necessitates a gradual process of growth and adaptation. Thus, one can only consider the excessive aspects of yin chakra. Meow, responded Matu. If I were to channel the yang chakra within me to my hands, what would occur upon the collision of yin and yang? Would they simply neutralize each other? Feiyu mused. I advise against such an endeavor. The convergence of yin and yang can lead to terrifying consequences. The mutual neutralization you speak of is merely the most fortunate and least probable outcome. Matu cautioned from the side. As if you have any experience with that, Feiyu scoffed, undeterred as he fervently searched for the yang chakra hidden within him. After exerting effort for a while, nothing transpired, for he could not locate the latent yang chakra within his body. He attempted to transform his chakra into yang. Yet this also proved futile. Ultimately, he arrived at a disheartening conclusion. Without special control methods, it is impossible to successfully manipulate the yin-yang properties of chakra. Such special attributes of chakra require generations of dedicated research and countless attempts before they can be utilized, and cannot be transcended merely by Feiyu's whims. A methodical approach to enhancing one's strength is the true path. Your impatience will not lead to success. Matu concluded with a summarizing statement. What are you, an ugly cat? Understand? All you do is eat and sleep, devoid of any sense of crisis. Be wary. lest you encounter a day when your skin is flayed, revealing your floral fur. Feiyu retorted, irritated by Matu's standing commentary. Meow? Who dares to skin this lord? I will claw them to death, Matu exclaimed, clearly riled up and immediately attempting to bolster his courage. Humph, if you wish to avoid being skinned, then diligently pursue your training. Only then will you possess the ability to retaliate against adversaries. Feiyu cast Matu aside and began to contemplate methods to further enhance his abilities at this stage. The spiral sphere requires painstaking effort, and his physical training has only just concluded. If he were to intensify his efforts, the risk of sustaining hidden injuries would increase. It seems today's endeavors may have reached their limit, yet Feiyu was unwilling to rest prematurely and began to reflect deeply. Eventually, he recalled that while his chakra control was exemplary prior to reaching the Chunin level, there still existed room for improvement. However, the time investment and resultant achievements were disproportionate, leading him to neglect this aspect. Now, faced with the necessity of simultaneous development in physical and ninja skills, he must recommence his studies. If one wishes to do, then let it be done. The fundamental skills of climbing trees and walking on water have been mastered. Excessive repetition of training will yield no further enhancement. This would test the foundation of his clan. Were he from a prestigious lineage such as the Uchiha or Hyuga, a variety of training methods would be available for clan members to select, allowing them to gradually carve their own paths. Concurrently, the clan would accumulate fresh insights and summarize their methodologies, thereby amassing a rich heritage. This is also why most elite ninjas surpass their civilian counterparts. For them, the path is already laid out, requiring no arduous contemplation. The essence of a clan's heritage cannot merely be measured in monetary terms, for they are priceless treasures. Yet, Feiyu bore no familial legacy, and his parents lacked substantial background. What then could he do? He could only venture to the resource exchange to seek his fortune. For when in difficulty, one must seek assistance from the organization. Chapter 22. Secrets of Ninja Techniques. Hello, please provide me with my ninja profile and the exchange directory. I need to take a look, Feiyu exclaimed as he arrived at the resource exchange just before closing time. May I have your name? The staff inquired. Shangshan Feiyu. All right, here is your profile, Shangshan Feiyu. Please review it and return it promptly for destruction. The staff member printed out his profile from the computer, advising him. Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over his ninja profile, eager to see if the rewards for the tasks submitted that morning had been processed. All of this was recorded in the computer system. Yes, you read it correctly. In the world of Naruto, computers exist, although the internet has not been invented. They serve merely as storage and monitoring devices. Feiyu gazed at the computer with fervor, contemplating acquiring one for himself in the future, enabling real-time monitoring of his physical data and the formulation of a scientific training methodology. Ninja name, Shangshan Feiyu. Gender, male. Age, 16. Ninja ID, 001154. Ninja rank, Chunin. Personality, vengeful and cautious, with few errors during missions. Village relations, no living relatives. Only shared missions with a few, including Koizumi, Hataki Sakumo, and Might Guy. All other acquaintances are deceased. Mission records. Completed A-rank missions 376 times, B-rank missions 138 times, C-rank missions 71 times, D-rank missions 1 time, E-rank missions 0 times. Village contributions, 67. A-rank certificates, 832, 500 contribution points. Exchange techniques. Earth release, underground submarine technique. Earth release, heart cut technique. Earth release, earth flow wall, wind release. Breakthrough ninja attributes. Estimated ninjutsu 2, taijutsu 1, jinjutsu 0, intelligence 4, strength 1, speed 1, precision 5. Seals 2, total 16, maximum 80. Special records. Failed A-rank missions 17 times, failed B-rank missions 34 times, failed C-rank missions 6 times. Assassinated the senior advisor Shimura Danzo. Once evaluation. A ninja who has just met the requirements for Chunin rank. Potential has been exhausted, without special opportunities. The prospect of attaining Jonin rank in this lifetime is bleak. Upon reading the final evaluation, Feiyu's forehead throbbed with veins, though one is aware of their own circumstances. Being deemed as having no hope of becoming a Jonin in this lifetime is intolerable, a significant blow to one's motivation. Huff, huff. Feiyu exhaled deeply, recognizing that this evaluation was the result of the computer management system, which rarely errs, as it also left a path for special opportunities. He glanced at his contribution points, noticing they were identical to those after his last exchange, indicating that the rewards from his previous tasks were still being processed. The remaining 830,000 contribution points were hard-earned savings, and the A-rank certificates were particularly precious. Generally, starting from B-rank missions, upon completion, one could choose either contribution points or certificates to exchange for rare resources within the village. Setting aside his profile, he picked up the exchange directory and began to scrutinize it carefully. His previous visit to the exchange had been goal-oriented, thus he had only glanced at some items. Now, it was crucial to deliberate thoroughly. As Feiyu leisurely perused, the others in the resource exchange began to depart, until only he and the staff member remained. The staff member, nearing the end of their shift, noticed Feiyu engrossed in his reading and, unable to contain themselves, gently reminded him, "Sir, my shift is over. Perhaps you could return tomorrow?" "Oh, is it closing time already?" Feiyu replied nonchalantly, "I'm nearly done." At that moment, Feiyu resembled a ruthless capitalist, pressing an employee for their labor. The staff member felt helpless, silently hoping that he was indeed telling the truth. "Oh, I hadn't noticed during my last visit. There are actually secrets like this." Observing the description, Feiyu mused that it was a vivid summary of the insights of predecessors. His gaze involuntarily scanned the directory of secret ninja techniques. Shadow imitation technique secret. Insights from the elite of the Nara clan throughout the generations on this technique, along with 13 techniques for mastering it. The user must convert chakra into En attributes. Requires 500,000 contribution points, 20 A-rank certificates, and the prerequisite of having exchanged for the shadow imitation technique. Mind transfer technique secret. Insights from the elite of the Yamanaka clan throughout the generations on this technique, along with 20 techniques for mastering it. The user must convert chakra into En attributes. Requires 500,000 contribution points, 20 A-rank certificates, and the prerequisite of having exchanged for the mind transfer technique. Mutual Explosive Symbol Secret Collection, a ninjutsu training method personally authored by the Second Hokage, requiring the user to possess a substantial amount of chakra. It necessitates a contribution of 1,000,000 points and 100 certificates. Prerequisite: exchange of the Mutual Explosive Symbol. Flying Thunder God Technique Secret Collection, a ninjutsu training method personally authored by the Second Hokage, requiring the user to have a profound mastery of spatial orientation. It necessitates a contribution of 1,000,000 points and 100 certificates. Prerequisite: exchange of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Lightning Release Chakra Mode First Stage Secret Collection, derived from the analysis of the secret techniques of the Cloud Hidden Village by the Second Hokage, requiring the user to possess a robust physique. It necessitates a contribution of 500,000 points and 10 certificates. Prerequisite: exchange of the Lightning Release Chakra Mode First Stage. Divine Feeding Technique Secret Collection, a method from the Oil Girl clan involving the cultivation of parasitic insects within the body, requiring the user to exhibit immense willpower to overcome psychological barriers. It necessitates a contribution of 500,000 points and 10 certificates. Upon seeing these requirements, Feiyu's lips twitched. Initially, he had 830,000 contribution points, believing himself affluent, but after witnessing the exchange requirements for these secret collections, he felt like a veritable pauper. The 500,000 points were simply staggering. Although he yearned for these diverse secret collections, he found himself unable to redeem them and reluctantly flipped to the end, selecting only items within his means. After a lengthy search, he finally found what he desired: Chakra Transport Secret Collection, invented by Ideation Che, completed by 12 individuals. Once fully mastered, the precision of chakra control will be exceptional, albeit requiring a significant amount of time to yield results. It necessitates a contribution of 200,000 points and 20 certificates. "This one," Feiyu exclaimed, pointing at it to signal the staff. The staff rolled their eyes and promptly began the operation, soon handing Feiyu a scroll while stating, "This item can be used only once. Please remember to concentrate when using it and refrain from teaching others. If discovered, your contributions will be deducted, along with an additional 30 penalty." The staff spoke rapidly, but Feiyu attentively noted the precautions. He carefully placed the scroll in his ninja tool pouch and exchanged for several wind and earth attribute ninjutsu to enhance his chakra transformation abilities. He paid no heed to the staff's demeanor, recognizing that he had already delayed them for some time. Thus, he considered it fortunate they had not berated him. He departed, meandering back home. Chapter 23. Chakra Transport Technique. Upon returning home, Feiyu found his mind still occupied with the various techniques and illusions he had just encountered. Oh, how I envy the Uchiha clan, where most ninjutsu can be copied simply by activating the Sharingan. How many contributions would that save? Should I perhaps ambush an Uchiha and acquire a 3-tomo Sharingan for myself, becoming a copy ninja? He mused. Although only Kakashi Hitaki became renowned for his copying abilities in the later stages of the ninja world, it was never mentioned that other Uchiha prospered from this. Perhaps it was a matter of pride for the Uchiha. They disdainfully refrained from imitating others' techniques. Yet, while the Uchiha held this disdain, Feiyu found it quite appealing. After all, it took Minato Namikaze's 3 years to develop the Rasengan, only for Kakashi to casually use it later, leaving Naruto green with envy. Another day of envying the Uchiha. Feiyu shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He concentrated on the scrolls he had exchanged, setting aside the wind and earth ninjutsu for now, focusing primarily on the chakra transport secret collection. He slowly unfurled it, quickly memorizing the contents until the text faded, at which point he sighed in relief. In essence, the chakra transport technique involves incessant training of chakra, starting from basic chakra control to the point where the emitted chakra is as fine as a hair. At this stage, one has merely scratched the surface. The next phase involves controlling the intensity and release speed of chakra, from gently striking the surface of tofu with chakra-imbued palms without altering its shape, to unleashing full force capable of splitting mountains. Feiyu estimated that mastering this technique to its zenith could rival Tsunade's ability to shatter Susanoo with a single punch. This potential was immense, especially as physical combat remained his weak point. Rigorous training was essential to fortify his hidden strengths. Determined, he set to work. Following the scroll-less instructions, he ventured to a nearby mountain pharmacy, acquiring herbs that could suppress chakra, mixing them into a juice for later use. Currently, Feiyu's chakra release was rather coarse, typically extending outward in 1 millimeter increments. To refine it to the desired 0.07 millimeters would require considerable effort. It was no wonder this technique demanded so much time, with merely entry-level mastery feeling like a distant goal. However lengthy the journey, training must ensue. There are no shortcuts on the path to strength. A little effort today translates to greater odds of success in future battles. Complacency is not an option. Especially after reviewing the training insights and experiences of predecessors within the secret collection, Feiyu felt confident that mastering this technique would yield significant benefits. He applied the cooled herbal juice to his arms and gradually channeled chakra to his hands. As the chakra traversed his arms, it felt sluggish, necessitating an increase in control. After considerable effort, the chakra finally adhered to his palms in a thin layer, as fragile as a whisper of wind. Thus, under these arduous conditions, he painstakingly adjusted the chakra release unit, yet before resting, he made little substantial progress. Rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated. The more challenging the technique, the closer he was to its essence. Once comprehended, his strength would undoubtedly surge. After all, this Chunin was promoted against the odds by the Second Hokage to suppress the noble clans. Progress will come in due time. The ninja world had not yet descended into chaos. With his current abilities, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, survival should not pose a challenge. With aspirations for the future, Feiyu exhaustedly collapsed into bed, devoid of both physical strength and chakra. He could accomplish nothing further and needed to recuperate. A day later, a specially trained summoning crow from the mission office found him, notifying him of a new task. In this wartime phase, a single day of rest felt luxurious. Upon arriving at the mission office, he was surprised to see Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy there, seemingly waiting for someone. Feiyu pondered, approaching them to exchange greetings and collect his assigned task. A brief glance revealed it indeed related to the fugitive ninjas from the Smoke Ninja Village. The mission required Feiyu to team up once more with Kakashi and Guy to investigate the ruins of the Smoke Ninja Village, gathering valuable intelligence while attempting to uncover the identity and motives of the assailants. In fact, from the elder of the Smoke Ninja Village's description of the enemy summoning beasts, he had formed certain conjectures. After all, there are only a few renowned individuals in the ninja world, easily identifiable by their signature techniques. The only summoning beast capable of unleashing ultra-large sound wave illusions, as far as Feiyu's past memories served, was either the crow with Uchiha Shirsue's eyes or the sage from Mayaboka Mountain, along with the other sages and the Shinj. Since Uchiha Shirsue had yet to be born, he could be ruled out. The three great sacred lands, represented by Mayaboka Mountain, adhered to a principle of seclusion, summoning only through contract holders due to the scarcity of natural energy outside, which is vastly inferior to that within the sacred lands. Thus, the two sages could also be excluded. This left only the second Mizukage's summoning beast, the Shinj. Therefore, the identity of the assailants was clear. They were ninjas from the mist-hidden village. Although Feiyu had a general idea of the assailants' identity, he did not intend to disclose this to the higher-ups of Konoha. He deemed it sufficient to keep this knowledge to himself. On one hand, he could not explain the source of his information, and on the other, he preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. Upon reuniting with Kakashi Tsukumo, they exchanged pleasantries. "Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to collaborate once again. I look forward to your guidance." Feiyu greeted with a cheerful smile. Feiyu, you have certainly become more eloquent in just a day," Kakashi observed, casting a glance his way. "It is thanks to the mentorship of esteemed seniors like yourselves?" Might Dai interjected, scratching his head with a bashful demeanor. "Do not be so reserved, Dai. Last time, you single-handedly infiltrated the enemy camp without a hint of fear. Had you not lured them to the designated location, our traps would not have been so effective." Feiyu began to lavish praise upon him. "Indeed, your contribution is indispensable." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Might Dai, now visibly excited, reveled in this recognition for the first time. Having faced numerous setbacks since his days at the Ninja Academy, he had questioned his worth, especially after the hardships of the First Ninja World War. Now, with the acknowledgement of two esteemed figures, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Sensing Dai's enthusiasm, Feiyu shifted the focus back to their mission. "What are your thoughts on this task? What else is there to think?" "We shall do as instructed," Kakashi casually replied. Dai, calming his excitement, nodded in agreement, indicating his concurrence with Kakashi's sentiments. Feiyu, uncertain of their perspective, recognized the undeniable significance of intelligence. He understood that those with information could prepare in advance, while those without could only react to incoming threats. Chapter 24. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the battlefield in the Root Laboratory. Danzo stood before a massive incubation chamber, gazing at the diminutive infant within, his eyes ablaze with fervor. However, as Danzo fixated on the child, the infant's small shoulders suddenly convulsed, deteriorating rapidly as grotesque, fleshy appendages began to sprout. With each growth, the child's breath grew fainter. Why can this situation not be effectively controlled? Danzo inquired of a researcher. It can only be attributed to the aggressive nature of the cells and the subject's insufficient autonomy. The researcher replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he pondered his words carefully. "Oh, if the infant's control is weak, then surely an adult should possess such control?" Danzo shot him a sidelong glance with his remaining eye. The researcher felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly nodded. "Theoretically, yes." "Then get to work," Danzo commanded. "I will devise a method for the adult subjects. All I require are the results." After threatening the researcher once more, Danzo departed, leaving behind a man filled with despair. He felt as though he had drawn the short straw of fate, being an esteemed physician now trapped in this dreadful place. Conducting research on the cells of the first Hokage, it was rumored that 3 predecessors had already vanished before him, and their fates were all too clear. Meanwhile, Danzo made his way to the Hokage building. On the path, a root ninja adorned with a cat mask approached. "Lord Danzo, the target has departed. Should we ambush them en route?" "Humph. A bunch of inept fools, failing at even basic intelligence work, resulting in yet another unwarranted perfect evaluation of a C-rank mission." Danzo scolded. The masked ninja lowered his head in shame upon hearing Danzo's words. Danzo continued, "There is no time to play games with that boy. We shall discuss this matter upon my return from the Hokage." Thus, the cat-masked ninja turned away as Danzo entered the Hokage office. "Monkey, the experiment has hit a bottleneck. We require adult test subjects," Danzo stated bluntly upon entering. "You arrived just in time. I plan to join you on the front lines to crush the forces of Kumobikure. As for the adult subjects, select some from the Konoha prison and captives," Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, full of vigor. Danzo paused, momentarily taken aback. "If you wish to go to the battlefield, you may do so alone. Why drag me along?" Yet the words that came forth were, "Monkey, you are the Hokage now. Do you really need to be on the front lines?" The consequences of failure would be dire. But I have yet to meet with the daimyo. That does not count as being a formal Hokage. Besides, Konoha is rife with internal strife. Only through a decisive victory can we eliminate the chaos and solidify your position as Hokage. Otherwise, the previous Anbu rebellion will inevitably repeat. Hiruzen stated nonchalantly. These noble families must be dealt with properly. If that is the case, I have no objections, Danzo replied with a fierce expression. Then let us depart at once. Hiruzen declared without hesitation. So soon? Danzo was taken aback, pondering whether preparations were in order. We must strike swiftly. Our war with Kumogakure has dragged on for years. If we delay any longer, Iwagakure and Kirigakure will surely intervene. Danzo was left speechless. Thus, Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a cadre of Anbu members, hastily set forth for the front lines, while the cat-masked Anbu remained anxiously awaiting summons back at the route base. Upon exiting the village, Feiyu and his companions pressed onward toward the land of rice, unaware of the precise location of the hidden smoke village. They planned to gather information upon reaching the land of rice. Arriving in the capital, they stood at the city gates, observing the bustling scene within, which served to somewhat dilute the harsh realities of the First Ninja World War. The trio dispersed to seek potential sources of information. Feiyu, finding his way to a tavern, was undeterred by the regulation prohibiting ninja from consuming alcohol before the age of 18. He discreetly transformed into the guise of a middle-aged man in a secluded corner of the establishment, confidently entering the tavern. Naturally, he settled at the bar, ordered a bottle of the local sweet wine, and began sipping slowly while straining to catch snippets of information. Although he held little hope, he was pleasantly surprised to overhear a conversation. Hey, did you hear? The hidden smoke village was recently annihilated. Their elder has come to seek aid from the daimyo of the land of rice. An old hunchbacked man spoke to another with a crooked nose at the adjacent table. Is that true? The hidden smoke village boasts over 40 jonin. How could they be wiped out just like that? The crooked-nosed man expressed disbelief. How can it be false? I heard it from my nephew, who is now a personal attendant to the daimyo. The hunchbacked man hastily revealed his connection. Your nephew? Just the other day? You claimed he was the steward of a wealthy merchant. Today he has become the daimyo's personal guard? The crooked-nosed man questioned, puzzled. I have 2 nephews. Is that a problem? The hunchbacked man stammered, sensing he was on the verge of being uncovered. How many nephews do you have? Didn't you say your brother only had 1 child 2 years ago? The crooked-nosed man eyed him suspiciously. I adopted an older brother. So what? The hunchbacked man grew flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What about the claim of the hidden smoke village seeking aid? Why do you keep dragging me into this? He attempted to redirect the topic. Yes. How many people from the hidden smoke village came this time? The crooked-nosed man, realizing the shift in the conversation, asked casually. I heard over 50. They brought several carts of jewels to the daimyo as part of their plea for assistance, the hunchbacked man divulged. Wow, that's a fortune. The old nose must be raking in the rewards. The crooked-nosed man perked up at the mention of treasure. Indeed, if it were mine, I could live comfortably for 3 lifetimes. The hunchbacked man mused. You'd probably just squander it all, if it were mine. I'd marry 10 beautiful maidens and have them dance for me every day. The crooked-nosed man chuckled, imagining the possibilities. Feiyu, overhearing their conversation, lost in thought, finished his sweet wine in a few gulps and exited the tavern to rejoin Kakashi and Might Dai. What about you? Have you gathered any valuable intelligence? Kakashi inquired. Might Dai shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. I, however, have heard some information. Feiyu recounted what he had overheard in the tavern and analyzed it. A portion of Chunin village lies within the land of fire, while another part is within the borders of the land of rice. The ones in charge are likely located within this very capital. If we can locate them, they will guide us. My findings are similar to yours, involving stories of bribery to the feudal lords for assistance. I suggest we start with the guards of the feudal lord. They will know where the residents of Chunin village reside. Chapter 25. The chief's daughter under the cover of darkness. Feiyu and his companions incapacitated a sword-wielding guard near the palace where the feudal lord resided, dragging him to a secluded spot. A bucket of water was poured over his head, shocking him awake. Who are you? Where's this place? How dare you attack me? Do you even know who I am? You must not wish to live. The guard blustered, his bravado faltering. Calm yourself. I am a ninja from Kirigakure. If you reveal the location of the remnants of Chunin village, I assure you, not a single hair on your body will be harmed, Feiyu said, transforming his appearance to that of a passerby, speaking amiably to the guard. Ninja? Ninja? The guard stuttered at the mention of ninjas, well aware of their notorious reputation. To a commoner like him, a ninja was akin to a harbinger of death, and associating with them promised no favorable outcome. What are your intentions toward us? Kiki Tsukumo chimed in from behind. And no intentions, my lords. The people of Yanin village reside in that row of luxurious houses. The guard pointed shakily toward an opulent courtyard. Consider yourself fortunate. You will remain here until dawn. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Feiyu cast a glance, a cruel smile forming on his lips, exuding an unpredictable aura. Yes, my lord, I will not leave until dawn, the guard hastily promised. After leaving the scene, the trio waited until the dead of night before silently scaling the courtyard wall and infiltrating the premises. They moved unobstructed to the master bedroom, where the occupant lay soundly asleep, unsuspecting of the intrusion. Confirming that the person was not merely feigning sleep, Feiyu gripped her neck with his left hand, while his right hand seized her shoulder, lifting her silently. Meanwhile, Kate and Dai secured her arms from behind. Feiyu's initial sensation upon contact was one of softness. The individual struggled against him, her nightgown loosely fitting, causing her ample bosom to press against his chest. She seemed to sense the awkwardness and gradually ceased her struggles. Once they had tightly bound her, they brought her into a brightly lit room, where several others shared a similar fate. Utilizing the illumination, Feiyu discerned the face of the restrained individual. She had large, watery eyes filled with terror, her hair cascading messily around her, creating an unintentional yet captivating disarray. Her pale pink nightgown accentuated her unusual identity. He unceremoniously dropped her before the others, producing a thud that brought tears to her big eyes. Behind her, Kiki Tsukumo and Might Dai exchanged astonished glances. Good evening, esteemed members of Yanin village, Feiyu said cheerfully, sitting cross-legged before them. They glared at him with fury. Anyone would be upset to be bound and brought here from their slumber. The reason for your summoning is of great importance. In this darkness, an altercation could result in injury to you, and we would like to resolve matters swiftly. Who among you is the leader? Speak up, and we can settle this promptly. Feiyu said earnestly. I am Koyoki Anko, the daughter of the chief of Yanin village. You may speak your purpose, the girl who had been thrown to the ground interjected, her voice clear and resolute, interrupting a middle-aged man who was about to introduce himself. The middle-aged man looked at Anko in surprise, now wearing a wary gaze directed at Feiyu. Miss Anko, I am honored. We are ninjas from Konoha, here to assist you in your misfortune. Please forgive any offense we may have caused, he said, feigning politeness as he untied Anko, ignoring the others. Anko flexed her wrists and stated, We are currently well in the land of rice. We do not require your assistance. Oh, you do not need our help? That cannot be correct. Many of your people have trespassed into our land of fire. You require the aid of our Hokage to restore your village. Miss Anko, there is no need for modesty. I know you are eager to learn the current state of Yanin village. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Why don't we depart now to observe the situation firsthand? Feiyu proposed, his expression sincere as he assured them of their safety. A bunch of hypocrites. The feudal lord of the land of rice is our lady's maternal family. We do not need your false assistance. The middle-aged man retorted loudly, as if the feudal lord had divine powers to protect them. Knowing the reality behind the feudal lords in the world of Hokage, Feiyu smirked disdainfully. It seems this elder is still oblivious to the situation. Tsukumo, shall we give him a little adjustment? Just as Anko was about to speak, Tsukumo had already approached the middle-aged man, crouching down and placing a hand on his shoulder. The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by a scream of agony. Stop. I indeed wish to return to Yanin village. Please do not harm Uncle Nakamura. Anko immediately interjected upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing her plea, Tsukumo swiftly returned to his position, leaving Nakamura crumpled on the ground, surrounded by the fearful gazes of the others. Now that is more like it. Let us set out immediately, lest you be entangled with other issues during the day, Feiyu suggested. Very well. I have no objections. But I need to change into appropriate attire, Anko agreed with a nod. Feiyu waved his hand, reassuring her to leave, while Might Dai stood guard outside, monitoring the courtyard for any potential threats and keeping an eye on the feudal lord's palace for any emergencies. After a brief wait, Anko returned clad in a form-fitting combat uniform, presenting herself confidently before Feiyu. He momentarily gawked, swallowing hard as he averted his gaze from her chest, saying, "Everyone, do not entertain any frivolous notions. This young lady here is a prodigious talent, having become a Chunin at the tender age of 7, soon to participate in the Chunin selection. You all best behave yourself." Upon hearing this, the others cast fearful glances at Tsukumo, while Anko regarded him with a serious expression, causing Tsukumo to feel a touch of embarrassment. Seeing their reaction, Feiyu wore a satisfied smile and led the way out, the others following closely behind, anxious to avoid any punishment from Tsukumo. Thus, Anko guided the group slowly to the ruins of Chunin village. Chapter 26. Encounter with the ninjas of Kirigakure. By midday the following day, the group had traversed mountains and rivers, finally arriving at the remnants of Chunin village. The landscape was a scene of devastation, with buildings reduced to rubble and contorted corpses littering the ground. Occasionally, a wild beast would emerge from the shadows, dragging away a mangled remains, transforming the area into a veritable garden for predators. Witnessing this desolation, Anko fought back tears, while the guards behind her wore expressions of sorrow, their lips trembling, unable to utter a word. "Ah, to be weak is indeed a sin," Feiyu sighed, stepping into the ruins of Chunin village in search of valuable clues. With the others following closely behind, Feiyu traversed the remnants of crumbled walls, occasionally stooping to inspect his surroundings. Amidst the debris, he stumbled upon an unidentified liquid. Dipping his fingertip into it and examining closely, he was astounded to discover it was an oily substance. This revelation further corroborated his suspicions prior to leaving the village. As he mused inwardly, indeed, it was the unique technique of the second-generation Mizukage, the ability to transform water into oil. This discovery heightened his caution. Not far away, several ninjas adorned with the headbands of the hidden mist village lay in ambush, their cold gazes fixated on Feiyu and his companions. "Who would have thought we would actually find remnants of the mist ninja village?" whispered a slant-eyed ninja. "Huh. Today is destined for us brothers to achieve merit by eliminating these remnants. Perhaps if the Mizukage is pleased, I might be granted a position among the 7 ninja swordsmen, enjoying endless wealth and glory," laughed a burly man with a thick beard. Indeed, the 7 ninja swordsmen is prepared just for you," flattered another ninja with a sharp face. The others joined in, and the atmosphere grew fervent, with the bearded man eagerly accepting their praises, as if his words might truly come to fruition. As a middle-aged man approached their ambush site, they suddenly erupted into a chorus of shouts, leaping from their hiding place, unleashing a water-style jutsu to dispatch him. Hearing the commotion, Feiyu and his companions turned to witness 4 figures clad in blue-striped uniforms springing forth, delivering a blow to the unfortunate remnants of the mist ninja village while exuberantly shouting. Feiyu thought to himself, "I truly overestimated them, a bunch of bloodthirsty fools. Wasting time in a battle of wits with the air, it's an embarrassment to even recall." "Uncle Takuto!" shouted Sakura. "Damn it, Takuto! I'll fight you brigands!" Takuto cried hoarsely, drawing his standard blade and charging forward. "Uncle Takuto, don't!" Sakura urged anxiously, but Takuto, consumed by rage, could not hear her pleas and was determined to avenge Takuto. "Haha!" The bearded man sneered menacingly, engaging Takuto with a kunai, then delivering a heavy kick to his chest that sent him staggering back. "Cough, cough, damn it!" Takuto attempted to rise, but the bearded man's kick had broken his ribs, leaving him increasingly weak until he collapsed in frustration. "Uncle Takuto! Uncle Takuto!" Sakura stumbled to his side, shaking him in a desperate attempt to rouse him. Feiyu knelt beside Sakura to examine Takuto, and upon confirming he still breathed, reassured her, "His ribs are fractured, injuring his lungs, causing him to faint momentarily. With a few days of rest, he will recover." Hearing this, Sakura raised her tear-filled eyes to Feiyu, and upon seeing his encouraging gaze, beckoned her companions to the edge of the impending battle. She understood that the conflict among ninjas was not something an ordinary person like her could partake in. Her father had constantly urged her to learn ninjutsu, to become a powerful ninja, but she had dismissed it, desiring only to live as a carefree princess under her father's leadership. It was only during the village's destruction that she realized her once proud father was not invincible, effortlessly slain in battle, leaving her utterly defenseless. She could only tremble in prayer for a savior. Fortunately, the retainers of the Kinzuya clan appeared, risking their lives to rescue her, leading her to her uncle, the feudal lord of the land of rice. However, since the retainers were not ninjas, they garnered little attention from her uncle, and her hopes of restoring her village through his influence were dashed. Despite this, she felt little sorrow, wishing only to live a safe life under her uncle's protection. Alas, fate would not be so kind. At that moment, Feiyu and his companions demanded that she guide them back to the ruins of the Mist Ninja Village, and once again, she realized her destiny was not her own. Amidst these continuous setbacks, she gradually recognized that only by wielding her own power could she seize control of her fate. Thus, she resolved to actively cooperate with the ninjas of Konoha while planning to reconnect with the scattered remnants of her former comrades in the land of rice and the land of fire to rebuild the Mist Ninja Village. Ha ha ha. Are there more fools coming to their doom? The bearded man grinned menacingly. Boss, they seem different from the previous ninjas of the Mist Village. Their headbands resemble those of Konoha ninjas. The slant-eyed ninja realized the shift in circumstances and alerted them. What? Konoha ninjas? Aren't they fighting against the Hidden Cloud Village? Why are they here? The bearded man was taken aback, scrutinizing the three figures before him. Well, that's not for soon-to-be-dead individuals like you to worry about. Just submit and prepare for your demise. Without further ado, Feiyu launched himself at the slant-eyed ninja. Damn it! The slant-eyed ninja cursed. Feeling belittled to be targeted by a mere lackey, Kakashi and Might Guy swiftly followed suit, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the remaining four. Guy, undeterred, dashed forward, not allowing them a moment's respite to unleash their jutsu, employing a series of leaf taijutsu moves, leveraging his formidable physique to force two of them into retreat. Kakashi targeted their leader, executing swift strikes that were so powerful they severed the bearded man's kunai in half, leaving him astounded and hesitant. Fearful of being injured by Kakashi's white fang, the slant-eyed ninja found himself in dire straits, as his shorter stature limited his reach, leaving him to strike only at Feiyu's legs and arms, but Feiyu's weighty attire effectively thwarted his attacks. With a resounding clang, the slant-eyed ninja emitted a pained cry, cradling his wounded fist, unable to believe someone could fight with such heavy weights, rendering his strikes a mere fraction of their potential while needing to be cautious of self-harm. If this continued, he would surely meet his end. He needed a plan. His mind raced, and swiftly, he devised a brilliant scheme. Boss, let us switch targets. This kid is equally matched with me. I can't take him down alone. I'll hold off the one with the short blade, and once you subdue him, you can come to assist me. The slant-eyed ninja shouted to the bearded man, revealing his newly conceived strategy, indifferent to whether the enemy could hear him. Upon hearing this, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Thus, they gradually drew closer and exchanged their targets. The bearded man raised his right fist, aiming a devastating blow at Feiyu, smugly thinking, you don't have a short blade. Let us see how I handle you. With a furious howl, his fist sliced through the air towards Feiyu, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment. While the slant-eyed ninja had been plotting aloud, Feiyu had been silently gathering chakra in his left palm. The quantity was slight, undetectable to sensing ninjas, and he awaited the bearded man's approach. As the opportunity presented itself, Feiyu decisively increased the output of his chakra. In a mere breath, a vibrant blue chakra sphere materialized in his palm, gradually expanding. Upon contact with the bearded man's right hand, it had swollen to the size of a football, showcasing the fruits of his training perfectly. Rasengan. He pressed it forcefully against the bearded man's arm, instantly twisting it in an unthinkable manner, the forearm contorting until it detached from the upper arm, snapping grotesquely. The agonized screams shattered the silence of the ruins of the Mist Ninja Village, revealing the slant-eyed ninja's chest had been cut open by Kakashi's white fang, spilling guts across the ground. The bearded giant knelt on the ground, clutching his missing right forearm, his face flushed with anguish as he let out a mournful wail. In comparison to the loss of life, the mere absence of his right forearm seemed trivial. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of the two combatants engaged with Might Guy. Just as they sought the source of the sound, Guy seized the opportunity and struck one of the hidden Mist Village ninjas in the neck, instantly breaking it. The other companion, startled, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted and dispatched by Kakashi. The battlefield was left with only the bearded giant, who continued to lament in pain, oblivious to the fate of his fallen comrades, too consumed by his own suffering. Cease your wailing. If you continue, I shall send you to meet your king of hell, Feiyu commanded sternly. The giant's cries abruptly ceased, though he did not comprehend who the king of hell was. He could discern the murderous intent in Feiyu's words and quickly stifled his voice, enduring the excruciating pain. Come now, must you not exhibit a semblance of masculinity? It is merely a severed arm, not your life. Feiyu mocked with utmost derision. The bearded giant could no longer absorb any words. Trembling, he retrieved a bleeding control bandage from his ninja tool pouch and hastily wrapped his right arm, before swallowing some pain-relieving medicine, barely managing to sit upright. Oh, so you do value your life. Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant in your killing spree, yet now you are rendered mute. Silence does not concern me. You now have two choices. Either you allow me to end your life and take your remains back to Konoha, or you obediently accompany us back to Konoha. Your fate hinges upon your behavior. Feiyu patiently laid out the options. I choose the second option, the bearded giant croaked, his voice hoarse from his earlier cries. Very well. Feiyu nodded thoughtfully, then abruptly struck him unconscious. Turning to Akatsuki, who was assessing the situation, he remarked, My comrades from the hidden mist village. Our mission is nearing its conclusion. What are your plans? I wish to meet with the Hokage and accompany you back to Konoha, Akatsuki replied eagerly. Sharing a glance with Kakashi, she continued, Of course, we should set off without delay. Wait, what shall we do with this man? Akatsuki pointed to the giant lying unconscious nearby. Why, we shall take him back to Konoha and hand him over to the interrogation department, Feiyu said, furrowing his brow. But, can we not interrogate the dead? Surely Konoha possesses such techniques. Might we request that the perpetrator who killed Uncle Gao Xiong be executed? Akatsuki insisted earnestly. The one who killed Gao Xiong is already dead, Feiyu retorted, gesturing to the lifeless body of the squint-eyed ninja. Yet the bandit leader still lives. That is our concern. If you have demands, you may negotiate with the higher-ups once we return to Konoha. We lack the authority to decide. Very well, Akatsuki replied begrudgingly. Her gaze toward the bearded giant filled with resentment. The group hastily buried Gao Xiong and the scattered corpses throughout the village, while Kakashi and his companions gathered useful intelligence. Feiyu focused on collecting various oily substances, hoping to unravel their mysteries in the future. 10 days later, they arrived safely at the gates of Konoha. Due to the presence of numerous civilian guards, their journey was slow. They encountered a band of robbers, who scattered after Feiyu and his companions decisively eliminated their leader. During this time, Feiyu took advantage of rare moments to apply medicinal liquid to his arm, honing his chakra control techniques. He also cautioned Kakashi and Might Guy not to document his utilization of the Rasengan in the mission log, as he wished to keep his trump card concealed. The two were astonished upon learning that this formidable technique was Feiyu's own creation, particularly Guy, whose envy was palpable. As a ninja unable to perform ninjutsu, he could only envy others, especially Feiyu's talent, who had crafted a technique at such a young age with impressive power. He vowed to carve out his own path in taijutsu. The 10 leisurely days passed in a flash, an unimaginable luxury during wartime, made possible only by the convenience of their mission. Otherwise, they would surely have faced penalties for dereliction of duty. After registering with the gate guards, they submitted their mission report to the Konoha task force, explaining the visit from the hidden mist village before parting ways. Upon returning home, Feiyu resumed his usual routine, practicing ninjutsu, honing taijutsu, merging chakra, and soaking in medicinal baths. After completing these tasks, he felt rejuvenated as he lay in bed. During this time, he also combined earth-style ninjutsu to excavate a small secret base 100 meters beneath his home, where he stored important items, such as the oily substances collected during the recent mission. This area was not connected to the outside world. Only through the use of earth-style ninjutsu could one descend to this hidden location, ensuring that only Feiyu would know of its existence. Chapter 28. The request to rebuild the hidden mist village in the Hokage's advisory office. Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gate were set to meet with Akatsuki and others from the hidden mist village the following day. During the absence of the Hokage, the advisors wielded significant power and authority. I have heard that you traveled a great distance from the land of rice to Konoha. Please express your needs candidly. Mito Gate broke the silence. Given the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of a village leader, the request from his daughter warranted careful consideration. This matter was neither trivial nor monumental. It could be resolved with a single commission, yet it also bore the potential to impact relations between nations, particularly during this sensitive time after the death of the former Hokage, with the new one still striving to solidify their position. I hope that you all in Konoha can assist us in rebuilding our village. Akatsuki spoke solemnly. Rebuild your village? You must understand that the primary culprit behind your village's demise is the Hidden Mist village. Even if you succeed in rebuilding, how can you be certain that the Hidden Mist will not strike again? Tsurugi Koharu pointedly questioned. The new Hidden Mist village will be under the protection of the Land of Rice's daime. Should another attack occur, it would escalate into a war between the Land of Rice and the Land of Water, which the daime of the Land of Water would not permit. Akatsuki replied emphatically. Koharu and Mito exchanged a glance, surprised by Akatsuki's response. It was said that each daime shared a common ancestor, and their bloodlines were closely intertwined. If her assertions were accurate, it might indeed prevent such tragedies from occurring. How can you be sure that the Land of Rice will accept you? Koharu continued to probe. The daime of the Land of Rice is my uncle. He has no reason to reject my proposal. In fact, prior to coming to Konoha, I had already discussed various matters with him. I seek a village with influence to assist us in rebuilding the Hidden Mist village, which in turn will foster a long-lasting friendship between our villages. Akatsuki boldly fabricated a tale, vividly painting a picture of the future. Alas, even if we wish to assist you, we are powerless to do so. We are currently engaged in battle with the Hidden Cloud village, and even the Hokage has gone to the front lines. There is no one to make decisions, and even if we had the intention, we lack the strength. If your Hidden Mist village can provide assistance to help us win this war, I believe the Hokage would certainly agree to your proposal. Mito Gate declared, presenting his conditions. Akatsuki lifted her gaze, observing the two individuals of similar age before her. She mused that it was impossible to work for them without a promise in return. Then she thought of the Hokage's appointment, which must heed the daime's suggestions. It would be more prudent to leverage the instructions from the daime of the Land of Fire to compel Konoha to accept this matter. Even with victory in war, our Hidden Mist village would be severely weakened. I require you to contact the Hokage and obtain a clear response. Additionally, at the request of the daime of the Land of Rice, I seek an escort to visit the daime of the Land of Fire. The person who accompanied me back should be that individual named Feiyu. Apricot employed a delaying tactic, first stalling the two advisors to create an opportunity for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Once the daimyo had spoken, the Hokage would have no choice but to show him some respect. Well, when do you need to depart? I will be in touch, Mito Gaiden agreed. 2 days later, I hope to return with a definitive response from the Hokage. Meanwhile, in a facility housing spies and ninjas from other nations, a burly man with a beard was brought here. He quickly divulged the information he possessed to the interrogators of Konoha, and after verification, he was easily detained, awaiting negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Village, or to remain imprisoned indefinitely. Upon entering, an Anbu opened a cell and shoved the bearded man inside, causing him to stumble before locking the door. The burly man had no time to express his anger towards the Anbu, as he encountered an unexpected figure on his way. Lord Mizuki, is that you? He attempted to call out softly after the Anbu left. Who is calling me? A disheveled man looked around warily, only able to vaguely recognize the opulence of the attire worn by the man captured by Feiyu. My lord, it's me, Ishii. The bearded man exclaimed joyfully upon receiving a response. Ishii? Oh, so it's you, Ishii. How did you end up here? The elegantly dressed man feigned realization, probing for information. I was captured by a Konoha ninja, Ishii replied, his teeth clenched, recalling the pain in his right arm. You were captured? Where did this happen? Near the Smoke Ninja Village. The Smoke Ninja Village? Haha, it seems the time is ripe. The elegantly dressed man murmured to himself. Ripe? What is ripe? By the way, Lord Mizuki, how did you end up here? Ishii furrowed his brows, puzzled, before asking his most pressing question. Don't concern yourself with me. I am on an important mission. The elegantly dressed man replied irritably, as if recalling some humiliating experiences. My lord, do we still have a chance to escape? Ishii was solely focused on the possibility of freedom. Escape? Of course we can. The elegantly dressed man answered confidently. That's good. Once I am free, I will surely avenge my severed arm. Ishii declared resolutely, as if swearing an oath. Heh, it's more than just revenge. You'll be free to do as you please. No one will stop you, the elegantly dressed man scoffed. Ishii felt perplexed by this, and before he could ponder further, another group of Anbu approached, heading deeper into the prison, causing him to immediately close his mouth. Finding a space barely suitable for sitting, he contemplated the previous battle, concluding that he had been too careless. Given that Feiyu did not dare to confront him directly, and resorted to ambush tactics. He was confident that the next time they crossed paths, he would utterly destroy him. Hee. Ishii let out a sinister laugh, as if he had already realized his heart's desire, eagerly awaiting the day of liberation. On the other hand, the elegantly dressed man was also reminded of unpleasant memories by Ishii's words. He touched his cheek, which still throbbed faintly, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his delicate features. His desire for revenge coincidentally aligned with Ishii's. Let you live a few more days. By then, it will be uncertain whether Konoha still exists. Let us see how arrogant you can be. Chapter 29. A clear understanding on the morning of the second day. Within the Hokage advisor's office in Konoha, Feiyu chewed on a root he had plucked along the way, dressed in the standard attire of a Chunin. A light blue short-sleeved shirt paired with matching shorts, exuding an indescribable sense of nonchalance. However, his hands and feet were bound with leg weights, indicating the extraordinary nature of their owner. With his left hand in his pocket and his gaze unfocused, he appeared to be lost in thought. While Mito gaped and continued to speak animatedly, completely unaware of Feiyu's demeanor. Moments later, the striking figure of Apricot appeared before Feiyu, slightly bowing in greeting. Upon seeing her, Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, isn't there an important task? Why am I being dragged here so early in the morning? And why is this woman here as well? He then heard Mito gate and instruct, you must ensure Miss Apricot's safety along the way. She is a crucial ally. There must be no mishaps during the meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Feiyu nodded impassively, though internally he thought, if she is so vital, why send me? There are plenty of jonin in the village. If it weren't for Danzo's absence, I'd suspect this was part of his scheme. After receiving the authorization from the Hokage advisor to present to the daimyo, the two set off. Fortunately, Konoha was nestled within the Land of Fire, and the journey was not particularly long. With a beautiful companion, the trip was lighthearted and filled with laughter. Miss Apricot, why did you insist on bringing me along to meet the daimyo? Feiyu expressed his disbelief upon learning that this task was specifically requested by Apricot. Feiyu-kun's strength is formidable. I feel secure with you by my side. Apricot replied, stealing a glance at Feiyu, her cheeks slightly flushed. I never imagined I would be recognized as strong one day. Feiyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shifted the topic to inquire about the future of the Smoke Ninja Village. The Hokage advisor's response had been particularly vague, and he could provide no definitive answer, so she had to seek the daimyo's assistance. Apricot recounted the events of the previous day, explaining the purpose of their journey. Feiyu was momentarily stunned. You reveal such an important matter to me? Aren't you afraid I might report it to the Hokage advisor and ruin your plans? Even if the plan fails, I accept my fate. To be honest, I have little confidence in the reconstruction of the Smoke Ninja Village. This endeavor is merely a duty I must fulfill as the leader's daughter, not for myself. If the plan fails, the hopes of the people of the Smoke Ninja Village will be dashed, and I cannot be held accountable. After all, I have tried. Apricot spoke sincerely. Feiyu glanced at her, noting her calm demeanor as she spoke of matters seemingly unrelated to her. He found her attitude surprising. Perhaps complacency was a human trait. If this can earn you great merit, it can also repay in some small way the efforts you have made for the Smoke Ninja Village. Feiyu chuckled at himself, aware that she was referring to dealing with the four bearded men, unaware that just prior, they had effortlessly annihilated a gathering point of the Smoke Ninja Village. Their crimes immeasurable. Hearing her words now struck him as somewhat ridiculous. Konoha must have many powerful individuals like you, Feiyu-kun. Apricot, sensing Feiyu's reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, quickly changed the subject to inquire about the strengths and weaknesses of Konoha, especially since they might become allies in the future. What do I count as a strong person? There are countless who are far stronger than me. I am merely a bottom-tier existence in Konoha, Feiyu replied self-deprecatingly. That is impossible. If Konoha is so strong, why seek an alliance with the Smoke Ninja Village to deal with the Cloud Village? Apricot exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't it because the major clans value their lives too much, and even their offspring are unwilling to go to battle? Feiyu took pleasure in disparaging the noble families, introducing them to Apricot with a tone filled with resentment. Currently, all the major clans are waiting to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall. Once he shows any signs of fatigue, they will seize control of Konoha's power. It's truly a time of internal strife and external threats. Feiyu spoke with utter disrespect, directly naming the third Hokage without any reverence. Apricot, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment, simultaneously gaining a different understanding of Feiyu. With a heavy sigh, Feiyu expressed the pent-up grievances that had been weighing on his heart. It was due to Senju Tobarama's attempt to balance the power dynamics between the noble houses of Konoha and the commoners that he had been forcibly elevated from a Chunin to a Chunin and thrust into the Anbu, spending his days and nights on relentless missions, devoid of any personal time. Thankfully, he had passed through that phase, had Tobarama still been alive. It was uncertain whether he would have survived to this moment, as even a single perilous mission could have turned him into mere cannon fodder. Perhaps it was the success he had achieved through the high-level jutsu, the Rasengan, that instilled a newfound confidence within him, allowing past worries to fade into oblivion. From that point onward, he felt a sense of freedom and had gained a modicum of self-protection strength. The future appeared bright. Aki, if you find no joy in Konoha, you may come to us once our hidden smoke village is rebuilt. As a symbol of the friendship between Konoha and the smoke village, I would not mind marrying you. Aki, having listened to Feiyu's heartfelt confessions, recognized his extraordinary potential. The fact that even the second Hokage addressed him by name foretold his ambitions. Like a drowning person grasping at the last straw, Aki was acutely aware of her precarious position. She wondered whether the many ninjas of the smoke village would heed her directives. If she could secure a powerful ally, matters would certainly become more manageable. Moreover, Aki harbored a significant fondness for him. He was not only handsome, but had also proven his worth, hence her bold proposition. Feiyu was taken aback. Staring at Aki in disbelief, he had never expected to receive a confession from someone. Although this declaration bore certain ulterior motives, he could not help but feel flustered. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and her delicate hands clasped nervously at her abdomen, betraying her inner turmoil. Simultaneously, Feiyu began to reflect. Perhaps his candidness had led Aki to misinterpret his intentions. Miss Aki, I am merely a common ninja, unworthy of symbolizing the friendship between our villages. Furthermore, I hold a deep-seated enmity with the Konoha advisor Shimura Danzo, who may very well seek revenge upon you because of me. It would be best to refrain from discussing this matter. Feiyu resolutely declined. He had not forgotten the harrowing image of his mother's tragic death before his eyes, nor the pitying demeanor of Danzo as he took him in, nor the arrogant attitude of the Wind Demon clan. These past grievances were ones he intended to repay in kind. Chapter 30. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire as they journeyed onward. Pausing intermittently to appreciate the splendid scenery of the Land of Fire, Feiyu realized that since traversing into the world of Naruto, he had scarcely had the opportunity to relish such sights. The management system enforced by the Konoha ninjas prohibited any wandering ninjas. They were either rogue ninjas or engaged in missions. Only the legendary Sannin later enjoyed such privileges. For days later, the two arrived, weary and travel-worn, at the capital of the Land of Fire, hastening towards the feudal lord's palace. The streets they traversed were bustling with life, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere of war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, as well as the heightened alertness in Konoha, creating an almost surreal dichotomy. Aki noticed this dissonance, her brow furrowing in discomfort as the stark contrast unsettled her. She could not fathom how a nation embroiled in conflict could harbor citizens who appeared utterly unaffected. Pondering whether this was a deliberate act by the rulers or an indication of their indifference toward the war, Feiyu, however, understood that ninjas and civilians lived in separate worlds, and the fires of war did not encroach upon their lives. It was no longer the Warring States period. Upon reaching the palace, they presented their intentions to the guards, who hurried inside to report. Feiyu began to idly survey his surroundings, taken by the gleaming opulence that adorned the palace, as if such grandeur was the only means to convey the owner's nobility. After a brief moment, the palace doors opened, and rather than the guards returning, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. The shorter figure was a young girl, scanning them with curious eyes, lingering particularly on Feiyu's Konoha forehead protector. Taken aback, Feiyu rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the tall man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was merely a resemblance in their brows and eyes. What a relief! Feiyu exhaled, momentarily startled, fearing he had encountered a resurrected Hashirama, only to realize it was not the case. Wait, a resemblance? Feiyu's thoughts wandered again, speculating if this man could possibly be Hashirama's son. Having deduced this, he returned to his detached demeanor. As the duo approached, they noted Feiyu's expression. surprised that he had not come forward to greet them like others typically did. Their intrigue toward him deepened. Just then, the palace doors swung open once more, revealing the guard who beckoned. "My lord, please enter." Feiyu stepped into the palace, where he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a white kimono seated on a high throne, flanked by several attendants. Without hesitation, Feiyu knelt in the middle of the hall, raising the scroll in his hands, announcing that he bore documents requiring the feudal lord's personal review. Upon hearing this, a guard stepped forth, retrieving the scroll to present it to the feudal lord. Meanwhile, Aki appeared anxious, bowing respectfully. Though she was not a ninja, and thus not bound by the formalities of ninja etiquette, simply standing demurely. The feudal lord examined the scroll for a moment before stating, "I am aware of the matter. You may leave. I would like to speak with Miss Aki." "As you wish." Exiting the palace, Feiyu let out a sigh of relief, pondering how exhausting it was to interact with those in power, constantly kneeling and bowing. Quite the nuisance. After taking a few more steps, he noticed the tall and short figures still lingering at the entrance, but he paid them no mind as he waited for Aki. "Hey, Konoha ninja, what brings you to see the feudal lord?" The young girl, noticing his indifference, puffed up her cheeks in irritation. Typically, others greeted her with deference, and although she found it tiresome, the contrast with Feiyu's aloofness was striking. Hearing her voice, Feiyu cast her a sidelong glance but remained silent, as though nothing had transpired. "You." The girl pointed at Feiyu, poised to retort, but was interrupted by a sharp reprimand. "Be quiet. Do not be so rude." The tall man admonished, then turned to Feiyu. "Young brother, my daughter has been poorly disciplined and has caused you trouble." He bowed respectfully. "Not at all. Miss Konoha is quite familiar to me," Feiyu replied with a smile, showing no sign of concern. The girl's face, previously puffed with indignation, transformed into a scrunched-up expression resembling that of a steamed bun. "Young brother, what is your name?" The tall man inquired kindly. "You may call me Feiyu. You are Senjuke, correct? What relation do you have to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama?" Despite his skepticism, Feiyu hoped to glean precise information from the source. "Indeed, he is my father," Senjuke proclaimed with pride as she mentioned Hashirama. "Oh, so this little princess is Tsunade then," Feiyu remarked thoughtfully, scrutinizing the young girl beside her. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Tsunade in her younger years, with her light yellow hair and a green outfit trimmed with pink. Albeit not yet possessing the formidable attributes she would later exhibit, Feiyu reached this conclusion after surveying her form. After being swept by Feiyu's aggressive gaze, Tsunade felt as though her entire being had been seen through. She tightened her clothing and regarded him warily. "What a shame, it is indeed the little girl," she thought. How could brother Feiyu have come to the capital of the Land of Fire? Senju Kaguya offered a polite remark before posing the same question as his daughter. Feiyu, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to himself, "Do I really need to report my purpose to you? You are not the Hokage." Nevertheless, he smiled and said, "I am here accompanying the daughter of the leader of the Hidden Mist Village. It is said that she carries important documents from the daimyo of the Land of Rice that need to be transferred. The Hokage's advisor sent me to escort her." Feiyu distanced himself from the situation, as if he were merely following orders from above. "I see," Senju Kaguya mused. "I suspect you were simply infatuated and took on this task willingly." Tsunade interjected, revealing his intentions. "Haha, even if I wanted to take on this task, I have no authority. After all, it is the Hokage's advisor who calls the shots." Feiyu seized the opportunity to cast a glance at the members of the Nara clan. Indeed, upon hearing this, Senju Kaguya's warm smile swiftly turned into a frown, though he quickly adjusted his expression, a change that Feiyu keenly observed. Hehe, it seems there will be some entertaining developments soon, Feiyu thought to himself, realizing that even within the Senju clan, there was some dissatisfaction regarding the appointment of Senju Tobarama. Chapter 31. Senju Kaguya was not particularly prominent in the Naruto anime prior to Feiyu's arrival, which seemed quite unjust. As a product of the union between the sage body of the Senju clan and that of the Uzumaki clan, one would expect Senju Kaguya to possess exceptional strength. He should have been a formidable presence, perhaps not on par with his father, the god of shinobi, but at least akin to Hanzo the salamander. Otherwise, what would become of the reputations of the Senju and Uzumaki clans? While he may not have displayed the full might of their lineage, his obscurity was indeed perplexing. However, reality can be cruel, and this led Feiyu to ponder other possibilities. Having never encountered Kaguya before, he felt it was a missed opportunity not to probe further. After all, He is an advisor to the Hokage, and his words carry weight. Kaguya reluctantly agreed. True, but the Hokage's position. Feiyu's expression hinted at unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Senju Kaguya lost his pretense of cordiality, quickly bidding farewell and departing with Tsunade. As they left, Tsunade glanced back at Feiyu, as if she had discovered something amusing. Usually, her father presented a friendly demeanor to others. This was the first time she had shown such a look. Feiyu responded with a playful face until they vanished from sight. To be candid, Feiyu did not wish to see Konoha crumble. However, given the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, unless Hiruzen stepped down, Danzo would continue to wield his influence over him. In the absence of absolute power to alter the current predicament, creating some distractions for them was preferable to being constantly monitored by Feiyu. He firmly believed that his reputation within the shadows of the ninja world would prevent matters from escalating to their worst. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the same as the later ninja heroes who possessed the strength to suppress dissent. They were merely inexperienced in their newfound power, and it was unlikely that a few petty clowns could pose a genuine threat to them. Thus, this period of confusion was incredibly valuable. Feiyu intended to seize this window of opportunity to enhance his strength, enabling him to navigate his circumstances with greater ease. The most pressing matter at hand was the chakra fusion project. It promised rapid results and a high success rate. Feiyu had already formed some ideas, with the primary challenge being the Yin attribute chakra, which he aimed to eliminate. According to his inquiries, the Uchiha clan Sharingan could clearly perceive the flow of chakra. If he could manipulate the chakra flow to identify the source of earth and wind chakra, he could circumvent the obstacles posed by the Yin attribute chakra and achieve a fusion of earth and wind. However, he found himself torn between befriending a member of the Uchiha clan to assist him or acquiring his own Sharingan. The Uchiha were notoriously proud and often exclusionary. Generally, one would only encounter them in places free from their scrutiny, such as the Ninja Academy. Even then, any interaction would be met with the Uchiha's inherent wariness. A minor misstep could lead to apprehension by the police force. Yet, there were no young Uchiha who had awakened their eyes at the academy. Would he have to wait for the births of Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi? That time seemed unbearably distant, and by then, the situation might have already deteriorated. Moreover, any Uchiha casualties on the battlefield would be reclaimed to prevent the Sharingan from leaking into the wrong hands, making it exceedingly difficult for Feiyu to take advantage of the situation. Thus, forming a friendship with an Uchiha seemed even more daunting. Without a bond forged in childhood, the prospect was nearly impossible. Another day of envy towards the Uchiha passed. Amidst Feiyu's internal conflict, Anko gracefully exited the palace. How is it? Do you need a few more days to report back to the village? Feiyu inquired. Just 2 more days to discuss some details with the daimyo, and we should be able to return on the 3rd day. Anko replied. Feiyu nodded and found a nearby inn, settling in without hesitation. During the 2 days that followed, he hardly ventured outside, subsisting on the meals provided by the inn while gradually reflecting on his recent gains. Following the chakra manipulation techniques, he had managed to control his chakra to a delicate 0.1 millimeters, a significant improvement from before. Although he still had a way to go to reach 0.07 millimeters, he had already traversed half the distance. Indeed, training based on the experiences of predecessors proved to be swift. The most immediate benefit of improved chakra control was that it reduced the leakage of chakra when performing jutsu, allowing for maximum utilization. For a civilian ninja, this was paramount, enhancing their endurance in battle and enabling a more precise output of chakra, thereby amplifying the potency of their techniques. 2 days passed swiftly, and while Feiyu continued to solidify his skills, Anko returned. Big brother Feiyu, we can set off tomorrow, she exclaimed brightly. Feiyu responded without any noticeable change in demeanor. Their relationship had gradually grown closer over the brief time they spent together, primarily due to one party's overtures and the other's lack of refusal. Consequently, her address shifted from Feiyu-kun to Big Brother Feiyu, a change that Feiyu understood reflected Anko's current feelings. In a foreign land teetering on uncertainty, where she desperately sought their help amidst a crowd eager to exploit her, one could only imagine her helplessness. Without even a slight reliance on others, those with weaker resolve might easily crumble. Through their interactions, Feiyu recognized that Anko was not particularly opinionated. Rather, she was merely being propelled by the circumstances. To resist would mean being torn apart. Thus, Feiyu acknowledged her efforts. Arriving at the daimyo's palace before dawn, and returning in the evening, visibly exhausted. Without dwelling overly on the matter of titles, "Big brother Feiyu, you should rest early," Anko said before closing the door. Feiyu sighed, feeling disinclined to continue training. He gazed out at the vibrant night scene, reflecting on the events. The following morning, the two quickly completed their checkout procedures, packed their belongings, and set off toward Konoha. Compared to the trepidation they felt upon arrival, Anko now seemed considerably more at ease. She had made her decisions, conceded where necessary, and was now merely waiting to return to Konoha to set her plans into motion. Feiyu gazed at the boundless youth of Apricot, his heart unwilling to dampen her spirit, and he could only let out a silent sigh. Though he remained unaware of the promise she had received from Daimyo, it was clear that without the Hokage's approval, nothing could be accomplished, for this was the stark reality of the ninja world, where ninjas held all the power of discourse. Chapter 32, Uprising, Part 1. 2 days had passed since Feiyu returned from the capital of the Land of Fire to Konoha. During this time, he had eagerly anticipated what strategies Senju Kaguya would employ to embarrass the Hokage's advisor, but to his surprise, Konoha had shown no signs of activity at all, even considering the lengthy journey Feiyu undertook. This led him to suspect that Senju Kaguya might be concocting something grand. That day, feeling restless in his tranquility, he decided to visit the Hitaki clan to pay his respects to Hitaki Tsukumo. It was always prudent to cultivate relationships with potential allies. Feiyu knocked on the door, and a little girl's voice responded, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" "Oh, I am here to see Tsukumo. I am his friend," Feiyu declared, naturally assuming the role of a friend. "Friend?" The little girl scrutinized Feiyu with suspicion, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed, "Humph. Tsukumo is not home. You should leave." Her face bore an expression of displeasure. Feiyu was left bewildered, uncertain of how he had offended her, and cautiously inquired, "Where has Tsukumo gone? Where else could he be?" "On a mission," the little girl retorted indignantly. The mention of a mission struck Feiyu like a bolt of lightning, as he recalled that this was the very same Tsukumo who had once shared his food with him. It seemed they were childhood friends, and upon seeing him, Feiyu, a perceived villain, she refused to offer a pleasant demeanor. Sensing her displeasure, Feiyu chose not to press further and turned to leave. "Oh, I had hoped to continue undertaking missions with Tsukumo. It appears that during my visit to the daimyo, he has already been dispatched elsewhere," he sighed, shaking his head and giving up on the idea of socializing. Thus, he resigned himself to the monotony of training, and more training. Given the ongoing war, there was little time for rest, and the following day he hastily accepted a mission and departed from Konoha. In the subsequent 2 months, Feiyu gradually took on missions to contact the remnants of the Yanin village, ensuring their safe relocation to a designated temporary area. The Hokage's advisor began mobilizing the village's reserve forces, primarily the middle and lower-ranking ninjas, continuously clearing out bandits and urging them to head to the front lines. Meanwhile, the major clans remained in a state of observation. Aside from the Sarutobi and Nara clans actively participating in battles, the Senju, Inazuka, Nara, and Waihai clans merely dispatched a few junior members as a symbolic gesture. It seemed the war had reached a fever pitch. This thought crossed Feiyu's mind as he returned from his mission. The exodus of ninjas had rendered Konoha quite desolate. Adults hurriedly closed their doors and windows, as if fearing they would be conscripted at any moment, while a few elderly folk sat under eaves, discussing trivial matters. Is it true that the ninjas in Konoha have fled in droves? In a shadowy corner, many gathered, conspiring about something. The third Hokage had mobilized all available forces, leaving behind only some obstinate clan members who could not brazenly walk the streets without considering the repercussions. "That's good," one of them declared. "Once our plan is executed, we won't have to concern ourselves with those clans any longer. My lord, please command the battle strategy. Tonight at midnight, you will lead 2 teams to contact Mizuki-yu from within the prison. Collaborate with him to release the prisoners and rioters held captive in Konoha, causing chaos among the upper echelons," the leader ordered. "Rest assured, my lord, I have already made arrangements with those near the prison. As soon as the time is right, I will instigate the uprising. At that time, the thousands of imprisoned rioters will surely deliver a crushing blow to Konoha. Good. The rest of you will capture the sealing team and undermine Konoha's barriers from within. Everyone, the fate of our ability to overthrow Konoha among the 5 great nations rests upon tonight. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Overthrow Konoha. Overthrow Konoha. Overthrow Konoha. All right, let us disperse." As the words fell, the figures in the shadowy corner vanished without a trace, like a fleeting mirage. Around 10 o'clock that night, Feiyu was preparing to rest, as per his routine. Yet, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, his heart racing, indicating that he was anything but calm. Even the wild dogs around the village seemed less lively than usual, and a tense atmosphere suffused the air. This feeling had been creeping over him since the afternoon, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his training. He could only sit in meditation, gathering chakra to pass the time. The usually aloof Matwan appeared unusually agitated, licking its paws restlessly. What is going on today? Nothing seems to go right. My training efficiency has plummeted. Feiyu muttered to himself. What else could it be? Something significant is about to happen, Matwan replied. Something significant? What sort of event? Feiyu's curiosity was piqued, suspecting that Senju Kaguya had organized something monumental, and he quickly began to inquire further. I don't know, Matwan answered without a moment's hesitation. You don't know? Then how can you say something significant is about to occur? Feiyu asked, his expression darkening. By sensing it. The ninjas in the village have been unusually active since the large-scale mobilization to the front lines. Today is the first time I've noticed such activity, Matwan explained matter-of-factly. Oh, where are the ninjas particularly active? Within a mountain range. The usual scene was one of quietude, but today it seemed as if it had erupted into chaos, with ninjas darting about. Though they remained within the confines of the mountain, from the outside, everything appeared normal. In another location, a significant number of ninjas had suddenly appeared around ordinary residences. Matwan tilted its head, recalling the stark contrast between past and present as it elaborated slowly. Listening to Matwan's account, Feiyu's mind raced. The mountain range was where Konoha imprisoned criminals. He had been fortunate enough to be detained there during his assassination attempt on Danzo. According to Matwan's description, it seemed the prisoners were on high alert, and typically, inmates wouldn't be allowed such freedom of movement. Yet, the events were unfolding before his eyes, and he could only ponder what steps to take next. As for the sudden influx of ninjas in residential areas, it could only mean that Konoha's critical institutions were under threat of invasion. Now, it was too late to prevent it, and he needed to prioritize his own safety. He must avoid being implicated by Senju Kaguya's faction. Danzo would not rest until he had his revenge and could not be allowed to find any leverage against him. Without hesitation, Feiyu resolved that he could no longer remain in the city. The uprising could very well spill over into this area. A wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and he decided to leave at once. Grabbing Matwan and hoisting it onto his shoulder, he headed deep into the forest of death. Chapter 33, Uprising, Part 2. Boom. A resounding explosion shattered the tranquility of Konoha's night, followed closely by a flare of fire that illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a cacophony of chaos. Some shouted curses, others expressed righteous indignation, while some lamented, and still others cowered in fear. The myriad facets of humanity were laid bare in this moment. At that very moment, within the Hokage building. Have we yet to track the enemy's movements? Tsunade questioned sternly, addressing a member of the Anbu standing before her. My lady, the enemy has launched a surprise attack on the sealing team, creating a breach in the barrier and infiltrating with a host of unidentified ninjas, initiating an assault on us. It seems they are affiliated with the same group that annihilated the Chunin village, the Anbu reported respectfully. They think they can crush us like they did the weak Chunin village? That is impossible, Mito Minion bellowed, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Tsunade shot him a glance, instantly comprehending her old partner's thoughts. They had both been caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Currently, aside from the sealing team that has lost contact, are there any other departments that have gone silent? Second Koharu continued to inquire. Only the prison department has yet to respond. What? Why was this not reported sooner? Must I be the one to ask for it to be conveyed? Second Koharu's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Lord Kaguya mentioned that the prison situation is merely a minor issue. Only by addressing the primary adversary can we truly resolve the matter and spare our advisors from worrying about these trifles. At this moment, the Anbu also recognized the gravity of the situation and disclosed everything they knew. Kaguya, Second Koharu gritted her teeth. I never expected the Senju clan to grow restless as well. A timely intervention, although seemingly insignificant, could prove fatal. This is particularly concerning as most of the prisoners are rebellious ninjas who did not submit during the last coup. They are acutely aware of Konoha's vulnerabilities. If left unchecked, their lawlessness could inflict severe damage on Konoha's economy and livelihood. It seems the time has come for a thorough cleansing of the Anbu. Such an important matter is dismissed as trivial. Second Koharu exclaimed in anger. We shall discuss these matters later. For now, we must organize the activities of the rebellious ninjas. The direct threat is nothing more than a few troublesome cats. Based on previous intelligence, it is highly likely that the assailants are from the Mist Village. As one of the 5 great nations, they cannot be oblivious to Konoha's strength. To believe they could annihilate Konoha with a mere surprise attack is utterly delusional. Unless the Mizukage personally intervenes. Mito Gate Yin analyzed. The Mizukage personally intervening? Second Koharu muttered to herself, momentarily stunned. The time has come for your destruction, Konoha. A voice brimming with arrogance echoed throughout the village, prompting those who heard it to curse and condemn the source of such audacity. Feiyu had nearly reached the edge of the death forest, and even there, he could hear that excessively arrogant voice. Indeed, Feiyu thought to himself, confirming his previous suspicions and feeling a sense of relief for having evaded this disaster. The secret techniques of the Second Hokage are renowned. Surrender them, and you shall be spared. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, continued, guided by the spies to the Hokage building. Arrogance. Even the Mizukage must pay a price to take from Konoha. A ninja from one of the great clans rushing to provide support bellowed. Without further ado, he launched an attack, transforming into a human cannonball. His body expanded to 5 meters tall, curling into a ball and charging towards Hozuki Mangetsu and his companions, crushing everything in its path to dust. You don't know your limits. Hozuki Mangetsu remarked, water bubble technique. Bubbles infused with a thick, oily substance materialized, their reflections casting a mesmerizing effect as they adhered to the human cannonball, bursting upon contact. Simultaneously, the human cannonball suddenly veered and charged towards a nearby residential building, skillfully avoiding Hozuki Mangetsu and the others. Hozuki Mangetsu did not relent, summoning an oil-based clone that drifted forward, while the clone's abdomen and limbs swelled. Eventually unable to withstand the pressure and bursting. Boom. A cloud of steam erupted towards the approaching Konoha ninjas, many sustaining burns, with those at the forefront nearly vaporized. Charge. Hozuki Mangetsu pointed ahead, and behind him, numerous Mist Village ninjas surged forward, eager to seize whatever they could. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence. Elder. The Mist ninjas have taken the Hokage building. Should we lend assistance? A young man in his 20s asked. No need. The second Mizukage's purpose here is solely to acquire the water release techniques left by Senju Tobarama. Once they achieve their goal, they will retreat. However, if those rebellious ninjas are not restrained, they could jeopardize our interests. Many of them were captured by us, and we cannot let them escape. The elder sighed softly. I will immediately organize a team to apprehend them. The young man rose to leave. What are you rushing for? Just drive them away. Let them know that we Uchiha are not to be trifled with, and they will retreat. Having narrowly escaped, no one wishes to be captured again. If you recklessly pursue them, they will fight back. The elder reprimanded the youth, gradually explaining his reasoning. Yes, elder, I understand. The youth replied, having learned his lesson. Furthermore, you may select a few promising individuals among them to secretly recruit and bolster our Uchiha clan. After all, the days ahead will not be easy for the rebellious ninjas. The elder's words astonished the youth, yet he thought little of it, and simply followed orders. Konoha prison. Lord Mizuki, you truly are remarkable. You even managed to destroy the prison. From now on, I, Ishii, will follow you. Please, take me with you. The burly man, Ishii, gazed at the elegantly dressed figure before him with admiration, expressing his loyalty. The elegantly dressed man, upon hearing this, twitched slightly but refrained from correcting him, merely nodding modestly and saying, enough with the flattery. First, let us take revenge, then meet with Lord Mizukage. Time is of the essence. We must act quickly. Yes, my lord. Ishii swiftly gathered some battle supplies from the prison guard station and followed the elegantly dressed man into the forest. Chapter 34. Uprising, Part 2. Feiyu arrived at the boundary of the Death Forest, a sacred resting place for his mother. The forest was eerily silent, as if the conflict in Konoha had instilled fear in the small creatures here, causing them to tremble in silence, afraid of being captured. While he could not ascertain the identity of the intruders, he had a general idea, and his previous assumptions about Senju Kaguya had shifted significantly. Yet, in this precarious situation, he did not wish to play the role of a hero attempting to alter the course of fate. He merely sought to preserve his own safety. For Konoha would eventually rebuild. The elite forces loyal to the Hokage were on the front lines, and the ninjas devoted to their clans would ensure his losses remained minimal. In this way, his presence was neither a gain nor a loss. As he pondered these thoughts, an unpleasant voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. Damn it! We've come so far without encountering him. Where could he possibly be? One frustrated voice exclaimed. My lord, shall we not first regroup with the Mizukage? We have strayed far and are nearly outside Konoha's territory. Another voice suggested quietly. Get lost. I cannot rest until I avenge this grievance. I will find him and tear him to pieces. Amidst the argument between the two voices, Feiyu listened intently and, upon hearing the mention of the Mizukage, a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Considering the recent captives, most of whom were ninjas from the Mist Village, these two were not here to seek anyone else. They had come for revenge against him. Feiyu cursed internally, lamenting that even in prison, he could not be safe, allowing his enemies to come seeking vengeance. Had he known Mito and Yen were so inept, he would have simply handed them a pile of corpses, thus avoiding the situation of being hunted right after his release. He regretted his earlier greed for contributions, which now served as a cautionary tale. My lord, are you sure your tracking method is accurate? We've been circling this area for quite some time. Shut up. Is my secret technique something you can comprehend? He is undoubtedly nearby, just hiding. I will flush him out. Feiyu quietly concealed himself in a thicket, revealing only his eyes to observe the surroundings. His gaze fell upon a tall, thin man in ornate clothing, followed by a burly man with a missing right forearm. It's them. Feiyu instantly recognized the newcomers, Shui Weiyu and Ishii. It was unclear how Shui Weiyu had acquired a magnificent brocade garment that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Feiyu had previously seized. Get out of the way. Old man, witness my ninjutsu, exclaimed Shui Weiyu, shoving Ishii aside as he formed a hand seal. Secret technique, 1,000 kill water surge. Around Shui Weiyu, droplets of water began to coalesce, swiftly transforming into ice needles that shot out in all directions. A merciless assault of ice ninjutsu. Feiyu, ever vigilant from the moment Shui Weiyu made his move, realized there was no escaping this onslaught. He drew a kunai and swiftly maneuvered to a position where the ice needles were sparse, ready to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The ice needles aimed at Feiyu were all severed mid-flight, exposing his location. Ha ha ha. Hiding, are we? Why stop now? Weren't you quite the master of concealment? You've embarrassed me in front of my subordinate. Shui Weiyu's tone turned sinister as he spoke. Heh, if I am not mistaken. You must be a member of the Shui Weiyu clan. What arduous design brings you to Konoha? Feiyu replied with a grin, unfazed by the odds stacked against him. Humph. My goal is to uproot Konoha entirely and establish the renown of the Shui Weiyu clan. Shui Weiyu declared loudly, reveling in the moment. Oh, I have heard that the Mizukage is also present. What connection do you have with him? I seem to recall that your second Mizukage bore the surname of Kirigakure, no? Feiyu continued, casually scanning his surroundings for any sign of reinforcements to devise a strategy. Indeed, after Feiyu's remarks, Ishii's eyes clouded with suspicion. Furious, Shui Weiyu pointed a finger at him. Before he could finish, Feiyu launched an attack, targeting Ishii in an attempt to shift the odds from a 2-on-1 to a 1-on-1 confrontation. However, Shui Weiyu was not about to allow Feiyu's plan to succeed. He quickly formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Massive ice pillars erupted from the ground, forcing Feiyu to abandon his intended strike and turn to evade. Yet, the ice pillars seemed endless, continuously rising until a sufficient distance was established between him and Shui Weiyu. With a glance at Shui Weiyu's composed demeanor, Feiyu noted his calmness, which contrasted sharply with his own rising frustration. He thought, it seems eliminating that bearded man won't be so simple, but thankfully, he is missing his right hand and cannot form seals, so he poses little threat. When Ishii became Feiyu's target, a wave of shame surged within him. Recalling that his current plight was entirely due to the young man before him, he longed to tear him to pieces but was hindered by his diminished strength. Instead, he scanned the area for something he could use. Moments later, he spotted a mound resembling a grave. He hurried over, observing the offerings of fresh fruits placed before it, evidently recently laid there. The implications were clear. This grave was intimately connected to the battle occurring between Shui Weiyu and Feiyu. Without a second thought, he picked up an apple from the offering table, wiped it on his garment, and exclaimed, "Look, there are fruits here. I wonder whose they are. I shall have a taste." Feiyu, ever watchful of Ishii's movements, was infuriated by this display and prepared to retreat to attack Ishii. However, Shuei seized the moment, intensifying his assault and engaging Feiyu in close combat. Feiyu was taken aback, realizing the brocade-clad man matched him in physical prowess. In a state of panic, he regretted coming here, having sought a quiet refuge from the chaos, only to draw disaster to this sacred place, disturbing his mother's spirit. Seeing the scene unfold, Ishii's confidence surged, and he became increasingly reckless, kicking over the offering table and trampling the fruits beneath his feet. "You pathetic cripple! I will kill you!" Feiyu shouted in rage. Chapter 35, Uchiha, is it me? Ishii, incensed by Feiyu's insult, was further provoked. Unsatisfied with merely appending the offering table, he rummaged through his clothing for a kunai, wielding it like a shovel as he began to dig atop the grave. Feiyu's eyes turned crimson as he fixed a fierce gaze on Shuei, intensifying his assault with reckless abandon, trading blows and forcing Shuei to retreat. Startled by Feiyu's ferocity, Shuei hesitated, opting to utilize ice ninjutsu to counter. Ice release, Wolf Fang avalanche technique. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from a nearby stream, gradually taking the form of wolves, which solidified into life-sized ice wolves, exhaling frosty vapor as they advanced on Feiyu, leaving a trail of ice in their wake. Feiyu, undeterred, summoned 2 shadow clones to engage 3 of the 4 ice wolves. Rasengan. He concentrated chakra in his right hand, forming a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which he slammed down onto the head of one wolf. The wolf's head shattered, and its body collapsed as if devoid of consciousness. Just as he was about to eliminate the remaining ice wolves, Shuei began forming seals again. Ice release, one-horned white whale. In an instant, a massive white whale burst forth from the ice beneath the wolf's path, crashing toward Feiyu and the ice wolves. The oncoming wave of white was overwhelming, and Feiyu knew he could not withstand it. He attempted to evade, but several relentless ice wolves ensnared him. In a moment of desperation, he commanded his shadow clones to engage the ice wolves at all costs, allowing him to escape the imminent attack. The area where the whale struck was left as a deep crater, and the ice wolves and clones vanished without a trace. As Feiyu's mind processed the chaos, 2 memories surfaced from the depths of his consciousness, remnants linked to the shadow clones. At that moment, the area was filled with ice, reflecting the sunlight dazzlingly. "Hey, look over here." Ishii, having witnessed the spectacular display of ninjutsu, continued his rampage. He kicked over a coffin, revealing a decayed corpse, largely rotted but still infested with maggots due to its burial. Ishii covered his nose with his severed arm and, with his left hand, picked up what appeared to be a leg bone, calling out to Feiyu. Feiyu turned to see the macabre sight, the bone's maggots scattering as Ishii waved it in the air. Damn it! Feiyu felt a sharp pain in his eyes and, disregarding everything, lunged at Ishii like a ravenous beast. Ishii, startled, was met with a reflective surface that suddenly appeared before Feiyu, from which Shuei emerged, forming a hand sign. In an instant, large droplets of water coalesced in the air, adorned with thorns, hurtling toward Feiyu. Ice release, magic mirror, ice release, ice shuriken technique. Just as Feiyu attempted to evade, ice mirrors materialized around him, swiftly enclosing him. Reflections of Shuei appeared in each mirror, executing the same hand signs and summoning an equal scale of ice thorns. From all directions, they surged toward Feiyu, while in his mind lingered the haunting image of Ishii wielding his mother's leg bone as a weapon against the surrounding trees. Feiyu could no longer endure Shijing's relentless humiliation, feeling as if his head would split open. He crouched on the ground, cradling his head, allowing the icy thorns to strike his back, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Mizuki, equally grave, tirelessly executed the ice escape technique, attempting to transform Feiyu into a sieve at any moment. Yet, at that moment, Feiyu felt no pain. A fierce, clawing shadow loomed in his mind, roaring at him. "Return my mother! Return my mother! Return my mother!" Upon closer inspection, the shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to Feiyu himself. He suddenly realized that the previous owner of his body harbored a latent consciousness within his mind. "Rest assured, I will ensure that those who humiliated my mother perish before my eyes," Feiyu vowed solemnly. The shadow, having heard this, ceased its chaotic clamor and spoke with extraordinary clarity. What you have promised must be fulfilled. With that, the shadow dissipated, transforming into a wisp of smoke that flowed into Feiyu's eyes, astonishingly granting him the three-tomo Sharingan. Instantly, a refreshing sensation washed over his mind, and upon gradually opening his eyes, the world before him became vividly clear. Even the minutest ant hole was discernible. Just as Feiyu attempted to stand, the sudden movement tugged at his wounds, unleashing a searing pain that coursed through him. He gasped in anguish, resolving that he could no longer delay. The man in the brocade must be dealt with immediately. With deliberate care, he rose, his ominous gaze sweeping over the ice mirror. Upon sensing the anomaly, Mizuki-yu, concealed within, caught sight of Feiyu's eyes and gasped, exclaiming, "You are of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha? Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, but now was not the time for contemplation. He felt the surrounding scene was astonishingly clear, able to anticipate every subtle movement of the brocade-clad man through the surface tension of his muscles, and if he focused, he could even perceive the flow of chakra. With a slow gathering of chakra in his right hand, Feiyu formed a blue sphere the size of a soccer ball with ease. The result startled him, as he found his chakra flowing effortlessly, responding to his will as if it were an extension of his own body, enabling him to manifest such a substantial Rasengan with minimal exertion. Everything had changed. Elated by his transformation, he intensified his chakra input, causing the soccer-sized Rasengan to swell and grow. It expanded until it reached the size of 10 soccer balls, morphing into the colossal Rasengan he had longed for. Mizuki-yu, upon seeing the sphere of chakra coalesce, immediately sensed impending doom. Although he had utilized this technique during his battle with the Ice Wolf, its power paled in comparison to the current massive form, evoking a sense of foreboding within him. As anticipated, moments later, under Mizuki-yu's watchful gaze, the spherical chakra grew larger and larger until it nearly touched the crystalline overhead before halting its expansion, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Just as the thought of escape flickered in his mind, Feiyu pinpointed his location amidst the myriad ice mirrors and, without hesitation, unleashed the colossal Rasengan directly into Mizuki-yu's face. The immense force shattered the ice palace into fragments, and Mizuki-yu, having made intimate contact with the Rasengan, was left disfigured, his hands lost in the chaos, collapsing lifelessly before Shijing. Meanwhile, Shijing remained frozen in shock, paralyzed by the overwhelming turn of events. Chapter 36. Pursuit. Feiyu approached Shijing with measured steps, his eerie eyes fixated on him. Shijing dared not move or meet Feiyu's gaze. Well aware of the Uchiha clan's notorious reputation, he lowered his head slightly, bracing himself against the palpable pressure, contemplating his next move. However, under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, all his ploys were futile, including his attempts to secretly channel chakra into his feet and tense his leg muscles. As Feiyu's reflection gradually emerged in Shijing's line of sight, his mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. He knew that if Mizuki-yu had fallen, his own chances were even slimmer, especially with an arm missing. The ghastly sight of Mizuki-yu's corpse extinguished any flicker of fighting spirit within him, leaving only a desire to flee. "Ah!" Shijing shouted, rallying himself as he sprinted toward the most chaotic area of Konoha. Feiyu pursued him at a leisurely pace, neither rushing to capture him nor allowing him to escape. Although Feiyu appeared to hold the upper hand, he was not without his own burdens, having been pierced by numerous icy thorns from Mizuki-yu. His chakra was nearly depleted after the massive Rasengan, leaving him merely feigning strength. Nevertheless, he was fortunate to have been nurtured by Shunnong's blessings, and throughout this time, he had cultivated his body with the body activation technique. He could feel the flesh on his back slowly regenerating. In no time, the damage would be minimized, and that would be the moment for him to strike. As for why Shijing had not noticed Feiyu's gruesome wounds, it was simply because he was positioned in front of him, preventing him from seeing Feiyu's back. Additionally, the magical ice mirror thoroughly concealed the battlefield, only revealing Feiyu's final blow that vanquished Mizuki-yu, leaving the specifics of the encounter shrouded in mystery. Moreover, Feiyu's feigned bravado had been executed flawlessly, instilling fear in Shijing, who was now solely focused on escape, resulting in the current scenario. The two men raced through the death forest, one in pursuit of the other. Shijing occasionally glanced back, hoping against hope that Feiyu might relent, though he knew it was unlikely. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope, only to be met with despair. After nearly an hour of fleeing, Shijing finally glimpsed the barriers marking the edge of the Death Forest, a sight that filled him with joy. Feiyu recognized that the time for action had come. His injuries were no longer critical, and he had regained some chakra through the consumption of soldier pills, sufficient to deal with Shijing. Thus, he decisively quickened his pace, swiftly catching up to Shijing. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Shijing's heart raced, and in a panic, he fumbled through his pockets for throwing weapons, hurling them backward without a second thought. However, long before he could launch his projectiles, Feiyu had already discerned their trajectory through the movement of Shijing's muscles, deftly avoiding them. The attempts merely delayed Feiyu's advance, but could not alter the outcome. Feiyu summoned 2 shadow clones, and scathed, to restrain Shijing. "Please, my lord, I beg you spare my life. I will serve you, and provide intelligence from the hidden mist village." Shijing pleaded. "Spare your life, you say? First, cease your movement while I place a seal upon you," Feiyu replied in a chilling tone. "Are you jesting? If I stop, I shall lose my life. You wretched scoundrel, if you intend to end me, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed." Shijing's face twisted in malevolence, as if he had resolved upon something dire. Feiyu merely scoffed, unfazed by the threat. Shijing halted, signaling to Feiyu, as a multitude of tadpole-shaped symbols materialized around him, swiftly engulfing his body. His chakra surged violently, spilling forth through the symbols. This transformation took Feiyu by surprise. He beheld Shijing, now fully transformed into a chakra-infused humanoid entity, simultaneously drawing upon the abundant natural energy around him through the symbols. Anything that involved natural energy transcended the essence of existence itself. The flow of chakra typically traverses through the meridians, yet at this moment, Ishii resembled a colossal powder keg, his body saturated with chakra that gradually fused with natural energy. The outcome of this bizarre transformation remained uncertain. "Come on, you brat. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Do not overestimate your own significance. None are to be trifled with." Ishii bellowed, his skin a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe shrimp, clamoring in rage. "Ninjutsu, hell's annihilation." Ignoring the agony coursing through his body, Ishii charged towards Feiyu like a madman, intent on perishing alongside him. However, Feiyu would not acquiesce to such fate. Upon witnessing the imminent threat, he immediately fled, distancing himself from the explosive figure. In an instant, the roles of predator and prey were reversed. Ishii's corporeal form, infused with the natural energy of chakra, was battered and torn apart, his pursuit faltering as Feiyu gradually escaped. In a fit of rage, he let out a defiant roar. "I curse you to a wretched demise. One day, you shall meet a fate far worse than mine, and I shall await you in hell." Ishii's vengeful gaze lingered on Feiyu's retreating silhouette, muttering incantations until he uttered his final words, transforming into a blazing torch that erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening roar reverberated through every corner of Konoha, drawing the attention of those engaged in battle. Even the distant capital of the Land of Fire felt the earth tremble. Tonayuki Kamaru and Mido Gate Inn simultaneously recognized the source of the explosion, exclaiming, "The Forest of Death." Relieved that the Forest of Death was not a critical location, merely occupied by trees, they seized the opportunity to launch a second wave of attack while their adversaries remained dazed. The towering mushroom cloud ascended skyward, prompting Feiyu, who was not far away, to hastily employ his defensive ninjutsu. Earth Release. Earth Flow technique concealed him entirely behind a wall of earth. Yet the barrier was shattered by the chaotic trees, sending him hurtling 5 meters back, where he barely managed to halt his fall by grasping a large tree. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Feiyu mused, "What immense power. Being caught in that would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, I did not push too hard initially." While internally grateful for his awakened Sharingan, he remained curious as to why it had manifested. Chapter 37. Peering into the ceiling book Lord Mizukage. An unidentified force has appeared far to the northwest, suspected to be IWA Shinobi. A member of the Anbu from Kirigakure reported respectfully to the enigmatic Kagaya Mangetsu. "Damn, is that scoundrel seeking to take advantage of our predicament?" The bearded man grimaced, clearly displeased, and commanded the surrounding mist ninjas, "Boys, let us make one last grab before we retreat." A chorus of cheerful cheers erupted around him, contrasting sharply with the serious atmosphere surrounding Mido Gate Inn and Tonayuki, who stood in opposition. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers from Konoha, on a hillside, a bandaged figure inquired, "How goes the mission to send a message to the bearded man?" Have they infiltrated? Lord Tsuchikage, the task has been excellently accomplished. Should we not ambush them at Konoha and strike the Mizukage simultaneously? An elderly figure resembling a military strategist suggested. No, that would yield no benefit. The Tsuchikage replied. We will circle around Konoha, misleading the bearded man regarding our position, and set an ambush on their inevitable route to the land of water. This way, whatever spoils they acquire will be ours, and we can severely weaken the Mist Village. The Tsuchikage, known for his strategic brilliance, had never encountered an event beyond his foresight. But can the messenger truly confuse the Mizukage? The elder questioned with concern. That bearded man is only slightly more formidable than a steaming pile of explosives. Without that, he wouldn't even hold his position as Mizukage. The Tsuchikage scoffed, dismissing the elder's worries entirely. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from Konoha, capturing everyone's attention, including the Tsuchikage's. As he beheld the rising mushroom cloud, a fleeting curiosity crossed his mind, but it was quickly dismissed. No ninjutsu could ever compare to his bloodline limit. Accelerate. It seems the battle in Konoha is nearing its conclusion, he commanded. The group responded with a resounding agreement and swiftly moved into action, with the Tsuchikage leading the way. Feiyu, at the epicenter of Ishii's explosion, gathered scattered remnants of flesh and returned to his mother's grave. He placed Ishii's remains alongside the severed head of Mizuki Mizuho as offerings at her tomb. After reburying the coffin and tidying the surrounding earth, ensuring the battlefield was cleansed of traces, he bowed several times before his mother's grave and departed without looking back. The explosion in the Forest of Death would undoubtedly draw many to investigate. He would return once the commotion subsided. Activating his Sharingan, he cautiously observed the battle near the Hokage building. He beheld a colossal mirage emitting vast clouds of white steam, drifting towards the Konoha ninjas, causing some to collapse as they inhaled it. Amidst the chaos, a mist ninja, along with Toniyuki Kamaru and Mido Gate N, relentlessly assaulted the mirage until, enveloped in a haze, they vanished from sight. They hastily pursued the mist ninjas, determined not to allow them to seize Konoha's resources and escape unscathed. Even the Mizukage could not be permitted to do so. Feiyu absorbed the scene, perplexed by Toniyuki Kamaru and Mido Gate N's intentions. Instead of remaining to handle the aftermath and assess their losses, they chased the mist ninjas. It was one thing to confront them, but when faced with the Mizukage, they shrank back like turtles. He pondered the significance of their pursuit. Perhaps it was pride at play. After all, during the Hokage's absence, such a significant incident had arisen during their first governance. If they failed to manage it well, they would lose face in their roles as advisors. Let us hope for a miracle, Feiyu scoffed inwardly, shifting his gaze towards the dilapidated Hokage building, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Scanning the area with his Sharingan, he noted only a few scattered ninjas moving about. Releasing the dormant creature he had held closely during the chaos, he prepared it for action. The creature, which had remained unusually quiet during the battle, was now ready to fulfill its purpose. He swiftly incapacitated the conscious ninjas around him and hastened to the Hokage's storage room. Upon entering, he found an array of small scrolls lining the walls, while at the center lay a massive scroll that he had long admired. This must be the sealing book authored by Senju Tobarama, he mused eagerly, yearning to open it. However, as he reached for it, a small illusion ensnared him. Yet it was easily discerned and evaded by his Sharingan. How careless! The moment of relaxation often precedes success. If not for my Sharingan, I would have succumbed like those outside, only to be discovered by the guards, he reflected. As he opened the sealing book, he was greeted by a plethora of forbidden techniques, powerful explosive tags, the swift flying thunder god technique, the dark arts devised specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, the half-developed Edo Tensei, and the theoretical 8 Gates release, among others. Feiyu was dazzled by the array of techniques, hastily committing the chakra flow routes and insights to memory, beginning with the first forbidden technique, the shadow clone technique. As he prepared to record all the contents of the sealing book, dizziness overtook him after perusing the first technique. It seems the text has been sealed with a spell that stimulates the mind upon viewing. In my current state, I can only manage to read about 4 more. Feiyu contemplated. In a focused selection from the catalog, several renowned forbidden techniques that significantly enhance one's abilities were chosen. The 8 Gates of Dunjia Formation, the Flying Thunder God Technique, the Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, and the 4-Symbol Seal. These correspond to the realms of physical techniques, speed, necromancy, and sealing, respectively.
These selections were made after profound contemplation, and mastering any one of them would undoubtedly grant Feiyu a monumental boost in power. Reluctantly putting away the sealing scroll,
He turned his attention to the other scrolls, which were far less sophisticated, consisting primarily of ordinary ninjutsu. Browsing through some, he found them to be mundane techniques from the continent, yet adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed. He resolved to learn as much as possible before the return of Tuanchin Xiaochun and others. Truth be told, he owed a debt of gratitude to Senju Tobarama. Without his provision of such an excellent opportunity, it would have been impossible for Feiyu to seize the moment. Eagerly grasping the scrolls, he began to study multiplication technique, body flicker technique, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, vacuum sphere, lightning release, body flicker, leaf village sword technique, and the nirvana technique. Chapter 38. Mutual destruction. A brilliant white beam of light surged from a grove, aimed directly at the mist-hidden village's forces. Everything in its path disintegrated into smoke and dust, as if eradicated from existence. "Ah, my arm!" cried a hapless soul who was merely grazed by the white beam, his left arm reduced to ashes. In fury, the ghostly figure of Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, "You, treacherous villain, only capable of sneaky ambushes. Huh, unlike you. I possess wit, and am not easily deceived." The figure known as Mu rose slowly, mocking Mangetsu for falling into his trap without awareness. Mangetsu, infuriated, noted that at least 10 elite ninjas had perished from that attack, along with numerous supplies seized from Konoha. When the enemies met, their eyes blazed with animosity. There was no need for excessive dialogue. They simply engaged in combat. With a swift series of hand seals, Hozuki Mangetsu summoned a Shinj to assist him in battle. Mu, undeterred, conjured a stone giant to entangle the combined assault of Mangetsu and the Shinj. Earth release, earth-style technique, and dust release. World disintegration technique manifested a white figure that emerged from the stone giant, rapidly expanding in an attempt to envelop both Mangetsu and the Shinj. However, as old rivals, Mangetsu was well aware of Mu's capabilities and had long prepared for this move, immediately creating a special shadow clone. The oil and water clone charged forth, colliding with the world disintegration technique, swelling upon impact and culminating in a massive explosion. The steam released vaporized everything within a 100-meter radius, while the clone itself was dismantled by the same technique. The clash of ninjutsu left both combatants evenly matched. The observing ninjas from Mist-Hidden Village and Rock-Hidden Village had never witnessed such a scene, as casualties were instantaneous and injuries were rampant. Cautiously, they distanced themselves from the combat zone of the two shadows. Under the leadership of a strategist, the Rock Ninjas launched an assault on their Mist counterparts. The leader of the Mist Ninjas, unwilling to back down, rallied his forces with a fierce shout to join the fray. Given that the Mist Ninjas had already engaged in battle with Konoha, their chakra and stamina were severely depleted, while the Rock Ninjas had conserved their strength, tilting the scales of war in favor of the latter. Damn it, where are Mizuki and those guys? Weren't they supposed to organize the rogue ninjas from Konoha? The Mist Ninjas, as fatigue set in, began to lay blame elsewhere. Who knows where he has gone? Probably indulging in his own gains, remarked another Mist Ninja with a bitter tone. The arrogant members of the Bloodline Limit clans were usually insufferable, but now they were brazen enough to act spoiled. The Mist Ninjas vented their frustrations, resentful of being oppressed by the Bloodline clans, and now being used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. One orange-haired Mist Ninja, sensing the tide turning, cautiously maneuvered toward the edge of the battlefield. Upon reaching a certain distance, he turned and fled. The Rock Ninjas hesitated to pursue, but ultimately returned to their own battles, observing the determination of their comrades. Seeing this, the Mist Ninjas followed suit, attempting their own retreat. However, the Rock Ninjas, astute in their military strategy, blocked the escape routes leading back to Mist Village, leaving the only option towards Konoha. Thus, the battle raged for approximately an hour before Tuanchin Xiaochun and Mito Yin arrived late. What they encountered was a landscape marred by the scars of dust release, with trees charred by the searing heat of the oil and water clone. The area lay in ruins, reminiscent of an ancient beast's rampage. Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu had both exhausted their chakras simultaneously, leading to their mutual destruction. Their their bodies lying in a deep pit. The whereabouts of the rock ninjas were unknown, while the ground was littered with the remnants of human figures, serving as grim evidence of their presence. Some mist ninjas bore broken limbs, but their bodies had inexplicably vanished, leaving many questions unanswered. The Konoha group, cautiously surveying the surroundings, was relieved not to have been drawn into this terrifying conflict. They carefully retrieved the bodies of the two shadows but found no trace of the lost sealing scrolls from Konoha and departed with a sense of regret. Once they had left, a black pitcher plant's head slowly emerged from the ground, grinning at the receding figures of the Konoha ninjas. The yellow-haired mist ninja traversed mountains and rivers and finally returned to Mist-Hidden Village the following day, with no time to tidy his appearance. He hastily sought an audience with Hozuki Mirai, the guard of the First Water Shadow, and the current deputy head of the Hozuki clan. Lord Clan Head, a young man named Suigetsu seeks an audience, announced a member of the Hozuki clan respectfully before Mirai. Although Hozuki Mangetsu was the clan leader, his lack of political acumen meant that the real power lay with the man before him. What nonsense is this? I suppose another fool comes to seek my favor for a ninja sword. Just brush him off, Hozuki Mirai replied languidly. My lord, he claims to have urgent news. Something concerning the Water Shadow. The clansman hastily reiterated Suigetsu's message upon sensing Mirai's indifference. Concerning the Water Shadow? That is indeed rare. It warrants attention. Bring him in, Hozuki Mirai said, perking up at the mention of the Water Shadow. He had been a strong candidate for the position of the Second Water Shadow, but had been defeated by Hozuki Mangetsu, remaining patient ever since. Although he outwardly respected Mangetsu, he constantly sought ways to undermine him. Lord Mirai, the Water Shadow has engaged in battle with the Earth Shadow. Suigetsu hurriedly relayed what he knew, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Hozuki Mirai. So, it is likely that when the Water Shadow returns, he will be gravely injured? Mirai mused to himself. Indeed, my lord, Suigetsu affirmed. Mirai, momentarily distracted by Suigetsu's words, felt no irritation. The situation unfolded to his advantage regardless of the outcome. He regarded the young man with keen interest, curious about the motives behind his actions. You have provided invaluable intelligence. How shall I reward you? Hozuki Mirai inquired. My lord, I made my way back at the first opportunity. You are the very first to learn of this news. Suigetsu emphasized his point, eager to bolster his leverage. Chapter 39. Recuperation. I desire a ninja sword, to become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, my lord. Whatever you command, I shall obey without question. Suigetsu finally expressed his ambition, albeit with trepidation. Hozuki Mitarashi gazed at him with a calm demeanor. The desires he harbored were anticipated by Hozuki Mitarashi, yet to obtain one of the 7 ninja swords was an unattainable feat. The 7 ninja swordsmen valued quality over quantity. Coincidentally, I was not particularly impressed with the wielder of the sword Samahata. Should you manage to defeat him, the sword shall be yours. After observing for approximately a quarter of an hour, the eyes of Suigetsu Hozuki displayed no hint of evasion, prompting him to express his contentment with these words. Suigetsu Hozuki hesitated momentarily. If he were capable of vanquishing the 7 ninja swordsmen, why would he need to seek assistance here? Would it not be more honorable to challenge them directly? He began cursing internally. Rest assured, I shall ensure a fair battle for you. Hozuki Mitarashi emphasized the word fair with great weight. Suigetsu Hozuki understood the underlying implication and hastily assured, My lord, I shall not disappoint you. Let us hope so. Hozuki Mitarashi waved his hand dismissively, displaying indifference. Feiyu spent an entire night in the library of Konoha, the prolonged activation of his Sharingan nearly overwhelming him. Yet he could not resist the bountiful temptation and forced himself to continue mechanically perusing the texts. As dawn broke, the commotion at the village entrance signaled the end of a night filled with both agony and pleasure. He quickly tidied up any traces of his presence, ensuring he would not implicate himself, and called out to Matamochi before decisively departing. Upon reaching the Forest of Death, he feigned unconsciousness, lying awkwardly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of those who would investigate the explosion. An hour later, 2 ENBU agents stealthily approached to examine the scene, instantly recognizing Feiyu's anomaly and, without hesitation, transporting him to the Konoha hospital for treatment. During their transit, he pretended to awaken in pain, groaning softly, Where am I? Who are you? Anbu. Taking you to the hospital, one of them replied coldly. Be gentle. Feiyu instructed. Upon arrival at the hospital, he underwent a full examination and had his grotesque back wound bandaged. One Anbu scrutinized him intensely, while the other hurried off to inform the Hokage's advisor. Anbu, what is so formidable about that? I was once an Anbu myself. Do you not possess a modicum of respect for your elders? How has your captain educated you? Fueled by the awakening of his Sharingan, Feiyu found a newfound audacity and spoke without considering the consequences, delighting in the thrill of his boldness. The Anbu remained unfazed, immobile as if carved from wood. They treated Feiyu as they would a criminal, which irked him greatly. Consequently, he displayed his displeasure openly, flopping onto the hospital bed, closing his eyes, and surrendering to the exhaustion from the mental strain of the previous night. In mere moments, he was fast asleep, the sound of his snores causing the observing Anbu to stare in disbelief. Shortly thereafter, the head of the interrogation department, Yamashiro Katsuhiko, arrived at Feiyu's bedside, signaling the Anbu to take their leave. By evening, Feiyu awoke feeling rejuvenated. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with an infuriating grin, instantly extinguishing his good mood. Well, what wind has blown the esteemed head of the interrogation department to my bedside? Are you here to interrogate this criminal? Feiyu remarked with sarcasm. Of course not. I heard you were injured and came to see how you were faring. Yamashiro Katsuhiko responded with a cheerful demeanor, disregarding Feiyu's biting remarks. Oh, here to visit me? Where's my gift? Surely, you did not come empty-handed? Feiyu glanced around, noting the barren surroundings, and spoke irritably. Oh, I have brought you the Hokage's directive for a leave of absence. Since you do not need it, I shall take my leave. Yamashiro feigned regret, pretending to exit. Wait. If the Hokage has issued a directive, even a mere nin like myself must heed it. Feiyu quickly grasped Yamashiro's arm, adopting a respectful demeanor. The Hokage's advisor stated that your resistance against the mist ninjas earned you injuries, granting you a month of recuperation leave. Now, can you enlighten me on the events in the Forest of Death? Yamashiro's expression suggested he had anticipated this, much to Feiyu's annoyance. However, seizing the opportunity, Feiyu recounted the events, omitting the awakening of his Sharingan and the details concerning his mother's grave. He merely stated that he had defeated two mist ninja, one obliterated by his self-created technique, and the other had employed a suicide jutsu that he narrowly evaded. Upon hearing about the self-created technique, Yamashiro's eyes glimmered with skepticism. Yet he knew now was not the time to dwell on that, so he pressed on, inquiring why Feiyu was near the Forest of Death. Feiyu explained that a powerful adversary, suspected to be a water moon ice user, had pursued him with overwhelming numbers, forcing him into the complex terrain of the Forest of Death. However, he was unaware of the tracking methods employed by his foes, leading to the ensuing confrontation. Yamashiro felt a twinge of embarrassment upon learning the enemy consisted of vengeful ninjas who had escaped from prison, assuring Feiyu that such an incident would not recur. Feiyu chuckled inwardly, thinking, will there be a next time? Certainly not. Those who cross me shall meet their demise. Yamashiro then inquired further about Feiyu's self-created technique. Seeking details on its level and power, Feiyu merely downplayed it, estimating it to be of minor significance. Yamashiro expressed doubt, recalling Feiyu's previous frail demeanor over the years, disbelieving that he could conjure such a technique from thin air, attempting to provoke him for more information. Feiyu, however, remained reticent, declaring he had nothing to divulge and promptly closed his eyes, appearing utterly drained, disregarding Yamashiro's presence. With no other recourse, Yamashiro reported to the two advisors, who expressed indignation at Feiyu's lack of gratitude. Yet, the pressing concern was the restoration of Konoha's environment, and Feiyu's trivial matters were not worthy of their attention, leading them to temporarily overlook the situation. After Yamashiro departed, Feiyu resolutely discharged himself from the hospital amidst the perplexed gazes of the medical staff, commencing his plans for the upcoming month. Chapter 40 Summary. Arriving at his doorstep, Feiyu meticulously surveyed his surroundings, observing the bustling activity of the townsfolk. He felt relieved that the conflict had minimally affected this area. After performing minor repairs to his home, he retreated to his bedroom. Throughout the day, he procured a plethora of scrolls dedicated to transcribing the various ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu techniques, and chakra pathways he had memorized, storing them in a concealed chamber beneath the ground. This would serve as a crucial reference for his enhancement. Simultaneously, he diligently studied the techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals, while he could comprehend some aspects. The rest remained shrouded in confusion. Each character was intelligible, Yet when combined, their meanings eluded him, leaving him feeling frustrated. After a day of study, he made little progress, attributing it to his insufficient foundation and lack of talent. Simultaneously, he pondered, why have I not discovered the scrolls containing the secrets of ninjutsu? Having a mentor to guide me would simplify matters greatly. Even without understanding the principles, imitation would suffice. Ninjutsu scrolls and secret repositories differ, while both represent a village's heritage. The former delineates the minimum standards for ninjas to perform ninjutsu, while the latter determines the upper limits. The two cannot be equated. The elements that establish upper limits are invariably safeguarded in secure locations, far from casual discovery. Secret repositories generally record high-level ninjutsu or esoteric techniques. Whoever acquires them can glean insights into the unique characteristics of those techniques. While mastery may not be guaranteed, it allows for a broader understanding, providing a vague sense of the boundaries of their application. Feiyu decided to temporarily set aside the four exceedingly intricate ninjutsu techniques and instead focus on mastering the shadow clone technique. Although at first glance, the shadow clone technique merely appears to be an increase in quantity compared to the basic clone technique, the principle of quantity leading to quality is paramount. Without a mentor to guide him, one must linger at the threshold for an extended period before gaining entry. After only a brief contemplation, Feiyu grasped the underlying principles. The reason this technique is classified as forbidden lies in the immense chakra consumption it entails, as well as the overwhelming impact it has on the brain when the shadow clones revert. Despite mastering it, Feiyu dared not employ it. Like fishing for the moon in a well, he could only observe but not utilize it. The primary reason for his hesitation was the insufficient amount of chakra he possessed. During his battle with Mizuki-yu, merely unleashing a singular large Rasengan drained half of his chakra, although it proved effective in combat. Any external interference could lead to his own defeat, a lesson he took to heart. When confronted with challenges, one must tackle them. The true horror lies not in the difficulty of the challenges, but in the inability to recognize them. Although he awakened the ocular bloodline limit of the Sharingan, this particular limit relies on the eyes to perform various secret techniques, including an array of illusions that could even develop to the point where mere eye contact with an Uchiha could induce Jinjutsu. However, he could not increase his chakra capacity. It was merely a mutation of his organ, effectively utilized. The authentic bloodline limit involves the fusion of two types of chakra, creating an entirely new chakra that surpasses the old, subsequently decomposing into fresh physical and mental energies. This process nurtures the old body, transforming it into an environment suitable for the release of the new chakra, thus achieving an advancement in the essence of life. According to Feiyu's estimations, such an advancement in life would ultimately culminate in reaching the sage level, rivaling the sage of six paths, and becoming a nexus of bloodlines. The fusion of his own bloodline limit is the initial step toward attaining sage-level prowess, which is why Feiyu diligently pursued chakra fusion. Furthermore, if an advancement in life occurs, it is likely that his chakra capacity would also increase, as evidenced by his opponent, Mizuki-yu. Mizuki, effortlessly unleashing vast ice needles, summoning colossal ice wolves and whales, and erecting impenetrable ice fortresses, demonstrated an abundance of chakra that seemed limitless. If not for Feiyu's decisive use of a finishing move, Mizuki could have prolonged the battle until Feiyu's demise. This stark contrast highlighted that members of bloodline clans never worried about their chakra reserves. They could unleash jutsu at will, irrespective of size. In comparison, although Feiyu was also a ninja, he felt like a beggar among them, barely surviving on scant resources and often needing to budget meticulously. They were the affluent ninjas, unconcerned with wealth, focused solely on the elegant and awe-inspiring execution of their techniques. This disparity weighed heavily on his heart. While he could enhance his chakra through external means such as tailed beasts or cursed seals, these were not accessible to him at present. Gazing into the mirror at home, Feiyu saw a young man clad in training attire, his limbs bound with weights, his expression resolute, and his blood-red eyes exuding an eerie allure that captivated even himself. The three tomo within his pupils slowly rotated, causing him some concern. Most individuals who awakened too many tomo at once often suffered ill health, their lives tragically cut short. Though they shone brightly before their demise, he was not inclined to join their ranks. Fortunately, he was on the cusp of turning 17, his physical development nearing completion, allowing him to endure this intense mutation. Upon returning to his bed, he summoned his companion, Matwan, to assist him in his training. With a puff of smoke, a small black and white cat appeared before him. I was in the midst of comforting a frightened mother cat. Why have you summoned me again? Matwan's displeasure was palpable. Is the mother cat more important, or am I? Feiyu posed a critical question. Of course the mother cat is more important. You're merely the litter box attendant. Matwan scrutinized Feiyu before lifting his head defiantly. Litter box attendant? How ungrateful. If I were to abandon you in the wilderness to fend for yourself among wolves, you'd be the first to suffer. Feiyu retorted angrily. Meow? No. Am I not your litter box attendant? Matwan, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly softened. Humph. I don't need that. Enough with the chatter, cat spirit. I require your assistance in my training. Feiyu declared impatiently, slowly activating his Sharingan. Matwan instinctively attempted to flee, but was caught and thrown onto Feiyu's shoulder. Every time I see your eyes, they exude a malevolent aura, Matwan said, still shaken. Humph. Feiyu dismissed this, aware that the Uchiha clan was often associated with various negative epithets. Chapter 41. The Birth of Magnetic Release with the complete fusion of the two souls. Feiyu's mental energy surged significantly. However, this was inconsequential. Thanks to the control afforded by his Sharingan, his inattribute chakra was fully directed into his eyes, transforming into the power of the three Tomo. This explains why Feiyu awakened with three Tomo right from the start. At this moment, his hands brimmed with pure wind and earth dual attribute chakra, gradually combining through gentle contact. A faint purple chakra emerged, and Feiyu realized that he had discovered what he had long sought: magnetic release. The fusion process was surprisingly smooth, affirming the feasibility of Feiyu's theoretical assertions. If external chakra could successfully merge, then as long as his physical condition remained stable, he should encounter no issues. First, he needed to select a location for chakra fusion, glancing around his body before focusing on the area of his dantian. Although the dantian is an abstract and elusive concept, never proven to exist, it resonated with the notion that the Nine Tails was sealed near Naruto's abdomen, which corresponds with the dantian's role of energy storage. As a conscious energy entity, the Nine Tails was undoubtedly bound within Naruto's dantian. This perilous experiment could not utilize shadow clones for verification, despite their name implying division. They are ultimately energy constructs made of chakra, merely mimicking the original body. Such minute discrepancies are insufficient for experimental purposes. Lacking the capability for human experimentation and unable to ensure the cooperation of a test subject, he had no choice but to proceed alone. To guarantee the success of this hazardous experiment, he visited a local pharmacy in the mountainous region, procuring numerous herbs to enhance the vitality of his wind and earth attribute chakra. After boiling a large barrel of water, he instructed Matwan to add the herbs in batches, while he gradually sat within the mixture. Upon entering, he felt an ease in mobilizing the wind and earth attribute chakra, carefully gathering it near his dantian. He extracted a strand from each and tentatively attempted to fuse them. As the two types of chakra made contact, they intertwined, chasing and eluding one another. Neither willing to relent, time slipped away unnoticed as Feiyu immersed himself entirely in the process, fixating on his dantian without a hint of distraction. This was far more challenging than merging chakra in his palms, where he had full control. The chakra within the dantian, while controllable, proved far less efficient, and he became acutely aware of many insights. The control he exerted over the wind and earth attribute chakra directly influenced the fusion's progress and outcome, prompting him to reflect on the recklessness of his actions. The intuitive result of controlling wind and earth chakra manifests in the proficiency of ninjutsu execution. Why does Momochi Zabuza require 44 hand seals to perform the water release, water dragon bullet technique, while the second Mizukage, Tobarama Senju, only needs 4? This discrepancy highlights the difference in understanding and control of chakra, not to mention Hashirama Senju, who can summon techniques with just a clap of his hands. Conversely, Feiyu's grasp of wind and earth ninjutsu is limited to a few rudimentary levels, lacking any personal interpretation. Just as he believed this experiment had failed and anticipated grave injuries as a consequence, a miracle transpired. The two intertwining chakra streams gradually converged, forming particles of magnetic chakra no larger than grains of sand. Though small in quantity, this represented a monumental leap from nothingness to existence. With this initial spark, he could potentially generate an entire multitude. The process would no longer pose a challenge. He merely needed to retrace his previous steps, In reality, the situation was not as complicated as Feiyu anticipated. The moment the minuscule magnetic chakra appeared, a siphoning effect emerged from his dantian. Chakra from various parts of his body began to converge near the dantian, autonomously following the successful path of prior fusion. This resulted in an increasing amount of magnetic chakra, albeit unstable, as his body lacked the environment necessary for its growth. The formation was merely a serendipitous collision. It was this fortuitous encounter that allowed Feiyu to seize the opportunity, resolutely channeling chakra into it. His body emitted cries of anguish, as if the energy of his cells was being excessively strained, threatening imminent disintegration, sending waves of alarm to his brain. Drawing from his previous experience with release, Feiyu remained composed, opting instead to gradually decompose the newly fused magnetic chakra into entirely new bodily and spiritual energies to nourish his body. He endured the agonizing yet comforting transition until his body could no longer produce chakra, and the magnetic chakra had fully integrated, slowly opening his eyes. With a sigh of relief, he felt fortunate for his luck, never imagining that a miracle would one day grace his life. Although the fusion of chakra within his body had concluded, the transformation was far from complete. The magnetic chakra needed to slowly decompose into fresh energy. The nourished body's chakra continued to merge in the usual manner, fusing and then decomposing repeatedly, until it could directly generate magnetic chakra, bypassing the fusion stage entirely. This would mark a significant elevation in his life essence, a meticulous process akin to ink wash painting, requiring patience. During this time, Feiyu could not mobilize chakra for combat. Doing so risked disrupting his internal balance, potentially nullifying his achievements. Fortunately, he was in a recuperative phase, uncertain if a month would suffice for completion. Overthinking was futile. His primary focus was now on recovery, ensuring he provided energy to his body, eating well, and sleeping soundly. Throughout his years as a ninja, Feiyu had never felt so relaxed or enjoyed life so thoroughly. In this moment, time seemed to slow, free from the burdens of life and death, liberated from the struggles of existence, as if life was meant to be this way. He strolled leisurely into the courtyard, seated on the ground to bask in the sun, closing his eyes to relish the rare moments of tranquility. Watching neighbors busily repairing their homes, he felt as if he had returned to a past life. His gaze gradually losing focus, his mind emptying until dusk fell. Thus, a simple and unpretentious day came to a close, after savoring some sweet dumplings. He prepared for dinner and sleep. Chapter 42. Urgent summons 20 days later, in the office of the Hokage advisor in Konoha. The modest room was filled with ninja poised for action. Feiyu, you have 2 days left of your leave. But the war with the Land of Lightning has reached a fever pitch. Every combatant in the village must be deployed to the battlefield. You have been urgently summoned. And I hope you can understand, spoke Mito Minyan, his voice devoid of emotion, delivering an apology that felt rigid. The crowd parted, revealing Feiyu hidden among them. His expression remained stoic as he nodded in acknowledgement of Mito's explanation. However, only he knew what thoughts swirled within him. At that moment, Feiyu held no fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen and his political faction. Their lofty words masked actions that harmed others, and he could barely muster the energy to feign basic civility. It was revolting. Akito Torikase, you are the leader of this operation. You will guide your team in infiltrating enemy territory, dismantling strongholds, and destroying supply lines. You will not be returning to the village in the short term. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I will accommodate you. Mito Minyan gazed at his former comrade. Their roles had shifted. His status as an advisor placed him above all but one, compelling him to prioritize the village's interests over personal gain. Akito Torikase had willingly relinquished the advisor's clone bestowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, rendering him an ordinary ninja of Konoha, obligated to obey the advisor, despite their former camaraderie. This was the nature of power. You will depart in 3 days. During this time, I will fulfill your requests. Now, you are dismissed. Torikase, stay behind, Mito Minyan instructed. The crowd dispersed, each ninja heading off to prepare. Torikase, do you comprehend the significance of this battle? Mito Minyan inquired, his demeanor softening after the others had left. Given your tone, it must be quite important. Akito Torikase hesitated, replying cautiously. Indeed, it is crucial. The frontline battles are currently unfavorable. The 3 Raikage are rampaging across the battlefield without restraint. Their mere presence results in substantial casualties for Konoha. With only Hiruzen barely holding the line against the AB duo, Mito Minion sighed heavily, troubled by the tense situation. If this war is not resolved swiftly and the village of Kumogakure overwhelms us, we will not only lose our position as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, but also become vulnerable to attacks from other ninja villages. The fate of the Second Hokage serves as a cautionary tale. At this moment, Konoha could hardly spare any additional forces, unless they capitulated to the powerful clans. The outcome was uncertain. Yet, while his teacher was alive, he had always ensured such a fate would not come to pass. Your mission carries immense weight. You must ensure the safety of your team while accomplishing the objectives, as there will be no reinforcements available, Mito Minion added, pausing for emphasis. In other words, you will be operating as a lone unit. The perils of deep infiltration are self-evident. Failure could lead to encirclement from all sides. Thus, your safety is paramount. Return alive. Mito Minion urged sincerely. Rest assured, I will ensure the team returns safely. Akito Torikes responded, unsure whether he was feigning ignorance or genuinely naive. Taking Mito Minion's earlier caution seriously while dismissing the heartfelt advice as mere background noise. Mito Minion was exasperated but accustomed to it. After years of camaraderie with Akito Torikes, he understood his nature. A scatterbrained individual, yet capable of grasping the essence of their mission. Cunning, yet often selectively oblivious to implied messages. Go prepare as well. Mito Minion affectionately patted Akito Torikes' shoulder. Very well. Akito Torikes nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Before you go, select the head of the Akito clan. Preferably someone amicable with Hiruzen. Mito Minion called out as Torikes turned away, clearly expressing his lack of expectations for his return. Rest assured, Minion, I will. Akito Torikes acquiesced. Ever since Sarutobi Hizashi ascended to the position of Hokage, the head of the Akudu clan abdicated in favor of the closely allied Torikes. Unexpectedly, within less than a year, the Akudu clan faced yet another dilemma regarding the selection of their clan leader. Feiyu reflected on the gains of the past 20 days. Firstly, through the transformation of his body utilizing magnetic release chakra, the procedure was completed 5 days ago. Initially, the pace of transformation was exceedingly slow, and he estimated that it would require at least another month and a half. However, as his body adapted, progress accelerated remarkably, akin to a rapid surge. Ultimately, prior to Mito Munin's transformation, he successfully completed the metamorphosis, enhancing his life force. His chakra reserves also saw a significant increase, more than 5-fold compared to before. On one hand, his chakra was relatively sparse, thus the initial leap in life force produced a substantial enhancement. On the other hand, the synergy with the body activation technique proved invaluable, as the upper limit of energy his cells could accommodate increased, resulting in a qualitative change triggered by quantitative accumulation. He felt compelled to express gratitude to Shinno, initially believing that the body activation technique could only enhance cellular vitality, only to discover that it also improved chakra capacity. This was a prerequisite for the practice of the lightning release Raijin armor in Kumogakure, likely developed specifically for those with weaker physical constitutions, inadvertently benefiting Feiyu first. As for the remaining 5 days, they were dedicated to familiarizing himself with and mastering this newfound ability. It must be said, it was indeed remarkably effective. Not only could he effortlessly manipulate metallic substances such as kunai and shuriken, but the magnetic release chakra also possessed formidable sealing properties. He had been attempting to incorporate this into his Rasengan, ensuring that others could not escape. Yet, thus far, he had not achieved success. Upon returning home, he took all usable items with him, relocating anything unnecessary to a hidden chamber, erasing all traces of ninja-related paraphernalia from his abode. Although the captain leading this mission was Akudu Torikes, Feiyu remained cautious, aware that they could be treated as expendable pawns, either to divert the attention of Kumogakure's forces, thereby depleting their manpower for a siege, or, as Mito Munin suggested, to draw fire from the frontline troops of Konoha, facilitating their destructive endeavors in the land of lightning. Ultimately, this hinged on the will of those in power. Perhaps they were hedging their bets, aligning with whoever emerged victorious. However, with Shimura Danzo on the front line, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Chapter 43. Sand Iron. He procured a substantial quantity of military rations, explosive tags, shuriken, kunai, and other strategic consumables. Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity promised by Mito Munin, he requested a considerable amount of metallic sand from his captain, Akudu Torikes, without hesitation. Be it iron, gold, or silver. He demanded it all. Upon learning of Feiyu's request for a large quantity of gold sand, Torikes was particularly curious and inquired further, to which Feiyu concocted a casual excuse to deflect. Although Torikes remained somewhat skeptical, he still acquiesced to Feiyu's request, providing him with 0.5 cubic meters of iron sand, as it was the most economical option, typically preserved for the crafting of shuriken and kunai. The moment Feiyu received it, he began experimenting with the effects of magnetic release. His technique in manipulating the iron sand was somewhat clumsy, yet it brought him immense joy. He hastily cast aside the weights on his limbs, opting to affix the iron sand to enhance his burden. This not only allowed for more balanced training, but also enveloped him in a layer of iron sand armor, akin to Gaara's sand armor, albeit significantly heavier. While his movements became somewhat sluggish, he believed that with gradual acclimatization, it would suffice. He utilized transformation jutsu on the exposed iron sand armor on his hands and face, shaping it to resemble skin, maintaining this appearance to avoid being ostracized as an oddity. Feiyu had no desire to appear as Gaara did in his early days, reviled and detested. He was the son of the Kazekage. After all, unlike Gaara. Although he expended some chakra to maintain his appearance in the iron sand armor, the consumption was minimal compared to his enhanced physique post-transformation, a mere drop in the ocean. His regular chakra recovery was already sufficient, often leading to surplus. The strength of his transformed body was vividly evident. Not only had his chakra reserves increased significantly, but his recovery abilities, wound healing speed, and endurance were all markedly enhanced, showcasing a comprehensive elevation across all attributes. Once he exhausted the iron sand sufficient for his weight training, Feiyu remained unsatisfied. While he did not aim to carry a gourd like Gaara, he desired a substantial reserve. Unlike sand, which could be found abundantly, iron sand could only be collected in specific locations. Thus, he set his sights on a weapon workshop he frequently visited. Strolling to its entrance, where the sounds of clanging metal resonated, accompanied by waves of heat emanating from within. "Zombois, I come to patronize your business again," Feiyu exclaimed as he entered. "Ah, young master, what do you intend to purchase this time?" An elderly man, having handed over his work to an apprentice, turned to greet Feiyu. "Do you have any metallic particles the size of this sand?" Feiyu inquired, producing a handful of iron sand from his person to present to the elder. Zombois examined it closely, noting its unremarkable structure, merely ordinary particles, and returned it to Feiyu, stating, "We have a small quantity of this. It was originally scrapped from mold connections, but can be remelted for use. Since you need it, wait a moment, and I will fetch some for you." With that, Zombois turned to rummage through a nearby storage area, emerging moments later with a wooden bucket the size of a water ladle, filled to the brim with iron sand. Feiyu was elated, quickly accepting the bucket and scooping up a handful of iron sand. The particles varied slightly in size and shape, yet this was precisely what he required. Time was of the essence. He cared not for aesthetics, but rather for functionality. "Yes, this is exactly what I need." "Zombois, name your price," Feiyu eagerly proclaimed. "Ah, it's all just scrap. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you at cost. Just make sure to patronize my business more often." Zombois replied with a wave of his hand, nonchalantly. "All right." Feiyu nodded in agreement. He also placed an order for a batch of small metallic balls, akin to marbles, agreeing to return in 3 days to collect them. After paying a deposit, he intended to seek fortune at the next weapons shop. Within Konoha, there were no fewer than 10 weapon shops, all engaged in the crafting and selling of their wares. In the span of a morning, Feiyu managed to visit them all. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Only one shop had a stock of iron sand, and even that was a meager half a fistful, while the others had already sold out. Feiyu cursed his bad luck under his breath as he made his way to the material exchange center, hoping to try his fortune there. Upon arriving at the exchange center, he learned that the iron sand had already been traded away, with no stock remaining in the warehouse. Frustration welled up within him. The day had indeed been fraught with misfortune, yet he refused to concede defeat. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that many clans possessed their own weapon workshops, typically supplying their clan members. Thus, he resolved to reach out to familiar contacts. His first thought was to approach the captain of his current team, Akudu Torikes. Although the Akudu clan was not particularly large, they were not to be underestimated. And as the head of the clan, Torikes' ability to mobilize resources was formidable. Arriving at the Akudu clan's territory, Feiyu noticed the hurried expressions on everyone's faces. As if something significant was afoot, he casually grabbed a plump young man passing by and inquired, "Brother, what is happening? Who are you? What business do you have with the Akudu clan?" The young man, despite his seemingly benign demeanor, exhibited a keen sense of caution, questioning Feiyu suspiciously. I am a member of Captain Torike's team. I've come to report to him." "Where is he?" Feiyu asserted, fabricating a story with ease. "Oh, you're looking for clan leader Torike's? He is currently attending a clan meeting, so please wait a moment. I must hurry over as well." Upon hearing that he was a companion of the clan leader, the chubby man's initial wariness dissipated immediately, and he said in a sincere tone, "What significant event has transpired? You look as if the sky is about to fall." Feiyu insisted on an explanation, refusing to let go of him. The chubby man glanced around, and, noticing no one was paying attention, lowered his voice to inform Feiyu, "I must tell you this in confidence. Rest assured. My lips are sealed." Feiyu hastily assured him, "I've heard it's related to the change of clan leader. I don't know what treacherous mission it involves." This morning, the clan leader left and received news that we must prepare for the aftermath, supposedly instructed by advisor Minyan. The chubby man spoke with either pity or trust, given that Feiyu was a companion of Chiu Dao Shufeng. Upon hearing this, Feiyu's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly, "Mizukudo Minyan, you wretched creature. Not a single truth escapes your lips. If it weren't for my need to gather strength from the Chiu Dao clan, I would still be kept in the dark. Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise, I will make you pay dearly." Chapter 44. Departure with a cloud of gloom hanging over him. Feiyu exited the Chiu Dao clan, having exchanged for a large quantity of iron sand, yet lacking the inclination to continue his shopping. He also replenished numerous explosive tags, spending his remaining silver coins. The prices of such war supplies had surged dramatically following the conflict with Chunin village, further dampening Feiyu's spirits. Upon returning home, he began to ponder how to safeguard himself in the upcoming mission. Should he feign an injury to refuse the task? That would be futile, as Mizukudo Minyan clearly disregarded such excuses when he forcibly summoned him from recovery to the battlefield. Defecting outright? That was even less feasible. One mere Nin could easily exhaust him, and with no established rogue ninja organization in the ninja world, he could hardly expect to elevate his strength, rendering such an escape equivalent to a death sentence. Decades later, being strung up by the infinite Tsukuyami, awaiting rescue, was simply unrealistic. Not to mention, with Danzo's watchful gaze, he could only act within the confines of Konoha's established rules. Once he left, he would be free from constraints. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. He was not a coward. Thus, he needed to devise his own combat strategy, utilizing his strengths effectively. Currently, his combat methods encompassed taijutsu and ninjutsu. Taijutsu was straightforward, just charge in. As for ninjutsu, he possessed wind and earth elemental techniques, shadow clone jutsu, Rasengan, and magnetic release. Though seemingly simplistic in approach, a single decisive strike often proved fatal. The simpler, the more effective. The primary objective of this mission was to ensure his survival rather than to accomplish some trivial task, necessitating a reduction of his presence. Based on the existing combat framework and objectives, it was clear that he needed to initiate combat with taijutsu, engaging in reciprocal exchanges until his stamina waned, at which point he could employ ninjutsu and ranged tools, thus regaining some energy while saving his trump card, magnetic release, for last. With the skeleton of his combat strategy established, it was time to flesh it out. He had already begun crafting long-range ninja tools, but his ninjutsu skills were a modest shortcoming. Thus, he needed to focus on learning and enhancing them over the next 3 days. He sought not mastery, but a grasp of the techniques. In the underground chamber, he picked up scrolls detailing wind and earth elemental ninjutsu and began the tedious process of training. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Feiyu felt remarkably fulfilled. Though he may have appeared to be cramming at the last minute, the transformation of his physical capabilities significantly improved his control over wind and earth chakra, enabling him to learn numerous jutsu with ease. Today marked the assembly time, and he packed the necessary supplies for the journey into a single backpack, primarily filled with iron sand, which rested heavily on his back, instilling a sense of security. He had also purchased a pair of brown goggles, perched upon his forehead, encroaching upon his forehead protector's space, intended to disguise any anomalies in his eyes upon activating the Sharingan. until he unraveled the origins of the Sharingan. He wished to keep it concealed from others. As for the forehead protector, he casually hung it at his waist. Fully equipped, he made his way to the village entrance, where Qiu Dao Shufeng awaited. Feiyu calmly joined the group and began appraising his companions, who regarded him with curious glances. Feiyu paid little mind to their scrutiny. After this mission, few would return alive. The team comprised many unfamiliar faces, as if they had suddenly sprung from the shadows. Although Feiyu had limited interactions with others, living in the village meant that an entirely foreign atmosphere should not have arisen. After observing their attire, he concluded that these strangers were likely from the Hidden Smoke village. Did this mission truly require cooperation with ninjas from another village? Within the team, a few individuals were being adored like stars, enveloped by the crowd. Feiyu scrutinized them closely and was astonished to find two among them resembling individuals afflicted by cataracts. The first thought that crossed his mind was that they belonged to the Hyuga clan. Had the prominent families dispatched disciples for this mission? That was indeed surprising. It would be his first time executing a task alongside such elite offspring, considerably enhancing his sense of security. The two Hyuga clan members exuded arrogance, regarding others solely through their nostrils, hardly endearing themselves. Given the presence of Byakugan, it was certain that among the gathering, any who could rival them were undoubtedly from the Uchiha clan. With their raven-black hair and pitch-black eyes, each one strikingly handsome, they epitomized the Uchiha. To be honest, Feiyu bore subtle features reminiscent of the Uchiha, yet without the characteristic arrogance, making it difficult for anyone to draw parallels. Aside from these two prominent groups, a few scattered individuals formed their own civilian teams, warily observing the Hyuga and Uchiha crowds. Feiyu found himself in a rather unfortunate position, as he recognized no one in the throng, a consequence of his social ineptitude. His brief tenure as a genin, followed by an unusual promotion to Nin, had left him largely isolated within the Anbu, where names were irrelevant. Only code names mattered. Nobody knew anyone. Moreover, his promotion was not due to exceptional strength, but rather a result of Senju Tobarama's urgent need to balance the power of the noble clans, forcibly elevating him. This led to resentment from existing Nin elders, who disdained those they perceived as having taken shortcuts. Coupled with the Anbu's recent purges during the last betrayal, few had successfully distanced themselves from the roots. Consequently, Feiyu and others faced exclusion from the elders, leaving them powerless to resist. Nin resented Feiyu and his peers for their perceived privilege, while genin envied them for missing that wave of opportunity. Additionally, Feiyu's indifference to others' opinions contributed to the current awkward situation. Fortunately, he arrived later, and before long, the time to depart arrived. At Qiu Dao Shufeng's command, the over 50-member team lumbered forward. Feiyu lingered at the back, following at a leisurely pace, while from the formidable Uchiha and Hyuga crowds, several individuals stepped forward to negotiate with the scattered teams. Before long, some teams merged into the ranks of the Hyuga and Uchiha, while others outright refused. Feiyu observed their actions with keen interest, silently mocking them. Joining together in such numbers, are they afraid the enemy might be blind? They are merely being used as cannon fodder by the Hyuga and Uchiha. Chapter 45. The spy. As Feiyu was enjoying the spectacle, a young man with white eyes approached him, causing Feiyu to pause momentarily. Was he really so desperate for cannon fodder that he would approach someone like him? Young man, what do they call you? The young man from the Hyuga clan greeted Feiyu enthusiastically. Feiyu glanced at him but remained silent, quickening his pace to maintain some distance. Feiyu had always reserved a cold demeanor for those who approached him with ill intent, and even speaking seemed too much effort. The awkwardness on the young man's face flickered briefly before he quickly adjusted, determined to pursue Feiyu. I'm Hyuga Akira. I'm just here to make a friend. No need to be so distant. You want to even share your name? He said. Feiyu, came Feiyu's succinct reply. After all, they were comrades on this mission, and it wouldn't be wise to sour relations unnecessarily. Feiyu? Are you not the one who attempted to assassinate Lord Danzo and was subsequently pardoned by him? Hyuga Akira's eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Feiyu shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that while Danzo was adept at managing his reputation, it was built upon the misfortune of others. Impressive. You managed to attempt the assassination of the Hokage's advisor. Hyuga Akira remarked curiously. Wait until your parents meet their end at his hands. Then you might feel the same. Feiyu replied impatiently. Brother, what is that you're carrying on your back? It looks quite heavy. Hyuga Akira, sensing Feiyu's displeasure, quickly changed the topic, glancing curiously at his backpack and reaching out to open it without a second thought. Feiyu swiftly dodged his hand, casting a dark look at him. Hyuga Akira's hand froze in midair, his expression awkward, caught between withdrawing or reaching further. And he could only scratch his head in confusion. He had intended to sneak a look while Feiyu was speaking, but his little maneuver had been detected. In the distance, a tall young man with white eyes from the Hyuga team kept a watchful eye on the unfolding situation. The objective of Hyuga Akira's approach to Feiyu was to gather information about the contents of his backpack, a task he had been personally assigned. Previously, he had observed through his Byakugan that the items inside were indistinguishable shadows, and his anxiety regarding the mission spurred him to seek out every piece of intelligence, including the belongings of this nominal ally. All he deemed useful was funneled back to the Hyuga clan, with promises of various benefits. However, he did not anticipate that Hyuga Akira would run into a formidable opponent in Feiyu, forcing him to call Akira back and remain vigilant against Feiyu during the mission, with the intent of eliminating him if necessary. Uchiha Huaha watched the interactions between the two with a cold smile, pondering how the Byakugan clan could dare to contend with the Sharingan, surrounded by those who relied on external means. They seemed oblivious to the fact that chakra was the essence of a ninja. After surveying Feiyu with his Sharingan, Uchiha concluded that his chakra level could only be considered that of an ordinary Jonin, barely comparable to the members of his own team. The pride of the Uchiha clan prevented him from lowering himself to recruit a mere expendable, leading him to mock the clumsy tactics of the Hyuga in his mind. The rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans was observed by Chiou Dao Chiefeng, who chose not to intervene, secretly encouraging their competition as long as it proved beneficial. After 4 days of travel, under the guidance of an informant from the Smoke Ninja, the group circumvented the battlefield between the Land of Rice and the Land of Thunder, crossing into the latter's interior. After 3 more days of relentless travel, they finally gleaned information about the supply routes of the Cloud Village. Over 50 of them lay in ambush along the road, waiting for the enemy to arrive, creaking and groaning. The sound of burdened wooden planks echoed from a distance as 3 massive carts came into view. Just as they believed they could wait peacefully for the supply convoy to approach their ambush point, a loud shout shattered their illusion. Huh, at last. We've been waiting for you. Hand over your goods, and prepare to meet your demise. A young man with a horse-like face, hidden near the Uchiha team, leaped out, shouting at the supply convoy from Cloud Village as if he feared they might not see him. Uchiha Huaha's expression darkened. A spy had infiltrated their ranks. At that moment, the spy was providing hints to the Cloud Village supply team in a comical manner. No one in the vicinity found the scene amusing. The appearance of a spy had completely exposed their movements, and it was likely that the Cloud Village's extermination squad was already on its way. The supply convoy before them was nothing more than bait. The situation had escalated, and overthinking was futile. The 50-member team quickly surrounded the supply convoy. While the ninjas inside had already fled at the first sight of the horse-faced youth's emergence, leaving only the 3 carts abandoned by the roadside. The horse-faced youth was swiftly subdued by Uchiha Huaha and awaited punishment from Chiou Dao Chiefeng, crestfallen. To lose a comrade during their first mission outside the village, especially in front of the Hyuga clan, was a significant embarrassment. Although the infiltration of the spy was not entirely his fault, he could not escape the blame for poor judgment. He couldn't fathom the ridicule he would face upon returning to the village from his peers and rivals, which ignited an unusual thought within him: to find a method of recovery from failure, achieving monumental success. He had to deliver remarkable results in the forthcoming tasks to overshadow this minor blemish, which rekindled his spirits. Feiyu and the others lifted the cover over the carts, revealing stacks of stones piled together, devoid of any semblance of genuine supplies, forcing the hopeful among them to confront the harsh reality. Their actions were entirely within the enemy's control, casting a shadow over this mission. Have they already set off? Asked Zhuangzhen Xiaochun. By the schedule, they should now be deep within the Land of Thunder, replied Mizuno Menyen. Isn't it a bit ruthless to plant an identified Cloud Village spy among our ranks? Zhuangzhen Xiaochun expressed her sentimental concerns. Ruthless? The cruelty lies in the failure of war. Furthermore, while it may seem harsh toward Chiefeng, it is compassionate toward the likes of Ritsuka, Mizuno Menyen asserted decisively, the moment he stepped into the heart of the Land of Thunder. Their mission had already reached completion. I hope he doesn't become too obstinate, Zhuangzhen Xiaochun worriedly remarked. Let us hope. You know he has that stubborn streak. That is precisely why he was sent. Mizuno men, Yin responded with equal exasperation. Chapter 46. Splitting the Forces in the Evening. Within an unremarkable village in the Land of Thunder, including Chiu Dao Chifeng, the group gathered around a campfire discussing strategies. With traitors already emerging within their ranks, they were not only at risk of failing their mission, but also of being ambushed. I say we withdraw from the Land of Thunder and ensure our safety before discussing anything else. Indeed. With traitors among us, we must abandon the mission. Who knows what terrifying foes await us? Exactly. Captain Chifeng, issue the retreat order swiftly. As the group clamored for retreat, their voices rose in a chorus of panic. Led by a few who initiated the suggestion. No, the mission assigned to us by the Hokage's advisor cannot be so easily abandoned. We must unite and overcome this crisis together. Amidst the unanimous call for retreat, a discordant voice interjected, causing the scene to fall silent as anger simmered. Searching for the source of the interruption. However, upon seeing the distinctive Uchiha clan emblem, they averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Wha, do you have any suggestions?" Chiu Dao Chifeng inquired, noticing the tension in the atmosphere. "Captain Chifeng, my intention is clear. Given the current uncertainty, we cannot hastily choose to retreat. Yunin village may very well have set up an ambush along the border, waiting for us. It would be prudent to first test the waters by undertaking a mission. Should we encounter insurmountable resistance, we can retreat then." Uchiha Huaha began to analyze the situation for Akidu Torikes, presenting himself as a considerate leader. How laughable. If we were to heed your counsel, we might not even know how we perish. Is it not merely your selfish whim that seeks to drag everyone into the depths with you, cloaked in such grandiose rhetoric? Hinata Akira, without waiting for Captain Torike's response, immediately countered. I harbor selfish intentions? What intentions could I possibly have? Uchiha Huaha flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It is merely a case of someone failing to discern allies from traitors, blissfully unaware of the infiltrators among us, all the while pretending to be selfless. Who do you think you are fooling? Is it not for the sake of the task log that Captain Akif holds? You are the sole advocate for continuing the mission? Such noble sentiment. Hinata Akira became increasingly animated, thoroughly exposing Uchiha Huaha's true colors. Uchiha Huaha's face turned pale, his demeanor suggesting a readiness to strike. Another tall man from the Hinata clan stepped in front of Hinata Akira, confronting Uchiha Huaha. Meanwhile, Feiyu observed the unfolding drama with an amused demeanor, casually enjoying his meal while taking in the spectacle. A light cough interrupted the standoff, and all eyes turned to the esteemed Akidu Torikes, hoping for a satisfactory resolution. My recommendation is to proceed with the mission. Torike's declaration elicited a spectrum of reactions. Some expressed disappointment, others joy, while some wore expressions of anticipated comprehension. To prevent further infiltration that could jeopardize our operation, I have decided to divide everyone into 3 teams. I, Hinata Ryo, and Uchiha Huaha will each serve as team leaders. Acting independently, Akidu Torikes made an unexpected proclamation. Each will serve as a leader? How will the members of each team be chosen? I shall not interfere. I trust only Hinata Ryo. Under the Byakugan, nothing will escape scrutiny, and I believe he will adeptly lead me in executing our mission. Lord Huaha is no slouch either. Moreover, he shares Captain Torike's perspective, indicating that he must have devised a plan. The group rallied behind their chosen leaders, voicing their support. Since everyone has appointed their respective leaders, let us proceed to assign the tasks for each team. Akidu Torikes stated, producing a rudimentary map of the Land of Lightning. He gestured to Hinata Ryo and Uchiha Huaha, while the others distanced themselves from the trio in a bid to remain uninvolved. The following morning, the 3 teams set forth in different directions, with Feiyu choosing Akidu Torikes as his leader. In contrast to the other 2 teams, Captain Torike's group was notably small, comprising a mere 4 members, including Torikes himself, an ideal configuration for a task force. However, this only strengthened Feiyu's resolve. Fewer members signified a smaller target. And being a disciple of Senju Tobarama, one could expect a few secret techniques, enhancing their safety. The journey was marked by intermittent pauses to adjust their course. And by midday, they arrived at the frontline outpost of Yunin village. The outpost bustled with activity, with various ninjas entering and exiting, some escorting corpses, others delivering intelligence, and many requesting reinforcements. The 4 exchanged little conversation as Akidu Torikes took the lead. Multiplication technique, human cannonball. In an instant, Akidu transformed into a giant. leaping from the ground and rolling into a ball, barreling towards the outpost. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring. The personnel within the outpost, caught off guard, could only gawk in shock at the colossal figure advancing towards them. Enemy attack. The guards, witnessing the collapse of half the structure, finally snapped back to reality, shouting furiously. Lightning release. Earth walk. Lightning binding. The Chunin ninjas attempted to restrain the advancing cannonball through the paralyzing effects of lightning, but Feiyu and the others would not comply with their wishes. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The trio unleashed a combined wind attribute technique, countering the lightning ninjutsu and dissipating it mid-air. Damn it. First, deal with those pesky kids. The leader of the guards, realizing their technique had been thwarted, quickly turned his attention to the three troublemakers. 7 assailants, like ravenous wolves, charged at the trio, underestimating them as soft targets. Feiyu donned his brown goggles, silently creating distance from the other two as he activated his Sharingan. The battlefield has always been a crucible for growth, and survival is paramount. Feiyu faced 2 of the attackers, one with a scarred face, exuding ferocity, the other with triangular eyes, emanating a palpable chill. Though the duo appeared menacing, their combat prowess was lackluster. Coupled with Feiyu's armor of sand and iron, their attacks barely registered. The triangular-eyed assailant struck Feiyu, only to feel a jarring pain as if he were hitting solid steel. Although Feiyu's movements were hindered by the weight of the sand iron, he gradually adapted, managing to block half of the duo's strikes, and the frequency was steadily increasing. Chapter 47. The Invincible Steel Release. The duo's attacks remained restrained, unable to unleash their full potential. After suffering an initial setback, they grew cautious and began to strategize. Feiyu relished the exchange, feeling his body acclimatizing to the confrontation. Suddenly, a cry of anguish rang out from a distance, prompting the vicious duo to realize their predicament. If that human cannonball ninja returned, they would all be in grave danger. They needed to conclude this swiftly. They exchanged glances, simultaneously resolving. If your body is as hard as iron, let us see if your face is as well. With synchronized determination, they launched strikes aimed at Feiyu's face. Feiyu, observing the duo's muscle contractions through his Sharingan, deduced their intentions. Seizing the moment of their inattention, he utilized magnet release to draw 2 kunai from their tool pouch, grasping them tightly as he awaited the perfect opportunity to strike. As the duo's fists neared Feiyu's face, their expressions brightened. However, when their blows landed, they felt no impact, and the joy on their faces froze. Seizing the opportunity, Feiyu thrust the kunai into their chests, ending their nefarious existence. While Feiyu dispatched his opponents, the other 2 found themselves in dire straits, being driven back relentlessly. Yet, Feiyu had no intention of coming to their aid. He understood that the decisive factor lay with Akidu Torikes. After resting briefly, he assisted Torikes in clearing out the lower-ranked shinobi within the outpost, all the while gathering intelligence to assess the current situation. The eastern forces of Chunin village had suffered setbacks and were in urgent need of reinforcements. Medical supplies had been exhausted and required replenishment. The Eight Tails had inexplicably gone berserk, necessitating the Raikage's intervention to quell it. Amid the chaos of intelligence, Feiyu sifted through to find a few pieces pertaining to the situation in the Land of Lightning. He quickly grasped the overarching scenario. Chunin village was also in a precarious situation, mirroring Konoha's stance, both sides locked in a stalemate, waiting for the other to falter. It appeared that Torike's surprise team could indeed become the pivotal factor in the war, provided they achieved significant progress. Feiyu meticulously compiled this crucial intelligence as a testament for future recognition of merit. Just as he prepared to assess the battle's outcome, a scroll, distinct from the others, caught his eye. The secret scrolls allegedly pilfered by Shinnon were intercepted by Konoha and likely have fallen into their possession. It is hoped that Lord Raikage will take action to retrieve them. Feiyu from the Cloud Village's command center was profoundly astonished. So much time had passed, yet they were still pursuing the scroll's owner? Given the tendencies of the Cloud Village, it was highly probable they would use this as leverage in negotiations to compel Konoha to surrender individuals. If Danzo were to meddle, it was quite possible they would acquiesce without hesitation, putting Feiyu in a precarious position should he still be in Konoha. Fortunately, he had already been dispatched and had intercepted this severely detrimental information. It seemed that a return to Konoha was not feasible in the immediate future. He would have to wait until the war concluded. After destroying the scroll, he gathered his composure and stepped outside. The others were already engaged in treating their wounds. When Akimichi Torikase saw Feiyu emerge, he approached and inquired, "Did you find anything?" Feiyu nodded and handed over the information he had previously collected. After glancing through it, Akimichi Torikase returned it to him. After a brief respite, the four departed from the devastated outpost and ventured deeper into the heart of the land of lightning. "Brother, is it truly wise for us to flee without adhering to the plan?" Hinata Akira asked with concern. "Have faith. Captain Torikase will understand our decision. We are forging a path for everyone's sake. Should their operations falter, we will be their only hope." Hinata Ryo replied with confidence. The group behind him, bolstered by his words, transformed their initial shame from fleeing into a resolve to fight for everyone's escape. They became lost in sweet reveries, envisioning the accolades they would receive from their comrades. "Halt!" Hinata Ryo's thunderous voice shattered their daydreams. Ahead, over 30 cloud ninjas were glaring at them, led by one who mocked them loudly. "Look what I've found. It's the Byakugan, and 2 pairs at that. I'll take your eyes and spare your lives." Hinata Ryo's expression turned grim, and Hinata Akira dropped his playful demeanor, now staring seriously at him. Anyone who dared to covet the Byakugan was an enemy of the Hinata clan. "Byakugan, activate," Hinata Ryo declared, adopting the stance of the gentle fist, his target fixed on the man who dared to covet their eyes. With a leap, Hinata Ryo closed the distance, channeling his chakra to seal the opponent's chakra points. Aiming to incapacitate him, Hinata, Akira, and the others formed a protective formation to prevent the Cloud Ninjas from overwhelming them. However, the Cloud Ninja seemed oblivious to their leader's plight, their eyes filled with hostility as they fixated on their adversaries. The opposing Cloud Ninja remained motionless, allowing Hinata Ryo to unleash his strikes upon him. After completing his 32 strikes, the adversary showed no signs of movement, instead watching Hinata Ryo with interest and taunting. "Is that all you've got? If you're finished, come at me." Completely disregarding Hinata Ryo's astonishment, he delivered a powerful kick to Hinata Ryo's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Were you merely scratching an itch?" he mocked, stretching his limbs and assuming a warm-up posture. Hinata Ryo collapsed, coughing up blood. Disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible. I sealed your chakra points with my gentle fist. How can you still move freely?" he exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding reality. "Huh, gentle fist? What a joke. All forms of taijutsu are meaningless to me. Steel release is invincible." Invincible. The Konoha side was intimidated by the Cloud Ninja's aura, retreating in disarray, leaving Hinata Ryo half lying on the ground. Hinata Akira attempted to rally the remaining members, urging them to break through the encirclement. However, the Cloud Ninja captain would not grant him that opportunity. He vanished from sight and lunged at him. "Akira, watch out!" Hinata Ryo shouted in agony from the ground. "What?" Hinata Akira heard someone call his name, but did not catch the full message. It mattered little. A shadow loomed over him, and the pressure forced him to turn, revealing a pair of greedy eyes. Heavenly Return. Without hesitation, Hinata Akira executed his life-saving technique, deflecting the Cloud Captain's arm and staggering back towards the group. Chapter 48. Encirclement. With his last ounce of strength, Hinata Ryo rose, unleashing 2 waves of air toward the Cloud Captain. The captain stumbled, barely maintaining his balance. Enraged, he declared, "If you wish to die so badly, I shall oblige." Ignoring the disarray among the Konoha ranks, he fixated on Hinata Ryo. Upon seeing Hinata Akira escape, a flicker of a smile graced Hinata Ryo's face, promptly replaced by determination. "As long as I breathe, I won't let you take a single step," Hinata Ryo asserted. "What are you all waiting for? Pursue the Konoha cowards." The Cloud Captain commanded, and his men surged forward. The captain then turned back to Hinata Ryo, sneering. "Still playing the hero, are we? Don't you know heroes must die?" Hinata Ryo was willing to engage him in conversation to buy time. Although heroes may die, their deaths carry profound significance. "Huh, I'll make your demise utterly meaningless. You wish to protect that Hinata brat? I'll leave you barely breathing while I torment him mercilessly, turning your efforts into a farce." The Cloud Captain then unleashed his steel release, overpowering Hinata Ryo swiftly, leaving him battered with broken limbs, reduced to mere survival. Meanwhile, Uchiha Huahi encountered a formidable adversary, who claimed to be the Cloud Ninja's frontline deputy commander. A disciple of the Third Hokage, wielding lightning chakra in a manner no one could withstand. He tore through the ranks of Konoha, causing significant casualties. Recognizing the dire situation, Uchiha Hua understood this enemy was beyond his capacity to confront. Only a Kimichi Torikase could barely hold his ground. Instinctively, he began to retreat, leaving the Konoha members in shock, unable to believe their squad leader, a member of the Uchiha clan, was fleeing without a fight. What had happened to Uchiha's honor? Torikase. Ahead lies the material transfer outpost of the Cloud Village. All units from the eastern and western fronts gather supplies here. If we destroy it, the enemy's resupply will falter, and the tide of battle should tilt in Konoha's favor, one of Feiyu's teammates remarked, gazing at the valley ahead. But the Cloud Ninja will channel their wrath from defeat onto us, vowing to fight to the death. Feiyu interjected, outlining the potential consequences. Did we not come to the land of lightning to sow chaos in the cloud's rear? Being timid now serves no purpose, the teammate countered. Our purpose in the land of lightning was to draw the attention of the Cloud Village. From the moment we set foot here, our mission has been accomplished. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups assign a spy to our team? Feiyu replied nonchalantly. The spy's presence was an accident. You can't blame the higher-ups for that. An accident? How could such a critical matter be deemed accidental? Only someone as dim-witted as you would believe in coincidences, still counting their spoils after being duped. I'm speaking of you. Feiyu bluntly pointed out his foolishness. The teammate's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Based on the outpost we destroyed days ago, the Cloud Village has begun to consciously defend against us. Continuing along our previous route could very well lead to an ambush. The material transfer outpost ahead may very well be a trap set by the Cloud Ninja, waiting for us to fall into their snare. Feiyu continued his calm analysis. After listening to Chiu Dao's Yufeng, he nodded in agreement with Feiyu's words. Although there was a high likelihood that traps awaited us within, we had no choice but to proceed. Recently, the Hokage had informed me through the summoning of Monkey King that we must find every possible means to destroy the vital facilities of Kimogakure. Konoha is on the brink of collapse. This supply transfer outpost was meticulously chosen, as it could maximally disrupt the combat rhythm of the Cloud Shinobi. Chiu Dao's Yufeng sighed heavily. If any of you wish to withdraw, I will not hinder your choice. Everyone has the right to choose their path to survival. He continued solemnly. After a moment of silence, Feiyu optimistically remarked, since Konoha needs us so desperately, we cannot simply abandon them, at the very least. It is necessary to probe the situation. What if I am overthinking it? Though he too did not desire a brutal confrontation, the repercussions of Konoha's defeat would be incalculable. This was merely the continuation of the First Shinobi World War. If we were to lose at this initial stage, it would not merely entail territorial concessions and reparations. The subsequent Second and Third Shinobi World Wars could render Konoha entirely bereft of battlefield initiative, leading to its annihilation by the other four great nations, with the Land of Fire likely being entirely divided among them. Feiyu shuddered at the gravity of such a scenario. Having been born and raised in Konoha, he had developed a faint attachment over these years, despite his transmigration, and he certainly did not wish to live a life of turmoil. With his resolve solidified, Chiu Dao's Yufeng commenced assigning tasks to everyone. Feiyu and his two companions were instructed to assault the outpost at dusk, but they were cautioned not to delve too deep. Their mission was simply to lure as many enemies as possible away from the outpost, and then retreat. Meanwhile, I will seize the opportunity when the defenses are lax to destroy it. Chiu Dao's Yufeng articulated. Captain Yufeng, where shall we regroup? Feiyu, noticing that Chiu Dao's Yufeng had not specified a meeting point after assigning the tasks, quickly inquired. No regrouping necessary. After you draw the enemies away, all you need to do is ensure your safety, find a secluded spot to hide, and quietly await the conclusion of the conflict between Kimogakure and Konoha. Chiu Dao's Yufeng outlined his plan. Feiyu and his companions exchanged glances, harboring concerns about Chiu Dao's Yufeng's forthcoming actions. His words ominously hinted at a willingness to sacrifice, showing no consideration for the possibility of being surrounded by the enemy. Time was of the essence, as the guards at the outpost commenced their routine inspection of the surroundings. Dispatching numerous personnel to the area, they had no choice but to conclude their conversation and cautiously conceal themselves. Feiyu discreetly activated his Sharingan, peering into the outpost, where he observed a multitude of chakra signatures shifting. There were also several individuals with significant chakra reserves commanding the others within the outpost. After a rough estimation, he calculated there were approximately 100 Cloud Shinobi present. Thus, They needed to attract at least 30 enemies for Chiu Dao Tsufeng's assault plan to be executed flawlessly. Chapter 49. Magnet Release. Kunai reign in the depths of night, within the outpost. A gust of wind rustled through the treetops, causing the leaves to rustle. As two on-duty cloud shinobi tightened their uniforms and began to complain. The captain is overly cautious. On such a cold day, we still have to be on duty. One of the cloud shinobi grumbled. Being cautious is never a bad thing. Haven't you heard that several outposts have already been destroyed? We could very well be next. The other replied. Surely not. Who would dare provoke Kumogakure in the heart of the land of lightning? The first cloud shinobi scoffed. I heard it's likely another Konoha shinobi, the second one said mysteriously, but before he could finish, a shadow swiftly cut his throat. Clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding, he ultimately succumbed to blood loss and asphyxiation. The cloud shinobi who had been listening intently suddenly fell silent. Turning to investigate, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes, the three tomo within them slowly spinning, and then he too lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. After eliminating the two enemies, Feiyu promptly surveyed his surroundings. Inside the outpost, a vibrant atmosphere reigned as the occupants engaged in drinking, with no signs of external disturbances. Feiyu let out a sigh of relief, inwardly reflecting. This is my first time using illusion techniques, and it feels quite seamless. It differs from what was taught in ninja school. Others expend substantial chakra to create an illusory space until the target falls victim to the technique. However, the Uchiha clan can create illusions without such chakra expenditure, relying solely on ocular power. This energy not only renders the illusory space more realistic, but also allows the tomo and lesser ocular powers to be utilized as energy for casting. Having contemplated the wonders of the Uchiha Sharingan, he began setting various traps within the outpost, wrapping chakra threads around the entrance, layering them with numerous explosive tags. Simultaneously, he buried various seismic explosive tags throughout the ground, densely enough that it felt as though there was scarcely room for him to stand. Due to the outpost's large area, the three of them were assigned to different corners, unable to maintain contact, and could only proceed according to their agreed-upon timing. As the moment of action approached, Feiyu unleashed a carefully prepared toxin, poking a hole in the window, sending a slender bamboo pole inside, and blowing a plume of toxic smoke into the room. Cough, cough. What is this smell? A one-eyed cloud shinobi, seated near the window, was choked by the fumes, but the din of revelry masked his words. Just as he attempted to rise unsteadily, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening before he collapsed. With a crash, the one-eyed cloud shinobi's fall toppled the table before him, shattering the wine jars and dishes atop it. This disturbance immediately drew the attention of those within, who turned towards the one-eyed shinobi, just as the toxic smoke wafted closer. Initially, they assumed the one-eyed shinobi merely had poor tolerance for alcohol. But upon detecting the foul odor, they swiftly covered their mouths and noses, realizing the situation, and erupted in anger, with several more falling victim to the toxin. Observing the situation from outside, Feiyu concluded it was time to act. He hurled a stone wrapped in explosive tags into the room and decisively fled the scene. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the building, as the cloud shinobi who had rushed out fell victim to the trap, thrown into disarray. On the other sides of the outpost, similar thunderous sounds erupted, and Feiyu focused, noticing that his other companions had also initiated their assault. However, soon thereafter, the sounds of fierce combat erupted, indicating that his teammates had not successfully escaped, as the defending cloud shinobi were far more vigilant than anticipated. Enemy attack. A cloud shinobi, whose leg had been blown off, screamed, snapping Feiyu back to the present. With swift movements, he flung kunai wrapped in explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch towards the front, attempting to create a larger commotion to divert the attention of the cloud shinobi inside the outpost. Indeed, the explosive sounds drew the attention of the cloud shinobi, summoning over 50 of them to investigate. Cursing silently, Feiyu turned to flee, unwilling to engage further. As he ran, he occasionally tossed specially crafted marbles behind him, utilizing magnet release and his strength to send them flying, striking a cloud shinobi and creating a gaping wound. Damn it! A senior cloud shinobi shouted in frustration, unable to catch up or strike back, seething impotently behind him. A colossal sound erupted from within the outpost, causing the cloud shinobi to disregard Feiyu and urgently turn to look, witnessing a gigantic sphere wreaking havoc above the outpost, with blinding lightning crackling across its surface. They realized they had fallen into the enemy's trap of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair, and thought to turn back and provide support. However, how could Feiyu allow them to succeed so easily? Although he was unaware of the number of assailants attacking Chiu Daoqi foam, intercepting even a few would alleviate some of the pressure on him. Feiyu threw 3 smoke bombs, and in an instant, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, enveloping the 50 cloud shinobi along with himself. Feiyu did not hold back. He emptied all the sand iron from his backpack and unleashed the magnetic ninjutsu he had devised during his journey. The magnetic kunai rain rapidly gathered behind Feiyu, transforming into a flurry of black kunai that surged towards the cloud shinobi within the smoke. "Ah, kunai, everyone, be cautious," warned a cloud shinobi jonin, who was struck in the back by a kunai made of sand iron, quickly alerting the others while deflecting the incoming kunai. The jonin swung his sword to the left and right, but curiously, the kunai did not fly away. Instead, they adhered firmly to his long blade, causing it to grow heavier with each kunai that accumulated. It was not until he was gasping for breath that he realized something was amiss. But it was too late. The sand iron kunai transformed back into sand iron, coiling along the blade and binding his hands to the sword, rendering him powerless to lift them, leaving him riddled with wounds from the relentless kunai rain. Wind release, great breakthrough. Another cloud shinobi Chunin, regaining composure from the passive onslaught, hastily performed a wind release technique to disperse the smoke. With the smoke cleared, the cloud shinobi beheld the scene. Behind Feiyu, kunai continued to coalesce ominously, a testament to his relentless assault. Over 20 cloud shinobi had been injured, including the jonin who had long since perished. Chapter 50, Thunderbolt Fortification. They surged forward, asserting, "I refuse to believe that this obscure leaf shinobi can withstand our numbers," exclaimed another cloud shinobi jonin who witnessed the devastation. Indeed, he merely capitalized on the advantage of surprise. He cannot possibly match us in open combat. Let's all advance. Do not give him the chance to unleash his ninjutsu. The multitude of cloud shinobi resolved to close the distance to Feiyu, determined to prevent him from executing his unpredictable techniques, but their aspirations ended in failure. As they approached within 10 meters of Feiyu, the black sand iron beneath him began to coalesce beneath their feet, forming a platform just large enough for a single person. In the astonished gaze of the cloud shinobi, Feiyu gradually ascended into the air. "I'm still not proficient. The chakra consumed is merely average," Feiyu murmured as he manipulated the sand iron. His gaze then turned towards the cloud shinobi below, a playful expression gracing his face. He had clearly heard their previous conversation and was now eager to observe how they would contend with him. "Impossible. How can anyone fly into the sky?" cried the distraught cloud shinobi jonin, unable to accept the reality before him. Only legendary sages possess such abilities. How has he achieved this? How astonishing. It is said that the second Hokage could also fly. He must be employing some trickery to deceive us. Exactly. That must be it. The cloud shinobi collectively attempted to hypnotize themselves, though the fear in their eyes could not be concealed. Nevertheless, they stubbornly focused on Feiyu, hoping to discern a rational explanation. "Look, the black substance beneath his feet is what is elevating him. If we shatter it, he will surely reveal his true form." A sharp-eyed cloud shinobi Chunin pointed out Feiyu's sand iron. "Oh, so that is it. Allow me to use my ninjutsu to bring him down." The cloud shinobi jonin, in agreement with his comrade, eagerly prepared to surprise Feiyu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon slowly emerged behind the cloud shinobi jonin, its crimson head menacingly lunging towards Feiyu, as if venting the wrath of its conjurer. But it was futile. Feiyu slowly raised his hands before him, forming a serpent seal to channel his chakra. As he completed the seal, the sand iron before him began to gather, forming a semicircular barrier of sand iron. The water dragon collided with the barrier, the tremendous force merely causing it to tremble slightly. Phew, that was close. My control over magnetic release isn't yet refined. I barely managed to counter the water dragon bullet. Feiyu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, silently acknowledging his narrow escape. What? How could this be? The cloud shinobi jonin was incredulous that the water dragon bullet, which he had placed so much hope in, had been effortlessly blocked, fear evident in his eyes. Is there truly no way to overcome him? His technique must have a limit. Let us all unleash our most powerful lightning release to strike him, urged the Chunin who had discerned Feiyu's method of flight. Upon hearing this, the group positioned themselves, rallying their spirits as they formed hand seals, channeling chakra within their bodies. In mere moments, blinding bolts of lightning erupted around them. Lightning release, chain lightning. A combination technique unleashed by 30 cloud shinobi. The power of the ninjutsu surged geometrically, and the multitude of chain lightning illuminated the dark night, casting a blinding light akin to daylight upon the cloud shinobi. Feiyu was not one to passively endure blows. Witnessing the formidable ninjutsu they unleashed from his aerial vantage point, he decisively intervened. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. It is well known that wind release counters lightning release. Feiyu aimed to disrupt the cloud shinobi's lightning with a wide-ranging wind technique. A massive air cannon erupted from his mouth, sending dust and debris swirling, trees bending as if caught in a tempest. Yet as the hurricane swept through the ranks of the cloud shinobi, it merely dissipated some of the lightning around them, failing to inflict substantial harm on the users. Feiyu's expression darkened at this realization. The lightning among the cloud shinobi intensified, continuously transferring between them. With each pass, a cry of agony erupted from a shinobi, revealing the self-destructive nature of their technique. As the power of the lightning grew, the lower-ranked shinobi found themselves drained of chakra, serving merely as a physical conduit, barely holding on by sheer will. It was only when the bridge could no longer withstand the onslaught of lightning, fracturing under the pressure, that the Jonin guided the remaining power towards Feiyu. Feiyu's heart raced at the sight of this cruel spectacle. They were willing to harm themselves to eliminate him. He was inwardly astonished by the cloud shinobi's ruthlessness and resolve. Determined, he deftly manipulated the sand iron beneath him, slowly rising towards the lookout point. If he could not defeat them, would it not be wise to conceal himself? On the other hand, a larger and thicker barrier of sand iron formed between him and the cloud shinobi, obstructing their path. A wise man may have many thoughts, yet there is always room for error. Feiyu had forgotten that the primary component of sand iron was iron sand, and as metal, it possessed conductivity. Thus, the sand iron barrier could not possibly provide protection. The chain lightning effortlessly pierced through the sand iron barrier, surging towards Feiyu. As he beheld the blinding bolts, he recalled the fact he had long overlooked. With no time for any evasive maneuvers, the lightning struck before him. Feiyu, resolutely standing tall, faced the impending danger head-on. He had never lacked courage. Yet, in his youth, that bravery often placed his life at risk, compelling him to evade whenever possible. But when evasion was no longer an option, he could only begin his counterattack. This had been the case with the mist shinobi, and it was the same now. Crash! The chain lightning struck, coursing through Feiyu's body, weaving through him silently. The white lightning illuminated his form, radiating outward through his muscles, as if he were a beacon of light, dispelling the darkness of the night. Lightning ravaged Feiyu's body inch by inch, yet he managed to achieve a delicate equilibrium. Nourished by the physical activation secret technique he had practiced during this time. Within this fragile balance, Feiyu maximized the potential of his cells. Although the lightning brought destruction, it also heralded rebirth. The newly formed cells not only inherited all the traits of the old cells, but also absorbed certain characteristics of the lightning, specifically, the essence of thunder. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently completed the first step of the thunder release chakra mode, lightning body refinement. Chapter 51. Dissolution. The thunder release chakra mode is a closely guarded secret of the hidden cloud village. It involves nourishing cells through the physical activation secret technique, followed by refining the body with lightning drawn from the perennial thunderclouds accumulated atop the mountains of the hidden cloud village, aiming to enhance the cell's capacity for and resistance to lightning attributes. Completing this step signifies a minor achievement in the thunder release chakra mode. Even if other shinobi villages were to discover this method, it would be of little consequence, for they lack the crucial physical activation secret technique and the unique environmental thunderclouds of the hidden cloud village. This phenomenon is a mass of clouds that lingers over the peaks of the hidden cloud village year-round, a significant reason behind the village's ability to produce shinobi techniques in abundance. Miraculously, Feiyu possessed both essential elements. The physical activation secret technique had serendipitously fallen into the hands of Shinnong and indirectly into Feiyu's grasp. The lightning body refinement was executed by 30 cloud shinobi utilizing a technique that imitated lightning to attack Feiyu. Although Feiyu's physical activation technique was still underdeveloped, having only undergone a few months of nurturing, one must not forget that he had recently experienced a leap in vitality, barely meeting the minimum standard to learn the thunder release chakra mode. The lightning coursed through Feiyu's body, gradually dissipating over the course of half an hour. The presence of numerous lower-ranking shinobi among the Cloud Ninjas diluted the potency of their technique, ultimately benefiting Feiyu, who received a free session of lightning body refinement. Below, the Cloud Shinobi, following the trail of the lightning, beheld a dazzling figure hovering in the air, their eyes brimming with excitement. Haha! Weavei struck him with our combined technique. He must be gravely injured. Indeed, this technique was inspired by the first rakeage, and each additional link doubles the damage. We unleashed over 30 links this time. Right. We even lost 5 lower-ranking shinobi to execute this technique. Its power is evident. Once that leaf ninja is dead, I will shred his body into pieces for my brother's vengeance. Yes, he is responsible for our losses. He must not be allowed to rest in death. We shall demand compensation from the Leaf Village. They cannot escape so easily. Listening to their boastful remarks, Feiyu felt no ripple of emotion, even suppressing a chuckle. If they were aware that their significant chakra expenditure and the loss of 5 shinobi were all for his benefit, their despair would be profound. Fortunately, Feiyu did not keep the Cloud Shinobi waiting long. After fully absorbing the damage from the lightning, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze calm as it swept over the raucous Cloud Ninjas below. A few shinobi among the Cloud ranks, who had been watching him intently, stepped back in trepidation upon realizing he had not perished and could open his eyes. The atmosphere shifted as the remaining Cloud Ninjas noticed the change. Turning to see a stoic figure, muscles bared, pants torn, hair wild, who was none other than Feiyu. Though he appeared somewhat ridiculous, not a single Cloud Ninja wore a smile. Instead, they gasped in fear, trembling at the sight. Seeing the tension in the air, Feiyu grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Why the silence? Speak up. Let me hear you. The Cloud Ninjas were at a loss, uncertain whether to flee or remain to fight. However, their chakra reserves were nearly depleted from the earlier combined technique, making any choice a dilemma. Fortunately, Feiyu resolved their indecision. A vast amount of sand and iron began to coalesce in his right hand, gradually enlarging and thickening until all the available sand and iron was absorbed, forming a colossal arm composed of this material, which slowly descended from the sky. With the control of magnet release and the strength of his right arm, Feiyu swung the enormous appendage, striking the nearest Cloud Shinobi, who was sent flying to the ground, unaware of his fate. Upon witnessing this, the remaining Cloud Ninjas scattered in all directions. Some, thinking themselves clever, hid in a shallow pit. But Feiyu merely shot a few shuriken at them, leaving them impaled like hedgehogs. As Feiyu pursued the fleeing Cloud Shinobi, a tremendous battle erupted within the outpost. A frail man clad in standard Cloud Ninja attire held 2 leaf ninjas with swollen faces. Feiyu's teammates assigned to guard the outpost, having unexpectedly encountered a formidable Cloud Ninja and been captured simultaneously. The 2 leaf ninjas appeared to be on the brink of death, their breath shallow, which enraged Xiao, the planner of the mission. His intention had been to ensure the safe retreat of his 3ch Nin-level subordinates while he undertook the most perilous tasks himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that the hidden Cloud Village would possess such strong adversaries capable of capturing both his subordinates at once. Without hesitation, Xiao activated his family's secret technique, the partial multiplication technique. His right leg became enormous as he swept it through the area, obliterating all structures and trees in its path and claiming the lives of 3 or 4 Cloud Ninjas in the outpost. The frail Cloud Ninja, seemingly unfazed, tossed the leaf ninjas toward Xiaofeng's face, then nimbly evaded the gigantic leg as it approached. Xiaofeng hastily ceased his technique, extending his hands to catch the 2 leaf ninjas, gently placing them on the ground. Before he could re-engage in battle, the frail Cloud Ninja closed the distance at lightning speed, coalescing lightning in his hand and thrusting his right hand into Xiaofeng's back, performing a clawing motion that tore through a significant amount of flesh and blood. Letting out a muffled grunt, Xiaofeng managed to protect his subordinates before staggering upright. His gaze dark as he fixed it on the frail Cloud Ninja, puzzled at how the ninja had reached him so swiftly from such a distance, faster than he could register. As the 2 prepared for a fierce confrontation, a blinding white light pierced the distant sky, catching their attention. Xiaofeng felt a sinking sensation. That direction was where Feiyu had lured the Cloud Ninjas. Wow, a combined technique executed in such a manner. The target is surely doomed. It appears the unfortunate target is the little mouse that just fled. Now the Leaf Village will be at a complete loss. The frail man exclaimed, mocking Xiao Dao Qiufeng while condemning Feiyu to death, further burdening Xiao Dao Qiufeng's mind. Chapter 52. Convergence. Xiao Dao Qiufeng felt a heavy dread in his heart, aware it might be an enemy's ruse, yet he could not help but ponder the possibility. For the blinding white light was too dazzling, dispelling the darkness in the vicinity. Seeing Xiao Dao Qiufeng lost in thought, the frail man smirked and continued his ghostly assault. Xiao Dao Qiufeng attempted to block and defend, but his efforts were futile. He could perceive the trajectory of the frail man's attacks. Yet his body could not keep pace with his mind, leaving him helpless to watch the oncoming strikes. What are you? He gasped in disbelief. How can you move with such speed? Xiao Dao Qiufeng leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. The recent battle had taken a significant toll on him, and the relentless series of attacks and blocks had severely strained his body. You don't even know my name? Remember this. I am Komaguchi Ken, the renowned lightning-style ninja of Chunin Village. How does that compare to your Sharingan? Komaguchi Ken declared, his face unflinching as he casually brushed aside a disheveled strand of hair caused by his swift movements. Lightning style? It's far inferior compared to the Sharingan, Xiao Dao Qiufeng retorted, his voice intermittent. What? How dare you belittle me? I'll show you the true power of lightning style. Komaguchi Ken was incensed by Xiao Dao Qiufeng's dismissive attitude towards his prized technique. He aimed to demonstrate its might, channeling a substantial amount of lightning chakra throughout his body. Komaguchi Ken stimulated his cells to enhance his speed and reflexes. When combined with lightning style, he could achieve a velocity that transcended ordinary comprehension. However, this technique was challenging to control. A single miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences, causing him significant self-inflicted harm. Yet, the provocation from Xiao Dao Qiufeng fueled his rage. Komaguchi Ken had long aspired to elevate his lightning style to the pinnacle of bloodline limits within the ninja world, at least to be on par with the Sharingan. To hear it belittled so casually was a deep wound to his pride, and he vowed that this leaf ninja would pay for his disdain. With a lightning-like figure, he darted towards Xiao Dao Qiufeng, unleashing a flurry of punches in a dazzling display of speed. Xiao Dao Qiufeng, however, was not to be outdone. He swiftly retrieved the secret three-color pill from his family's arsenal, consuming the green spinach pill without hesitation, which augmented his athletic potential by 30% and tripled his strength. In an instant, Xiao Dao Qiufeng discerned Komaguchi Ken's trajectory. He no longer needed to match his speed. He had identified the weakness of the lightning style. Although striking him would be painful, his fragile form was easily shattered. By anticipating his path and delivering a corresponding attack, Xiao Dao Qiufeng could inflict severe damage with a single blow. Komaguchi Ken, realizing the precariousness of his situation, hesitated to confront Xiao Dao Qiufeng directly. Instead, he attempted to circumvent Xiao Dao Qiufeng's attack range and strike from another angle, but to no avail. Xiao Dao Qiufeng executed a partial multiplication technique, enlarging his hands to the size of small mountains, swatting left and right without any blind spots, resulting in a deadlock between the two. While Xiao Dao Qiufeng struggled, Feiyu was effortlessly reaping the lives of the Chunin, though a few had managed to escape. Undeterred, he resolved to vacate the area, planning to retreat to a hidden corner until the conflict subsided, unnoticed by the approaching Chunin reinforcements. However, reality proved harsh. Just as Feiyu was about to withdraw, a voice interrupted his actions. Is that a comrade from the Leaf? I am Uchiha Huohua. Please, help me. Uchiha Huohua cried out, spotting a dark figure hovering in the air. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Feiyu internally cursed his misfortune. He considered feigning ignorance and swiftly manipulating the sand iron beneath him to flee. I recognize you. You're the one with the large backpack. Don't run. There's a Chunin vice commander behind you, and he's fast. You can't escape. Take me to Captain Qiufeng. He's the only one who can withstand this. Uchiha Huohua insisted as he saw Feiyu remain unresponsive. The vice commander? Feiyu questioned, skepticism evident as he hovered above, surveying Uchiha Huohua and the individuals trailing behind him. Indeed, this area has been surrounded by Chunin. They have deployed a large force from the front lines to capture us. Uchiha Huohua exclaimed, looking disheveled. Surrounded? How could that be? Even after inflicting significant damage, they wouldn't abandon the front lines to pursue us. Feiyu dismissed his claims, but in this critical moment, he could not afford to be careless. If the situation was indeed dire, he was unafraid. He could fly, and who could stop him in the sky? Yet, the leaf ninjas below were in peril. While others were inconsequential, Chodao Chiefing was a partner of the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and if Feiyu failed to provide timely assistance, he might incur resentment. As Feiyu pondered these thoughts, another group of individuals stumbled into view, the leader clad in a soiled white garment with a missing right sleeve. Veins throbbed around his eyes, indicating he was channeling an ocular technique. Feiyu, is that you? The newcomer shouted. Uchiha Huahua and Feiyu turned towards the voice, startled upon recognizing the figure. Hinata Akira? What happened to you? Uchiha Huahua inquired. Enough questions. Quickly, take me to Captain Chiefing. I have crucial information to report. Hinata Akira interjected, cutting off Uchiha Huahua's inquiries. Feiyu was puzzled as to why everyone was seeking Chodao Chiefing, all rushing towards his direction. It was indeed unfortunate. Encountering them was one thing, but failing to assist could lead to dire repercussions if someone returned to the leaf with ill tales of him, though he cared little for the opinions of others. The thought of Danzo seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation was too daunting to contemplate. Captain Chiefing is over there, follow me. Your reinforcements will be invaluable. Captain Chiefing is likely under siege. Feiyu descended from the air, tidying the sand iron as he headed towards the outpost. Upon reaching the outpost, Feiyu and his companions found Chodao Chiefing indeed surrounded by numerous Chunin. Strangely, none of the Chunin were attacking. Instead, they formed a massive circle, encircling Chodao Chiefing and a frail Chunin, likely captivated by the intensity of the battle, oblivious to the arrival of Feiyu and his comrades. Observing the dire circumstances, Feiyu noted Chodao Chiefing's condition was precarious. He appeared exhausted, his movements sluggish, unable to keep pace with the rapidly moving Chunin. Strike now, Feiyu shouted, prompting the Leaf Ninjas to unleash their ninjutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A plethora of diverse ninjutsu erupted from the Leaf Ninjas, breaching the Chunin's encirclement in a spectacular explosion. Ah, it's the Leaf Ninjas. Everyone, be cautious. A Chunin Jounin yelled. Having narrowly avoided a fiery blast, the Leaf has come to our aid. Flee. Indeed, the Leaf's reinforcements are formidable. We can't withstand them. Stay calm. Gather around me. Await Lord Komaguchi Ken's command. The Chunin were thrown into disarray, panicking like headless flies, inciting further chaos among their ranks. Although a few Chunin Jounin attempted to organize a counterattack, their efforts were drowned out by the overwhelming clamor. Fear gripped them, knowing that the outpost had been attacked. Without Komaguchi Ken's presence to maintain order, chaos would have erupted. Komaguchi Ken, momentarily abandoning his duel with Chodao Chiefing, swiftly dispatched a Leaf Ninja who had infiltrated the chaos and shouted, "All of you, stand still. Move and I will strike you down." Just like him. As he spoke, Kumagai Ken raised the lifeless body in his hand, showcasing it to the crowd, which fell silent upon witnessing the grim display. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the shadows within the outpost, attempting to root out the hidden Leaf Ninjas. Unfortunately, lacking the Byakugan or Sharingan, he possessed no clairvoyant abilities. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Uchiha Onoka shouted, "Everyone, charge together. Let us eliminate this arrogant Cloud Ninja." The ninjas accompanying Uchiha Onoka, upon hearing their squad leader's command, rushed forth without hesitation, brandishing their sharpest weapons and lunging fiercely at Kumagai Ken. Kumagai Ken smirked disdainfully, hurling the corpse toward the advancing figures. Utilizing his swift body flicker technique, he vanished from his original position, reappearing amidst the Cloud Ninjas, commanding, "Deal with them." The Cloud Ninjas, emboldened by his words, regained their confidence and launched a relentless assault, employing sheer numbers to overwhelm the mere handful of Leaf Ninjas. Their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, reveling in their tactical advantage. Feiyu, witnessing Uchiha Onoka's deviation from their plan, cursed vehemently. Yet, feeling the weight of their numerical disadvantage, he understood that losing any more personnel would severely jeopardize their escape strategy. He decisively ordered, "Charge forward. Retrieve a Kimichi Kazekage and retreat." Uchiha Onoka and Hinata may had come specifically for a Kimichi Kazekage, and after witnessing the harrowing battle, Feiyu became the de facto leader, devising a plan to disrupt the Cloud Ninjas and rescue their comrade. Now Uchiha Onoka had usurped the command of his squad, directing them towards the uncertain strength of Kumagai Ken, while he himself remained hidden, watching the chaos unfold. Although perplexed by Uchiha Onoka's actions, Feiyu recognized the urgency of the situation and ordered his team to treat the beleaguered leaf ninjas as torches, leading the way as they swiftly lifted the injured Akimichi Kazekage and dashed towards the outpost's exit, with all the Cloud Ninjas charging towards Uchiha's team under Kumagaiken's command. The latter momentarily obstructed the actions of the remaining leaf ninjas. Despite the impeccable speed of his body flicker technique, Kumagaiken found himself dealing with the overwhelming numbers of the leaf ninjas, sustaining significant injuries in the process. He watched helplessly as Akimichi Kazekage and others made their escape. His frustration boiling over into a furious rage, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at the Cloud Ninjas, who, caught off guard by his swift movements, mistakenly believed they were under attack from the Leaf Ninjas, hurling curses in response. Those leaf brats dare to fight back? It hurts. Let me show you my might. The enraged counterattacks from the Cloud Ninjas caused substantial harm to the Leaf Ninjas, who, lacking reinforcements, grew increasingly anxious. Some began to voice their grievances against Feiyu, the temporary team leader. Feiyu, you wretch. Why aren't you here to save us? Onoka, this is nothing like what you promised. Where are you? They lamented. Curse you, Uchiha. You have abandoned us, just as I feared. You too will meet the same fate as us, left to fend for yourselves. As despair spread among the surrounded leaf ninjas, they found themselves overwhelmed by the Cloud Ninjas' relentless assault, some venting their frustrations while others recalled Onoka's earlier promises. Do you think Feiyu would abandon you here? Is he not afraid of you escaping to report his negligence? They reasoned among themselves. With so many of us, we cannot forsake each other for our future escape. Besides, if you strike first, though encircled, the outside leaf ninjas will assist you, minimizing your casualties. Reflecting on their situation, they realized their fate relied on the compassion of Feiyu and others, unaware of how few would survive this mission or step forward for those who acted recklessly. As they cursed their predicament, Feiyu remained oblivious to their plight, having sprinted for half an hour before halting at a small hillside. He counted the survivors and found only 17, including himself. Approaching the unconscious Akimichi Kazekage, who bore a pained expression, he refrained from disturbing him. Everyone, take a moment to rest. May Onoka, come here. Let us assess the situation before making further plans. Chapter 54. The counterattack. Is it true that you encountered different enemies? Feiyu inquired from the hilltop, gazing at the surroundings as he addressed the two behind him. Indeed, they lay in wait at various locations, seemingly anticipating our movements. Hinata replied, perplexed. Isn't it normal for them to intercept you at the border? To prevent cowards from fleeing before a battle? When they encountered you, it was merely unfortunate for you. Uchiha Onoka retorted with mockery. Better to be cautious than to abandon teammates. Look at your team. How many remain? Hinata snapped back defiantly. Enough. What time is it? We are still in the land of thunder. Focus. Feiyu exclaimed, exasperated by their bickering, unable to comprehend why they prioritized their egos over their safety. Is the enemy truly as formidable as you claim? Seeing them silent, he pressed on with his inquiries. They are not just strong. My gentle fist was utterly ineffective against that steel release user, Hinata admitted, her face filled with shame. The frontline vice commander was remarkable, moving with such speed that we could not react, a force to be reckoned with, surpassing even that swift ninja. Uchiha Onoka exaggerated, suggesting that their failure stemmed not from his weakness, but from the enemy's overwhelming strength. Oh, Feiyu pondered, realizing that if such powerful adversaries converged, the outcome would be dire. With the pursuing Cloud Ninjas relentlessly on their trail, they risked annihilation. The situation was clear. They faced 3 exceptionally skilled captains and a cadre of Cloud Ninjas, while he, Hinata and Uchiha Onoka remained, with Akimichi Kazekage incapacitated and the 13 remaining Leaf companions paralyzed with fear at the slightest hint of danger. 3 against 3 offered no advantage, yet 1 against 3 presented a glimmer of hope. Feiyu, unwilling to return before the conflict between the Leaf and Cloud ended, fearing he would be conscripted as cannon fodder, resolved to eliminate the primary Cloud pursuers first and then seize a hilltop as a stronghold. Feiyu shared his plan with the two, and while Hinata was enthusiastic, eager to rescue her elder brother, Uchiha Onoka appeared reluctant. However, his protests were futile. He was left without support, and abandoning the group would only place him in greater peril. Thus, after deliberating, they communicated their plan to the others, sparking a wave of surprise. Yet, upon reflection, they recognized it as the best course of action and accepted it silently. The three pursuit teams of Chunin village have only one known location at present, which is the enemy within the recently occupied outpost. They are likely to have relaxed their vigilance, completely unaware that we are poised to launch a surprise counterattack. This also serves to avenge our fallen comrades. Alleviating some of our guilt, Feiyu proclaimed. The crowd gathered on the hillside responded eagerly, filled with a renewed hope for survival. At such a moment, the greatest fear is to run about like headless flies, carelessly stumbling into the enemy's encirclement. Having a plan that everyone agrees upon makes action far more effective. Despite Feiyu's battle-torn garments and the damage to his protective goggles, his stature loomed larger in the eyes of the others. Accompanied by two non-combatants caring for Chodao chiefing, Feiyu led the way toward the outpost, with the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, within the logistics outpost, numerous structures lay in ruins. Konoha sat despondently on a stone stump, observing the flurry of activity among the Chunins. Beside him stood a brawny Chunin. Konoha, you truly are useless. You couldn't even handle such a simple task, allowing that leaf ninja leader to escape? The robust Chunin chastised. The other Chunins, busy with their work, felt a chill run down their spines at such harsh words, envisioning the grim fate that awaited the stout Chunin. They lowered their heads further, fearful of being implicated. Yet, what they anticipated did not transpire. Instead, their brutal superior merely replied with indifference, "Mind your own business. When you're on my turf, don't presume to give orders." The onlookers were astonished by this unexpected exchange, casting furtive glances at the brawny man. With a smirk, the robust man retorted, "This is the extent of your authority? Just look at the state of your subordinates. All were ninjas of Chunin village. There was no need for such harshness." The others lowered their heads even more, enduring the intense scrutiny. "Where are your subordinates? Why have I not seen them?" Konoha inquired after ensuring no one had betrayed him. "Of course, they're out searching for the leaf ninja. The remaining few mice aren't worth my effort. It's sufficient for a deputy commander to handle them. I shall refrain from stealing his glory," the robust man replied. Konoha scrutinized him for a moment before responding, "That doesn't sound like you. If it weren't for your imposing presence, I would suspect you were a leaf impersonator. What nonsense. I've come to understand this war. It's merely a battle for the village's elders to bolster the third Raikage's authority. As long as it's not too humiliating, it suffices. Those of us like Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao will likely be swept into oblivion after the war." The brawny man lamented. "Humph, if it weren't for his ambush, Lord Jin Jiao would not have fallen so swiftly." Konoha retorted, frustration evident on his face. "But the outcome remains that Lord Jin Jiao is dead, branded a traitorous ninja. No amount of struggle will change that. Unless you can defeat the current Raikage," the robust man asserted. Konoha sighed. "That is impossible. Since it is impossible, face reality." The robust man whispered cautiously in Konoha ear, "Have you heard? The second Hokage was recently eliminated, and the third has just taken office. What do you think would happen if we want to pledge our allegiance to him?" Konoha's eyes widened in shock, but he was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. He rose in anger, looking toward the source of the blast, witnessing flames engulfing the area, further damaging the recently repaired structures. This filled him with an unusual rage, vowing to make the perpetrator pay dearly. Chapter 55. Who doesn't have a bloodline limit? Boom. Feiyu was not one to engage in idle banter with the Chunins. Upon seeing the guards at the outpost morph into a construction crew, he promptly ordered an assault to diminish their combat effectiveness. Feiyu, Hinata Akira, and Uchiha Onoka focused their attention on Konoha, who sat upon the stone stump, preparing to strike. Just as they were about to act, Hinata Akira glanced at the robust man beside Konoha, suddenly recalling a terrifying figure from his past, which began to merge with the man before him. "It's him," Hinata Akira warned. "Who?" Uchiha Onoka asked, perplexed. "Steel release," Hinata Akira managed to articulate. "What? How could he be here?" Uchiha Onoka gasped in shock. "What is the panic? Even if he is here, what can he do? Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Even if the King of Heaven arrives, he will meet his end today," Feiyu stated, scrutinizing the robust man. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought I would encounter a member of the Hyuga clan here, right in my own home? It seems we are fated to meet. Your brother instructed me to take good care of you before he perished," the robust man exclaimed with delight upon seeing Hinata Akira. The previously captured Hinata Ryo was merely a branch family member, but that mattered not, regardless of whether they were main or branch family. They could provide valuable experimental material for the village. If he could decipher the caged bird seal, he could obtain a continuous supply of Byakugan. It only required capturing a few members of the Hyuga branch family. No matter the outcome, his contributions would be significant. The Byakugan that had slipped away reappeared in his sight, sending him into a frenzy of excitement as he declared, "That Hyuga brat is mine. Don't you dare steal him from me." Komaguchi-kin objected to this allocation, ready to argue, but upon catching sight of Uchiha Onoka's Sharingan, he immediately acquiesced to the request and stipulated that no other prey should be claimed. Before the battle had even begun, they were already dividing the spoils. Igniting the ire of Hinata, Akira, and Uchiha Onoka, who were prepared to engage their chosen opponents. However, Feiyu intervened, for if steel release and sound release were to collaborate, the consequences would be catastrophic. They needed to draw the two apart to have any chance of success. Onoka, Akira, you both handle the sound release unit. I'll take care of the steel release. Resolve your battles quickly and return to assist me. Feiyu commanded. Understood. Hinata Akira agreed without hesitation. Eager to avoid another confrontation with the steel release ninja, whose oppressive demeanor he did not wish to experience again. With someone else willing to take the burden, he could not ask for more. Uchiha Onoka had no objections either. He had intended to take a back seat, and a 2-on-1 scenario suited his strategy, activating his Sharingan as he retreated. Seeing his quarry attempt to flee, Komaguchi-kin immediately pursued, while the robust man merely scoffed, bemused that such an obvious bait could ensnare them. However, he did not intervene, confident in his ability to face 3 opponents alone, even if Komaguchi-kin fell. It mattered not, as long as he ensured the Hyuga boy did not escape. As Hinata Akira and Uchiha Onoka selected a spacious area for their confrontation, the robust man felt relieved. As long as the prey remained within his sight, escape was impossible. His previous oversight had been due to the enticing presence of Hinata Ryo. The robust man surveyed Feiyu with keen interest, complimenting, "You possess great courage. Knowing about my steel release, you still dare to remain. I will grant you a swift death." It's merely a bloodline limit. Who doesn't he have one? Feiyu scoffed. I've never encountered someone so full of bravado. I hope your strength matches your tongue. The robust man challenged. You shall see. Feiyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. With words falling flat, the robust man ceased his prattle, activating his steel release and charging forth. His exposed skin turning a deep black, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Feiyu's right hand conjured iron sand, shaping it into a formidable spiked club, its menacing protrusions sending chills down the spine of any who gazed upon it. Let us test the strength of your steel release, Feiyu declared, swinging the club with force, aiming it directly at the robust man. The robust man stood resolutely, merely closing his eyes and allowing the spiked club to descend upon him. The sound of metal clashing resonated from his visage, yet he remained unmoved, while the sand-iron armor enveloping Feiyu showed signs of loosening under the impact. How's that? The sturdy man grinned, inquiring. Truly formidable is the steel release that leaves Hinata Rindo at a loss, Feiyu acknowledged, contemplating that ordinary attacks would be futile against him. Having enjoyed the play, the strong man retrieved his weapon, an unremarkable staff, save for a protruding section gripped in his right hand, resembling the police baton Feiyu had once wielded in his past life, albeit with a disproportionately large head. The baton sliced through the air as he swung it with ferocity, clashing intermittently with the spiked club, sending waves of sand-iron scattering. Feiyu, disinterested in a turn-based game, commanded the vast quantity of sand-iron within his backpack to surge forth, crashing towards the robust man. Undeterred by the deluge of sand-iron, the sturdy man clenched his fist and struck downward, creating a gaping hole in the sand-iron curtain, advancing upon Feiyu with an unmatched might. Feiyu found himself exasperated by the man's seemingly impenetrable defense. Without the use of any extraordinary techniques, he had been compelled to retreat. Realizing that conventional assaults were ineffective, he decided to employ the spiraling sphere. Unlike other attacks, this technique utilized high-density chakra, releasing immense power instantaneously, promising a chance to breach the robust man's formidable defense. Suddenly, a myriad of lightning crackled around the strong man, intensifying in frequency as he unleashed his baton, leaving afterimages in its wake. A few of his strikes landed on Feiyu, yet rather than inflicting harm, the electricity brought a tingling sensation that oddly felt pleasurable. However, The impact of the weapon against the sand iron caused a degree of shock, gradually charring the surface, as the relentless electrical onslaught raised the temperature, threatening to melt it, a testament to the lightning's formidable power. Caught in a tumultuous state of pleasure and pain, Feiyu knew he could not prolong the encounter. He shed his sand iron armor, committing fully to the battle, ensuring every ounce of his strength was directed towards the confrontation as the sand iron spread across the ground, leaving a dark trail in its wake. The sturdy man, taken aback by the scene, realized someone had been holding back during their skirmish. Explaining the peculiar sensation of his weapon striking the opponent earlier, it was a protective layer. Without the armor, Feiyu refrained from a head-on clash, instead concentrating sand iron spikes beneath the sturdy man's feet, targeting the weak joints, yet to no avail. The steel-clad man exhibited no vulnerabilities even under extreme assault, coupled with the speed afforded by his lightning chakra mode, rendering him virtually invincible among elite shinobi. With a swift motion, the robust man arched his right arm, condensing sharp lightning chakra, charging towards Feiyu with the intent to strike his vulnerable neck. Feiyu's Sharingan detected the movement, and the sand iron beneath him ascended rapidly, forming a 2-inch thick barrier around his neck, thwarting the man's assault. Though pushed back by the powerful impact, Feiyu smiled brightly at the unwavering determination etched on his opponent's face. "Cloud Ninja, just as I anticipated, you've come within reach." Upon hearing this, the sturdy man felt a jolt of alarm, quickly suppressed by a wave of resolve. He thought, "No one among the elite can breach my steel release, let alone this mere child who appears to be a Chunin." In a fleeting moment, as the robust man's hand approached Feiyu's neck, the sand iron barrier surged toward his arm, while the sand iron at his feet ensnared his legs. The sand iron on the ground obeyed Feiyu's command, rapidly converging. Within 3 seconds, the man's hands and legs were bound by the sand iron, immobilized by the weight pressing down upon him. If not for the sustaining steel release, his limbs might have been crushed under the sand iron's grip. Helpless, he could only watch as Feiyu prepared his next move. Feiyu's right hand began to coalesce a blue chakra sphere, its net-like surface enveloping the turbulent chakra within, gradually expanding from the size of a ping-pong ball to a massive sphere of 3 zhong, emitting a radiant blue light that dispelled the surrounding darkness, rendering Feiyu diminutive in the eyes of the sturdy man, whose gaze was transfixed by the spiraling orb. As the robust man regained his composure, the enormous sphere was forcibly compressed by Feiyu to half its size, emanating a disquieting energy. The sturdy man yearned to flee, convinced that if struck by this technique, his steel release would not withstand the impact. However, the weight of the sand iron rendered his movements laborious, and even a mere few meters felt like an insurmountable distance. His limbs growing weary, regret washed over him for dismissing fundamental training as trivial, believing that with steel release, no common adversary could breach his defenses. He had merely noted the exceptionally powerful individuals, planning to evade them when encountered. Yet here, in this unremarkable outpost, he found himself facing a cadre of unknown ninjas, feeling the specter of death loom closer. Fortunately, he had a comrade named Ken Kumagai nearby. If he called for help, Ken, utilizing his swift movement technique, would surely arrive before the Konoha ninja could strike, ensuring his safety. "Ken Kumagai, come and save me," the robust man shouted desperately. Meanwhile, Ken Kumagai, who had been toying with his opponent, paused upon hearing the call for help, momentarily perplexed before discerning the voice belonged to the sturdy man. He ceased his assault, glancing toward the source of the plea. Before him loomed the pure blue chakra sphere, reflecting the terror on the sturdy man's face. Although Ken had not faced the spiral sphere's dreadful pressure directly, he quickly recalled a similar sight, a monstrous entity with 2 horns and 8 writhing tentacles, which had clashed with the third Reikage, gathering a sphere of chakra akin to this one, albeit dark brown in hue. One such attack had leveled a mountain, and even the Reikage, renowned for his impenetrable shield, dared not confront it head-on, merely deflecting its trajectory. He must not be allowed to unleash that attack. Otherwise, he is as good as dead, Ken thought, activating his speed technique to close the distance to Feiyu. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata Akira and Uchiha Onoka, panting heavily, showed no inclination to intervene. They contemplated fleeing, recognizing they faced an adversary beyond their capabilities. Even 2 against 1, they were being overwhelmed. Although the Sharingan allowed them to barely track the movements of the swift ninja, their reactions lagged, leaving them exposed to relentless assaults. and soon they were left battered and bruised. The disdainful glances were even more lamentable. Although they could perceive every acupoint on Komaguchi's body, they were utterly incapable of striking him. Every attempt to unleash their techniques was effortlessly evaded, rendering their soft punches entirely ineffectual. The two opponents were simply beyond their capabilities, leading to a state of utter despondency, with a glimmer of schadenfreude on their faces, as they yearned for Feiyu to experience the frustration of being unable to land a hit. Suddenly, a sound akin to air being violently disturbed arose behind Feiyu. Even with his back turned, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, sharp as a blade, approaching him. The expression on the robust man's face transformed into one of delight as Feiyu pieced together his remarks, deducing that the swift ninja had arrived. However, he remained unfazed, having never placed excessive hope in Hinata Akira or Uchiha Hano's capabilities. Thus, he felt no disappointment. Moreover, he remained vigilant against potential ambushes from behind. From the robust man's body, a strand of sand iron detached, spiraling to the ground, and swiftly coalescing into a platform that lifted him into the air. Well before the swift ninja could arrive. The reason he had not done this from the outset was twofold. First, to deceive the cloud ninjas, and second, to assess which teammates were trustworthy. The outcome, however, was evident. It is widely known that the 5 elemental attributes interact in a cycle of mutual restraint. Yet flying ninjas hold dominion over all groundbound ones. Chapter 57. Startled retreat. As Komaguchi and the robust man stood agape, Feiyu ascended into the air. How could this be possible? Komaguchi thought, unable to believe his own eyes. The scene was too surreal. His speed on the ground was unparalleled, allowing him to attack his enemies at will, yet now the tables had turned. He found himself powerless. All his ranged assaults effortlessly deflected by the thin layer of sand iron beneath Feiyu's feet. Attempting to lift the robust man and flee carried the risk of entanglement in the sand iron, and he had no desire to meet the same fate as his companion. Waiting silently for death. With no viable options left, he abandoned the rescue effort, seeking a location he deemed safe, helplessly watching as the colossal Rasengan continuously contracted and expanded, repeating the process until Feiyu could no longer contain it and forcefully compressed it downward. The immense Rasengan, imbued with the might to cleave mountains, unleashed its devastating energy upon contact with the ground, enveloping all buildings and trees within a kilometer radius in a vortex of chakra, reducing them to mere dust under the high concentration of chakra's assault. There was no earth-shattering sound, no unparalleled tremor. Instead, a silent, circular pit emerged on the ground, its smooth surface appearing polished, while the robust man had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood-streaked sand iron as a stark reminder of his existence. Komaguchi, having witnessed a large-scale slaughter, silently assessed the situation, confirming the robust man's demise before departing the outpost without a backward glance, dismissing the significance of the Byakugan and Sharingan from his mind. Although Hinata Akira and Uchiha Hano glanced at Feiyu in embarrassment, they felt no wrongdoing on their part. Feiyu, undistracted, swiftly sentenced the two to death in his mind. Seeing Komaguchi lead the retreat, the other cloud ninjas scattered in disarray. A few leaf ninjas, initially intent on pursuing, sensed the altered atmosphere and quietly halted their advance. Within the outpost, Feiyu gathered a substantial amount of military supplies and clothing, stuffing them into his massive backpack. Hinata Akira approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Feiyu, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to slay a steel ninja from the cloud. Upon our return to Leaf, I will surely report to the Hinata clan leader, informing him that you saved me. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The Hinata clan has plenty of resources." Uchiha Hano, eager to contribute, added, "Indeed, our Uchiha clan's fire techniques are second to none in Leaf. I will have the elders select some powerful techniques to bestow upon you." "What do you say?" Feiyu chuckled softly. "You should focus on surviving the return trip first." "Of course, we will survive. With your strength, flying will make it easy to evade the cloud's encirclement." Uchiha Hano replied confidently. "Oh, what does my ability to fly have to do with you?" Feiyu retorted with a smile still on his face. "How can it not be related? You can scout from above and divert fire away from us, ensuring everyone can escape safely." Uchiha Hano stated matter-of-factly. "Oh, scout from the sky? Divert fire? And what can you do?" Feiyu inquired, his tone turning slightly critical. Hinata Akira sensed the shift in Feiyu's demeanor and tugged at Uchiha Hano's sleeve, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. What can we do? Naturally, we will escape under your protection. Are you dissatisfied with the compensation? If so, you can voice your concerns. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is not out of the question. Uchiha Hano began to make extravagant promises, as though he were the head of the Uchiha clan. Those capable should bear more responsibility. With Captain Chiofeng unconscious, the strongest among you must contribute more. Hinata Akira began to lecture Feiyu on some grand principles. Having gathered his supplies, Feiyu decided not to engage in further banter with Hinata Akira and Uchiha Hano. Their promises seemed to him mere empty platitudes, lacking sincerity and substance. Having been inundated with the inflated promises of socialism, he found their juvenile descriptions utterly contemptible. He had no faith in their commitments, especially from those who would readily act as cannon fodder. Even if their clan leaders stood before him, uttering such words, he would remain skeptical. Unwilling to place his trust in such individuals, he felt an acute lack of security in entrusting his back to them. Enough. If you can promise so many benefits, why not collaborate with the Cloud Ninjas? Perhaps they would let you go if they were in a good mood. Feiyu interrupted their incessant chatter, striding towards Chiofeng's hiding place. What do you mean? Don't trust us? We are on the same team. Why not overcome the difficulties together? Uchiha Hano questioned. No. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that your proposed rewards do not interest me. Furthermore, the lives or deaths of you weaklings are of no concern to me. Previously, I merely accompanied you for Captain Chiofeng's sake. But I did not expect you to be so inept. Feiyu sighed in resignation, lifting Chiofeng's unconscious form as sand iron surged beneath him, allowing him to ascend. Where are you going? Hinata Akira asked in disbelief as he watched Feiyu's movements. That is no longer your concern. Mind your own business. I hope to see you alive in Leaf, rather than as a corpse in exchange. Feiyu declared. How can you do this? Abandoning teammates is explicitly stated in the ninja code. Hinata Akira attempted to constrain Feiyu with the rigid rules of the ninja. The ninja code is meant for you weaklings. The strong have always set the rules. Feiyu replied, preparing to depart. After all this talk, you just want to run, don't you? Get down here. Uchiha Hano decisively chose to attack. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. A barrage of flames erupted from Uchiha Hano's mouth, shooting towards Feiyu like bullets. The flames growing larger as time passed, ultimately resembling firebirds. With a swift motion, Feiyu summoned a shield made of sand iron that materialized before him, blocking all the fiery projectiles, and fixed a cold gaze upon Uchiha Hano, who ultimately chose not to retaliate. Uchiha Hano felt a chill run down his spine under Feiyu's icy stare. Suddenly recalling the scene of the swift ninja, whom even he could not confront, being frightened away by Feiyu. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, until Feiyu soared away from the outpost and vanished into the darkness. He finally exhaled, a surge of indignation swelling within him. How dare a mere commoner attempt to flee alone? When did the ordinary rise above the noble to such audacity? In the Warring States period, they were nothing but laborers, mining and tilling the land, and he could dispose of them as he pleased. Chapter 58. Akadu Torikes awakens after departing from the main forces. Feiyu intentionally took a wide detour, concealing his intended direction while gradually ascending with his companion. Hiding among the clouds to avoid detection by the Cloud Ninja still searching for the Leaf Ninjas below. Feiyu resolved to fly westward along the coastline of the Land of Lightning, landing in the Land of Hot Water rather than passing through the adjacent Land of Rice, thus significantly evading the pursuit of Kumogakure. Unbeknownst to them, there existed a flying ninja within the Leaf, rendering the coastal defenses quite vulnerable. Although the information ninjas were aware of this, if Feiyu pressed on relentlessly towards his objective, he stood a good chance of escaping the Land of Lightning before they could reinforce their blockade. Thus, the two soared for over 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Akadu Torikes finally awoke, blinking in bewilderment at the surrounding expanse of white clouds, a sight that left him momentarily speechless. Where's this? He asked, dazed. In the sky? Feiyu replied. Have we died? Is this heaven? Why is there nothing here? Not quite. We merely ascended to the heavens. Besides, for ninjas like us, who exist solely for the purpose of slaughter, death would undoubtedly lead us to hell, Feiyu stated with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Akadu Torikes initially grasped the situation, but disbelief soon followed, prompting him to ask, We've flown into the sky. He glanced at the sand iron beneath him and tentatively tested his footing, finally realizing the gravity of his predicament. "Captain Torikes, how are your injuries? Can you still fight?" "We are within the borders of the land of lightning, perpetually in danger," Feiyu inquired, noting that Akidu had regained consciousness. Akidu Torikes moved his body, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from his joints, patting his chest to indicate his good health. "Recovered so quickly?" Feiyu asked incredulously. "Actually, I wasn't seriously injured. It was merely the after-effects of consuming the Akidu family's tricolored dumplings. Once those wore off, my body naturally healed," Akidu Torikes explained. "However, I do have a wound on my back from the battle with that information ninja, and it requires bandaging." Speaking of the information ninja, Akidu suddenly realized he had not seen any other leaf ninjas. "I remember many came to our aid before I lost consciousness. Where are they now?" he questioned rapidly. Feiyu paused for a moment, recounting the events that transpired. When Akidu learned that Feiyu had single-handedly defeated the steel-release ninja, he was utterly astonished. In his memory, Feiyu was merely an unremarkable Chunin, lacking a prestigious clan or exceptional talent, destined to achieve little in life, making the rank of Jonin exceedingly difficult to attain. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Feiyu had awakened a Kekei Jinkai and, with this newfound power, effortlessly vanquished a renowned cloud ninja. The very ninja who would have given him a headache. Akidu's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he scrutinized Feiyu, noting his ill-fitting attire that clung to his well-defined muscles, hinting at the latent strength within. The goggles atop his head bore a significant gash from battle. Such a disheveled appearance indicated the intensity of the previous fight, suggesting that Feiyu had fought valiantly to secure victory. After calming himself, Akidu continued to listen as Feiyu detailed the subsequent events. Upon hearing about Hinata Akira and Uchiha Onoka's failure to adhere to their agreed-upon strategy in confronting the information ninja, instead allowing him to pass, his brow furrowed deeply. However, he refrained from voicing his opinion, knowing well the tenacity of the information ninja, yet remaining ambivalent about the actions of Hinata Akira and Uchiha Onoka. The tale continued, recounting how Feiyu had displayed remarkable prowess, driving away the information ninja, and later abandoning those who had betrayed him, even being ambushed by Uchiha Onoka before leaving. After listening, Akidu placed his hand on Feiyu's shoulder, expressing understanding for his actions and refraining from lecturing him for directing his ire towards others. After all, he himself had been saved by Feiyu. He had no right to judge another's choices. Simultaneously, Akidu began to inquire about the magnetic release and Rasengan, but Feiyu deflected the questions, clearly reluctant to discuss the topic. His tone was laden with wariness, prompting Akidu to grow increasingly silent. Regarding the magnetic release, Akidu only knew that the second Kazekage, Sabaku, had conducted research through the one-tail Shikaku, achieving significant results. Not only mastering the art of sand manipulation himself, but also passing it down as a legacy for Sunagakure to learn. A blue-haired boy named Jing Hang had also grasped the technique, gaining a modest reputation in Sunagakure. It was said that Jing Hang's methods were exceedingly ruthless, with a record of few failures, thus underscoring the power of the magnetic release. Now that the leaf also possessed a ninja with the magnetic release Kekei Jinkai, Akidu felt a sense of joy for the village. It could enhance Konoha's combat strength and, if Feiyu cooperated, they could devise specialized strategies to counter the magnetic release. This way, even if Sunagakure rose to prominence with the magnetic release, Konoha would have means of counteraction. Yet, observing Feiyu's demeanor, it was clear he harbored deep mistrust and apprehension towards the village. It was no wonder. Anyone discarded as a pawn would find it challenging to foster a sense of belonging. Akidu resolved to take action. Upon our return to the village, I will personally report this matter to the Hokage's advisor. Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. Everything is my command. Akidu spoke firmly. Feiyu looked up at Akidu in surprise, nodding after a moment. Captain Torikes, my chakra was significantly depleted during the battle, after carrying 2 people for 4 days. It is nearly exhausted. We will need to find a place to rest tonight. Akidu nodded in agreement. Perfect. I also need to find somewhere to bandage my wounds. Let's look for a secluded spot to land. Feiyu turned around, leaning against Akidu, activating his Sharingan to scan the ground below. Although it could not scrutinize every detail like the Byakugan, the Sharingan could perceive the flow of chakra, allowing him to discern if any ninja were nearby based on the presence of chakra sources. After a thorough examination, confirming there were no chakra fluctuations within a kilometer, It seemed they had successfully evaded the vast encirclement of the Cloud Ninja, and they gently descended into a secluded valley. Chapter 59. Encountering the Two-Tails Jinchuriki once more in an unremarkable valley. 5 or 6 households emitted wisps of smoke, seemingly isolated from the world. They toiled at sunrise and rested at sunset, evidently untouched by the ravages of war, their faces adorned with smiles unseen elsewhere. However, in the evening, 2 peculiar figures arrived, describing themselves as travelers visiting relatives in the land of hot water. Though the villagers were unaware of the land of hot water's location, they welcomed the newcomers warmly, proudly presenting the fruits of their labor, eager to boast. Today, Koizumi had accompanied his father to the mountains for a hunt, where they encountered a massive bear. Together, they exerted tremendous effort to bring the bear back, its thick fat indicative of a creature preparing to hibernate. An elderly man boastfully patted the middle-aged man beside him, who, along with his son, chuckled sheepishly. Oof, what a mere bear. Just a few days ago, Xiaoxing's father managed to take down a tiger of considerable size, and he made a handsome profit selling its pelt in the town. Another limping elder, unwilling to let the first have all the glory, quickly joined in the comparison. Gesturing grandly, Qiudao Qifeng and Feiyu laughed in agreement, and the evening passed in joyous camaraderie. After their rest and the necessary bandaging, they bid farewell to the villagers. The villagers came out to see them off. Even a small child, tears brimming in their eyes, clutched the shuriken Feiyu had given them, only to have it confiscated by an adult at home, prompting even louder wails. Who would have imagined that amidst the land of thunder, one would encounter such warm hospitality? Feiyu marveled. If it weren't for the war, everyone would be this welcoming, no matter where they were, Qiudao Qifeng replied. Let us hope the war ends soon. The First Ninja World War has continued for 4 years since the Second Hokage's time, and the death toll has become unfathomable, with losses mounting incessantly. It won't be long now. If the two nations continue to fight, they will both be severely weakened, and neither wishes to be exploited by others. Have you truly decided to wait until after the war before returning to the village? Yes. Let it be that I am merely a fortunate survivor of the war's conclusion. You need not feel that way. I assure you, upon your return to the village, you will be treated like a hero. You have rendered great service to the village and will undoubtedly be rewarded by the Hokage. Qiudao Qifeng couldn't help but interject. What great service is this? I merely traversed the land of thunder, and it was the Hokage's advisors who orchestrated everything. Feiyu scoffed, not concealing his true feelings before Qiudao Qifeng. Qiudao Qifeng fell silent, understanding that old impressions cannot be changed overnight. Such transformations require time and patience. As long as he ensured Feiyu remained loyal to the village, that was enough. They continued on their way, with Feiyu chewing on military rations, attempting to swiftly replenish his chakra. The military rations had a slight restorative effect, though it was hardly substantial. After a quarter of an hour, Feiyu sharply sensed that the atmosphere around them had shifted. Since leaving the village, even the chirping of insects had vanished, and flocks of birds had taken flight in large numbers, all indicating something unusual. Exchanging a glance with Qiudao Qifeng, who too had noticed the tense surroundings, they cautiously surveyed their environment, bracing for a sudden attack. Fire release, fire mouse balls. 2 blue fireballs erupted from the thicket behind Feiyu, the flames morphing into a mouse-like shape, pursuing the two with uncanny intent. Without hesitation, Feiyu summoned his sand and iron to block the fiery rodent. Yet it seemed to know something, attempting to circumvent his shield. However, it was ultimately crushed and extinguished by Feiyu's sand and iron. Before Feiyu could make his next move, a blood-soaked middle-aged woman burst forth from the thicket, her hands adorned with sharp claws, lunging at him. Multiplication technique. Qiudao Qifeng's hands transformed into colossal forms, seizing the sand and iron to strike fiercely at the woman. Sparks flew as claws and sand collided, and utilizing her claws as leverage, she skillfully leaped back, crouching low to the ground. A blue tail emerged from the woman's rear, her pupils transforming into slits, and with the aura of blood surrounding her. She resembled a ferocious beast. The blue flames awakened long-dormant memories within Feiyu, conjuring a familiar visage, an unruly persona he recognized. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Feiyu voiced gravely. Oh, you know me? The Two-Tails Jinchuriki regarded Feiyu with a mix of surprise and suspicion in her slit pupil eyes. Haha, how could I forget? I witnessed firsthand when Goldhorn treated you like a rag doll. Feiyu replied in a tone of an experienced observer. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was deeply wounded by his words. That battle was a source of humiliation for her. Following that incident, she had trained diligently, and now she was capable of harnessing the chakra of the Two Tails to some extent. She had thought everyone who knew of that incident, apart from the Raikage, was dead. She firmly believed that, even if faced with a similar situation, she would not be so helpless. While she could not guarantee 100% victory, she was confident in her ability to escape. Yet, at this moment, the one who had witnessed it was right before her, commenting as if judging her, and an unprecedented rage surged within her. "You shall perish." Enveloped in her tailed beast cloak, she accelerated with newfound swiftness, confident that the boy before her would not withstand her strike. "Captain Chiefing, do not intervene. This is an old score I must settle with her today." Feiyu halted Chiodao Chiefing, who had intended to assist. "Then be careful. Call for help if you need it. Do not hesitate. You are still young and have plenty of time to grow." Chiodao Chiefing nodded after a few words of caution. Cat's tail kick. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, utilizing her incredible speed, darted in front of Feiyu, swiftly slashing with her claws, followed by a heavy strike from the tail of her beast. Yet it was futile. Against such a fast-moving ninja, Feiyu had devised a combat strategy to adopt Gar's tactics, slowly enveloping himself in sand and iron. The sand and iron armor reformed around his body, rendering the Jinchuriki's claw swipes ineffective, akin to a mere tickle. Compared to her speed, she was significantly slower than a lightning-fast ninja, easily caught by his Sharingan, allowing him to preemptively adopt a defensive posture. Consequently, her attempt to manifest the tail of her beast ended in vain, as he effortlessly evaded it. Seizing the opportunity as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki performed a backflip, Feiyu decisively extended his left hand, grasping one of her legs and flipping her midair, while his right arm coalesced into a massive black pyramid, thrusting it toward her back. "Previously, you were so arrogant relying on your physical prowess? Let me give you a taste of a real strike, and see if you can still be so boastful." Feiyu muttered under his breath, his movements unwaveringly swift. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki's right foot became ensnared by Feiyu's grip. She exerted all her strength to break free. Yet her efforts were in vain. Feiyu's left hand held her like a vice. Sensing a fierce wind approaching from behind, she had no choice but to react with agility. Arching her back and leveraging the force of the pyramid, she twisted herself around. Lightning release, lightning fong. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki formed seals with her hands, unleashing a massive surge of lightning. The lightning adhered to her cat-like claws, a technique she had developed from her lightning armor. Unable to enshroud her entire body in lightning, she focused her energy onto her claws, her most potent attack. With the lightning fong now infused into her claws, she was no longer the same. With a few swift strikes, she sliced through Feiyu's condensed black pyramid as if it were mere tofu. Although it began to heal slowly under the influence of magnetism, her attack had undeniably been effective. Feiyu observed her actions keenly. Those sharp claws were no longer just a nuisance, but a penetrating assault that could reach the very marrow. The remaining sand and iron in his hand began to writhe under magnetic influence, slowly transforming into a colossal black fist. Magnet release, sand iron fist. As soon as the massive fist took shape, Feiyu unleashed it with blinding speed, relentlessly pounding the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Unsatisfied with just one hand, a portion of his sand and iron armor morphed into a large palm, hoisting her high, while his liberated left hand followed suit, launching a barrage of blows. The two wooden doors, crafted from teak, struggled valiantly against the onslaught of a colossal black fist, which bore down with overwhelming force. The feeble cat paws stood little chance against such might, often being sent flying with a single blow. When the second punch descended, she was unable to react in time and was struck hard. The wooden doors were treated like mere punching bags, and from a distance, Akudo Torikes winced at the sight, pondering whether Feiyu was being excessively cruel. He was unaware of the suffering Feiyu had previously endured at her hands, and now, with an opportunity for vengeance, Feiyu was certainly seizing it. However, Akudo's feelings of pity dissipated swiftly after the battle, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. The black fist collided with the wooden doors, partially mitigated by the chakra emanating from the tailed beast cloak, which absorbed some of the impact and prevented the attack from achieving its full effect. The black fist began to morph, the front swelling into protrusions that transformed into iron spikes. Realizing that she could not withstand such punishment any longer, the wooden doors, Despite the risk of enduring more blows from Feiyu, severed the binds of the iron sand and staggered out of his combat range. Feiyu, feeling a twinge of reluctance, reluctantly dissolved the iron sand fist. Having fought numerous battles, his magnetic jutsu had become second nature to him. With a mere thought, the iron sand would morph under his control into the desired form. The wooden doors coughed up blood continuously, her back a gruesome sight, and her eyes were now filled with terror. The deep, searing pain triggered memories. She remembered exactly who Feiyu was. It was unfathomable to think that just months ago, he had been a clumsy novice, with poor taijutsu and mediocre ninjutsu, someone she could easily outpace. In a mere few months, he had undergone a transformation, engaging in battle without sustaining a single injury, while she was left battered and bruised. After he found an opening, he launched a lethal assault. Had it not been for her extensive combat experience and decisive actions, she might have been defeated right then and there. If this young boy was already such a formidable adversary, what would she make of the individual beside him, who appeared to be a seasoned Leaf Village ninja? At this moment, she regretted her presence in this conflict. She had merely sought a moment of relaxation amid her training, but found herself confronted by two Leaf ninjas. Given that the hidden cloud was currently embroiled in battle with the Leaf, the presence of Leaf ninjas in the Land of Lightning was no trivial matter. As the Jinchuriki, she was a pivotal asset in her village's warfare, not to be deployed lightly. Her presence had to yield definitive results. This necessitated her delay in arriving at the battlefield. Encountering two enemy ninjas should have thrilled her, a perfect opportunity to test her training. Yet the outcome was painfully clear. It was far from favorable. After more than 3 decades as a ninja, she found herself outmatched by someone who had only trained for a few months, leaving her in despair. If she allowed Feiyu to continue growing unchecked, she dreaded to think of the terror he might become. He had to be eliminated. In her heart, the wooden doors resolved to awaken the tailed beast chakra lying dormant within her, causing the cloak to thicken and a fiery red tail to gradually form behind her. If not restrained, the two-tailed beast could very well escape. Witnessing the sudden shift on the battlefield, Akudo Torikes was alarmed and quickly cautioned, "Feiyu, resolve this swiftly. If the tailed beast breaks free, it could target us as primary threats. Do you require my assistance?" "No need." Feiyu firmly declined. Meanwhile, all the iron sand on the ground rapidly converged towards him, manifesting a pair of iron wings behind him, each approximately 3 meters wide. As they began to flap rhythmically, Feiyu, positioned in their midst, appeared diminutive yet undeniably significant. Magnetic iron sand wings. Akudo Torikes gazed in awe at the massive iron wings, utterly dumbfounded. The overwhelming presence of iron sand sent shivers down his spine, and at that moment, it obediently responded to Feiyu's command, as if he were a sovereign of iron sand. This spectacle echoed the legendary clashes between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, evoking that unmistakable feeling of supremacy. No one could ignore that seemingly insignificant figure. Everything unfolded at his behest. As the iron sand wings flapped with increasing speed, they began to elevate Feiyu. He redirected his course towards the wooden doors. And with each movement of the wings, torrents of iron sand cascaded down, some forming thick iron spikes aimed directly at her position. At that moment, the wooden doors were subconsciously communicating with the two-tailed beast, entirely oblivious to the imminent dangers surrounding her. "Two Tails, it is time for us to fight side by side once more. Lend me your strength," she implored the two tails bound by iron chains. "Oh, so when faced with an insurmountable foe, you seek my aid. Why not release me?" The two tails retorted with disdain. "If I release you, the Land of Lightning will suffer. Stop being petulant. If I perish, so shall you." The wooden doors, recognizing the two tails' lack of cooperation, began to explain the stakes. "I am not like you feeble humans. Even in death, I shall be reborn in 3 years. I advise you to abandon this futile hope." The two tails glared with eyes as large as lanterns, unyielding. Jinchuriki seldom encountered perilous situations, as they were well guarded by their village, making it rare to face life-or-death battles. If the two tails did not seize this opportunity to demand a favorable bargain, who knew how long it would remain confined? Although the chances of her being freed were slim, the slightest opportunity was worth pursuing. Yet, the consequences of releasing the tailed beast were not trivial. The first consequence would be the Jinchuriki's immediate death upon the beast's escape. Though the wooden doors remained unaware of the dire consequences of the tailed beast breaking free, she could infer that calamity would follow. However, the two tails remained obstinate. While the enemy loomed ever larger, and without the tailed beast's cooperation, her own demise seemed imminent. A sharp, excruciating pain surged through her body, instantly returning her awareness to her physical form, and she realized time was running out. The thick iron spikes pierced through her abdomen, anchoring her to the ground, while the iron sand began to spread within her. Feiyu, oblivious to why the wooden doors had suddenly frozen in place, pressed on with his assault. Various weapons formed from the iron sand began to rain down upon her, pinning her firmly to the ground. Behind Feiyu, the iron sand separated from him, coalescing into a colossal iron spike that hurtled towards the wooden door's head. If this blow landed, it would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic outcome. I agree to your demands. The wooden doors cried out in despair, her body immobilized. Too late. I no longer require your assistance. The two tails mocked, their voice echoing in her mind. Before the wooden doors could contemplate further, the sealing technique on her abdomen began to unravel, coinciding with the two tails' frantic struggles within her. Although the sealing technique began to activate, the position pierced by the giant iron spike fortuitously aligned with a section of the seal. The magnetic chakra inherently possessed sealing properties. Though Feiyu had yet to unlock its full potential, its intrinsic abilities were indeed present. Drawing upon this faint magnetic sealing energy, the two tails gradually pried open the restraints placed by the hidden cloud village. Just before the massive iron spike could collide with the wooden door's head, the seal was successfully undone, allowing the two tails to break free. With a resounding cry, a feline wail echoed through the heavens, accompanied by swirling clouds of smoke. Before him, a colossal feline, its fur resembling blue flames and adorned with two elongated tails, appeared, staring with eyes of various hues that resembled lanterns. As the massive cone descended from the sky, the great cat merely swiped its front paw, effortlessly sending Feiyu's powerful strike flying away, as if it had merely brushed dirt off its claws. It then licked its paw leisurely, gazing down at the insignificant human before it. Feiyu, transfixed by the cat's eyes, felt a wave of despair rising within him, though it was quickly suppressed by his instincts, creating no further disturbance. To his surprise, the two tails uttered a soft sound, not expecting its ability to perceive the realms of yin and yang to falter against the diminutive creature before it. Such an occurrence had only been witnessed with the Sage of Six Paths. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju had stiffened momentarily under its gaze, compelled by his immense yang power to resist, unlike the instinctual response of the human before it. The two tails, perplexed by this anomaly, could only conclude that the Sage of Six Paths was once again sowing the seeds of fate in the human realm. After finally escaping, it wished to avoid any entanglements with the sage. Although it was a creation of the sage, centuries had dulled its emotional ties, especially given the tragic fate that had befallen its kin, who were once tasked with fostering human cooperation but ended up as weapons, research subjects, or worse. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the fallen Yuzu, the two tails initially intended to depart but was drawn back by an unfamiliar scent. It took a gentle whiff of the air, then turned its gaze toward Feiyu. Esteemed Two Tails, do you have any instructions? Feiyu asked, mistaking the creature's glance as a sign of further communication. His chakra was severely depleted, rendering him no match for the beast, while Akutu Torike's remained ensnared in the illusion of despair. Nothing of consequence. It's merely that I detect a familiar scent upon you, albeit faint, the Two Tails remarked nonchalantly. A familiar scent? Could it be from this attire? I acquired this clothing from the outpost in the hidden cloud village. It may belong to someone you knew. Feiyu explained as he removed his shirt. It bears the scent of Little Flower. Is she nearby? The Two Tails inquired, shaking its head in curiosity. Little Flower? Who is that? Feiyu replied, perplexed. A small cat, black and white. She might currently be in Konoha. Would you like to see her? I have formed a summoning contract with her and can summon her at will. There's no need. I merely feel nostalgic. It has been a century since our last meeting. Take good care of her, the Two Tails said before turning to leave, not sparing a glance at the fallen Yuzu. A century? Feiyu was astonished, unable to fathom that the little creature had reached such an age. Given her playful nature, he could hardly believe it. Oh, by the way, before that woman arrived here, she had massacred a village, leaving traces of your essence behind, which might be relevant to you. The Two Tails seemed to recall something, speaking up before vanishing in a leap. This left Feiyu with a grave expression alongside the dying Yuzu. Chapter 62. Consequences after the two tails departed. A quarter of an hour passed before Feiyu decisively ended Yuzu's life with a swift strike. Even without his intervention, the host would have perished once the tailed beast detached. In keeping with humanitarian principles, he granted her a swift end. Reflecting on Yuzu's demise, Feiyu felt a pang of melancholy. Even the mightiest of warriors could not escape death's embrace, reduced to mere ants in the face of the Sage of Six Paths. With the threat of Kagaya's resurrection looming in the decades to come, and the potential for future wars, one must approach the world with vigilance. Relying on others was a perilous gamble. Even the slightest external influence could skew the course of fate. The three great sanctuaries were amassing power in the shadows. Uchiha Madara scheming to overturn the world from his dark corner, while the sage's rebirth of his two sons stirred uncertainty within the ninja realm. Kagaya's plans had been meticulously crafted over millennia, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and others were likely lurking in the background. Countless conspiracies brewed throughout the ninja world. It was unrealistic to expect every savior to fulfill their destiny before their demise. Even if he did not aim to save the world, Feiyu recognized the necessity of surviving long enough to witness its wonders. A sudden cough interrupted his reverie. Coming to his senses, he rushed to assist Akudu Torikase, helping him to his feet and patting his back to ease his breathing. What a lengthy nightmare. Torikase lamented, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, revealing his palpable dread. Are you feeling better now? You were under an illusion. Feiyu inquired with concern. Much improved. I thought I was truly going to die. It felt indistinguishable from reality. Torikase explained. After a brief exchange, Torikase suddenly remembered the looming threat that remained unresolved. He sprang up, scanning the surroundings frantically. What met his eyes was a beheaded corpse lying pitifully on the ground, surrounded by crushed trees, far from the tailed beast he had anticipated. Confused, he scratched his head, pondering if the tailed beast he encountered in the illusion had manifested into reality. His thoughts muddled, he sought clarity from Feiyu. Feiyu, I recall the two tails appearing suddenly. And then I fell under the illusion. What transpired afterward? The two tails? No, I ended the host with a single strike. Perhaps you were merely afflicted by the tainted will of the tailed beast that induced the illusion. Feiyu fabricated an excuse, unsure how to explain the two tails' departure. Would he confess to having a connection with it? If he did, the village might demand he divulge any information about his acquaintances. The tailed beast, as the ultimate weapon of the village, was a power to be revered. After all, not everyone could capture a tailed beast as easily as catching a kitten or a puppy. As the saying goes, tenfold profit can drive one to take risks. 100-fold profit can lead to the loss of humanity. The allure of a no-cost endeavor, with thousands or even millions in potential gain, was irresistible. Feiyu firmly believed in the wisdom that one should never test human nature with temptation. Torikase, upon hearing this, nodded, reluctantly setting aside his doubts. His current predicament extended beyond mere confusion. He felt inexplicably weak, as though he had endured a severe illness. Captain Torikase, I noticed that the host was covered in blood before the attack. I'm concerned that the village we passed might have faced disaster. Should we investigate? Feiyu suggested. Recalling the two tails' earlier words, Xiao Dao Chiefing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although he felt indifferent towards the deaths and injuries of the villagers from the Land of Thunder, it would be rather ungrateful to leave without acknowledging the assistance they had once provided him. Rising from his position was a challenge. He had to find a sturdy branch to use as a makeshift cane, and the two made their way back along the path they had come. It took them a quarter of an hour to leave the village, but returning took half an hour. Upon reaching the village entrance, they found that most of the once orderly houses had collapsed, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. As they ventured deeper into the village, they were confronted by piles of bodies of men, women, and children, while the remains of livestock lay scattered, reduced to dark, lifeless bones. There was not a single survivor in sight, and in an instant, Feiyu's eyes turned red, his Sharingan activating involuntarily and spinning rapidly. The tomo within his pupils whirling faster and faster until they created a blurred ring, as if they were merging together. However, a sudden voice pierced through his tumultuous emotions. A small figure stumbled out from the nearby bushes, barking hoarsely at Feiyu. When he turned to look, he was met by a tawny dog, struggling to crawl towards the corpses with its front legs, while its hind legs dragged helplessly behind. The pitiful whines it emitted, coupled with the surrounding carnage, tugged at the heartstrings. Was this the only creature left alive in the village? How cruel. Was it really a resident of the Land of Thunder? To treat one's own people with such ruthlessness, did they not fear retribution? Xiao Dao Chiefing lamented. Feiyu mused inwardly. They have already faced retribution, abandoned during the battle. Their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. They were all kind souls. Yet, good deeds often go unrewarded, and those with power can act as they please. Once again, Feiyu grasped the harsh realities of this world, laid bare before him. It was likely that the woman had discovered they were harboring the villagers and buried them all. A cruel repayment for their earlier kindness. Xiao Dao Chiefing expressed this thought. Feiyu had no objections, but was reluctant to expend too much energy digging graves, opting instead to utilize ninjutsu. Chapter 63. Departure with a swift hand sign. The earth trembled, a cloud of dust rising as the ground suddenly caved in, creating a 5-square-foot pit. Feiyu then began to place the villagers' bodies into the grave one by one. Once completed, he formed another set of hand signs and unleashed a new jutsu, the earth-style rock wall. The previously smooth walls of the pit abruptly rose, closing in from above to envelop the grave entirely. In mere moments, a fresh mound of earth emerged, marking a new burial site. Throughout this process, the tawny dog remained quietly by the side, its hind legs too weak to support it, yet it propped itself up with its front, watching intently without blinking. Once Feiyu finished, the dog let out a soft whimper and attempted to turn away. Before it could move very far, a shadow enveloped it. It was Feiyu. He knelt down and cradled the dog in his arms. It did not resist, but gazed up at him with its big, sorrowful eyes. Feiyu sighed and said, "You are the last living creature in this village. Come with me. Otherwise, your former owner will blame me for not saving you. Your previous owner does not lack my sustenance, and I will ensure you do not go hungry." The dog seemed to understand, nodding and licking Feiyu's palm with its tongue. Xiao Dao Chiefing observed this exchange with a heart full of warmth. A person with a kind heart inevitably extends kindness to others. Today, he discovered another admirable trait in Feiyu. Those who are kind only require sincerity in return, and they will reciprocate wholeheartedly. He silently noted this quality to later present to the Hokage for consideration. As they journeyed, Xiao Dao Chiefing collected information about Feiyu, concluding that he was filled with compassion, yet often acted recklessly in the face of adversity, lacking a sense of security, but possessing immense potential for growth. In the land where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn eternally. When the elders of his generation pass, it will be the turn of young individuals like Feiyu to take the stage. If they do not protect the foundation of the hidden leaf now, when will they? Let us go. We must avoid encountering the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, Xiao Dao Chiefing stated after a moment of contemplation. Agreed, Feiyu nodded, placing the dog on his shoulder and turning away without a backward glance. The dog whimpered softly, as if bidding farewell to its former owner. The village receded from view, and the forest was once again filled with the joyful sounds of small creatures, restoring the tranquility as if nothing had ever occurred. What remained was a blood-stained village and a solitary grave. Having learned their lesson, the two chose to traverse only desolate areas, stumbling along the way through various strange rocks and towering trees, with winding paths that twisted and turned. Whenever thirsty, they would scoop up refreshing spring water, and when hungry, they would consume their provisions of hardtack and military rations. Thus, they spent half a month. Although Xiao Dao Chiefing's condition had not improved, it had not deteriorated either. The anticipated pursuers never appeared, likely because the Jinchuriki had quietly escaped. It was uncertain how long it would be before the hidden cloud village realized the absence of their comrades. When the coastline eventually came into view, Feiyu's chakra had fully recovered. He summoned a platform of sand and iron, and the two took to the skies. At last, they were leaving the Land of Thunder. Feiyu exhaled deeply, watching the land fade into the distance. What a challenging journey it has been, Xiao Dao Chiefing echoed. Now unencumbered by the terrain, their speed increased significantly, and they felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to constantly worry about pursuing enemies. The ocean stretched endlessly before them, devoid of any reference points for Feiyu. However, based on his limited geographical knowledge and their current speed, he estimated they needed to fly west for 4 days, then turn south for 3 days to reach the land of hot water. The three of them, 2 men and a dog, moved about on the small platform. Initially, upon seeing the vast blue ocean, Feiyu was filled with excitement, having never witnessed such grandeur before. It was a novelty, and he imagined boats bobbing along the surface of the water. However, After flying for half a day without sighting a single vessel, the unremarkable sea became monotonous. The surface was still, without the slightest ripple, and even seabirds avoided this place with no landing spots. The shoals of fish he had envisioned were nowhere to be found, nor did any whales break the surface with their waves. The barren scenery grew wearisome for those who gazed upon it for too long. Feiyu lay listlessly on the sand and iron platform, while Chiu Dao Chifeng wore a similarly sickly expression. During this time, they had been subsisting on sour military rations, both suffering from the lack of meat. Those who had not tasted flesh in ages felt their eyes glimmer green at the mere thought of it, causing the dog to hide in Feiyu's embrace, only daring to emerge at mealtime. Feiyu found himself without a penny to his name. He had discarded the expensive sand and iron he purchased before leaving the village, realizing that carrying such burdens on this formless sea was a hindrance. His limited chakra needed to be reserved for combat, and thanks to his physical growth, he could manage better than before. Otherwise, his previously meager chakra reserves would only allow him to last a day at best. Captain Chifeng, I heard that your family recently opened a barbecue restaurant. Once our mission is complete, will you treat me to a feast? Feiyu chatted aimlessly. Do as you wish. I am no longer the clan leader, and I cannot make decisions. As long as you pay, everything will be fine. If I have to pay, why would I bother mentioning it to you? Feiyu teased. Noticing Chiu Dao Chifeng's miserly demeanor piqued his interest. Who can say? The elders of the Chiu Dao clan are getting on in years. As long as one surpasses the age of 60, they are all bestowed with the title of elder. Yet, even if I were to attain such a title, it would be of little consequence. Indeed, as it stands, according to the perspectives of those high-ranking officials like Mido Kato, you would be regarded as a mere specter in their eyes. Even upon returning to the village, trust would be a distant dream, and the best you could hope for would be a trivial position. In essence, those who have been cast aside can harbor no goodwill towards the village. As Feiyu spoke, his emotions began to swell. The village would never neglect a person of merit like you. One should not harbor such extreme thoughts, advised Akimichi Torikase. Yes, the village does not forsake those with accomplishments. However, the evaluation of such individuals is dictated by those in power. If they label you a traitor, then a traitor you shall be. If they declare you a person of merit, even a traitor may be deemed worthy of accolades. Feiyu echoed Torikase's sentiments. Torikase found himself at a loss for words. Such occurrences were not without precedent, though the reality often stood in stark contrast. The Uchiha clan, which co-founded Konoha, was deemed malevolent by the village due to Uchiha Madara's actions against the Senju clan during the Warring States period. His personal preferences were imposed upon the village, a decision made by none other than his teacher, Senju Tobarama. Chapter 64. Who could it be? 12 days later, Feiyu and Akimichi Torikase finally beheld the silhouette of the island, eliciting exclamations of wonder from both. After enduring countless hardships, they had at last arrived at their destination. Due to the uniformity of the ocean's expanse, Feiyu inadvertently strayed from their intended course, resulting in an additional 5 days of travel. Just as Feiyu's chakra was nearly depleted, they finally set foot on the soil of the land of hot water. Fishing boats bobbed along the shore, their crews gazing skyward at a dark mass, mistaking it for the minions of the Dragon King, causing a stir. Only when the dark form drifted away did they realize it was merely 2 humans, and the crowd's anxiety subsided. Torikase, what are your plans now? Shall we return to the village directly? Feiyu asked, feeling reassured as he stood on solid ground. Glancing at the ailing Akimichi Torikase, let us recuperate in the land of hot water for a while. The land of fire is also not very safe. Encountering a sudden attack from Cloud Shinobi would be disastrous. Torikase contemplated before responding. Wonderful, Torikase. Winter is approaching, and the war between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud is nearing its conclusion. We should rent a small cottage and weather this period safely. I can also look after you, Feiyu said, genuinely concerned for Torikase. Indeed, Torikase replied with a smile and a nod. Thus, the two found a secluded cottage in a town named Fengyao, on the outskirts of the capital of the land of hot water. With no funds to their name, they reluctantly pawned some of their ninja tools to the landlord to barely cover a month's rent, which displeased the landlord. However, under Feiyu's fierce gaze, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Feiyu, clad in tattered, blood-stained garments, appeared as a refugee. Yet, the array of ninja tools he produced from his pouch affirmed his identity as a genuine ninja, with an aura of menace suggesting he had just escaped from a battlefield. Encountering such a reasonable yet beleaguered fugitive ninja was fortunate. Had they encountered an unreasonable one, it would have spelled disaster. The landlord cast a resentful glance at the boy beside him, who offered a wry smile in return, and thus, this tense transaction concluded. Content. Feiyu accepted the key with a nod, aware that the situation had been somewhat forced. Yet his weary state after 12 arduous days of travel left him longing for a restful slumber. After hastily consuming some rations and enjoying a soothing hot spring, they collapsed into sleep. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the hidden cloud village as Reikage summoned the Two-Tails Jinchuriki for battle, only to find him missing from his residence. The elders remaining in the village were thrown into a frenzy, dispatching numerous search parties to scour every home, turning the hidden cloud village upside down, but to no avail. This predicament left the elders distraught. Time was of the essence. With winter fast approaching, heavy snow would render even weapons unwieldy. And who would still have the spirit to fight? Just as the elders found themselves at their wits' end, a guard reported that a traveling merchant had sighted the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, albeit uncertain if it was indeed him, prompting the elders to summon the merchant forth. Upon hearing this, the elders' spirits lifted. Regardless of the merchant's certainty, it was worth inquiring. They hastily brought the merchant in, the elder's once stoic visage now softened with a welcoming smile. "Sir, can you confirm that you saw this individual?" The elder inquired, producing an oil painting of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to show the merchant. "Well, it was just a fleeting glance, but the figure seemed quite similar." The merchant replied. "Where did you see him?" The elder pressed eagerly. "Ah, that's quite a distance away, about 30 kilometers in that direction." The merchant gestured southwest. "Excellent. Thank you for your assistance. You may take your leave to rest," the elder said, his face beaming with joy. Wishing he could fly to the merchant's indicated location, though he maintained a facade of cordiality. Once the merchant departed, the elder's demeanor shifted. He turned to the guards and commanded, "Organize the personnel, and we shall depart in 1 hour. I will lead the charge myself." The guards nodded in understanding and promptly vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, the merchant was escorted into an opulent guest house, where his once brown skin began to pale, his face contorting until it transformed into a wholly white creature. With a malevolent grin, the white creature melded into the ground and vanished. An hour later, the elder led a contingent of hidden cloud ninjas, marching with great fervor out of the village's gates, unaware that a white figure trailed them from a distance. Upon reaching a location 30 kilometers from the village, the cloud ninjas found no signs of disturbance. As suspicion grew among the ranks, the elder declared, "There may be traces nearby." Everyone spread out and searched diligently. Yes, the cloud ninjas complied, vanishing in an instant. The elder maintained a cryptic demeanor, standing quietly in place. This enigmatic facade did not last long, as a shadow emerged from the trees, swiftly rendering the elder unconscious. The shadow, akin to a sticky substance, slowly adhered to him and, under its control, vanished into the woods. The white creature then took the elder's place, transforming to mimic his appearance. "Elder, we found nothing. There's nothing around, not even a ghost." After a quarter of an hour, the group returned to the elder, chattering nervously as they reported. The counterfeit elder showed no signs of impatience, pointing toward the direction of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's corpse, saying, "This elder has long since detected the clues. Follow me." In no time, under the elder's guidance, they discovered the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's corpse, unrecognizable, with parts of flesh missing, leaving behind a writhing mass of maggots. Only the clothing bore witness to the identity of the deceased, confirming it was indeed the Two-Tails Jinchuriki they sought. The cloud ninjas, upon seeing this, were filled with horror, and some of the newly minted lower-ranked ninjas began to retch. Who could have done this? Such cruelty. Observing the fallen trees, it was evident that the Jinchuriki had likely succumbed to an ambush. This situation feels amiss. There are large quantities of iron sand present. Could this be the work of the infamous Kaze no Kuni's Siku? They pondered. Damn, do these Wind Country scoundrels wish to test our mettle? They dare to attack our Jinchuriki. This matter must be reported to the Reikage. A third force has emerged on the battlefield, and its hostility towards the hidden cloud village is blatantly apparent. Very well. For the time being, let us not publicize the involvement of the Land of Wind. We shall leave it to the Reikage to decide. Upon hearing the clamor of the crowd, the elder made a decisive statement. Chapter 65, Conspiracy Bang. Within the Reikage's tent at the front lines of the hidden cloud, he smashed the tea table before him into splinters with a punch. bellowing in fury. Damn those sand shinobi. They dare to launch a surprise attack. We must show them the consequences of their actions. Calmly interjecting, the deputy commander, clad in green, said, Lord Rakage, please temper your anger. I believe it is not the sand shinobi behind this, but rather a rogue from the Leaf Village. On what grounds do you say that? The third Rakage furrowed his brows, inquiring further. According to the testimony of the Leaf captives we apprehended recently, there is indeed a ninja from the Leaf Village who has awakened the magnet release bloodline limit, employing the very sand techniques. The deputy commander replied solemnly. The Leaf Village? Why have we never heard of this before? Moreover, how could someone who has just awakened magnet release defeat a Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? That is simply implausible. The Rakage's interest was piqued. It is possible that he was not held in high regard within the Leaf Village. Thus, he did not showcase his abilities until he was forced to reveal them in front of others, leading us to discover his existence. The captives also mentioned that he fled with a disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. A Kimichi Torikase, the deputy commander explained. Possible. Is there no accurate intelligence on this matter? The Rakage pressed. According to the Leaf captives, the user of magnet release previously assassinated the Leaf advisor, Shimura Danzo, who had even sent envoys to us in the Hidden Cloud Village, urging us to eliminate this individual. However, I initially dismissed this, and that has resulted in our current predicament, the deputy commander admitted, a look of shame on his face. Oh, so that is how it stands. There are rifts between the user of magnet release and the Leaf Village. We must devise a specialized plan to thoroughly divide them. The Rakage did not dwell on the deputy commander's oversight. Yes, Lord Rakage, I am already in the process of formulating a plan. We will implant some of our Hidden Cloud Village's secret techniques within select captives, utilizing them for our purposes. Then we will orchestrate another escape incident. Once they return to their village, we will spread rumors detrimental to the user of magnet release, deepening the enmity between him and Danzo. This way, we can eliminate him without much effort. The deputy commander expressed his gratitude, relieved that the Rakage did not pursue the matter further. Excellent. This will remove a significant adversary from the Leaf Village, and we shall act on this once we begin peace negotiations. The Rakage was pleased by the foresight of his subordinate. Peace negotiations? Lord Rakage, we already hold a considerable advantage. Why should we seek negotiations with the Leaf Village? Others in the Rakage's tent, seizing the opportunity to speak, hastily began to question. With the Two Tails Jinchuriki dead and the beast missing, can we ascertain whether the assailant was indeed from the Leaf Village? If the enemy is the Sand Village, do we still have grounds to continue our war against them? After 4 years of conflict, the Hidden Cloud's war potential is nearly depleted. The Rakage retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the whereabouts of the Two Tails, not to waste time in futile negotiations with the Leaf Village. The Land of Lightning is not as affluent as the Land of Fire, and we do not know how long it will take to recover from this strife. Must I teach you such things? What use are you all? Each of you only cares for your own clan's interests, disregarding the village's situation. Those who crave bloodshed should march to the battlefield and serve as cannon fodder. The Rakage's fury erupted once more, leaving those present in a state of dread, each trembling, fearful that he might unleash his wrath upon them, while they began to regret their presence in this meeting, having gained nothing but a scolding. TCH, how poor. With such a meager sum, you dare to call yourselves bandits? I am truly embarrassed for you. Feiyu counted the bills in his right hand, stepping on a bloodied man beneath his feet, who wore a face of despair, wishing he could bury his head in the ground at Feiyu's mocking words. Ninja sir, I only target wealthy merchants. I would never harm innocent villagers, the man said, his face showing shame as he pleaded for mercy. Oh, am I not considered an innocent civilian? Feiyu pressed, increasing the pressure of his foot. Cough. I am not in a position to refuse. I have a bounty on my head in town. I dare not enter to buy food, so I had to find some unfortunate soul to help me procure items. I have never harmed their lives. The man gasped, struggling for breath under Feiyu's foot. Oh, am I that unfortunate soul? Feiyu said with amusement. And no, I am the unfortunate one. The man explained, a look of defeat on his face. Enough. Begone. Today, I am in a good mood and will not hold this against you. But you must inform me of all the bandit hideouts nearby, or you will regret it. Feiyu threatened, his face twisted with cruelty. The man, his face smeared with blood, revealed a look of fear and pointed out several locations to Feiyu before fleeing in a panic. lamenting that he could no longer remain in the land of soup with such a plague upon it. He had heard that the land of fire was quite chaotic, with rampant banditry, which seemed a promising destination. After preparing his belongings in the hideout, he set off towards the land of fire. Feiyu stowed the silver notes in his ninja pouch and headed towards the locations indicated by the man, undeterred by the potential inaccuracies of the information. Even if it were erroneous, he could easily inquire with passers-by to obtain accurate details. As night fell, Feiyu returned to his rented courtyard, laden with a large chunk of pork in one hand and a bulging ninja pouch, indicating a fruitful day's endeavors. "Ah, what a bountiful harvest," Akimichi Torikes remarked, reclining in a rocking chair and enjoying the gentle breeze, resembling a retired elder. Not too shabby. The land of soup truly lives up to its reputation as a tourism hub. Even a mere bandit is laden with riches, wealthier than most Chunin. I find myself somewhat reluctant to leave. Feiyu mused. Profiting without investment is all well and good, but encountering a formidable opponent like you could spell disaster. Setting that aside, do we have any news from the Leaf Village? Akimichi Torikes inquired. Currently, the land of fire is rife with bandits, and no travelers have come from that direction. So we have gleaned no useful information, Feiyu replied candidly. Alas, Akimichi Torikes sighed, his health visibly deteriorating. Even if he wished to assist the Leaf Village, he felt utterly powerless. Forget about those troubling matters. Tonight, let us enjoy a hearty meal. I have heard tales of the Akimichi clan's ancestral barbecue technique. I wonder if I will be fortunate enough to experience it, Feiyu said, waving the whole slab of pork in his hand. Tonight, you shall have the pleasure. Akimichi Torikes exclaimed, his previous gloom lifting as he spoke with enthusiasm. Chapter 66. The first encounter with Yang released the following morning. Akimichi Torikes and Feiyu sat across from each other. Captain Torikes, does the secret technique of your Akimichi clan involve Yang release chakra? Feiyu feigned innocence as he gazed at Akimichi Torikes. Indeed, that is correct. Akimichi Torikes hesitated momentarily, considering that this was not a secret. Most ninjas from the Leaf Village were already aware of it, so he chose not to deny it. Oh, I see. But why can't I transform my chakra into Yang release through nature alteration? Feiyu continued to probe. By first posing a question that was widely known and uncontroversial, he guided Akimichi Torikes to respond. Following this, he would inquire about the information he truly sought. A normal person would naturally follow the previous line of thought, unconsciously thinking that since the prior question had been answered, it would not be a problem to disclose further information as long as it did not touch upon core matters. This is referred to as the principle of zero and infinite times. Once the zero is transformed into one, subsequent matters become much easier to handle. In the realm of ninjutsu, the properties of Yang and Yin chakra are typically not generated through standard elemental transformations. Rather, they require specialized methods to manifest. Captain Akimichi, what techniques are commonly employed? Feiyu inquired, suppressing a smile as he realized he had ensnared the captain. Akimichi Torikes hesitated, his rationality warring with uncertainty. Observing this, Feiyu hastily adopted a pitiful demeanor, his large eyes shimmering as he lamented, Captain Torikes, you cannot fathom my plight. I graduated from the Ninja Academy less than a week ago and was swiftly recruited into the Anbu by the Second Hokage. I have received no basic instruction from AJ Nin and have merely undergone a week of Anbu training before being thrust into duty. My foundation is alarmingly weak. The veteran Nin of the village resent my rapid promotion by the Second Hokage and ostracize me. Alone and unsupported in the village. Must I now endure indifference even from a powerful Nin like you? As he spoke, tears akin to those of a crocodile began to stream from his eyes. Torikes, moved by the sight, understood that a group of freshly graduated genin had been summoned to the Anbu to balance the influence of established clans like his own. However, due to the rebellion led by the Anbu captain, most of them had been eliminated. Torikes was taken aback to discover Feiyu's unfortunate background. It was indeed tragic. No wonder his sense of belonging to the village was so low. He had been treated as a mere pawn. Torikes sighed helplessly, knowing that his teacher's plans had been thwarted by the onset of the ninja wars, forcing him to pass on his position to the less cohesive Sarutobi clan to ensure that Konoha would not undergo drastic changes after his teacher's demise, nor be dominated by the prominent clans. The original plan had been shelved, and the ninjas who had been utilized as pawns faced dire fates. The newly appointed Hokage had no need for targets coveted by influential families and abandon them as expendable. A disciple must repay the sins of their master. Torikes mused as he began his explanation. In the ninja world, the yin and yang properties of chakra are seldom employed by traditional ninjas, with only a select few capable of wielding them. The Akimichi clan specializes in yang release, while the Nara and Yamanaka clans focus on developing yin release. The significant disparity between these two attributes and the other 5 elemental natures stems from their fundamental composition. Physical energy represents yang, while spiritual energy embodies yin. Only the harmonious union of both can produce chakra. A singular form of energy is insufficient, yet the resultant chakra must embody the properties it represents, creating a paradox. Through extensive research, the Akimichi clan discovered that the ratio of physical to spiritual energy varies among individuals, leading some to be more adept at utilizing physical energy than spiritual energy. Over time, this results in a chakra inclination toward yang. Consequently, the Akimichi clan began to consume abundant nutrients to store physical energy, ensuring it surpassed spiritual energy, enabling them to harness this energy in critical moments. The reason traditional ninjas seldom utilize yin and yang chakra lies in the inefficiency of producing these two types of chakra, compared to the conventional 5 elemental chakra. The difference is akin to that between a stream and an ocean, leading them to abandon it. Upon hearing this, Feiyu nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the significance of a mentor in one's training journey. Without such guidance, he might have floundered for much longer. So, by increasing physical energy to exceed the proportion of spiritual energy, one can gradually generate yang chakra? Feiyu queried. You must also consciously adjust your energy levels, Torikes replied. Drawing from the experiences of their clan, the ratio at which you merge these two energies has already been ingrained in your body. To achieve the desired effect, one must engage in frequent practice to develop a natural instinct. Feiyu listened intently, nodding earnestly, though not entirely convinced by Torikes' assertions. Each individual's circumstances differ. For instance, Feiyu possessed an abundance of spiritual energy, so much so that he awakened his Sharingan to its 3rd tomo with ease, a feat some Uchiha ninjas never achieve in their lifetimes. The fusion of his soul with that of the natives had allowed him to experience a life arc that most Uchiha ninjas would only dream of completing. If Torikes' claims held true, who could ascertain the extent to which his body must evolve to maintain balance? The criteria necessary to achieve the bloodline limit encompass mastery of all 7 elemental techniques: yin release, yang release, wind release, lightning release, earth release, water release, and fire release. None may be omitted. Currently, yin release can be accessed through the Sharingan, while the other 5 foundational techniques can be derived from chakra transformation, requiring no excessive effort from Feiyu. The only remaining challenge lay in mastering yang release, which had left him perplexed. Now that he had encountered a practitioner of yang release, it was time to seize the opportunity. After Torikes' elucidation, Feiyu reflected on his previous path. Yang chakra indeed served as a vital manifestation of physical energy, and enhancing his physical energy would, in turn, elevate his yang chakra. Thus, he resolved to intensify his physical training, dedicating himself unwaveringly to the endeavor. Simultaneously, he contemplated harnessing the seamless transition between his Sharingan's ocular prowess, spiritual energy, and yin release to identify an organ within his body to serve as a repository for his physical energy, establishing a conduit for the transformation between physical energy and yang release. This novel, lossless form of power, he designated as Yang Force. Although it paled in comparison to the Yang Force bestowed upon Naruto by the Sage of Six Paths, Feiyu was resolute in his ambition to elevate this Yang Force to such heights. Chapter 67. Formulating plans. Feiyu tentatively selected his heart as the organ for this endeavor. As the central hub for blood circulation, it perfectly aligned with his requirements. The abundance of red blood cells continuously coursing through the heart minimized unnecessary complications. He would only need to extract a portion of physical energy as the cells passed through. There was no need to deplete all his physical energy. He merely required enough for his purposes. With the organ chosen, the next phase involved creating a space within the heart to store the Yang Force. Feiyu had already conceived a plan, inspired by the yin sealing technique that Tsunade would later utilize. However, at this juncture, Tsunade was still a child and had yet to develop the technique. Feiyu remained unhurried, aware that the time for Tsunade's development would not be far off. Moreover, from his memories of his previous life, He recalled others suggesting that it was likely Kushina had assisted Tsunade, as mastery of sealing techniques requires exceptional skill. Yet, Tsunade had not demonstrated related talent, making it plausible that she had received substantial guidance from Kushina to successfully develop it. During this period, Feiyu diligently focused on strengthening his body and augmenting his physical energy, striving for a seamless culmination of his efforts. Lost in his optimistic visions, he paid little heed to the monumental challenge of obtaining a high-level sealing technique from Tsunade. Observing Feiyu's naive expression, Torikes shook his head, reminiscing about his own youthful imagination, which had once been consumed by thoughts of food. Boom. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Bullet. A middle-aged man clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe executed a series of hand seals, summoning a towering black dragon's head from the ground, which surged forward to unleash a torrent of mud projectiles upon the forward camp. Simultaneously, the man exhaled flames, igniting the mud projectiles and perfectly compensating for the slow speed of the fire release and the feeble offensive power of the earth release. The sky was ablaze with fire-infused mud projectiles, akin to bullets, raining down upon the camp and causing widespread devastation. The Konoha ninjas behind him erupted into thunderous cheers, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes, wore a look of satisfaction on his face. Thanks to Danzo's baiting strategy, they successfully lured the third Raikage, into a trap, while Sarutobi seized the opportunity to break through the underdefended Kumogakure camp, thus shattering the deadlock between Konoha and the Cloud Village. This was also facilitated by Feiyu and others stirring up trouble in the Land of Lightning, causing a significant diversion of manpower to capture Konoha's raiding party, leaving the front lines vulnerable and allowing Konoha to exploit the situation. Lord Hokage, we have discovered numerous Konoha captives ahead. Suddenly, a masked Anbu with a monkey face appeared beside Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression brightened. Where? Let me there quickly. Yes. The Anbu responded loudly, promptly guiding Sarutobi. After a brief walk, they arrived at a rudimentary tent. The Anbu lifted the tent flap and informed Sarutobi, Lord Hokage, it is here. Without hesitation, Sarutobi stepped inside, and an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. The Konoha ninjas, missing limbs and hollow-eyed, huddled together, utterly oblivious to the changes occurring around them, as if the world outside was of no concern to them. Witnessing such a tragic scene, Sarutobi's face reflected his compassion as he instructed the Anbu beside him. First, transfer them to our camp. We do not know how long Danzo can hold out. We must act swiftly. Yes. The Anbu turned and summoned several lower-ranked ninjas to assist in carrying them out. Take everything of value. Destroy all that is useless. Sarutobi commanded the cleanup crew as he navigated through the disheveled Kumogakure camp. Each time he passed a ninja, they greeted him with warm smiles, their eyes filled with reverence. Sarutobi felt elated. The recent discontent faded away, and he reflected that indeed, war was the swiftest path to establishing authority. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Ah! My eyes! Who took my eyes? Curious, Sarutobi approached the source of the distress, finding a fellow Konoha ninja frantically searching the vicinity with one remaining Sharingan. The other eyed a hollow void, revealing even the reflection of the optic nerve, an unsettling sight, yet the boy seemed oblivious to his plight. Young man, what has happened? Sarutobi gently inquired. My eyes are gone. They are gone. Who has seen my eyes? The boy replied, lost in his despair. Eyes. Surely the ninjas from Kumogakure have taken them. What is your name, young man? How did you end up here? Sarutobi calmly assessed the situation while posing his questions. Why am I here? Kuminin. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then his anger flared. Yes, it was the Kuminin who took my eyes. It's all Feiyu's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be suffering like this. The boy's remaining eye suddenly began to spin rapidly, eventually transforming into a double tomo before it ceased. Sarutobi observed this transformation, pondering, truly, such an ominous eye can still evolve despite being partially lost. He felt a flicker of confusion. Why did the name Feiyu sound so familiar? You are a child of the Uchiha clan, are you not? What is your name? He continued patiently. My name? I am Uchiha Hohak. Feiyu. Feiyu has defected. He took Captain Tsudao with him. Uchiha Hohak suddenly exclaimed, shocking Sarutobi with this revelation. What? You mean Captain Tsudao Akimichi? Indeed. It was Akimichi Tsudao. Feiyu took advantage of his unconsciousness to escape with him. Hokage reiterated, now speaking with unwavering conviction. Sarutobi's expression grew solemn as he summoned the Anbu, commanding, ensure the safe housing of this Uchiha boy. Upon our return to the camp, I have vital inquiries for him. Turning to Hokage, he added, Hokage, rest assured. Do not worry about your eyes. Once we return to Konoha, given your contributions, I will arrange for the Uchiha clan leader to provide you with a new one. Filled with despair regarding his future, Uchiha Hokage was taken aback by the Hokage's enticing offer, which rekindled his confidence. He resolved to place all blame on Feiyu, vowing that even if he returned safely, he would ensure Feiyu faced the consequences for all the deaths. He would bear the full weight of responsibility. Chapter 68. Shifting blame thus. He exposed our position to the Kumogakure ninjas, seizing the opportunity to escape with Captain Tsudao. Uchiha Hokage concealed the incident involving Feiyu awakening his bloodline limit and defeating the Steel Release ninja, shifting all blame onto him. And how were you captured by the Kumogakure ninjas afterward? Sarutobi pondered, having heard the omitted details. After his defection, we planned to hide as per Captain Tsudao's instructions while waiting for the war to end, but unexpectedly, within a day, a swift-release ninja returned with a large contingent of Chunin. We fought fiercely, but ultimately, we were overpowered and captured. Hokage recounted. A fierce battle? That sounds grand. Yet why do you appear unscathed while others are missing limbs and you are isolated in a separate room? Shimura Danzo interjected, seated beside Sarutobi. Was my eye not taken by the Chunin? Can you not see? Uchiha Hokage snapped, frustrated at Danzo's fixation on Feiyu rather than his plight. What did you say? How dare you imply I am blind? Danzo barked furiously, unable to bear any mention of his own sight issues. He gazed at Hokage's single eye, feeling not sympathy, but a sense of mockery from Kumogakure. Are you not a one-eyed Shimura? Here, I will provide you with a companion. Surely you will have much in common. Truth be told, Kumogakure's tactic was despicable yet effective. They successfully incited Danzo's ire. Stripping away the superiority, he felt commanding thousands of ninjas on the battlefield. Regardless of his achievements, the undeniable fact of being attacked by his own village's ninja lingered. Danzo had yet to mature into someone willing to sacrifice everything for his own interests, disregarding the criticisms of others in the dark world of ninjas. He remained a newly appointed Hokage advisor, savoring the sweet taste of power and basking in the glory, unwilling to tolerate any disparaging remarks behind his back. He now harbored an intense hatred for Feiyu, wishing to flay him alive. Moreover, he felt no fondness for the tool created by Kumogakure to ridicule him. He must devise a way to have Uchiha Hokage removed immediately. Hiruzen, this Uchiha boy is likely a spy sent by Kumogakure to sow discord. I recommend handing him over to my men for a satisfactory resolution, Danzo suggested after a moment of contemplation. Very well. All ninjas rescued from Kumogakure must undergo a thorough screening process. You will handle this, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the incident of Feiyu's defection, the village should promptly issue a wanted notice for the rogue ninja, classifying him appropriately based on his transgressions. Danzo continued, the rogue ninja notice can wait. We cannot hastily label a fellow village ninja as a defector based solely on one person's word. This matter requires careful deliberation. Sarutobi, newly appointed Hokage, had his own ideas and did not fully embrace Danzo's opinions. The situation is already clear. What further deliberation is necessary? Danzo retorted, unwilling to relent. The peculiar demeanor of Hiruzen Sarutobi towards Danzo today was rather strange. It was as if the mere mention of Feiyu struck a nerve within him. This only deepened Hiruzen's suspicions, reinforcing his resolve. I shall assess this matter myself. First, let us take him away and expedite the identification process. The compliant ninja shall be returned to the village. Danzo was acutely aware that this incident had piqued the interest of the Hokage. Any further discourse would yield no favorable outcome. With a swift motion, he rose from his seat and exited the Hokage's tent, whereupon two masked ninjas emanating an aura of chilling malevolence appeared, taking Uchiha Hokage into custody. Where are you taking me, Lord Hokage? The Uchiha clan must not be disrespected. The clan leader will soon arrive to negotiate. As the two ninjas restrained him, Hokage struggled vehemently, the oppressive aura of his captors instilling dread within him. He hastily invoked the esteemed name of the Uchiha clan, hoping to engender hesitation in the Hokage. However, Hiruzen, instead of intervening, waved his hand. urging the root ninjas to act swiftly. Once the individual was removed from the tent, Hiruzen's expression shifted from cold to pale. A mere fringe member of the Uchiha clan dared to invoke the clan's name to intimidate him, the Hokage. Such arrogance was glaring. Silently, he resolved to prioritize the suppression of the Uchiha clan upon his return to the village. Lord Reikage, the task has been accomplished. We have successfully identified the individual known as Uchiha Haken. The Cloud Village's vice commander, clad in azure, reported respectfully from behind the third Reikage. Excellent. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, though they may not sprout immediately, once they do, they shall be unstoppable. A little nurturing will suffice, the third Reikage replied, displaying a smile that was a stark contrast to his usual stoic demeanor, causing the elders and clan leaders behind him to exchange glances of surprise. Those useless ninja should be returned to Konoha. We must prepare additional leverage, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage in negotiations, the vice commander continued. Attend to this matter. I have heard reports of other village ninja appearing on the battlefield, suspected to be from the hidden mist village. Let us pursue this lead. First, we shall demand reparations from the land of rice, while condemning Konoha for bringing foreign conflict into our territory, thereby amplifying our standing, the Reikage instructed. Understood, Lord Reikage. There have been sightings of the two tails in the northwest of the Land of Lightning. Your intervention is requested for capture. Very well. It is a minor task. Have we selected a suitable Jinchuriki? We must find one who is obedient and does not vanish at the slightest provocation. Their demise should not lead to the Land of Lightning facing the wrath of the daimyo. There is a young sister of a member of the Yuzuki clan. She is quite young and has a good rapport with him. With a little guidance, she could be useful. Oh, she has a sister. What is her name? Yuzuki Yui. She shall suffice. Meanwhile, within an obscure cave in the Land of Lightning, damn Feiyu, you fled without me, despite my promises of benefits. You shall pay for this. Mark my words. Cursed Uchiha Haken, even in death you cannot escape the pride of the Uchiha clan. You have doomed us all. With such feeble strength, you still seek to play the hero. A youth with pale eyes lamented, tears streaming down his face as he cursed. Chapter 69, Kakuzu Ha? Feiyu, clad in loose training attire, moved about the courtyard, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight, leaving him breathless, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. This drew the ire of Akimichi Kif, who was sunbathing nearby. A gust of wind swept through, coating his naive face in dust, forcing him to seek a new spot. Beside him, a dozen shadowy figures, identical to Feiyu, engaged in a struggle with leaves, their voices echoing as they shouted in unison, attempting to channel their strength to split the leaves in their palms. They were his shadow clones, diligently practicing the advanced ninjutsu, wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Following his battle with the steel release ninja, Feiyu had come to a profound realization of his shortcomings, namely, his lack of a decisive, lethal technique. Had it not been for his cunning strategy that rendered the steel release ninja immobile, had he not soared into the skies, and had the opponent not been too arrogant to call for aid until he felt threatened, he would not have triumphed. A culmination of factors allowed him to narrowly defeat his enemy by compressing the Rasengan repeatedly, though he nearly lost control at the last moment, nearly entangling himself in the fray. After much contemplation, he resolved to master the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, a technique deemed forbidden the moment it was uncovered due to its formidable power. Upon its debut, it had obliterated the two hearts of Kakashi and Shikamaru's adversary, Kakuzu. Admittedly, Kakuzu was the weakest among the Akatsuki's elite, yet he could withstand explosions from explosive tags due to his modified body and earth release techniques. Nevertheless, he fell victim to the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Moreover, mastering the wind release, Raisin Shuriken could lead to the infusion of other elemental techniques, thereby multiplying his arsenal of ninjutsu. The reason forbidden techniques are classified as such is due to their potential to harm both user and target, yet they remain invaluable trump cards for survival. Feiyu had conceived a strategy to mitigate self-harm by emulating Naruto's later Ninetales chakra mode, utilizing magnet release to manipulate metal, thus preventing the Raisin Shuriken's energy from contacting his palms and safeguarding his chakra pathways. In the ninja world, there exists a rare metal capable of perfectly conducting chakra-conducting metal. Although such materials are scarce, even elite ninjas might not possess weapons forged from them. They are not entirely unobtainable with diligence. With this realization, Feiyu began his relentless training, The first step was to slice leaves, followed by cutting waterfalls, and finally, perfectly integrating wind-release chakra into the Rasengan. However, he encountered difficulties early on. While slicing leaves may seem simple, Naruto had employed thousands of shadow clones over a month to master it. And Feiyu could barely manage a dozen clones before hesitating to continue, indicating a lack of progress. Yet, he remained undeterred, recognizing that the ninja wars had reached a standstill, with ample time before the next conflict. Hence, he focused on enhancing his physical foundation through medicinal baths, while continuously refining his chakra control, striving to achieve a precise 0.007 mm diameter. Akimichi Kif observed Feiyu's unwavering dedication to his training with astonishment. He marveled at Feiyu's awakening of magnet release, yet noted his continued focus on foundational training. Simultaneously, he reflected on Feiyu's remarkable prowess at such a young age, attributing his strength to diligent effort. Thus, as time flowed slowly during Feiyu's relentless training, a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Feiyu rose early, ready to tackle his studies, only to be greeted by a pristine blanket of white. Snow had fallen. He mused, winter has arrived. The day of my return to the village draws near. Half a month prior, Akimichi Kif had recovered and returned to the village, stating he wished to create favorable conditions for Feiyu to receive just treatment upon his return. Truthfully, Feiyu felt an unusual wave of emotion, a rare sense of gratitude that he hadn't felt since the loss of his mother 4 months ago. It was a foreign sensation. At the same time, he began to harbor a flicker of hope for the village, for who could forsake the land of their birth? After clearing the accumulated snow in the courtyard, I was preparing to begin my training when I was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected sound of footsteps on the snow. A figure, shrouded in layers of clothing and entirely concealed, appeared outside the courtyard. Given the secluded nature of the small yard, it was rare for anyone to visit. And this sudden presence piqued Feiyu's curiosity. However, upon scrutinizing the figure, his inquisitive feelings dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of danger that coursed through his body. The figure was clad in a long black garment that enveloped a tall frame, with something resembling gray triangular undergarments covering its head. A metallic emblem was marked on its forehead with a horizontal slash, and in its right hand, it held a briefcase, while the left grasped what appeared to be a wanted poster. Its green eyes were intently focused, occasionally glancing at Feiyu, as if comparing something. A chill ran down Feiyu's spine at the sight of this individual, feeling an undeniable stroke of misfortune. It was as if one had spoken ill of a teacher only to find them standing right there, catching him red-handed. A wave of discomfort washed over him, and with a hint of trepidation, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" "Feiyu, bounty of 35 million Rio," the figure intoned, reciting the words on the wanted poster rather than responding to his question. "Damn," Feiyu cursed inwardly, swiftly turning to retreat into the house. He began to manipulate the sand iron he had recently collected from the land of water, gathering essential items in preparation for a hasty escape. "If you remain still, I shall alleviate your suffering," the figure remarked, unperturbed by Feiyu's actions, as it leisurely opened the courtyard door and stepped inside. "You're insane," Feiyu retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Ah, the futile struggles of prey before its demise," the figure mused, seemingly accustomed to the various scenarios that unfolded as it hunted its targets, unaffected by Feiyu's words, and instead began to assess the situation. Chapter 70. Escape. At that moment, Feiyu harbored no desire to engage the figure in combat. The prowess of an S-rank ninja was unfathomable, and a single misstep could lead to his downfall. It was far more prudent to flee. Now, he faced a pressing question. Where should he run? The unexpected appearance of this figure had entirely disrupted his plans. Initially, he had intended to return to the village after the war concluded, allowing him to avoid various perilous tasks and minimize contact with the higher-ups of Konoha. Typically, ninjas need not meet with their leaders unless specifically summoned by the Hokage, and given his strong aversion to the current Konoha administration, avoiding them was preferable. Who knew what trouble they might conjure up, or what difficult assignments they might impose upon him? Feiyu now had 3 options. The first was to return directly to the village. A rogue ninja like Kakuzu would unlikely storm Konoha. Once back, his safety would be assured. The second option was to head directly to the front lines of the Land of Fire, where numerous Konoha ninja would be present, including the Hokage, thus making it unlikely for Kakuzu to act recklessly. The third was to evade Kakuzu and find a hiding place, though this option was the most perilous. Having remained largely confined within the Land of Water, The fact that Kakuzu had tracked him down suggested that his movements were being monitored, likely by those at the black market's currency exchange. Once discovered, the risk of being found again was high, and Feiyu strongly suspected that the currency exchange was operated by Kurojitsu, who was notorious for collecting the bodies of strong individuals to convert into advanced white zetsu. His eyes were everywhere in the ninja world. Even a mere thicket could hide his presence, thus making the third option untenable. After a moment of contemplation, Feiyu concluded that returning to the village was the safer choice. The front lines would require constant vigilance against Danzo's potential treachery, and with a Kimichi Takef already in the village, his safety would be better assured. Resolved, Feiyu no longer hesitated. He crashed through the back window, soaring into the air without confronting Kakuzu, manipulating the sand iron to activate flight mode, ignoring Kakuzu entirely. Kakuzu, enraged by Feiyu's actions, wasted no time and began forming hand seals. Water release, water curtain barrier. A mask-like face emerged from Kakuzu's back, connected by black tendrils, gradually aiming at Feiyu, who was airborne. As Kakuzu completed his hand seals, a massive water sphere began to coalesce within the mask's mouth, growing larger as he finished the incantation, nearly bursting the mask's maw. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the mask, followed by a sharp, piercing noise as the water sphere shot forth like a cannonball, targeting Feiyu. Realizing that Kakuzu had launched a ranged attack, Feiyu swiftly commanded a portion of the sand iron beneath him to form a shield, ready to intercept the assault. Boom! Another deafening crash resonated as the water cannon struck the sand iron shield, which had just materialized. Fortunately, Feiyu had grown adept at manipulating magnetic chakra, otherwise, Kakuzu's ambush could have succeeded. The water cannon hammered against the surface of the sand iron shield, creating a bowl-shaped dent at the point of contact, surging forth until it slammed into Feiyu, causing him to stagger and nearly topple from the platform constructed of sand iron. Witnessing this, Feiyu realized he could not underestimate Kakuzu's strength. Even from a distance, the potency of his techniques was formidable. Facing him directly would surely result in obliteration. This stark realization of his inadequacy fueled his determination to accelerate his flight. Kakuzu noted the ineffectiveness of his technique and began to pursue. The speed of an S-rank ninja was not to be underestimated, especially one from the same era as Senju Hashirama. In mere moments, he closed the distance behind Feiyu. Casting a glance back, Feiyu cursed inwardly, questioning why Kakuzu was fixated on him instead of pursuing other bounties. He exerted every ounce of his strength, but could not shake off Kakuzu, who clung to him like a relentless parasite. Thus, the chase continued for 2 days and nights, spanning from the land of water to the land of fire. Occasionally, Feiyu would release some sand iron, transforming it into shuriken-like projectiles aimed at Kakuzu. However, whatever technique Kakuzu employed rendered the shuriken ineffective. They merely bounced off him, resulting in a loss of precious sand iron, prompting Feiyu to lament his misfortune. Kakuzu, not to be outdone, would periodically unleash secret techniques, dramatically increasing his speed, forcing Feiyu to concentrate on controlling the sand iron while expending vast amounts of chakra to accelerate his own pace. Seizing the opportunity, Kakuzu extended his left arm towards Feiyu, launching a powerful strike. Secret technique, tentacle fist. Kakuzu's wrist detached from his arm, sending forth numerous black tendrils that lashed out at Feiyu like an elongated whip. Feiyu evaded the whip formed from Kakuzu's earth grudge fear, but lost a significant amount of sand iron in the process. As the encounters continued, the sand iron beneath his feet dwindled alarmingly, and he realized the gravity of his situation. He needed to devise a plan to throw Kakuzu off his trail. Without sand iron, he would surely be caught. With determination, he resolved to gather a substantial amount of sand iron upon his return to Konoha, ensuring he would have enough to exhaust any pursuers. Scanning his surroundings for anything that could obstruct Kakuzu, he was fortuitously rewarded with a discovery. Under the pale moonlight, a flickering campfire appeared in the northeastern direction, though its distant location left him uncertain if it signified the presence of others. He could only make out vague shadows moving around the fire. With a sense of urgency, he decided to investigate, thinking it better to act than to ponder. Feiyu swiftly altered his course and soared towards the glowing beacon. A quarter of an hour later, he indeed encountered a group of over 20 weary figures, their injuries evident. His sudden appearance startled them, causing all to rise with wary gazes fixed upon him. In the secluded valley, the sudden emergence of a stranger could easily invoke trepidation. Feiyu assessed the group, noting their headbands adorned with the insignia of the Smoke Ninja Village. Among them, only 2 appeared unscathed, clearly the leaders of this beleaguered band. Chapter 71. A diverted calamity. Feiyu's mind raced as he discerned their origins, prompting him to address them. Are you the ninjas of Smoke Ninja Village? Indeed. Who are you? And what brings you here? Inquired a middle-aged man, his demeanor cautious. I am here on behalf of Lord Yusuke Sato, sent to communicate important matters, Feiyu replied, his eyes glinting with a mix of mischief and resolve. What? The elder has sent someone to contact us? Exclaimed the man, disbelief mingling with hope. Is this true? The elder has been missing for quite some time. How could he suddenly reach out to us? Upon hearing Feiyu's words, the members of Smoke Ninja Village erupted in chatter, their previous despair momentarily forgotten. The elder they spoke of was the very leader Feiyu had encountered during his initial foray into the village, now fallen victim to a massacre. Their current state of disarray suggested they had stealthily escaped from the battlefields of Konoha and Kumogakure, likely disillusioned by the heavy toll their village had suffered and the arrangements made by Konoha and Sato Akiko. In their moment of vulnerability, fleeing from Konoha would not be taken lightly. Despite being allies, their escape would be viewed as treachery. Yet, Feiyu's words ignited a flicker of hope within them, restoring their confidence. The elder has instructed me to inform you that he has reached an agreement with the Land of Wind to aid in the reconstruction of Smoke Ninja Village. Your assistance is crucial. Feiyu spun a web of deception, leaving the villagers in stunned silence. Wonderful. With the elder leading us, we shall surely restore the glory of Smoke Ninja Village. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he envisioned a brighter future. How did you find us? Inquired another shorter leader, his skepticism evident. Oh, the elder revealed that the ninjas of Smoke Ninja Village were deceived by Sato Akiko, instructing me to search within the Land of Fire. I never expected to encounter such awakened individuals. Feiyu feigned admiration, his eyes sparkling with feigned reverence. Indeed, the elder is ever so astute. His actions always inspire confidence. The shorter leader relaxed, showering Feiyu with unrestrained praise. Feiyu then sighed dramatically, a gesture that heightened the group's tension, their eyes fixed on him with rapt attention, some even beginning to fidget, anticipating further developments. However, while searching for you, I was discovered by Konoha's forces, and my bounty was posted on the black market. To make matters worse, I encountered a formidable bounty ninja the day before. Making your assistance imperative, Feiyu fabricated his tale, casting hopeful glances at the assembly. Oh, I thought it was something dire. Just a reckless bounty hunter? Fear not, young brother. We will handle this matter. The middle-aged man assured him, visibly relieved. Indeed, with so many of us here, that bounty hunter would be foolish to approach. Should he cross our path, we shall teach him the consequences of underestimating Smoke Ninja Village. The shorter leader chimed in. Under the enthusiastic support of the group, Feiyu was led into a makeshift tent within the camp, where provisions were plentiful. Eager to alleviate their concerns, he began to feast heartily. The journey had left him famished, and even the last remnants of his rations were dwindling. In the land of soup, there were no ninja villages, resulting in scant supplies for these ninjas, and he had procured the limited stock at exorbitant prices, barely enough to sustain them. Amidst the commotion, an unexpected visitor emerged from the direction Feiyu had just come. A palpable aura filled the air as a figure with piercing green eyes surveyed the gathering, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The oppressive presence of a shadow-level ninja was unmistakable. It's him. Brothers, together we charge. Let him taste the might of Smoke Ninja Village. Feiyu shouted, rallying the spirits of the group. Exactly, we stand united against him. A junior ninja from Smoke Ninja Village, unable to withstand the suffocating atmosphere, declared as he began to perform hand seals, unleashing a secret technique unique to their village. Secret technique. Dust assault. A thick cloud of gray smoke erupted from the mouth of the junior ninja, enveloping the surroundings and obscuring visibility, leaving only vague flickers of light to hint at reality. Ninjutsu. Smoke rising. Secret technique. Air extraction. Seeing their comrade initiate an attack, the remaining villagers, fueled by a newfound fury from their earlier trepidation, joined the fray, unleashing their ninjutsu without restraint. In an instant, thick smoke billowed around, gradually suffocating the air around the figure of Kakazu, attempting to create an oxygen-deprived environment to subdue him. Seizing the moment of confusion, Feiyu hurled several smoke bombs, thickening the haze and amplifying the chaotic atmosphere. resulting in an unexpected synergy between their techniques. Simultaneously, he chuckled inwardly. Thank you for your assistance. Esteemed members of Smoke Ninja Village, I shall express my gratitude upon our return to the village. With that, he casually selected a direction and made his escape, leaving no trace of reluctance. Kakuzu, witnessing the onslaught from the unrecognized rabble, felt a surge of rage. The past 2 days of pursuit had drained his patience, and while he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, those who dared to confront him would face dire consequences. Furthermore, these individuals, seemingly allied with Feiyu, presented the perfect opportunity for him to unleash his pent-up fury. Stripping off his outer garments revealed a body marred with stitched wounds, concealed by the smoke that shrouded him from view. Earth Grudge Fear Mode, Wind Release, Pressure Damage, Fire Release, Head Carving Hardship Combined Ninjutsu, Flame Wind Turbulence. Countless black threads erupted from the openings in his body, and 5 grotesque masks materialized behind him, their expressions menacing. The white and red mask unleashed a powerful windstorm, dispersing much of the oppressive smoke, while the white and green masks spewed forth torrents of flame, igniting the surrounding smoke. The crackling of explosions echoed throughout the inferno, and as Kakuzu's chakra intensified, the windstorm continued its relentless assault, growing ever more ferocious. Fire fueled by wind. Wind amplifying fire's might. The sky was engulfed in flames, seemingly intent on reducing everything before it to ashes. Even from thousands of meters away, Feiyu could feel the searing heat of the inferno, as though the earth itself were being scorched into a gaping chasm, let alone the souls trapped within. After half an hour, the anguished cries within the smoke gradually faded, and Jiao Du ceased the chakra supply to the fire release mask, allowing the wind release mask to unleash a fierce hurricane that dispersed the remaining smoke before finally relenting. The inhabitants of Yanrin village had been charred to cinders, their remains scattered by the force of the wind. The ashen visages lay before Jiao Du, while the surrounding tents and trees had been reduced to mere ash. Even the ground beneath showing signs of carbonization, a testament to the power of Jiao Du's ninjutsu. Jiao Du surveyed the area, finding no trace of Feiyu. Pondering that he must have fled, given his previous speed, there would be no sign left behind. 2 days had passed in vain. Although Jiao Du had not incurred any losses, as a man who fervently worshipped wealth, the thought of money slipping through his fingers ignited a flicker of resentment towards this unknown adversary. He engraved the symbol of their headbands into his memory, vowing to seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. Finally free from this scourge, though he felt a twinge of remorse for the people of Yanrin village, he could only mourn silently for them. As the ancient adage goes, dead friends do not burden the living. He resolved to eventually pay tribute to them in the afterlife. With a sigh, Feiyu quickened his pace. As he traversed the terrain, shifting from flight to walking, he realized that as long as he remained mobile, no one could track his whereabouts. An insight he had gleaned after 3 days of evading Jiao Du, the form of Kuro Zetsu, could not openly manifest within the ninja world. He needed the creation of Uchiha Madara to reveal himself, thus opting to communicate the target's location through the exchange of bounties. If Feiyu constantly altered his position, the bounty exchange would be unable to accurately locate the ninja who had accepted his bounty, meaning even if bounty hunters arrived, they would only find traces from hours prior and never encounter him directly. Jiao Du's techniques, though merely rank, were powerful and expansive, their might fluctuating with the chakra supply. He envied such prowess and resolved to learn these techniques when the chance arose, enriching his arsenal. Feiyu stroked his chin, contemplating that his primary objective upon returning to the village was to master the 5 elemental chakra transformations. This mastery would allow him to awaken his Sharingan and effortlessly replicate the hard-earned techniques of others. Next, he aimed to learn the wind release, spiraling shuriken, while also gathering chakra-conducting metals for its execution. Speaking of chakra-conducting metals, he recalled that Kakashi had previously forged a blade known as White Fang. He wondered if any remnants remained and resolved to pay a visit after returning to the village. There was also the clan in the mountains, having not awakened magnet release. He felt no remorse in extracting a portion of their resources now that his power had increased. Relying solely on a few medicinal herbs would not suffice for a return on investment. As for physical techniques and chakra training, those were daily routines that required no further mention. However, the forbidden techniques he had pilfered from the Book of Seals warranted thorough study, as mastering even one would yield immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, he was curious about Tsunade's advanced medical ninjutsu, the Ein Seal. and whether it was a genuine technique of the Uzumaki clan or a creation of her own design. Upon reflection, Feiyu realized he had many tasks ahead, each intricately linked to his future path, whether in battle or towards his ultimate ambitions. Following the conclusion of the war, the ninja world would enter a period of recovery lasting over a decade. He set a modest goal for himself, to attain the status of a bloodline limit eliminator and rise to the ranks of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Suddenly, he noticed a few figures lurking suspiciously. As he envisioned a promising future, several dark-skinned individuals hid among the trees, occasionally peering around. Upon spotting Feiyu, 3 of them charged forward without a word, their faces adorned with expressions of ill fortune. Seeing the assault, Feiyu acted swiftly, summoning iron sand to entwine around his limbs, forming a long black sword in his grasp. With a powerful swing, he struck at the approaching trio. They, realizing the danger, hastily drew kunai from their ninja tool bags to defend against the oncoming blade. But it was futile. As the black sword met the kunai, it cleaved through the defenses, bypassing them entirely before mercilessly descending upon the trio's necks, severing their heads in one swift motion. The 3 collapsed in a heap, their blood spraying high into the air, shocking the 2 remaining observers hidden in the underbrush. Due to the distance, they failed to perceive the true nature of the black sword, mistakenly believing it to be an illusion, and sat dazed as they attempted to disrupt their chakra in a futile effort to escape this false reality. Amused by their actions, Feiyu disregarded their identities and intentions, transforming the iron sand into 2,000 needles that pinned them in place. As the sand made contact with their bodies, they realized the harsh truth. Everything was real, not an illusion. Yet, it was too late. They breathed their last with unfulfilled desires. After dispatching all foes, Feiyu rummaged through their belongings, unearthing many valuable items. Among them, he discovered the forehead protector of the hidden Cloud Village, leaving him puzzled. When had the ninjas of the Cloud Village become so foolish? They were nowhere near the caliber of the Cloud ninjas he had encountered in the Land of Lightning, and he could not fathom their reasoning for attacking him without justification. Before he could ponder further, a sudden voice echoed from afar. Ashue, we have succeeded. Let us hurry. Ashue, Achuan, where are you guys? As Feiyu continued to sift through the spoils of the Cloud Ninja, he instinctively looked up towards the source of the voice. 2 burly men ran towards him, panting heavily, their expressions fraught with anxiety. One of them clutched a struggling individual, whose feeble attempts at resistance offered no challenge to the captor, who raised tear-filled eyes in search of something useful. In that moment, all 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Feiyu, 2 filled with shock and confusion, while the third, after a moment's contemplation, erupted with intense surprise. Who are you? Why are you here? Where are Ashue and the others? One of the unarmed men stepped forward, attempting to shield the captured individual with his bulk. Ashue, are you referring to these unfortunate souls? Feiyu chuckled at the man's attempt to conceal the truth, choosing not to expose him but instead feigning curiosity, gesturing to the pitiful figures of the Cloud Ninjas behind him. What? How could this be? You actually killed Ashue? The front man scrutinized the direction in which Feiyu pointed, and after a moment, cried out in despair. Damn it, you're finished. Ashue is the son of a council elder from our Cloud Village. You won't live long enough to see the repercussions of this. Another man, clutching a child, spat venomously. Ah, the hidden Cloud Village. How terrifying. Upon hearing this, Feiyu feigned a pat on his chest with his left hand, displaying an exaggerated expression of shock. Yet the playful smile on his face grew increasingly evident. You, a burly man, holding a child, pointed at Feiyu, trembling with rage. Stop wasting words with him. Act decisively and let him experience our might. Another burly man, witnessing his companion's verbal defeat, prepared to launch a physical attack. Huh, indeed. We are not like those fools from Azui. We are genuine Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village. The Cloud Ninja reassured himself, inadvertently revealing their true identities. The kidnapped child, upon hearing the 2 Jonin announce themselves, felt his surprise gradually dim, replaced by concern for Feiyu. In his mind, Jonin were formidable beings. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village, their words commanded significant respect from the Hokage. This individual, whom he had encountered only once, appeared unimpressive, and he had never heard of him in the village. He could not possibly be a Jonin from the Leaf, as he was well aware of the names and reputations of all their Jonin. Moreover, facing 2 Jonin simultaneously, even a Jonin of the same caliber from the Leaf would need to tread cautiously, for it was highly likely that they could be defeated. After all, once one became a Jonin, who did not possess their own unique skills. At that moment, as worry clouded her gaze, the Cloud Ninja surged forward with an overwhelming presence, charging at Feiyu. In stark contrast, Feiyu appeared frail, while the Cloud Ninja's muscles bulged, threatening to burst forth from his uniform. The intent to dismantle Feiyu was palpable. However, such bravado did not last long. The Cloud Ninja recklessly charged, only to be struck squarely in the chest by a Rasengan materialized from Feiyu's right hand. After enduring a series of brutal battles, Feiyu had honed his chakra control to perfection, allowing him to effortlessly conjure a standard Rasengan, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. With a mere thought, he could manifest it. As the Rasengan made contact with the Cloud Ninja's body, his sternum could not withstand the high-density chakra unleashed. Yet, the Rasengan's momentum was undeterred. It burrowed deeper into the Cloud Ninja's chest, causing him to spin uncontrollably alongside the chakra's rotation. Ultimately, he spiraled backward, collapsing beside a tree, his life hanging in the balance. Feiyu mused, I had thought the Cloud Ninja would be formidable, but it appears they are mere ornamental pillows, pleasing to the eye yet lacking substance. Surprised by the ease with which he had vanquished the Cloud Ninja, he thought to himself, is this Cloud Ninja truly so weak? Charging in without any semblance of a secret defensive technique. I must have underestimated them. The other Cloud Ninja, along with the child he held captive, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at how effortlessly his companion had been dispatched. Was the enemy truly that strong? Or were they simply inadequate? Yet it should not be the case. They had never heard of such a powerhouse from the Leaf. Otherwise, he would surely have drawn the attention of the Hidden Cloud's records. Could he be a wandering strongman from another village? Quite possibly. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs between our Hidden Cloud and the Leaf? The remaining Cloud Ninja said, his tone laced with feigned bravado. Little did he know that Feiyu was the magnetic ninja who had recently wreaked havoc in their land of thunder, defeating the Steel Release Bloodline user and the Two Tails Jinchuriki. From the moment they encountered Feiyu, he had not utilized his magnetic abilities, nor had it crossed his mind. In his thoughts, such a powerful magnetic ninja would undoubtedly continue to serve the Leaf after completing his mission, making it implausible for him to appear near the Leaf village. However, the peculiar relationship between Feiyu and the political faction of Sarutobi Hizashi rendered the impossible into reality. The journey from the Hidden Cloud village to the Leaf for negotiations did not traverse the battlefield, but was directly orchestrated by the remaining elder of the Hidden Cloud, who was accompanied by his son, Azui, who had met his demise at Feiyu's hands. According to his sources, the Hokage had achieved his political objectives and urgently required negotiations to stabilize his position. Otherwise, a belligerent leader could not gain the recognition of the village's various factions. Thus, he had invested considerable resources to secure this opportunity. Initially believing the gilded negotiations would proceed smoothly, they were taken aback when Azui informed them that the elder, under the directive of the Raikage, intended to kidnap a person of status from the Leaf to bolster their negotiating position. Though they had their doubts, Azui had made it clear that this was an order, promising various rewards, and everyone, eager to align themselves with Azui, participated in the plan. After careful consideration, they concluded that kidnapping Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, was the most prudent choice. On one hand, Tsunade had not graduated from the Ninja Academy, making it feasible for two Jonin to capture a mere Chunin. On the other hand, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, her status was unparalleled. A successful kidnapping would undoubtedly earn them the Raikage's commendation, prompting them to formulate a meticulous abduction plan. With a mindset of cautious optimism, the two Cloud Ninjas entered the barrier surrounding the Leaf Village, while the others remained outside to provide support. Their interactions with the Hokage's advisors were perfunctory, leading them to proceed with a series of actions. Remarkably, they stumbled upon success. Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade attended the Ninja Academy, they abducted her without the Leaf realizing any issue, a testament to their plan's effectiveness. Yet, ironically, while their kidnapping scheme succeeded, the individuals designated to provide support outside suffered grievously, having been silently eliminated by Feiyu, who had underestimated them. The Cloud Ninja grasping Tsunade's arm yelped in pain as she bit down, instinctively loosening her grip. Seizing the moment, Tsunade broke free and sprinted to Feiyu's side, displaying a fierce expression toward the Cloud Ninja. However, Her tear-streaked face rendered her fierce demeanor somewhat endearing. The Cloud Ninja watched helplessly as his hostage effortlessly escaped his grasp. Just as he contemplated his next move, he was pinned in place by an intense, piercing gaze, paralyzed with fear of meeting the same fate as his fallen comrade. A wave of frustration surged within him. As a Jonin from the hidden cloud, he was accustomed to respect and reverence within his village. Yet here, in this obscure corner, he found himself immobilized by a mere gaze, too fearful to flee lest he expose his back to the enemy's lethal strike. Despair washed over him as he realized that he had no means of escape. With his allies compromised and no one to rescue him, he felt utterly trapped. Feiyu, noticing the resignation in the Cloud Ninja's eyes, chose to disregard him and instead turned his attention to Tsunade, assessing whether she had sustained any injuries. Tsunade felt a tightening in her chest under his penetrating gaze, yet it also emboldened her, meeting his eyes with courage and warmth, a smile breaking across her face. Huh? How do you wish to deal with the one who kidnapped you? Feiyu teased, ruffling Tsunade's hair with his right hand, broaching a topic that caught her off guard. Well, he certainly cannot be let off so easily. Tsunade furrowed her brow, deep in thought, before articulating a vague response. No problem. Just watch as I torment him and allow you to vent your frustrations. Feiyu nodded in understanding. The burly man from the hidden cloud was incensed by their audacious remarks. As a seasoned Jonin of the hidden cloud village, he could not suffer such humiliation, even in death. Resolute in his decision, he steeled himself to confront Feiyu's onslaught, prepared to exercise utmost caution. Yet, despite his meticulous vigilance, it merely prolonged his suffering for a brief moment, for he beheld a scene that filled him with dread. From the earth behind Feiyu, a large mass of black material slowly emerged, coalescing like a tempest of dark sands that filled his vision entirely. Magnetic release. The man from the hidden cloud let out a desperate scream. His cries were short-lived, for the torrent of black sand and iron surged forth like countless living insects, invading his mouth, nose, and ears, intent on wreaking havoc within his body. The remnants of sand and iron that did not penetrate his body ensnared him, tightening their grip. They began to climb upward, until they all infiltrated the man from the hidden cloud's being. His head strained upward, but alas, his neck lacked the length to delay the invasion of the sand and iron. Gradually, his abdomen transformed from flat to protruding, swelling as if he were a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Each breath he attempted to take was excruciating, as the sand and iron particles rubbed painfully against his respiratory passages, while those lodged within his ears had already pierced his eardrums, leaving him with a cacophony of noise. And clusters of sand and iron enveloped his brain. The sight was utterly tragic, sending a chill through Tsunade's heart. Such a gruesome tableau laid bare the bloody reality of the ninja world before her. In that moment, she ceased to be the innocent granddaughter of the Senju clan. She was irrevocably transformed into a true leaf ninja. Feiyu could dispatch the man from the hidden cloud with a mere thought, yet he refrained, turning to Tsunade instead. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this method? This is sufficient. While Tsunade felt a shiver at the horrific scene, her eyes remained wide and unblinking. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she could not afford to be weak in the face of reality. She had to witness the death of the enemy who had caused her harm. Hearing Feiyu's words, which suggested that even more cruel methods remained unutilized, she felt an unprecedented sense of respect, not merely due to her grandfather's legacy, but as a complete individual deserving of consideration. This engendered an unexpected fondness for Feiyu. She promptly responded, eager to avoid nightmares that night, nodding in readiness for Feiyu to deliver a swift end to the Jonin from the hidden cloud. The wailing Cloud Ninja had lost the capacity for rational thought, enveloped entirely by searing pain. Even his consciousness was consumed by agony, rendering him incapable of contemplating anything. At Tsunade's behest, Feiyu focused his thoughts, causing the sand and iron within the Cloud Ninja's body to coalesce into the shape of shurikens, which then began to thrust outward. The sand and iron in his abdomen formed the largest kunai. From his rounded, swollen belly, it transformed into a sharp point, piercing through the man's abdomen. In the ninja's consciousness, a sudden flash of light appeared, as if all the pain around him was severed by the kunai that had torn through his belly. Gradually, the man's screams grew weaker and quieter, until they vanished completely. Tsunade, observing the bloodied Cloud Ninja, stuck out her tongue, casting a look at Feiyu that conveyed a mix of admiration and horror at his ruthlessness, eliciting an eye roll from him. Chapter 75. Returned to the village, Feiyu had no inclination to retrieve the bloodied spoils of battle. Instead, he reformed a portion of the sand and iron into a kunai, launching it directly at the fallen cloud ninja, whether feigning death or merely unconscious. He swiftly claimed his life. Let us go. What is there to see in a corpse? There will be plenty more later. Feiyu observed Tsunade's curious explorations among the other fallen cloud ninjas, revealing her youthful exuberance. At merely 10 years of age, she was at an age of vitality and curiosity, eager to discover the world around her. Stories of the Warring States period told by her elders had always captivated her, and now, experiencing battle for the first time, she was animatedly gesturing, entirely devoid of fear at encountering death for the first time. What do you mean? What do you mean by there will be more later? Tsunade hurried after Feiyu, tilting her head in inquiry. You will understand in due time, Feiyu replied without a second thought. Humph. You're just like those old geezers. Always brushing me off with you LL understand when you grow up. Tsunade pouted, her expression a mix of disappointment and determination, prompting a chuckle from Feiyu. Honestly, I didn't want to burden you with too much at once. You're still quite young. Too much exposure to these things could affect your character. Feiyu attempted to explain. Tsunade, however, remained unyielding, retorting, who says I'm too young? I'm 10 now. I'll soon graduate and become a genin. Oh my. So impressive. Becoming a genin at 10. I didn't become a genin until I was 14. Feiyu feigned admiration. Of course. Just look at who I am. Being a mere genin is easy. One day, I'll catch up to you and tell you that you're still too weak to know about such things. Tsunade, initially irritated, shifted to joy at Feiyu's words, proudly waving her small hand. Oh, then Lady Tsunade, you must take care of me in the future. I will follow your lead. Feiyu replied in a high-pitched tone. Hee. Of course. Of course. Tsunade readily agreed, oblivious to the fact that this sentiment would come to define her future. As they shifted the topic, the sand and iron gradually gathered beneath their feet, forming a small platform that lifted them toward the Leaf Village. Wow, you can actually fly, Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she experienced this novel sensation for the first time. Hee, this is nothing. There's even more impressive feats ahead. Feiyu chuckled, simultaneously accelerating the ascent and forward motion of the sand and iron platform. The sharp, frigid wind whipped against their faces as the ground below rushed past, eliciting another round of squeals from Tsunade. The first step to captivating the young girl had been achieved. Feiyu had successfully piqued Tsunade's interest with his intriguing abilities and the mysterious nature of his powers, giving her due respect and attention. In the days to come, whenever Tsunade found herself bored, she would undoubtedly think of Feiyu first. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, though cliché, endured for centuries precisely because it was effective. Feiyu silently thanked the reckless cloud ninjas for inadvertently helping him take the first step toward getting closer to Tsunade. Once she mastered the sealing technique, he would shamelessly request a favor from her. Surely that wasn't too much to ask? Though his motivations were somewhat selfish. To achieve his goals, he felt compelled to utilize certain measures. After all, he hadn't orchestrated the cloud ninja's abduction of Tsunade. He merely capitalized on the opportunity. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a chance, one must seize it, lest misfortune befalls them. Thus, after flying for half an hour, the imposing gates of the Leaf Village finally came into view, alongside two unconscious ninjas, the very gatekeepers Feiyu encountered whenever he entered or exited the village. With a rosy complexion, Tsunade leaped to the ground, curiously inspecting the sand and iron beneath her feet, as if she had discovered some wondrous new artifact. Meanwhile, Feiyu approached the two downed ninjas, placing his fingers to their nostrils to check for breath. A faint but rhythmic inhalation and exhalation confirmed their survival, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he began shaking them in an attempt to rouse them. As the two lower-ranked ninjas opened their eyes, the first thing they did was gasp in surprise, feeling a sharp pain at the back of their heads. Quickly, they realized their surroundings and sprang to their feet, simultaneously shouting, "Enemy attack!" Observing their comical antics, Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle, and even Tsunade, who stood behind him, was drawn in by their exclamation, dropping her sand iron and watching their absurd behavior with a sense of exasperation. Their reflexes were astonishingly delayed. The enemy had already been dealt with by Feiyu, and they were only just realizing it. Surprisingly, a few passing Chunin and members of the Anbu gathered, intrigued by the bizarre scene unfolding at the entrance, seeking answers. The two gate guards, upon seeing that the anticipated attack had not materialized, were first filled with confusion, but soon remembered that they had been knocked unconscious. Now that they were awake, it signified that the threat had been neutralized, which made them feel rather embarrassed. "All right, hurry up and register me. I don't have time to watch you two clown around," Feiyu said bluntly. No problem. May I have your name and the time you left?" One of the lower ninjas began to record Feiyu's details while the other explained the situation to the gathering crowd, preparing to report to the village's Hokage advisor. Lady Tsunade, when did you leave? There's no record of it here." After completing Feiyu's registration, the lower ninja was astonished to see the renowned Princess Tsunade and began to search through his records, finding no clues, which piqued his curiosity. What do you think?" Tsunade replied irritably. The lower ninja awkwardly scratched his head, realizing it must have been the result of them being knocked out by the enemy. The two ninjas bypassed him and headed towards the village. Feiyu glanced at the still bustling village, feeling a sense of nostalgia. "All right, I need to report this matter to the Hokage advisor. You should hurry home, otherwise your family will be worried," Feiyu said as they approached a fork in the road. I've been gone for so long, and the village hasn't stirred. Even though I often skip class and neglect my home, it shouldn't be this lax. I must inquire with the Hokage advisor about how things are run. They didn't even know I was captured." Tsunade fumed at the thought, determined to question Mito Kazumi and Tsunade's grandmother about it. "Well, that works out perfectly," Feiyu mused, scratching his cheek, appreciating Tsunade's boldness. However, he realized having her accompany him to report would be beneficial, saving him from inquiries from the two who were looking for trouble. Chapter 76, Uzumaki Mito. In the Hokage advisor's office, Tsunade's accusations were met with awkward expressions from Tsunade's grandmother and Mito Kazumi. They could find no excuse. The truth was undeniable. Moreover, Uzumaki Mito was present, gazing at the tear-streaked Tsunade with affectionate concern. "It was like this. I encountered Brother Feiyu, who defeated them all and rescued me," Tsunade said, leaning against Mito's embrace, casting a sidelong glance at Feiyu. The other three in the room turned their attention to him, two with a scrutinizing gaze and one with gratitude. As the focal point of the conversation, Feiyu seized the opportunity to speak. For his purpose in being there was not to testify for Tsunade, but to report the events of his return to the village to the two Hokage advisors. Indeed, for Cloud ninjas lay in ambush outside, and later two Jonin appeared. When I passed by, the four ambushers attacked without hesitation. I was confused, thinking they were from a rogue squad infiltrating the Fire Country, so I didn't hold back and took them all down. Feiyu spoke nonchalantly. His words struck the three present like a thunderclap, shaking their very cores. Who was Feiyu? He had previously been a seemingly inconsequential Chunin, a mere pawn discarded by the two Hokage advisors. What were they hearing now? Two Jonin and four unknown Cloud ninjas were easily dispatched by him? It was utterly preposterous. They had never heard of someone achieving such a tremendous leap in strength, unless he had been concealing his true capabilities. If that were the case, his cunning was alarmingly profound, considering he was only 16. Previously, Akimichi Torikase had mentioned that Feiyu single-handedly defeated the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, and they had doubted him, thinking Torikase was merely attributing credit to Feiyu. But now, confronted with this undeniable fact, they had no choice but to believe. Could it be that those 6 Cloud ninjas had willingly presented their necks to Feiyu's blade just for him to show off? They had no doubts about the authenticity of the events, for they had seen the two Jonin themselves. Although they were still a step away from elite Jonin, 2 of them together could certainly hold their own against an elite Jonin. Besides, the bodies were right there. Sending someone to verify would confirm the truth of Feiyu's claims. Suppressing their shock, they realized that if Feiyu could easily dispatch 2 Jonin, his strength must have reached the level of Jonin, prompting them to reconsider their attitudes. In any ninja village, Jonin were among the elite. Previously, Feiyu had not demonstrated any potential as a Jonin, so they had not taken actions against him seriously. But that was no longer feasible. Even though he had previously attempted to assassinate their comrade Danzo, that matter had been put to rest in the eyes of their superior, the Hokage. As advisors whose authority was granted entirely by the Hokage, they had to stand by the Hokage's position. Realizing this, Tsunade Kazumi and Mito Kazumi wore friendly smiles. Feiyu, your arrival has played a crucial role. The village's elite forces are all at the front lines with the Hokage, which has emboldened the 2 Jonin from Cloud to act recklessly. They dare to abduct from the Ninja Academy. This is intolerable. Tsunade Kazumi acknowledged Feiyu's contributions and then vehemently criticized the Cloud Ninjas. Exactly. I thought they came with sincerity, but it turns out they harbored such ill intentions. Mito Kazumi reassured Uzumaki Mito, promising to report the matter to the Hokage without letting the Cloud Ninjas off lightly. As Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Hashirama Senju, followed her husband from the Warring States period to the founding of Konoha, and then to Hashirama becoming Hokage, she had silently supported the first Hokage. Although she had never held any position within the village, as the widow of the first Hokage, Tsunade Kazumi and Mito Kazumi were obliged to show her the respect she deserved. It could be said that they grew up under her watchful eye. Even if the current Konoha aristocracy could disregard the Hokage and his advisors, they had to show deference to Uzumaki Mito, even if those old recluses were present. However, Uzumaki Mito understood that her respect stemmed solely from her admiration for the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and she had never abused it. This time was no different. Her youthful visage, which belied her age, broke into a smile as she said, I'm glad little Tsunade is all right. Let us not trouble the monkey. He has just taken office as Hokage, and we must understand the difficulties he faces. Let it be. Thank you for your concern, Lady Mito. We will convey your sentiments to the Hokage, and I believe he will make proper arrangements. Tsunade Kazumi praised. Then it's settled. I won't delay your important matters any longer. I'll take Tsunade home now. With that, Uzumaki Mito rose, smiling as she nodded at Feiyu before turning to leave the Hokage advisor's office. The two advisors quickly stood, with Tsunade Kazumi, who was also a woman, respectfully seeing her out. Tsunade glanced back repeatedly at Feiyu, perplexed as to why he did not follow them, wondering why he remained behind after everything had been said. Feiyu cast a glance at her that suggested a future meeting, then turned his attention to Mizahitaman Yen, contemplating inwardly how the influence of the Akimichi clan still held some merit. The two individuals, previously unsightly in demeanor, now adorned themselves with amiable expressions, demonstrating the advantages of having allies in high places. Once the office door was closed, only Mizahitaman Yen and Feiyu remained. Mizahitaman Yen promptly invited him to sit, stating, As we shall serve as Hokage together, let us not maintain such formalities. Indeed, Lord Yen. If you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to share, Feiyu replied, adept at adapting his speech to suit the audience. He believed in reciprocating respect. If others showed him an inch of regard, he would return it tenfold. Focusing on the flattery before addressing Mizahitaman Yan's subsequent requests. You executed your previous tasks admirably. Whether it was capturing the Golden Horn during the blockade or the recent raid in the Land of Lightning, you have rendered significant contributions to the village, which will certainly not go unrewarded. Mizahitaman Yen affirmed Feiyu's past efforts before continuing. You are aware that Danzo, that fellow, has been appointed as the head of the Anbu training department by the Hokage, thus wielding considerable influence. These two missions were procured through his efforts, so you ought to express your gratitude to him. Mizahitaman Yen deftly shifted his responsibilities while subtly planting a seed of trouble regarding their old comrade, Danzo. Chapter 77. A change in attitude even among the Hokage's advisors. There existed a hierarchy. After quelling the Anbu rebellion, Danzo was directly appointed by the Hokage as the head of the Anbu training department, securing a firm grasp on a portion of the Anbu's power. He now accompanied the Hokage to the front lines, overseeing part of the Fire Country's defense, rendering his position seemingly unassailable. In contrast, Mizahitaman Yen and Tsunade were relegated to trailing behind the Hokage, handling menial tasks without any authority, and were currently burdened with maintaining stability in the village. The situation had become even more bewildering, as the Second Hokage had launched a surprise attack on Konoha, liberating numerous prisoners and spawning a multitude of rogue ninjas harboring animosity towards the village. Now, with Princess Tsunade being kidnapped, both of them remained blissfully unaware, starkly underscoring their incompetence. This situation demanded a reversal, but how could it be achieved? The answer was simple: a lack of capable individuals who possessed both strength and loyalty. This absence allowed those with malicious intentions towards Konoha to act without restraint. They understood that the prominent clans of Konoha would not assist the Hokage's political faction without incentive. However, resources were limited. Offering benefits to one would deprive others, leading to inevitable resentment and opposition. Amidst the instability, with the Hokage absent from the village, they dared not act recklessly. Yet now, someone who was both powerful and unaligned had emerged before them, Feiyu. This development ignited their excitement. Ever since Feiyu had demonstrated his strength as a Jonin, the attitudes of all had shifted dramatically. While many Jonin existed within the shinobi world, they were relatively few, and the number of Jonin in a village directly reflected its strength. Jonin were formed through a combination of resources, experience, and jutsu, indirectly revealing the resource strength of a village. The powerful would consume and seize even more abundant resources, perpetuating a cycle of strength. This was why only 5 major shinobi villages existed, not due to a lack of numbers, but because resources were finite. Feiyu perfectly fulfilled all of Mizahitaman Yan's requirements. He bypassed the resource training phase and could immediately demonstrate his worth. Having participated in the fierce battles of the First Shinobi World War, he was no delicate bloom nurtured in a greenhouse. When the time came to act, he would do so without hesitation. As the first high-ranking individual to recognize his value, they were the initial ones to seek his allegiance. As long as they could provide him with satisfactory offerings, it would be a trivial matter for the village's highest leaders. They were well aware of the conflict between Feiyu and Danzo, rendering them natural allies, which bolstered Mizahitaman Yan's confidence. He resolved to seize this opportunity. Lord Yan, your words are so flattering. It wouldn't entail yet another troublesome task, would it? If it is not too challenging for me, I would be willing to accept. Feiyu interjected after a moment of silence, noticing Mizahitaman Yan's reluctance to reveal his intentions. No perilous task requires a Jonin's involvement. The village has many Chunin who could effectively handle such duties. After all, nurturing a Jonin is no small feat. Feel free to share your thoughts with me. Mizahitaman Yan replied, but I am still a Chunin. Feiyu exclaimed, shrugging his arms in exasperation. That's easily remedied. I shall immediately submit a promotion report. I believe the Hokage will approve it swiftly. You will soon be a bona fide Jonin. Mizahitaman Yan declared, invigorated by Feiyu's request. Is it really that simple? However, as far as I know, one must complete specialized Jonin tasks to be promoted. Would such an exception not attract gossip? Feiyu pondered aloud, surprised by Mizahitaman Yan's newfound generosity, voicing his concerns without hesitation. During wartime, who would dare to speak ill of a Jonin's promotion? Moreover, your achievements and strength are more than sufficient. Should anyone dare to murmur, they may come to me, and I shall defend you. Mizahitaman Yan asserted, waving his hand with authority. Fine. Feiyu, taken aback, wondered about Mizahitaman Yan's sudden concern for him. Well, you should return to rest. After being out for so long, it must have been exhausting. Reflect on what I've said today, and if you have any requests, feel free to approach me. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Mizahitaman Yan urged, emphasizing the word requests. Feiyu, perplexed, rose to take his leave. Although Mizahitaman Yan did not display the same reverence as the Whirlpool clan, he showed a modicum of respect, instilling in Feiyu a sense of bewilderment. Had he fallen under someone else's genjutsu? How could Mizahitaman Yan's demeanor appear so drastically altered? The more he contemplated, the more disconcerted he became, realizing that something was amiss, though he had yet to grasp the crux of the matter. Nevertheless, as a dutiful successor in a socialist society, seeking guidance from leadership was a fundamental trait. As he meandered back, he arrived once more at the Akimichi clan's territory after nearly 2 months. The grand entrance, adorned with gilded characters, shimmered brightly, a testament to the family's enduring legacy since the Warring States period, revealing their formidable heritage. Hey, it's you again. I can't believe you're alive and back. A familiar voice called from behind, prompting Feiyu to turn around. He recognized a chubby young man clad in a loose red outfit, with purple stripes gracing his cheerful smile. It's you. Long time no see. You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. Feiyu greeted warmly, recalling their previous encounter. By the way, what is your name? I still don't know. I am Akimichi Dingxiang. And you? The young man replied. Dingxiang? Feiyu chuckled, remembering something amusing. After a bout of laughter, he noticed Dingxiang's expression growing increasingly sour, and quickly added, I'm Feiyu. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance last time. Just as he began expressing his thanks, Dingxiang suddenly lunged forward as if pricked by a needle, covering Feiyu's mouth with his hand to silence him. At the same time, he made a gesture for silence with his left hand, saying, Shoo, don't say anything reckless. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 78. Akiyukido Dingxiang. Yes. Feiyu hastily nodded, halting Akiyukido Dingxiang's next action. Once Akiyukido Dingxiang withdrew his hand, Feiyu let out a long sigh of relief and said, Rest assured. I understand, I won't betray you. With his assurance, Akiyukido Dingxiang also relaxed and turned to inquire, Feiyu, why have you come to the Akiyukido clan again today? Are you here to see Elder Tsufeng? Elder Tsufeng? Feiyu was taken aback, realizing that Akiyukido Tsufeng had unexpectedly lost his position as clan leader. However, he quickly understood that this was a balancing policy orchestrated by the village's upper echelons to prevent Akiyukido Tsufeng from being unable to safely return due to his mission. They had to appoint someone aligned with the Hokage to succeed the clan leader. It was evident that the higher-ups had not anticipated Akiyukido Tsufeng's safe return, and thus, upon his return, the position of clan leader could not be casually assumed. Akiyukido Tsufeng had to humbly accept the status of elder. He nodded and replied, Indeed. I just returned to the village today and intended to greet Elder Tsufeng. Follow me. I know where Elder Tsufeng is. Akiyukido Dingxiang guided Feiyu through the grand entrance of the Akiyukido clan. As they meandered through the clan's premises, Feiyu became increasingly disoriented, until they arrived at a somewhat imposing courtyard where Akiyukido Dingxiang knocked on the door. Elder Tsufeng, look who I've brought along. Akiyukido Dingxiang called out before even entering the courtyard. Elder Tsufeng? Feiyu found this title intriguing and prepared to delve deeper. Is it Dingxiang? Come in. A familiar and robust voice echoed from behind the door. Akiyukido Dingxiang promptly opened the door, and a warm breeze wafted out, contrasting sharply with the biting cold outside, sending a shiver down Feiyu's spine as he hurried to follow Akiyukido Dingxiang inside. Captain Tsufeng, I rushed back to the village at the first opportunity to see you. Feiyu greeted Akiyukido Tsufeng, who was seated cross-legged. I thought you would wait until after the war to return. What brings you back so soon? This is quite different from your previous intentions. Akiyukido Tsufeng expressed his surprise, recalling how he had urged Feiyu to accompany him before his departure, to which Feiyu had firmly declared he would not return until the war concluded. He was curious as to why Feiyu had changed his mind. Akiyukido Dingxiang plopped down beside Akiyukido Tsufeng, poured himself a generous cup of tea from the kettle before him, and listened intently, his demeanor indicating genuine interest. Don't even mention it. I've had the worst luck imaginable, encountering a bounty rogue ninja who chased me all over, nearly preventing my return, Feiyu lamented, sitting opposite Akiyukido Tsufeng. Oh, a bounty rogue ninja? You've been targeted? Akiyukido Dingxiang immediately inquired. The Hidden Cloud village must be furious with me now. The Two Tails has gone missing, and if captured by another village, they would extort a hefty price from the Hidden Cloud, Feiyu explained. Only the 5 great nations possess such power. Even if smaller nations captured it, the wreckage would simply demand its return with a glare, Akiyukido Tsufeng analyzed. The damage caused by the Two Tails will surely leave them reeling. I heard that the wreckage, much like our Hokage, was caught off guard when we declared war on the Hidden Cloud, and I can only imagine the trouble he will face when he reports back. Those wealthy feudal lords are truly indulgent, placing a bounty of 35 million on my head. Feiyu remarked indignantly. Wow, that's quite a sum. Akiyukido Dingxiang chimed in. Indeed. However, you shouldn't worry too much. Which elite ninja in the village hasn't had a bounty placed on them? The amount of the bounty also reflects one's strength. Akiyukido Tsufeng reassured him. I'm not overly concerned about the bounty itself, but there's a rogue ninja who doesn't play by the rules. I have no idea who provided him with information, but he came straight to my former residence. Fortunately, I was up early. Otherwise, I might have been caught unawares in my sleep. Feiyu expressed his frustration. The strength of a bounty rogue ninja shouldn't be that formidable, right? You've faced the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Ordinarily, you wouldn't fear an average rogue ninja. Akiyukido Tsufeng queried. Puzzled. I don't fear ordinary bounty rogue ninjas, but this time it was Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you know? Feiyu exclaimed, emphasizing his point. Kakuzu? I've not heard of him. Akiyukido Dingxiang replied. Of course, you haven't heard of him. All those who have encountered him have been silenced. Feiyu shot him a disapproving glance. Kakuzu? I believe he is a rogue ninja from the Takigakure. Akiyukido Tsufeng mused. Indeed, that's the very Kakuzu. It is said he even assassinated the first Hokage and escaped unscathed. I consider myself well informed. Upon our first encounter, he fled, which prevented him from capturing me. Who knows where he might be lying in wait for me now? Feiyu declared, a sense of pride in his voice. Akiyukido Dingxiang listened in awe. The fact that someone could escape from the first Hokage highlighted Kakuzu's formidable strength, especially given that over a decade had passed since then. During this period, refrain from leaving the village. If Kakuzu cannot locate you, he will eventually depart on his own. Akiyukido Tsufing advised. I had already planned to stay put. My primary purpose for coming here isn't solely about Kakuzu. However, there is another matter I wish to discuss. Captain Tsufing, you have extensive experience and once served as clan leader, so you surely understand these intricate matters. I kindly request your analysis, Feiyu continued, signaling to Akiyukido Dingxiang that he could take his leave. Feigning ignorance, Akiyukido Dingxiang continued to savor his tea, appearing completely unperturbed, though his body remained still. Feiyu, feeling frustrated, hesitated as he contemplated whether to speak in front of an outsider. Although his relationship with Akiyukido Tsufing wasn't the closest, they shared a mentor-student bond. However, he had only met Akiyukido Dingxiang a couple of times and was uncertain about his character, leaving him in a quandary. Akiyukido Tsufing discerned Feiyu's apprehension and spoke up. Rest assured, Akiyukido Dingxiang's character is quite commendable. He is my younger brother, and anything you share will not be spread recklessly. Precisely. Stop underestimating people. Akiyukido Dingxiang interjected to defend his integrity. Very well. It's not a major issue, merely something that wouldn't be ideal if it were to spread. In Konoha, Akiyukido Tsufing is the only one I can truly trust, Feiyu admitted, and proceeded to recount the events concerning the Hokage building in detail. Both men listened with widened eyes, particularly Akiyukido Dingxiang, whose expression was one of exaggerated disbelief and disappointment. Hehe, Feiyu, you are overthinking it. Mito Minyan is always speaking in riddles. His situation as a Hokage advisor has become increasingly serious. If he doesn't conceal his intentions, it diminishes the quality of his speech. Akiyukido Tsufing chuckled, then began to elucidate the hidden meanings behind Mito Minyan's words. Chapter 79. The underlying truth. Mito Minyan is trying to win me over? Feiyu asked incredulously. Indeed. You are already a jonin. How can you lack political awareness? Akiyukido Dingxiang retorted. What does being a jonin have to do with political awareness? Besides, I haven't even received a formal appointment from the Hokage. Feiyu protested. Hehe, becoming a jonin not only allows you to hold significant positions in various departments, but even your current status is elevated. Out of 50 Chunin, it's quite rare for one to possess the strength to become a jonin. During regular missions, you can lead a shinobi team, and in times of danger, your subordinates can take the hit for you. Your authority in decision-making is already capable of influencing Konoha's future. Don't you see the connection to politics? Akiyukido Dingxiang calmly analyzed. Feiyu stroked his chin, contemplating. After Akiyukido Dingxiang's insightful remarks, he instantly understood Mito Minyan's intentions. It was a clear attempt to curry favor by promising benefits. Slapping his thigh, Feiyu felt as though he had just squandered a fortune, relieved that there was still an opportunity for redress. Mito Minyan had left him a way out. I must quickly consider what I require. Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost, Feiyu declared, rising to his feet, intent on returning home to contemplate the matter thoroughly. Hey, where are you going? Akiyukido Dingxiang watched Feiyu's sudden movements with curiosity. Of course, I'm heading home. Here, we can still offer you some advice. Upon hearing this, Feiyu nodded in agreement and turned back to sit down, signaling to Tsudao Dingxiang to continue speaking, urging him to elaborate further. Tsudao Dingxiang, noticing Feiyu's opportunistic demeanor, was rendered speechless. This ultimately hinges on what your aspirations are. Do you wish to become a high-ranking advisor to the Hokage, wielding significant power? Or do you aspire to become a formidable force that instills fear in the ninja world? The paths for these two choices are entirely different. After sipping his tea, Tsudao Dingxiang shifted in his seat and continued with a hint of reluctance. Feiyu observed his theatrical display, suppressing the urge to strike him. Yet recognizing his dependence on Tsudao Dingxiang at the moment, he restrained himself. Tsudao Tsufing noticed his brother's antics and felt an urge to intervene, but with Feiyu present, he thought it prudent to allow some leeway, sighing inwardly at the lack of composure. With a little experience, he was already flaunting it, and he worried that one day his brother might suffer consequences due to his own words. If you wish to be in a position of power, you must seize this opportunity to request a position. For example, the recent incident where the Cloud Ninja infiltrated the Ninja Academy to kidnap Princess Tsunade occurred because the principal failed to make the necessary appointments, leaving an opening for others to exploit. Conversely, if you aim to continually hone your skills, you must align yourself with the pursuit of divine weapons and extraordinary forbidden techniques. Among other things, Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. He had to concede that Tsudao Dingxiang's analysis held considerable merit, and he began to grasp the nuances of such matters. He lamented that the journey from Chunin to Jonin merely required one to focus on enhancing their power, relegating everything else to the background. However, once one attained the status of Jonin, the scenario shifted. Some individuals had exhausted their potential, compelled to vie for power and benefits for future generations, while others, weary of constant conflict, sought fleeting pleasures, entering the fray for power. Very few could steadfastly continue to elevate their prowess, as the Jonin already stood atop the hierarchy of the ninja world. Yet, Feiyu understood that achieving Jonin status did not equate to a life of indulgence. Towards the latter stages of the ninja world, power began to erode, with cataclysmic consequences looming over all, or resorting to illusions from which there would be no escape. Only strength remained a reliable ally. Power and status were but ephemeral illusions. A prime example was Shimura Danzo, who, after enduring countless hardships to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and seizing power during the 5th Hokage Tsunade's incapacitation to attend the 5 Kage summit, ultimately met his demise at the hands of Sasuke in a secluded corner. Power devoid of strength is akin to a castle in the air. Feiyu was acutely aware of his needs, relentless training and continuous improvement until he achieved the status of a wielder of bloodline limits, ultimately aspiring to become a 6 paths level powerhouse. Of course, the previously mentioned scenarios pertain to ordinary circumstances, but the current situation was different. Sudao Dingxiang began to drop hints. What is the current situation then? Feiyu humbly inquired, recognizing the importance of understanding the entirety of his context for his future decisions. As it stands, the 3rd Hokage has just ascended to the position. While he may rely on the war against the Cloud Village to solidify his position, expecting the major clans to relinquish power is a mere fantasy. This necessitates the promotion of common ninjas like you. Thus, you can seize this opportunity to gain tangible benefits and secure a respectable position, not due to your exceptional abilities, but simply because the Hokage's faction lacks capable individuals. Sudao Dingxiang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Feiyu exhaled deeply, dismissing Sudao Dingxiang's sardonic remarks, finally grasping his current circumstances. No wonder Mito Yane had shifted alliances so swiftly, disregarding Danzo's long-standing animosity towards him in a bid to recruit him. Feiyu held this in disdain. Such was the fate of the weak. Had they possessed the prowess of Senju Hashirama, who would dare utter a word against them? After Sudao Dingxiang's subtle guidance, he began to comprehend the intricate relationship between the Hokage and their advisors. The advisors must depend on the Hokage while also navigating competition. In the face of a common enemy, they might band together, yet when it comes to personal gain, the allocation of interests must be clearly defined. To amplify one's voice before the Hokage, one requires their own strength. Danzo had already positioned himself ahead of both of them, firmly controlling the power over the Anbu training department, such that even when the Hokage faced issues, he had to consult Danzo. Having bid farewell to Sudao Chiefing and his brother, Feiyu strolled slowly along the path home, contemplating the vibrant street scenes, which inspired him with new insights. The apparent tranquility could not conceal the turbulent undercurrents. When the Hokage and his entourage returned to the village, it would mark the beginning of turmoil in Konoha. Thus, he must seize this interval, striving to obtain satisfactory benefits. Although it felt akin to dividing Konoha, if one did not strive, they would be suppressed by others. This was a process with no retreat. After nearly 2 months, he returned to his residence, finding the courtyard overgrown with weeds. Though yellowed and lacking its former vitality, it still stood resilient, maintaining its last vestiges of life. Feiyu opened the gate, feeling a wave of familiar sensations wash over him, allowing his war-hardened heart a moment of reprieve, causing his demeanor to relax into a more languid state reminiscent of yesteryears. Chapter 80. The visit from Kojiro Anko Miss. The neighbor has returned. An aging middle-aged man addressed the beautiful woman before him, his eyes lowered, demonstrating utmost respect. At last he has returned. Uncle Nakamura, please bring over the pastries I prepared. I wish to pay a visit, the beautiful woman exclaimed, her lethargy dissipating as vigor surged through her. Yes, Mississippi. The middle-aged man complied and soon returned, carrying an exquisitely decorated food box. Upon seeing this, the beautiful woman stepped forward, lightly knocking on the door of Feiyu's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic sound echoed at the door, causing Feiyu, who was using shadow clone technique to tidy up the house, to pause, pondering the coincidence of someone visiting just as he returned. He thought little of it, leaving the clones to continue cleaning while he stepped outside, calling out, "Coming." Creaking open the red-painted door, he was greeted by a pair of sparkling, eager eyes, watching him intently. Clad in a purple kimono, her figure was accentuated alluringly, and her disheveled hair cascaded down, giving her a fresh, youthful charm reminiscent of a neighborly girl. "Ah, Miss Anko, what a delightful surprise. You arrived just as I came back. Please, come in and sit," Feiyu said, recognizing the round face of Kojiro Anko, the daughter of the leader of the Smoke Ninja Village, currently residing in Konoha while awaiting the war's conclusion to rebuild her village. "Certainly, big brother Feiyu." Anko responded with uncontainable joy, nodding enthusiastically. Just then, an out-of-place voice interjected, "Humph, what a coincidence. The young lady has been keeping a daily watch, even going as far as purchasing the house next door just to be the first to know of your return." Feiyu turned to see an indignant middle-aged man, his expression revealing his displeasure. "Ah, Uncle Nakamura. I was so excited to see Miss Anko that I didn't notice you," Feiyu said, unfazed and genuinely pleased to see a familiar face, inviting him in as well. "That's more like it," Uncle Nakamura huffed. This prompted Anko to roll her eyes in annoyance. Yet it had no effect. Uncle Nakamura continued to act as if he were the host. Such behavior would have been surprising for most, but Feiyu was accustomed to it. Uncle Nakamura was entrusted by Anko's father to look after her, naturally feeling aggrieved at seeing her suffer. Anko held great respect for the man who had watched her grow up, viewing him as family. After a prolonged absence, the house was filled with dust, leaving no place to settle. Thus, an invitation to enter was unnecessary. Feiyu brought over a stone stool for temporary tea enjoyment, boiled a kettle of water, and began to brew tea. Xiaozhua Xingzi immediately sat down, showing no concern for the simplicity of the surroundings. However, Nakamura Takuto, standing behind her, was less pleased. Yet, for the sake of Xiaozhua Xingzi, he remained silent, his expression stern, as if Feiyu owed him millions. Xiaozhua Xingzi placed the food box on the stone stool. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Feiyu. Feiyu did not hesitate, enjoying the tea alongside what appeared to be incredibly delicious pastries. "Delicious. The craftsmanship is truly remarkable," he exclaimed, savoring the flavors without adhering to the decorum of silence while eating. "Of course. The young lady has spent half a month preparing this for you," grumbled the bodyguard Nakamura Takuto. This made Xiaozhua Xingzi's face flush with embarrassment, not daring to meet Feiyu's gaze. "Ah, Miss Xingzi, you have truly gone to great lengths. These past 2 months have been spent nibbling on military rations. I am quite unaccustomed to such delectable food," Feiyu said sincerely. "As long as you can eat well, that's all that matters." Xiaozhua Xingzi felt a weight lift from her heart at his words. "How is the situation on the battlefield? Is it very dangerous?" she inquired, her concern resurfacing. "Well, what can I say about the battlefield? It is dangerous if one deems it so, and perhaps not dangerous if one is cautious. However, I have infiltrated enemy territory and am unaware of the situation on the front lines, but it likely isn't too dire," Feiyu replied. Knowing that Xiaozhua Xingzi was worried about the ninjas from Yamen village, he refrained from voicing any ill-fated rumors. On one hand, there was no evidence to tarnish their reputation, and on the other, they had shielded Feiyu from harm, only to be disparaged after their demise. Such words were simply unspeakable. "I believe the war will conclude soon, and you will be able to rebuild Yamen village swiftly. However, you might have to remain within the Land of Fire until the end of the year," he added. Upon hearing this, both Xiaozhua Xingzi and Nakamura Takuto's expressions darkened. Last year, Yamen village was thriving, poised to surpass the 5 great ninja villages, but in an instant, it was cast into despair by the Mist village, becoming but a fleeting memory. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak to me. I consider myself a friend and will assist if I can," Feiyu said, noticing the somber atmosphere and hastily offering words of comfort. "Rest assured, brother Feiyu. If I have difficulties, I will certainly come to you. I know you must have much to attend to upon your return, so I shall not disturb you further," Xiaozhua Xingzi remarked, finding Feiyu's bewildered expression endearing. After gathering her composure, she prepared to take her leave. Feiyu escorted them to the door, then sighed heavily, reflecting on the grim reality of the world, where everyone was a participant. Without optimism, one would surely be engulfed by the myriad of sufferings. War was the prevailing theme, whether between individuals or villages, relentlessly claiming lives. It is futile to dwell on such thoughts. Managing oneself adequately is already commendable. observing the busy figures of his shadow clones. He savored his tea leisurely, marveling at the wonders of ninjutsu that allowed for such efficient use of time while liberating oneself. Chapter 81. The Lions Roar. The following morning, Feiyu arrived at the office of Hokage advisor Mito Gaiden. After a night of deep contemplation, he resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his strength. Showing no interest in the position mentioned by Akadu Dingxiang, Lord Gaidon, I have made my decision and am here to report, Feiyu stated with utmost seriousness before the composed Mito Gaiden. Oh, that was quick. You've come to a conclusion in just one day? Mito Gaiden adjusted his glasses. Indeed, I believe that having just become a Jonin, my abilities require steady improvement. In my previous missions, the sand iron utilized with magnet release was insufficient, and I hope the village can provide a supplement. Sand iron, you say? A minor order is no trouble at all. You can approach the logistics department to request a supply of 5 tons, Mito Gaiden replied readily. After extensive combat, I have discovered deficiencies in my fighting style. Given my chakra's initial attributes of wind and earth, I am particularly intrigued by the transformation of the other 3 elements. And I hope the village has relevant literature for me to study. The village possesses secret texts on chakra nature transformation, which can be awarded to you based on your contributions, Mito Gaiden said, considering it a non-issue. Additionally, I wish to study some knowledge of sealing techniques. The village has some basic sealing technique knowledge available for you. Mito Gaiden expressed his confusion over Feiyu's shift from developing magnet release to studying sealing techniques. But after a brief hesitation, he agreed to the request. The conduction of metal through chakra is crucial for my future ninjutsu development. Mito Gaiden was at a loss for words. He too coveted such knowledge. The water release secret techniques of the Second Hokage are highly sought after, even by the Mist Village. I wish to learn them. Mito Gaiden had nothing to say in response. I have never learned any advanced ninjutsu of varying attributes. I wish to take this opportunity to explore. Regarding jinjutsu, I have heard the village possesses numerous secret techniques, and I must learn them to diversify my attack methods. Feiyu continued, sensing Mito Gaiden's transition from an assertive demeanor to one of silence and confusion, mistakenly believing he had tacit approval. I have heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can enhance observational acuity. Could the village facilitate communication with the Uchiha clan to obtain a pair for my research? Feiyu mused, envisioning the possibilities of openly utilizing the Sharingan without concealment. Enough. Mito Gaiden interjected sharply upon hearing Sharingan, fearing further outrageous demands would escape Feiyu's lips. Did he think such a coveted treasure could be easily obtained? Are you going to request Senju cells next for studying the power to pacify chaos? Do you believe that the support of Konoha grants you carte blanche? His thoughts were far too fanciful. I can accommodate the earlier requests. But Sharingan and chakra-conducting metal are out of the question, Mito Gaiden stated firmly. Well, the other requests are not as significant. I can forego them in favor of these two, Feiyu insisted, believing he could still negotiate. Impossible. Do not even think about it, Mito Gaiden flatly rejected, extinguishing Feiyu's hopes. Fine then, Feiyu conceded, muttering internally that such reusable knowledge held little value. All his calculations had only yielded a mere 5 tons of sand iron. He did not request a position, leaving everything to Mito Gaiden's discretion, for if things did not go well, it was not his fault. They had forced him into this. He could abandon burdensome tasks at will, completing lighter duties according to his mood. Observing Feiyu's departing figure, Mito Gaiden began to curse in his mind. Do you think Konoha is your family business? Wanting whatever you desire? You have done nothing yet still demand so much. How can I ensure you will work if I have already filled your belly? Without further mention of their petty negotiations, Feiyu received the resource allocation form signed by Mito Gaiden and presented it to the head of the Resource Exchange Center. Upon realizing it was a special request from the Hokage advisor, the head treated it with utmost seriousness, personally welcoming Feiyu inside. However, when he thoroughly examined the resource allocation form, he was taken aback, initially believing it concerned supplies for the war. To his astonishment, it was a special order for 5 tons of sand iron, leaving him momentarily speechless. The situation surrounding Mito Minyan truly exemplifies the adage that one does not appreciate the value of resources until one is in charge. The processing of 5 tons of iron sand requires the relentless efforts of the village's artisans working day and night for half a month. Consequently, any further material reserves would be difficult to secure. The responsible party wore a troubled expression as he gazed at Feiyu, who showed no inclination to meet his gaze. With a dismissive flick of the resource requisition form, Feiyu uttered a terse statement, "I shall collect it in a month," before turning on his heel and departing, leaving the official in a state of distress. Having acquired the one-time scrolls for ninjutsu and illusion techniques he sought, Feiyu returned home, content and prepared to devote a month to refining his strength. By the time he had concluded his errands, midday had arrived, and as he wandered the streets of Konoha, he contemplated indulging in a hearty meal at a well-regarded barbecue establishment. After all, the bounty from his recent mission had arrived, and it would be a disservice to himself not to enjoy it. "Hey, have you heard? It is said that during the recent attack on our Konoha by the ninjas of the Mist Village, a skilled member of the Mizuki clan was slain by a J-nin named Feiyu, forcing the Mist to retreat," a scruffy man remarked to a nearby woman washing vegetables. "Your news is outdated. Lord Feiyu has been dispatched on a solo raid of the Cloud Village, where he has already achieved significant merit," the vegetable washing woman retorted, casting a scornful glance at the man. "Is that true? But that's the renowned Cloud Village we're talking about. Lord Feiyu must be an incredibly formidable expert," the bearded man exclaimed, astonished. "It is said that he even vanquished the two-tails Jinchuriki. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? They are the monsters that were tied up at the village entrance over a decade ago." Another sunbathing elder interjected into the conversation. "What? The very monsters captured by the first Hokage and later sold to other villages?" The bearded man responded, visibly shocked. "Indeed, it is said that once the monster appeared, Lord Feiyu struck it down with a few swift blows, leaving it no chance to retaliate," the elder animatedly described. "How impressive. I wish for my son to become a master like Lord Feiyu." The bearded man sighed. "That is not difficult. Just have your son apprentice under Lord Feiyu. I've heard he is quite young, and your son is quite capable. It should be no problem." The elder began to offer suggestions. Feiyu, overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but smirk, casting a furtive glance around, and quickly lowered his head, anxious to avoid being recognized as the legendary Feiyu, seemingly capable of anything. Chapter 82. Principal of the Ninja Academy. After several days of speculation, tales of Feiyu's exploits spread like wildfire, with everyone eager to discuss them. Even some lower-ranking ninjas joined the discourse, with some claiming first-hand experience, leaving others in disbelief. This was, of course, impossible, leading Feiyu to seclude himself at home for the week, fearful of encountering someone he knew who might interrogate him. His deeds could not have been disseminated without reason, and the exaggerated accounts suggested a deliberate intent behind them. Only 4 individuals present at the time were privy to the truth: Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, T.D. Kamachi, and Mito Minyan. The first 2 were easily dismissed by Feiyu. Tsunade, burdened with the affairs of the Senju clan, would not have spread his tale without cause. That left the 2 advisors to the Hokage. Given the analysis made previously at Akimichi Kif's, it was likely that Minyan was orchestrating a campaign to bolster Feiyu's reputation. The external tumult did not sway Feiyu's resolve to grow stronger. During this time, he diligently studied the nature transformations of the other 3 chakra elements. One could not help but appreciate the wisdom of those who came before him. Feiyu grasped the fundamental principles of chakra transformation with remarkable ease, following the steps outlined in the secret texts. Naturally, he first attempted the fire release. It seemed illogical that a member of the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan, would lack the ability to wield fire release, thus making it his primary focus. Chakra, a fusion of spiritual and physical energy, has its innate elemental properties hidden within the physical energy of a ninja. The transformations acquired through practice relate more to spiritual energy. Release can create form from the intangible, as seen with the Susanoo. Using this principle, Feiyu sought to alter the properties of his chakra. Remarkably, within a single day, he successfully mastered the nature transformation of fire release. This was likely facilitated by the latent fire release genes within his own physiology, which had merely remained dormant until amplified by his spiritual energy. Next was the long-anticipated lightning release. Having undergone body tempering through lightning and armed with the relevant memories, he believed he could soon master it as well. Adhering to the principle of starting with the simpler tasks, he immersed himself in the ocean of chakra for an entire week. On the morning of the week's end, he received word to report to the Hokage advisor's office. Lord Mito Minyan was seeking him. When he finally arrived, he was startled to find the room nearly filled with people, leading him to question whether he had entered the correct space. After carefully scrutinizing the sign by the door, he stepped inside, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find several familiar faces, including Yamenka Katsuhiko and Senjukaya, alongside others whose ailments were evident, likely members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, proudly displaying their bloodline limits as if born superior. They were either clan leaders or representatives sent to observe. How formal, Feiyu thought, as he searched for a place to sit amidst the curious gazes of the assembly. He settled into a quiet corner, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Suddenly, a plump figure appeared before him, turning to reveal a friendly face, a Kimichi Dingxiang. It seemed he too was held in high regard by his clan, though Feiyu had not considered that possibility. Nodding expressionlessly, Feiyu acknowledged him, which only served to dampen Dingxiang's spirits. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open again. Mito Minyan and T.D. Kamichi entered, silencing the room filled with murmurs. Some wore puzzled expressions, others regarded Feiyu with curiosity, and a few appeared indifferent as they awaited the two to take their seats. The gathering was aware that the ninjas from the Cloud Village had launched a surprise attack on the Ninja Academy under the guise of a peace talk, abducting Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Fortunately, they were thwarted by the Jonin Feiyu, preventing further tragedy. Mito Minyan cleared his throat and spoke up, stating that the root cause of the incident lay in the unresolved status of the Ninja Academy's principal, which had left a gap for outsiders to exploit. The previous principal had been the Second Hokage, who had tirelessly established the institution during its inception. Now, all that was needed was a capable Jonin to carry on the Second Hokage's legacy, ensuring the academy operated smoothly and safeguarded the next generation of Konoha from external threats. Thus, I propose that Jonin Feiyu serve as the interim principal of the Ninja Academy. The room erupted in surprise at this unexpected announcement. Feiyu? Who is that? I've never heard of him. An elderly man adorned with various ninja tools quietly inquired of those nearby. I have not heard of him either. I am familiar with the village's Jonin, but there is no one by the name of Feiyu. A frail-looking middle-aged man replied. Huh, how long has it been since you ventured outside? Feiyu's exploits are the talk of the town, and yet you remain oblivious? A one-eyed man interjected. Oh, please, enlighten us, clan leader of the Moonlight. The elderly man adorned with various ninja tools hastily sought counsel. Since the leader of the Wind Demon tribe has spoken, I shall share what I have heard with you all. The leader of the Moonlight tribe hesitated briefly before recounting recent events, leaving those around him in stunned disbelief at the sudden emergence of such a formidable individual in their village, with no prior hint of his existence. A flicker of doubt crossed the mind of the Wind Demon leader. He felt he had heard the name Feiyu before, but could not recall from where. Upon returning to the tribe, he would ensure a thorough investigation was conducted. So this Feiyu, a Jonin, possesses considerable strength. I wonder how he compares to members of the Uchiha clan. The ailing middle-aged man shifted the topic, deliberately raising his voice. Beside him, Uchiha Shurya emitted a cold snort, but refrained from commenting, mindful of his father's parting words, do not offend others based on provocation. Seeing that his words had failed to elicit the desired response, the ailing man turned away, feeling his expressions had been wasted. In the corner, Feiyu appeared as a curious newcomer, akin to a naive traveler in a grand garden, observing the diverse human experiences unfolding around him with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, Mito Gate Flame continued, Feiyu, come forth and allow the esteemed clan leaders and representatives to become acquainted with you. Caught in the whirlwind of events, Feiyu reluctantly rose, adopting a stern demeanor as he stepped out from the crowd to stand before everyone. Yielding to Mito Gate Flame's direction, establishing an aloof persona would help mitigate many inquiries. The eyes of the gathered assembly followed Feiyu's movements, skepticism evident in their gazes. Is this him? He appears far too youthful, the ailing man muttered. Indeed, no one has witnessed this young man's prowess. Mere rumors cannot sway everyone's belief. The leader of the Moonlight tribe cleared his throat and remarked, precisely, a Jonin is a seasoned warrior, recognized by the village. At such a tender age, could he possibly be the waste you all have paraded before us? A man with notably prominent teeth interjected without reservation. Please, everyone, refrain from such remarks. The Hokage's advisor must have evaluated him, or else why would he have summoned us all? The head of the Sarutobi clan began to defend Mito Gate Flame. Who knows what standards he employs for evaluation? Is it merely loyalty to the Hokage? Uchiha Shurya could no longer contain his sarcasm, with Uchiha leading the charge. The assembly's fervor escalated, many echoing his sentiments. The Uchiha leader speaks true. This village belongs to us all. We cannot simply accept what you say as truth. I propose we test this young man's skills ourselves. If he can withstand an assault from the Uchiha leader, then his strength must be beyond question. The ailing man began to incite further conflict. Kuruma leader, if you harbor grievances against the Hokage's advisor, speak plainly. Do not involve me. Uchiha Shirya retorted angrily. Not at all. I have faith in the Hokage's advisor. I merely feared the Uchiha leader might take offense, which is why I spoke up. No need to thank me. The Kuruma leader chuckled slyly. Not needed. Uchiha Shirya scoffed. As fellow clans entwined in the realm of Genjutsu, the rivalry between the Kuruma and Uchiha clans was well known. Despite Uchiha's dismissive attitude towards the Genjutsu clan title, the Kuruma held steadfast in their belief, knowing that in the domain of illusions, they held unwavering confidence. Unless Uchiha conceded defeat in this regard, conflict would persist. Enough. The purpose of gathering you today is not for debate, but to inform you, whether you agree or disagree. Once the Hokage returns, you may voice your opinions. All decisions rest with the Hokage. Mito Gate Flame, observing the collective hostility among the clan leaders, deftly shifted responsibility onto the Hokage, confident that none would dare oppose his authority. Discontent brewed within the hearts of the assembly, yet they refrained from voicing their frustrations. Understanding that pressing Mito Gate Flame further would yield no results, the Hokage alone wielded the final say, compelling them to suppress their grievances until his return. Meanwhile, Feiyu found himself unintentionally embroiled in chaos, as the Kuruma leader, shamelessly disregarding decorum, covertly attempted to cast a genjutsu on him, intending to incite an attack on those present. However, Feiyu effortlessly dismantled the illusion with his formidable mental prowess. In a flash, Feiyu pivoted, his piercing gaze locking onto the ailing Kuruma leader, who responded with a feigned smile, pretending to be unaffected, yet the deep-seated confusion in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. What is this? A mere unknown jonin can effortlessly dispel my genjutsu? Though I dare not channel too much chakra, it should not have been so simple to break. The Kuruma leader found himself engulfed in profound doubt. Uchiha Shirya, flaunting his Sharingan, observed the scene unfold, inwardly mocking the Kuruma clan's reliance on such underhanded tactics, knowing they paled in comparison to true strength. The few other clan leaders who discerned the situation retracted their hostile gazes, plastering congenial smiles on their faces as if the earlier uproar had never occurred, extending gestures of goodwill towards Feiyu. Such is the nature of the ninja world. Only the strong command respect. No one wishes to unnecessarily offend a young man brimming with both potential and power, and goodwill flowed freely, albeit insincerely. Feiyu remained indifferent to their overtures, adhering to his principle. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but if one does, I shall respond with vengeance. He committed the visage of the ailing man to memory, resolved to ensure that his lack of retribution would leave the man unsettled. The assembly exited the Hokage's advisor's office in an orderly fashion, with Feiyu trailing behind. As he prepared to descend the stairs, Mito Gate Flame called out to him, evidently with matters to discuss. Feiyu turned with an impassive expression, yet his sand and iron, usually a burden, stealthily maneuvered past the other attendees, ensnaring the Kuruma leader's feet as he engaged in idle chatter. The sand and iron gripped him like a shadowy hand, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward, teetering as if to fall. Those present, all possessing Jonin strength, were acutely aware of their surroundings, and upon witnessing the Kuruma leader's impending tumble, they stepped aside, allowing him to descend the stairs in a most undignified manner. The Kuruma leader cried out in agony, clearly having fractured a bone during his fall, rendering his frail form utterly incapacitated. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, none willing to extend a hand of assistance. Those who engage in wickedness shall meet their downfall. Uchiha Shirya strolled past the fallen Kuruma leader with a mocking air. The others gazed at the scattered grains of sand and iron on the staircase, pondering their implications, while also gaining clarity regarding Feiyu's character. He was one who would repay grievances in kind. When the staff of the Hokage building received word of the incident, they all departed, leaving behind the crumpled Kuruma leader, who struggled to rise while notifying his clan members, before resuming their own responsibilities. Only the Kuruma leader remained, half of his face shadowed in anger, the other half contorted in pain, casting a lingering glance towards the Hokage advisor's office above, lost in thought. Chapter 84. The past of the Tuan you truly despise suffering losses, Mito Gate Flame observed, noticing the commotion outside, pointing a finger at Feiyu. I am not his father. Why should I bear his burdens? Feiyu retorted with conviction. Enough about him. Let us discuss your forthcoming endeavors. Mito Gate Flame redirected the conversation. The Hokage will soon return. You must prepare yourself. In a month at most, or a mere 10 days at least. The Hokage will personally preside over your induction ceremony. Those who oppose you will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create trouble, so you must stand firm. Otherwise, my initial recommendation will become a joke, and I will lose all credibility before the Hokage. Mito Minion emphasized solemnly. Rest assured, during this time, I shall prepare diligently, and I will astonish them. Feiyu asserted confidently, patting his chest. Indeed, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. However, we must not underestimate our adversaries. This is a list of families that have displayed hostility during the meeting, which I now entrust to you. Your upcoming preparations must be targeted. Kurama Kamachi, who had been observing silently, spoke gravely. No problem. Leave the rest to me. Feiyu took the notepad, which indeed contained several names scrawled in pairs. The first was the Kurama clan, followed by the Inuzuka clan, the Moonlight clan, and so forth. A prominent question mark was marked over the Uchiha clan, indicating a degree of suspicion regarding their stance, urging him to remain vigilant. After departing from the Hokage's advisory office, Feiyu returned home, continuing his training methodically without dwelling on the contents of the notepad. He accepted Mito Minion's arrangements merely to establish his presence in Konoha, ensuring that others recognized the addition of Feiyu among the newly appointed Jonin, thereby deterring any petty individuals who might cross his path. Simultaneously, it presented a chance for those who bore animosity toward him to confront the reality of their disparity, discouraging any unnecessary provocations. Akin to the encounter he had with the Kurama clan leader today. As for the position of head of the Ninja Academy, Mito Minion had already assured him that he would not be burdened with administrative duties. A dedicated assistant would manage those affairs. His role would be to maintain a strategic deterrence, ensuring that any ne'er-do-wells would be swiftly dealt with. Feiyu welcomed the leisure this arrangement afforded him, nodding in agreement. Despite a sense of being sidelined, he remained unconcerned. Titles of principal or Hokage held little weight in his eyes. Only true strength was of paramount importance, a possession that belonged solely to him. Without further contemplation, he resumed his training focused on chakra nature transformation until evening, when he was ready to rest. Suddenly, a creature known as Matwan emerged from an unseen corner, expressing surprise upon seeing Feiyu and cautiously drawing near to sniff him, confirming that his scent remained unchanged, which seemed to alleviate its concerns. Ah, is that you, little flower? Feiyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Having been at home for about a week without encountering the rather unattractive cat, it appeared that he had been lured away by other female cats. Meow? Where did you hear that name? Matwan fluffed up, his feline eyes revealing a look of incredulity. What business is it of yours? Feiyu retorted playfully. It must have been those annoying toads, right? They are the most active in the ninja world, and their presence is everywhere in Konoha. Matwan pondered for a moment, concluding that the source of the problem lay with the toads. Oh, you even know about the toads? Feiyu exclaimed, intrigued by whether the toads Matwan spoke of were from Mount Mayaboku. Humph, if not the toads, then who could it be? Matwan cradled his head with his forepaws, deep in thought. Humph, don't guess. It's Yoru, the two-tailed beast. Feiyu, curious about Matwan's past, decided to pry for more information. Ah, so it's that obnoxious Yoru. I never would have guessed. Matwan expressed his disdain. Oh, you must have a good relationship. By the way, how did you come to know her? What business is it of yours? And from now on, you must not utter the name Little Flower. Otherwise, I will not let this go. Matwan threatened, revealing his claws. Quickly tell me about your connection with the toads and Yoru, or tomorrow, the entire cat community will know that you once bore the name Little Flower. Feiyu threatened back, unflinching. You certainly know how to threaten. Matwan glanced at their sizes, begrudgingly surrendering. Humph, those wretched toads never do anything right. They only engage in schemes and deceit, all while proclaiming peace in the ninja world. In truth, they fear being caught in the crossfire of conflict, murmuring behind closed doors while scheming since centuries ago. As for Yoru, I must admit I was blind to my past affections for that insufferable woman. Thankfully, she was captured and sealed. Otherwise, I would have endured endless torment, meddling in everything and driving me mad. Matwan's expression turned sour at the mention of Yoru. What a charmed life you led. Even Yoru, the two-tailed beast, was once smitten with you. Feiyu shot Matwan a knowing glance, one that men would understand. Unfortunately, Feiyu's flirtatious gaze fell upon the blind. Matwan adopted a posture of someone who had never suffered, beginning to recount his lamentable experiences living with Yoru, which Feiyu listened to with great interest. By the way, those toads possess quite formidable sage techniques. Do you have any connections that might help me learn some? Feiyu thought of the renowned sage techniques from Mount Mayaboku, which even the sage of six paths had mastered, deeming them too valuable to overlook. As techniques that might counter the Otsutsuki, mastering them early on would be invaluable. Thus he set his sights on Matwan. While Matwan had long claimed to possess sage abilities, he had never demonstrated them, leaving their authenticity in question. Nevertheless, the sage techniques from Mount Mayaboku had been showcased by Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto, yielding remarkable results. The sage techniques of Mount Mayaboku are suited only for frogs. Even if someone manages to learn them, it merely indicates that they carry the genes of a frog, gradually transforming into one. Do you wish to become a frog? Matwan expressed his disdain. Feiyu envisioned himself as a frog, with a slippery body, bulging eyes the size of bells, short limbs with suction pads. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. Then do you have acquaintances in the Dragon Cave or the Wetbone Forest? Feiyu, seeing that Mount Mayaboku would not suffice, turned his attention to the other two great sage locations. Don't even think about it. They are all the same. The Wetbone Forest is the most terrifying. All the slugs you see possess a singular consciousness, and you would gradually become assimilated into that, your awareness overtaken, and your body transformed in unpredictable ways. Matwan vividly depicted the scenario, enjoying the prospect of frightening Feiyu. Initially, Feiyu was indeed frightened, but upon noticing Matwan's teasing gaze, he sensed something was amiss. There must be a trick involved. However, at that moment, he could not meet the requirements to learn sage techniques. So he had to put that thought aside for now. Feiyu stated sternly, "You seem to be enjoying this misfortune. In a short while, you will no longer find it amusing. Yoru has escaped and is coming for you. Recently, I met her, and she immediately caught your scent on me. Asking where you were, I told her the truth. Enjoy your last days as a cat. Meow." Chapter 85. Reactions from various clans go. Bring me all the information regarding that ninja named Feiyu. The Kurama clan leader bellowed angrily after being helped back to his home. His nephew, Kurama Akira, the very one who assisted him, recognized the anger in his uncle's tone. Fearing reprimand for any misstep, he trembled as he accepted the command and hurried off. Before long, he returned, holding a stack of documents, which he respectfully handed to the Kurama clan leader. The clan leader picked them up and scrutinized them closely. Then, in a fit of rage, he tossed the documents onto the table, demanding loudly, "Is this all you have on him?" The Kurama clan leader pointed at the documents, questioning. Kurama Akira trembled as he gazed at the pointed location, where it read, "Graduated from the Ninja Academy in the 17th year of Konoha, joined the Anbu a month later." With an unclear record within the Anbu. Following a rebellion in the Anbu, Feiyu preserved his life but was implicated. His mother died, leading him to assassinate Danzo, and he was subsequently listed as a target for elimination. What does unclear mean? Is this how you conduct your affairs? Furthermore, why is there no detailed account of his activities in the Land of Lightning? The patriarch of the Onma clan, in a fit of rage, bore a somewhat distorted expression. Onmasu trembled as he replied, "Uncle, we haven't stationed any personnel in the Anbu, so we cannot find any records from that period. The ninjas who participated in the mission to the Land of Thunder have not returned. He is the only one who came back. Wouldn't you inquire further? There are so many survivors in the Anbu. Just ask them one by one. Do I need to teach you that? Didn't he have a grudge against Danzo? Contact Danzo and mention that the Onma clan will allow its members to participate in the Anbu training department he has established." The patriarch of the Onma clan then shifted the topic, elaborating on the course of action in great detail to his nephew. Onmasu, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly, though he failed to notice the cold glare from his uncle. Meanwhile, clans such as the Moonlight, Inazuka, and Uchiha were engaged in similar activities, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arose. The Fma clan, in particular, mobilized their entire family, meticulously investigating every detail of Feiyu's past through their family's weapon channels, even to the extent of uncovering when he first spoke and walked. The Fma patriarch felt a wave of anxiety upon seeing the black sand iron on the stairs. as if something foreboding was about to occur. In contrast, matters were less complicated for the Senju clan. Senju Kei returned to his clan and first met with his mother, Uzumaki Mito, before summoning Tsunade to discuss her evaluation of Feiyu. Tsunade remarked, "Feiyu is quite considerate and possesses formidable strength. He shows no fear when facing powerful enemies." Two elite cloud ninjas had no room to resist under his hand. If it were anyone else, they would have fled far away. Upon hearing this, Senju Kei pondered thoughtfully. From Tsunade's succinct words, he gleaned several useful insights. Feiyu was strong enough to easily dispatch two elite cloud ninjas. He was responsible. And even when confronted with matters that did not concern him, he stepped up. However, one could not rule out the possibility of him trying to curry favor with the Senju clan. Most importantly, Tsunade referred to him as brother. It seemed she held him in high regard, providing an opportunity for him to forge an alliance. Thus, it appeared that Feiyu's stance towards the Senju clan was one of friendship rather than enmity. He then smiled at Tsunade and said, "All right, let's go out to play. There's nothing for you to do here." Tsunade pouted, visibly dissatisfied, and protested, "No way. You can't just exclude me from such an important topic. I am also a member of the Senju clan. Besides, Feiyu is my lifesaver. I must be involved in matters concerning him." Senju Kei, feeling helpless, had his mother affectionately pat Tsunade's head, which led to a reluctant concession, accompanied by a warning not to disclose anything. While he was friendly towards the Senju clan, his attitude towards the Onma clan posed a significant concern. He had offended the Onma clan even before becoming the head of the ninja school, necessitating an analysis of whether Feiyu was worth the Senju clan's investment. After recounting the events of the morning, Senju Kei wore a troubled expression. What of the Onma clan? You lack resolve, fearing this and that. You are even inferior to a newly promoted elite ninja. He isn't afraid of the Onma clan. So why are you?" Uzumaki Mito expressed her frustration, feeling that Senju Kei was too timid. "The Senju clan is not like Feiyu. I must consider the future development of our clansmen. Without the support of the Hokage, we need to be cautious, or the Senju clan may fall from grace." Senju Kei retorted, somewhat indignant. Uzumaki Mito was not inclined to entertain his excuses, directly firing back. "Does the Senju clan rely solely on the Hokage to maintain its status as the foremost clan in Konoha? It is built upon the efforts of your grandfather and great-uncle. Piece by piece, not through compromise. Then we lack the strength of our grandfather and great-uncle," Senju Kei mumbled. "That is because you are too weak. You yield to everything. Your lack of strength stems from having lived a comfortable life. The Senju clan is absent from the front lines of the battlefield. And you dare speak of falling from grace," Uzumaki Mito asserted. Tsunade, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed her grandmother so enraged. She had always seen her with a kind demeanor. Terrified, Tsunade hastily declared she had plans to go out with Jiraiya and fled her grandmother's residence. Time passed amidst everyone's careful thoughts and actions, and soon half a month had gone by. On this particular morning, the sound of drums and gongs echoed as someone went door to door, announcing that the Hokage would officially return to the village today. The villagers, filled with enthusiasm and joy, stepped out of their homes, eagerly looking towards the village entrance until a large procession appeared in their view, prompting a wave of cheers. Leading the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a broad smile, cheerfully greeting the villagers. With each step, applause erupted from the crowd, and the imposing image of a dignified Hokage was indelibly etched in everyone's hearts. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved his goal, he quickened his pace, and by noon, the long procession began to wane. Standing amidst the crowd, Feiyu observed the jubilant atmosphere at the front of the procession, contrasting sharply with the numerous bodies at the rear. It felt as if two worlds were severed apart. All the applause, flowers, and blessings were bestowed upon the living, while all sadness, pain, and sorrow were left for the deceased. This stark reality deepened Feiyu's understanding of death, reinforcing his determination to become one of the blessed. Chapter 86. The Hokage makes a decision. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed advisors. Despite the limited manpower, you have managed to maintain stability in Konoha, which is commendable. The Hokage entered his office, where 4 advisors sat before him. He first acknowledged their contributions, and then continued. Regarding your proposal for Feiyu to assume the position of headmaster at the ninja school, I am not fundamentally opposed. What is the stance of the other clans? There are some dissenting voices, but they are few in number, with most adopting an attitude of indifference, explained Mito Minyan. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's mind raced, recalling how, On the front lines, the prominent clans had sent someone to contact him regarding Feiyu. At the time, he had been puzzled about the reason. Now, it all seemed to connect. He glanced at the Hokage, realizing that such an important matter had not been discussed with him, leaving him in a passive position. Just as the Hokage was about to nod in agreement, Danzo interjected, "Is it appropriate to appoint a ninja suspected of treachery to the position of headmaster? Sedition?" Mito Minion's expression hardened as he exchanged glances with Tsunade, perplexed by Danzo's sudden contention. The Hokage's thoughts stirred, recalling the encounter with Uchiha Kane at the borders of the Land of Fire. However, upon reflection, since the ninja named Feiyu had returned to the village, the accusations against him no longer held validity. He could not allow an unfounded suspicion to dishearten a Jonin. Thus, he stated, given the uncertainty surrounding Uchiha Kane's intentions, if there are no conclusive results from the interrogation, he should be returned to the Uchiha clan. As for the matters he raised, which seemed to incite discord within the village, let Feiyu assume the role of headmaster at the ninja school. However, we must ensure he is not assigned dedicated support personnel to avoid exposing him to specific administrative duties. The inauguration ceremony will take place in 1 month. Upon receiving the Hokage's decision, Mito Minion wasted no time and promptly began preparations. Danzo, with a sullen expression, returned to the Anbu training department. He first visited the laboratory where cells from Hashirama were cultivated, only to learn that there had been no progress, which set him into a furious outburst. As if everything were going awry. "Lord Danzo, the sample's activity is too potent. Ordinary adult experimental subjects cannot withstand its influence," the lab director reported, drenched in cold sweat. "What should we do?" Danzo gritted his teeth and asked. "We should further enhance the control over the experimental subject's strength. Using subjects capable of wielding chakra should significantly increase the chances of success," the lab director replied decisively. "Very well, let us hope that is the case. I shall provide you with some captives from Cloud Hidden Village. Should failure ensue once more, the subsequent experiment shall involve you." With a grim expression, Danzo turned away. Yet his words echoed ominously in the darkness, causing the responsible parties to tremble with apprehension. Upon Danzo's arrival at the training ground, a masked operative emerged and inquired, "Lord Danzo, you have finally returned. We have thoroughly investigated the intelligence concerning that brat Feiyu. Please make your decision." Having momentarily forgotten the matter, Danzo was reminded by the masked operative, and a flood of unpleasant memories surged forth. He cast a disdainful glance at the crouching operative, gesturing for 2 guards while stating, "Take him to the laboratory. Since his intellect is of no use, his body shall be quite valuable there." Upon hearing the word laboratory, the masked operative, now filled with dread, protested, "Lord Danzo, what have I done to deserve this? You cannot treat me this way. Hurry up." Danzo snapped, irritated by the noise. The 2 dragging operatives swiftly covered the masked operative's mouth and, with a cold demeanor, rendered him unconscious, dragging him away like a lifeless dog towards the laboratory. The other operatives in the training ground listened intently to the unfolding events, doubling their efforts in training, fearful that Danzo's displeasure might lead to their own demise. Meanwhile, Feiyu remained at home, having learned from the Hokage's advisor about the upcoming appointment ceremony set for a month later. He felt no trepidation. Rather, he found it amusing. A grand ceremony, clearly designed to turn him into a target. It would provide an opportunity for any dissatisfied clans to openly confront the Hokage's decisions. What a clever scheme. Feiyu mused internally, contemplating whether outright refusal would drop jaws all around. Yet, he understood he could not do such a thing. Having benefited from the conveniences provided by Mito Gate's Inferno, he must also make sacrifices in return. This was no mere trifle, but a significant boon that would save him considerable time and effort, a rare opportunity that the Hokage's advisor would not offer again so readily. Although the knowledge and insights he gained were reusable, to Feiyu, a common ninja, they were priceless treasures that could save him valuable time. Time, after all, equates to life. At present, he had mastered the nature transformations of fire, wind, lightning, and earth, with water making substantial progress as well. He believed it would not be long before he mastered all 5 elemental chakra transformations, laying a solid foundation for future bloodline abilities. Simultaneously, his shadow clones had begun to show results with the wind style, spiraling shuriken technique, achieving the first step of holding a leaf in their palms and slicing it in half. Next, he aimed to find a waterfall to test his ability to sever its flow. His initial target was the Valley of the End, a site symbolizing the ultimate fate of Indra and Ashura. There, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had reconciled and parted, as did Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, until Kaguya was ultimately sealed away. After purchasing a substantial quantity of soldier pills, Feiyu spent a day alone making his way to the Valley of the End. As the temperature dropped, the earth began to freeze, revealing the only remaining flowing waterfall before him. Undeterred by the cold, he stripped off his clothing and swam in the water, gradually acclimating his body to the frigid climate before commencing his training. The tumultuous sound of rushing water filled his ears, and the cacophony of the world faded away, leaving him focused and diligently honing his skills. The immense torrent cascaded from above, relentlessly crashing against him, fortifying his body while he practiced his techniques, rendering him ever stronger. Chapter 87. Occupation What? You say my 5 tons of sand iron were taken by the Wind Demon clan? Feiyu questioned furiously, confronting the head of the Materials Exchange Office. After a fortnight of anticipation, the day had finally arrived for him to claim the long-awaited sand iron, only to be met with the disheartening news that it had been appropriated by another. How could he not be enraged? The head of the office, wearing a pained expression, replied, "They brought a command issued by Lord Danzo. I had no choice but to comply. I truly cannot afford to offend Lord Danzo. You must understand my predicament. If you are not in a hurry, I assure you I can deliver the sand iron to your residence in a month." A month? With the appointment ceremony approaching in just half a month, this would leave him empty-handed in confrontation. Danzo had truly plotted against him, covertly undermining his efforts, and he had no recourse for complaint. Directly approaching the Hokage, Feiyu was convinced Danzo would have a plethora of excuses ready. Besides, seeking the Hokage for every trivial matter would only portray him as incompetent. After coming to this realization, Feiyu coldly chuckled, "So you cannot stand up to Danzo? Yet you believe you can stand up to me?" The head of the office wore a pained expression as he replied, "Lord Danzo is, after all, the Hokage's advisor. His issues take precedence over yours. You must understand my difficulties. This is a command issued directly by Lord Danzo." After a moment of silence, Feiyu stated, "Remember what you said today. I will return in a month." The head of the office sighed in relief as he accompanied Feiyu out of the Materials Exchange, internally reflecting, "Lord Danzo truly goes to great lengths for someone so unremarkable. It is utterly baffling." Observing the remaining 5 tons of sand iron in the warehouse, he smirked inwardly, thinking, "You believe you can command me just because you have Mito Gate's backing? Even with this, you must wait a month. Let us see what you can do." The head of the office whistled contentedly as he returned to his office, entirely shedding the previous air of distress. Feiyu returned home with a grim expression. He did not seek trouble with Danzo, yet Danzo preemptively struck, aligning himself with the Wind Demon clan. Truly, fish sought fish, shrimp sought shrimp, and toads sought frogs. All his adversaries congregated together. If you enjoy playing by the rules, then let us see who possesses true strength. As the moon rose high in the sky, Feiyu donned a black outfit, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Under the cover of night, he infiltrated the territory of the Wind Demon clan, heading directly to their warehouse based on information gathered during the day, despite 2 guards patrolling nearby with torches. Yet, with the enemy unaware of his presence, the illuminated guards could not perceive Feiyu's shadow, surrounded by an all-consuming darkness. Once inside the warehouse, they continued their rounds, oblivious to his infiltration. By the heavens, these affluent individuals are utterly swimming in wealth. Feiyu activated his Sharingan, utilizing the fleeting moonlight to survey the warehouse's contents. Rows of kunai dangled from shelves, each rack holding 20 rows, with 100 such racks present. Piles of explosive tags were neatly arranged in various boxes. While the Wind Demon clan's renowned wind shuriken were stacked together, their blades glinting menacingly in the moonlight, sending chills down his spine just by looking at them. An array of weapons was meticulously organized throughout the warehouse. Although he did not find the 5 tons of sand iron he sought, the treasures before him were more than satisfactory. The Wind Demon clan truly lived up to their reputation as a family renowned for weapon crafting, rivaled only by the distant land of crafts in the west. This warehouse alone contained enough weaponry to last an ordinary shinobi a lifetime. This is merely the surface of what is displayed. Deep within the warehouse lie neatly arranged storage scrolls, solemnly placed upon a table, numbering no less than 30. With the most minimal configuration for each scroll, they could fill at least 3 warehouses. Indeed, it is true that wealth often comes unexpectedly. Feiyu summoned 20 shadow clones, each retrieving a storage scroll he had procured in advance, sealing everything within, ensuring not a single item was left behind. As Feiyu was engrossed in his work, a voice rang out. "Who goes there?" "It is I, Takuya. The clan leader has instructed me to place these 3 newly acquired sand iron scrolls in warehouse number 3. "Ah, it's Takuya. Since it's the clan leader's command, you must hurry. We cannot delay his orders." Soon, footsteps approached, and Feiyu realized that he was indeed in warehouse number 3, where the sand iron from the village was also to be stored. What a stroke of fortune it was that he would stumble upon such an opportunity tonight. He had thought the sand iron would be unattainable. Yet here it was being delivered to him on a silver platter. All items in the warehouse had been packaged by his shadow clones, neatly lined up and ready for departure. The moment he made his move, they would scatter. Meanwhile, Feiyu's original self was not idle. He gathered a large, perfectly round Rasengan, poised for action the moment the warehouse door would be opened. Humph, these 2 patrolling guards are as dense as wood, unable to lend a hand. The wind demon Takuya grumbled as he approached the entrance of warehouse number 3. Just as the door cracked open, Takuya's keen eyes caught sight of a blue object rushing towards him. Before he could comprehend, his vision was engulfed in blue, followed by an excruciating pain as if a colossal drill were ripping through him, displacing his organs until they became a mere mush, and ultimately extinguishing his life. A few meters away, the patrolling guards were likewise overwhelmed by the monstrous blue entity. Their thoughts barely had time to register a desire to flee before they too were swept away, their final thoughts lingering on the nature of the thing that had befallen them. The highly compressed Rasengan in Feiyu's hand collided with Takuya's body, unleashing a torrent akin to a dam bursting, engulfing everything within a 5-meter radius. The sound of chakra striking objects resonated through the stillness of the night, startling the Wind Demon clan leader from his slumber as he stared in the direction of the noise. Other clan members soon realized that their territory was under attack, a rare occurrence since the end of the Warring States period. Panic spread as they feared a repeat of the Second Hokage raid. Chapter 88. Sudden Wealth. What is the situation? The Wind Demon clan leader approached Warehouse No. 3 with a grim expression, having heard the tremendous noise emanating from that direction. Upon seeing a massive circular pit in the ground, he surmised that this was indeed where the trouble had occurred. "Leader, all the ninja tools from warehouse number 3 have vanished, and the patrolling personnel, along with Takuya, have been attacked. Their bodies lie there." A bald man stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Xiang, my condolences. It is also my fault for sending your nephew to deliver the scrolls at such a late hour. Otherwise, this would not have happened. But rest assured, your nephew Takuya will not have died in vain. I will make the perpetrator pay." The clan leader took full responsibility, his voice filled with venom. Xiang nodded tearfully, as if the leader's promise would surely be fulfilled, and his emotions began to stabilize. "Has the loss from warehouse number 3 been assessed?" The clan leader inquired further. "Leader, the losses have been calculated. 40,000 kunai, 50,000 shuriken, 1,000 wind demon shuriken, 5,000 giant shuriken, 20,000 explosive tags, 30,000 barrier tags, 10,000 ceiling tags, 5 tons of sand iron, and countless bulk materials ordered from the land of grass, the land of rain, and the land of tea. The estimated total loss is around 300 million ryo." A woman with a notebook replied solemnly. The clan members surrounding her gasped in shock at the staggering losses, unable to fathom the extent of the Wind Demon clan's misfortune. After all, the highest reward for a high-level mission barely reached 1 million ryo, meaning AJ Neen would need to undertake 300 of the most lucrative missions to recoup the losses. Given the limited space in a warehouse, even the most valuable and space-efficient explosive tags would not account for such a significant loss. What on earth happened in warehouse number 3? The clan leader was alarmed and pressed for answers. "Leader, the majority of the lost items were those ordered by other nations, stored in scrolls to save space. They were placed in warehouse number 3, intended for delivery to the merchants tomorrow morning. But who could have anticipated such an incident tonight?" The woman responded calmly, as if she grasped the entire situation. "What? Among the lost items, there were actually supplies purchased by other nations?" The clan leader was taken aback, hastily asking, "Can we allocate materials from the other 2 warehouses to meet tomorrow's delivery requirements?" "That may be impossible. The gas masks ordered by the Land of Rain were custom-made, and the other 2 warehouses have not produced them before. Even if we worked around the clock, it would take at least half a month to complete the production." The woman replied without hesitation. This is troublesome. Delaying weapon sales is minor, but impacting our credibility is significant. The Wind Demon Clan leader muttered to himself. Pondering for a moment without clarity, he ordered the senior clan members to convene immediately and then turned to leave. In the shadows, ninjas wearing various animal masks were also drawn to the commotion, arriving to witness a scene illuminated by light but appearing as if ravaged by a tempest. With people holding torches exhibiting a range of emotions, some outraged, others reveling in schadenfreude, while many remained indifferent. 2 members of the Dark Division split off, heading toward the Sarutobi clan's territory to report to the Hokage, while others investigated the surrounding clues or pursued the elusive Wind Demon Clan leader, eager for answers. Feiyu had deliberately taken his shadow clones on a circuitous route around Konoha village, ensuring he was not being followed. Upon returning home, he noticed a thin layer of dust at the entrance, indicating no footprints had disturbed it during his absence, allowing him to finally relax. Gazing at the spoils of the night, he felt a surge of joy. He would not need to worry about ninja tools for the next few years. How foolish for the affluent to believe they were safe within Konoha village, neglecting to guard such a vital warehouse. Today, he had imparted a valuable lesson to the Wind Demon Clan, though they had relied on their numbers and status to intimidate others. Provoking a rogue ninja could lead to dire consequences. Why was it that Itachi Uchiha, alongside Obito, could annihilate the Uchiha clan in a single night? Was it not because these noble families behaved as though they were invulnerable, underestimating the consequences of their arrogance? Today, the Wind Demon Clan had paid a price for their lesson, and Feiyu hoped that other great clans would take heed. Content has been edited for clarity and flow. As he gazed contentedly at the harvest of the night, he seemed to catch a whiff of wealth. He hurriedly moved these seldom-used items to his clandestine underground storage, and as the inventory gradually increased, the space began to feel insufficient. He contemplated expanding the storage in due time. The next morning, before the news of the Wind Demon Clan's warehouse being raided spread, Feiyu set off towards the Valley of the End to continue his ninjutsu training. Chapter 89. An account, father, have you heard? The Wind Demon Clan's warehouse was raided last night. Uchiha Jie exclaimed as he arrived at his father's residence early in the morning, his voice echoing before he even stepped inside. Always so impulsive, when will you learn to be more composed? The frail elder replied calmly. Father, this is a significant matter. The Wind Demon Clan has monopolized Konoha's ninja tools for years and has been renowned since the Warring States period. I heard they lost not only ordinary supplies, but also a batch of custom goods ordered from other countries. Today is the delivery date. Their reputation is utterly ruined. Uchiha Jie paced anxiously, revealing his inner turmoil. In that case, let us seize these orders decisively. Let the Uchiha clan's resolve shine through. The elder stated coolly. I have already sent someone to negotiate. Uchiha Jie nodded in response. Have the culprits been identified? The elder inquired. No traces were found at the scene. It seems premeditated. However, rumors from the supply exchange indicate that the Wind Demon Clan intercepted a shipment of sand iron meant for Feiyu just yesterday, only to have it raided that very night, which raises suspicions, Uchiha Jie analyzed. Oh, is that the young man supported by the Hokage? He has certainly been making waves lately. It seems he is not one to be underestimated, the elder remarked. What shall we do? Uchiha Jie asked. What to do? Of course, we shall do nothing. A mere Nin would not dare to provoke the Uchiha. The elder responded. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, you must punish Feiyu severely. We only appropriated a bit of sand iron, and look at the retaliation it has brought. What if we offend him in other matters? The leader of the Wind Demon Clan lamented, tears streaming down his face. Leader of the Wind Demon Clan, let's not jump to conclusions before the investigation is complete. The Hokage chuckled, sensing no personal loss in the matter. How could it not be him? Hokage-sama, you must know that the Wind Demon Clan and he have a long-standing grudge. His mother may have been killed by clan members due to his disobedience. Now, after merely appropriating some sand iron, this level of retaliation suggests he has harbored resentment for a long time. Moreover, Shimura Danzo approved of this action. You must advocate for us. The leader continued, his voice laden with desperation. Do you have any evidence linking this to Feiyu? The Hokage queried. The evidence must be in his home. If you allow me to search it, we will surely find incriminating materials. The leader insisted resolutely. Without evidence, you cannot simply invade someone's home. That will not do. The Hokage firmly shook his head. With a sudden burst of determination, the leader of the Wind Demon Clan stood up and declared, The honor of the Wind Demon clan cannot be sullied. If the Hokage does not comply, do not blame us for resorting to other means. We will demand an explanation. No, you cannot act without evidence. The Hokage remained unmoved. I wish to heed your commands, Hokage, but I cannot quell the rising emotions within my clan. If they act rashly, do not say I didn't warn you. The leader retorted, leaving without further argument. Meanwhile, at Feiyu's doorstep, a group of uninvited guests arrived, aggressively kicking the door and hurling insults. Feiyu, you worthless wretch. Come out. Dare to act, but not face the consequences? If you hide like a coward, I will tear down your house. How dare you bully the Wind Demon clan? You must not know how to write the word death. Brothers, grab your weapons. Stop wasting words with him. Let's demolish his house and see how he hides. The 7 or 8 youths from the Wind Demon clan, seeing their words had no effect, began to arm themselves with weapons and relentlessly attacked the walls and door. Meanwhile, the nearby neighbors quickly shut their doors and windows, pretending not to know Feiyu. However, one house stood out. The door next to Feiyu slowly opened, revealing a youthful and striking girl who confronted the unruly youths. Who are you? Why are you destroying Feiyu's house? Kosa Anko furrowed her brows, questioning with confusion. The Wind Demon youths turned at the sound of her voice, captivated by her figure and puzzled expression. Did you not hear me? Why are you destroying Feiyu's house? Anko repeated, stepping back warily as she raised her voice. Hey, little girl, what is your relationship with Feiyu? They teased, exchanging glances. Calling him big brother? You must be close. If we capture you, that little wretch Feiyu will surely come running. With your delicate skin, I bet you've suffered under Feiyu. Let us take care of you. I guarantee my skills are better than his, and won't he hurt you? Yes, let us have some fun. Maybe we'll spare your Feiyu if we're in a good mood. Laughter erupted among the Wind Demon youths, filled with crude remarks. Some began to advance, prepared to lay hands on her. You. Anko was taken aback, having never encountered such brazen individuals in Konoha. Tears welled in her eyes, and she quickly stepped back, attempting to shut the door and keep them out. She is crying. Don't go. We haven't finished chatting. The youths pressed forward, intent on invading the yard. At that moment, Nakamura Takuto shouted, You shall not bully the young lady, and forcefully slammed the door shut, inadvertently catching one of the Wind Demon youth's fingers in the door. The youth let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound of a bone cracking echoed as he cried out in pain, heightening the fury of his comrades. They abandoned their target and turned their wrath towards the neighboring house, cursing loudly. You vile wench. You have crossed the line. How dare you crush Lord Gue's finger? He is the son of the clan leader. Seize this wretched girl. I will defile her in front of everyone today. Lord Gue howled in agony. Rest assured, we will avenge you. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, it will not matter. The others rallied. Their spirits ignited as they began to wreak havoc on the house. Before long, a significant breach was made in the gate, and seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed in, only to find the courtyard devoid of any presence. Find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary. Fengma Gue exclaimed in fury. Let it go, young Master Gue. Today, we shall avenge you. The others from the Fengma clan searched the garden for a while before discovering a concealed back door. Following the traces, they pursued with great intensity. Chapter 90. Reverse Summoning Technique. Kozu Anko and Nakamura Takuto stumbled out through a small door, preparing to confront the Hokage for an explanation. After all, they were outsiders representing the face of the Smoke Ninja Village. Having been humiliated by the ninjas of Konoha, they were determined not to let the matter rest. However, upon arriving at the Hokage building, they found it empty, with even the Hokage's advisor missing, as if the entire structure were merely a hollow shell devoid of authority. With no other options, they wandered aimlessly around the village, hoping to catch sight of the Hokage and his companions, but to no avail. As they turned around, they spotted Matwan, who frequently appeared at the Feiyu residence. Anko recognized Matwan as Feiyu's summoning beast and immediately inquired, Matwan, do you know where Feiyu is? We urgently need to find him. Feiyu? He is at the Valley of the End. Just follow this direction along the flow of water, and you will find him. Matwan lazily replied from Anko's embrace. Thank you. Anko sighed in relief. Just as they turned to leave, they noticed a young member of the Fengma clan approaching them menacingly. Taunting, why not run now? You filthy wench, where do you think you can escape to? Miss, you must go? I will hold them off. Takuto stepped forward, ready to fulfill his duty as a protector. Get out of the way, old man, shouted one of Fengma Gue's lackeys, annoyed by Takuto's obstruction. I will not allow you to take another step unless I perish here, Takuto declared, drawing his sword with fervor. Uncle Takuto, you must survive, Anko urged, not daring to delay any longer. You vile wench, you shall not leave. Once I capture you, you will experience every torment imaginable. Fumague threatened as Anko attempted to flee. Enraged by Anko's intent to escape, Takuto advanced with deliberate steps, prepared to confront them. However, a lackey with a distinctive hairstyle swiftly kicked him to the ground. He then retrieved 4 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, launching them with a flick of his wrist, embedding them into Takuto's limbs. The shurikens pierced deeply, yet with indomitable will, Takuto wrenched them free, the gaping wounds failing to induce submission. Damn it, old man, you can take a hit. Fumague cursed, then commanded, leave 2 behind. The rest, follow me. You shall not escape. Takuto struggled to his feet, resolutely blocking their path. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Fumague formed hand seals, summoning yellow lightning orbs that shot towards Takuto. Upon contact, they burrowed into his body, wreaking havoc on his vulnerable points, particularly the wounds in his limbs. Gradually, due to excessive blood loss, he succumbed and collapsed. Alas, I once believed Konoha's flourishing was a beacon of hope, yet I did not foresee such a sordid scene lurking in the shadows, Matwan observed, taking in the events with a heavy heart. Who spoke? Fumague, about to pursue Anko, was startled by an ancient-sounding voice, prompting him to search frantically. Young master, it seems that cat just spoke, noted the lackey with the distinctive hairstyle. A cat can talk? Fumague gazed incredulously at the black and white feline. Meanwhile, Matwan appeared unfazed, seemingly relishing the moment. It must be a ninja cat. Capture it, and take it back to our clan as a summoning beast. Fumague's greed took hold, prompting his lackeys to take action. Just watch, boss, the lackey declared confidently. But before they could act, Matwan sprang into action, forming seals as if it possessed human hands. Exclaiming, reverse summoning technique. In a cloud of smoke, the bare-chested Feiyu emerged, soaked from the waist down. Brother Feiyu, Anko, having not strayed far, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the bizarre scene. Feiyu, Fumague and his companions scowled, their expressions twisted in rage. Feiyu stood bewildered, unable to comprehend why he had been transported from his training to this scene, wondering about the strange spatial pull he had just experienced. Hearing his name, he looked up to see Anko rushing towards him, tears streaming down her face. As she embraced him, he gently stroked her hair, asking, "What has happened? Brother Feiyu, they have beaten Uncle Takuto to this state. They want to capture me." Anko sobbed. Feiyu glanced at the unconscious Takuto, then turned to the enraged youth from the Fuma clan, his brow furrowing in anger. "All right, you go check on Uncle Takuto. I will handle this," he reassured Anko, who nodded obediently, appearing compliant. "Who are you? Why are you bullying my friends?" Feiyu demanded. "Oh, now you play the good guy? Just moments ago, you were a coward hiding behind a woman." Fumague mocked. "What nonsense?" Feiyu replied, increasingly confused. "Ah, you truly are dim-witted. They seek trouble with you. And this girl has suffered unjustly," Matwan explained, seeing that Feiyu was still in the dark. "Oh, so, you are the enemy. Pray tell, how have I wronged you to deserve this?" Feiyu maintained a seemingly agreeable demeanor, though the cold glint in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. "Stop feigning ignorance. Return what you have taken from the Fuma clan, or today, your blood shall spill," the lackey threatened. "What item? I am completely unaware." Feiyu feigned innocence. "Damn it. Still acting tough? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson," Fumague shouted, infuriated by Feiyu's demeanor. Chapter 91, Obstruction Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Upon Fumague's command, the lackey began forming seals and unleashed a massive fireball towards Feiyu without hesitation. Seeing this, Feiyu warned, "You initiated this, should you perish. Do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he summoned the sand iron, quickly shaping it into a shield that stood firm against the onslaught of flames, successfully protecting himself. Frustrated by the ease with which Feiyu had deflected his technique, the lackey glared and intensified his chakra release, causing the fireball to swell with renewed vigor, threatening to melt the sand iron shield. Feiyu felt a stir of inspiration and raised several small protrusions from the shield, swiftly transforming them into a barrage of shuriken, which shot forth along the path of the flames. How despicable, a sneak attack! Feiyu's subtle movements were clearly observed by several of his companions nearby. who erupted in loud indignation while simultaneously beginning to weave hand signs. With the earth style, earth flow wall, and wind style, great breakthrough. The roaring flames were reinvigorated by the hurricane, intensifying the inferno, while the sand iron was effectively obstructed by the earth flow wall. The first round appeared to be a stalemate, yet the wind demon faction was in disarray, while Feiyu remained composed, revealing the disparity in their capabilities. Wind demon Gue was acutely aware that battles in Konoha required swift resolution. He was uncertain how long his father could delay the Anbu. Should the Anbu arrive and thwart his efforts, he would return empty-handed. He retrieved several scrolls from his ninja tool pouch, and after a puff of smoke, an array of bizarre ninja tools emerged. These peculiar implements had been specifically designed by the Wind Demon clan to counter Feiyu's sand iron, originally intended for use during Feiyu's induction ceremony to catch him off guard. However, in order to gain an advantage, Wind Demon Gue found it necessary to employ them now. Among the odd tools was a seal resembling a powerful magnet, if Feiyu's sand iron adhered to it. The rope attached to the seal's tail would allow it to be pulled away from Feiyu's control, accompanied by non-metallic yet lethal ninja tools. They possessed the potential to end Feiyu's life with a single strike. Wind Demon Gue was brimming with confidence. He signaled to his underlings and flexed his arm muscles, launching the seal into Feiyu's blind spot. With a resounding clap, the seal firmly adhered to the sand iron shield. Witnessing this, the underlings cheered loudly as they tugged on the rope, pulling it backward. Feiyu was taken aback. He sensed the sand iron shield gradually slipping from his control, likely due to the recent vibrations of the shield. He decisively relinquished the uncontrollable sand iron, revealing the scene of the Wind Demon clan's underlings tugging at it. Wind Demon Gue was greatly disappointed. He had not anticipated Feiyu would be so resolute, abandoning the uncontrollable portion without engaging in a tug-of-war. It seemed the contact area of the seal would need to be enlarged, making it impossible for Feiyu to relinquish it entirely. As his thoughts raced, he reaffirmed the recent combat strategy. Prepare to meet your demise. Wind Demon Gue shouted, wielding a colossal shuriken while forming hand signs for the shuriken shadow clone technique. This non-metallic shuriken instantly multiplied from 1 to 10, filling Feiyu's field of vision, accompanied by the sound of whistling air as they hurtled toward him. Reminiscent of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Cut! Feiyu scoffed, quickly producing the scrolls he had looted the previous night, unleashing a deluge of sand iron that coalesced into a shield, immobilizing the 10 massive shurikens. So, it was you, the thief. You have finally revealed your true colors. Wind Demon Gue exclaimed with overwhelming delight upon seeing Feiyu's new sand iron. What are you talking about? I obtained this from the black market. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Feiyu flatly denied, hastening his movements. In an instant, the sand iron transformed into tendrils, ensnaring all of the Wind Demon clan's underlings, including Wind Demon Gue, binding them by their necks and dragging them along the ground, carving deep furrows in the earth. Damn it, let me go? Wind Demon Gue, who had been reveling in joy, was suddenly gripped by panic as he realized he was ensnared, struggling but unable to summon any strength, enduring the excruciating pain in his back while cursing vehemently. You thief! The master sees through your deceit, yet you dare resist? I see you have no desire to live. Brazenly tugging at the whiskers of the Wind Demon clan. With you caught red-handed, what can you possibly say? My father is nearby, yield quickly, or you will find it difficult to even beg for death. Where's this? Where are you dragging me? Wind Demon Gue gradually sensed something amiss. He had been pulled for some time now, and his father was nowhere to be seen, deviating from their agreed plan. The initial strategy was for Wind Demon Gue to create a ruckus, with anyone attempting to intervene being intercepted by his father. When the moment of danger arose, his father would step in, but now there was not a single figure in sight. Wind Demon Gue's heart raced with panic, leading to increasingly frantic struggles, leaving his back battered and bruised. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, two groups were at an impasse. Qingniao, what do you mean? Why are you obstructing me from rescuing my son? The Wind Demon clan leader inquired, furrowing his brow. Wind Demon clan leader. I require an explanation for the Anbu before you may leave. Qingniao of the Anbu responded. Explanation? What explanation? Do not delay me from saving my son. The Wind Demon clan leader queried, utterly bewildered. An explanation for obstructing the Anbu's operations. Qingniao remained undeterred by his ignorance. Obstructing the Anbu's operations? Who has been obstructed? Who can prove that I obstructed anything? The Wind Demon Clan leader still wore an innocent expression. Qingyao stated, since you cannot provide us with an explanation, you will accompany us for a visit, where the Hokage will adjudicate. The Wind Demon Clan leader replied, I have no issue going to the Hokage, but I must first rescue my son. No, you must go to the Hokage for clarification. I have no time for this. Come with me. The Wind Demon Clan leader, thoroughly exasperated by the questioning, gestured for the bald giant, Wind Demon Xiang, to engage in the discussion, while he himself vanished from sight. In mere moments, he disappeared from the gaze of Qingyao and others. Just as Qingyao attempted to intervene, Wind Demon Xiang grasped his shoulder, rendering him unable to move an inch. Chapter 92, Death. The Wind Demon Clan leader contemplated directly confronting Feiyu to extricate his son, but upon further reflection, he realized that his clansmen had not accompanied him. Feiyu was a Jonin, and it was conceivable that he possessed formidable techniques. What if he ended up at a disadvantage? With this thought in mind, he altered his course to seek out Shimura Danzo. With the involvement of the Hokage's advisor, the Wind Demon Clan leader believed he would be afforded some respect and would not be overly unruly. Feiyu dragged Wind Demon Gue and his companions to a desolate training ground, preparing to teach them a lesson and collect some interest, giving them a taste of their own medicine. He promptly broke the limbs of several individuals, prompting their anguished cries. Ah, my hand, my leg. How dare you treat me this way? I am a member of the Wind Demon Clan. It's over. My ninja way is ruined. You will surely descend into hell for this. Let us resolve this amicably as fellow Konoha ninjas. There is no need for such brutality. As Wind Demon Gue's subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, resembling the incapacitated, he found himself gulping nervously, his eyes filled with dread, yet his words remained unyielding. Feiyu, do not act foolishly. I can overlook the matter of the stolen items from warehouse number 3, as long as you release me. I will certainly plead on your behalf before my father. Otherwise, you will never be able to purchase ninja tools in Konoha again. Feiyu squatted down with interest, a mocking smile adorning his face. Oh, the Wind Demon Clan holds such influence? You can dictate whether I can purchase ninja tools? Wind Demon Gue believed he had stirred Feiyu's interest and pressed on. All weapon shops in Konoha have our Wind Demon Clan shares. Our clan's words carry weight. If you release me, not only will you have free access to ninja tools, but your friends will also receive discounts. Feiyu replied, is that so? But what if I don't believe you? Wind Demon Gue declared, I am the son of the Wind Demon Clan leader. My words are considered even by the elders. If you have any requests, feel free to present them, and I assure you satisfaction. Feiyu responded, what you propose holds no value for me. But I have a question. Do you recall the Anbu rebellion that occurred 4 months ago? Fama Gue pondered for a moment before speaking. I recall this matter. At that time, the Hokage's advisor personally sought out our team, promising various benefits. We even mobilized our people to assist the Hokage in quelling the rebellion. Feiyu replied, that simplifies things. You know the members of your clan who participated in capturing the Anbu families, right? Fama Gue responded, I know them all. I could recite their names for you if you wish. Feiyu then inquired about a particular concern. There's a bloodied brute who failed in his mission. What was his name, and how did you handle him afterward? Fama Gue said, you mean Fama Tai? He held a low status in the clan, and after his failure, he became somewhat unhinged. Consequently, he has been relegated to handling matters outside the clan and is likely sent off to the land of rain now. Upon hearing this, Feiyu stroked his chin, finally uncovering the identity of the assailant who attacked his mother. During this time, he had been unable to forget and had sought information relentlessly. Now AJ Nin, he approached matters with a different mindset than when he was a CH Nin. Avenging his family was justifiable anywhere. After a moment of contemplation, Feiyu returned to the present and noticed Fama Gue gazing at him with anticipation. He smiled slightly and said, thank you for the information. Let us hope you don't provoke me again in the next life. I will grant you a swift end. The expression on Fama Gue's face shifted from hope to despair as he stubbornly asked, I haven't harmed your friend. That fallen guard was their doing. If you seek vengeance, go after them. Feiyu, ever understanding, reassured him, rest assured, they will not escape either. Their suffering will merely be greater than yours. As he spoke, he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, aiming it at Fama Gue's neck, prepared to strike. However, a booming voice interrupted, release my son, or I shall reduce you to ashes. Feiyu rose slightly, tilting his head to observe the figures approaching from behind. Leading the way was the Fengma clan leader. Exuding an aura of unmatched authority, striding towards Feiyu with purpose, followed by a group of masked ninjas, their identities revealed by their ominous demeanor and hostile glares. Unmistakably enemies. Feiyu smirked, contemplating why they chose to flaunt their presence rather than simply use the body flicker technique to arrive. Very well, he thought. Let your arrogance be your downfall. Without hesitation, he thrust the kunai forward, piercing Fengma Gui's throat. In his final moments, Fengma Gui could hardly believe that his father's arrival had become his death knell, his eyes reflecting a mix of resentment and faint confusion as he pondered why his father had called out from so far away, and why Feiyu dared to act so ruthlessly before him. Wasn't the Fengma clan a prominent family in Konoha? Guier. The Fengma clan leader let out a heart-wrenching wail that resonated with sorrow, drawing tears from those who heard it. How dare you? He roared, charging forward, exuding an intent to flay Feiyu alive. Huh, why should I fear? Allow me to let you experience the agony of losing a loved one. This will restore balance between us, Feiyu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the clan leader's wrath. Humph, nonsense. You must pay for my Guier's life. No one can intervene. This is my decree, the Fengma clan leader declared, his demeanor commanding, instilling fear in the Anbu behind him, yet they remained resolute in their mission to support their leader. Feiyu, you are utterly reckless. How dare you harm the Fengma clan leader's only son? Indeed, you must be brought to justice, restoring peace to Konoha. Surrender quietly, and we might speak favorably on your behalf before the Fengma clan leader. Otherwise, we shall not concern ourselves with collateral damage. The Anbu spoke with righteous indignation, as if they were the reincarnation of Naruto Uzumaki, attempting to use verbal persuasion to extinguish Feiyu's fighting spirit, unaware that he had already categorized them as adversaries. Feiyu feigned ignorance, pretending to clear his ears as if he had not heard them, while behind him, sand and iron enveloped Fengma Gui's companions, encasing them like a sphere, leaving only their heads visible, their struggles vividly displayed before their clan leader. As the space within the sand and iron sphere compressed, Fengma Gui's companions were forced together, their bones cracking under the pressure, gasping for breath. Observing from a distance, the Fengma clan leader's eyes bulged with rage. And without a second thought, he struck. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. He revealed two short blades resembling daggers, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged into them. The blades acting as vessels, drawing in the electrical energy and erupting in a long arc of lightning. Feiyu watched intently as the blades consumed the lightning, elated. Chakra conductive metal. This is fortuitous. He gathered the sand and iron from the ground into his hands, beginning to form seals, activating the lightning release chakra mode. Bolts of electricity began to manifest along his arms, and just before the Fengma clan leader's attack could land, he enveloped his arms in sand and iron for protection. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the short blades were caught between Feiyu's grasp, rendering the Fengma clan leader unable to advance. Retreating was no easy task now that he was ensnared by Feiyu, who would not allow him to escape so easily. Humph! Do you think that merely capturing me secures your victory? Surely, your abilities are limited. How could a newly appointed Chunin hope to match an elite Chunin like myself? The Fengma clan leader mocked, realizing that his blades were firmly held yet reluctant to relinquish them. He had overheard Feiyu's avarice and was determined not to let him achieve his goal so effortlessly. As the Fengma clan leader wrestled internally with his predicament, Feiyu smirked, manipulating the sand and iron to slither along his arms, attempting to replicate his previous triumph over a steel-release ninja. However, the Fengma clan leader, unlike the steel-release ninja, lacked the luxury of pride, sensing danger. He called out for help. Someone come and deal with this brat. I have him restrained. The Anbu ninjas recalled the instructions given by Danzo before departing the base. Eliminate Feiyu at any opportunity. They wasted no time, believing that a newly appointed Chunin could hardly possess formidable techniques. Furthermore, from their perspective, Feiyu appeared to be firmly grasped by the Fengma clan leader, presenting an opportune moment for them to strike. One by one, they sharpened their resolve and advanced. Seeing the approaching Anbu ninjas, Feiyu flashed a white smile and asked the Fengma clan leader, "Do you truly believe I cannot escape once I have captured you?" The Fengma clan leader, absorbed in the thrill of impending revenge, envisioned Feiyu being bisected by Danzo's subordinates, only to be jolted back to reality by Feiyu's words, furrowing his brow. What? Feiyu retorted, I said you are quite foolish. You dare to divide your attention while battling a bloodline limit user? He swiftly commanded the sand and iron to converge towards his hands, forming a structure resembling an arm, while his own hands gradually withdrew, entirely supplanted by the sand and iron. The Fengma clan leader was taken aback, never having anticipated the magnet release bloodline limit could be manipulated in such a manner. With Feiyu's hands freed, despite the constraints of the sand and iron, he posed a lethal threat. He could only hope the Anbu ninjas acted swiftly. Feiyu had transformed since his encounter in the Land of Lightning. His chakra control vastly improved. After extensive study, his Rasengan had evolved in both technique and power. The Spiral Sky Light Extreme Sharp / technique manifested in Feiyu's hands as blue chakra danced and swirled, gradually coalescing into a sphere the size of a marble. Within his palm, it spiraled from small to large, eventually stabilizing at the size of a basketball. However, through Feiyu's continuous chakra supply, the energy emanating from it was palpably unsettling. After his modifications, he had compensated for the single target damage shortcomings of the spiral sphere while maintaining its potency, dubbing it the expanded spiral sphere. The Wind Demon clan leader began to struggle violently. With the emergence of the spiral sphere, he regretted his greed for weapons and the moment he had chosen to rush in heroically. Although he was aware of Feiyu's formidable technique capable of annihilating steel-release ninjas, the intelligence indicated an extensive charging time. Why then was he feeling such a threat so swiftly? This was contrary to the information he had received. The Anbu members, one after another, erupted with chakra beneath their feet in a desperate attempt to rescue the Wind Demon clan leader, but it was too late. Seeing that everyone had entered the attack range, Feiyu sneered as he pressed the spiral sphere onto the Wind Demon clan leader. The chakra seemed to find an outlet as the basketball-sized sphere suddenly expanded to an area the size of half a football field, enveloping the Wind Demon clan leader and all the Anbu within. With a whoosh, the Anbu attempted to wield their weapons for defense, but they were shredded by the countless strands of chakra, rendering their efforts futile. All entities caught within were penetrated by the chakra, instantly reducing them to dust. The Wind Demon clan leader suffered the most grievous injuries, as the spiraling chakra battered him mercilessly, leaving him utterly incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, this elite Chunin, who had survived from the Warring States period, fell silent forever. The immense chakra fluctuations drew the attention of everyone in Konoha. The massive half-circular spiral sphere was unmistakably visible to nearby ninjas, who hesitated in fear. The awkward silence was shattered by the arrival of Wind Demon Xiong and several Anbu under the Hokage's command, rushing forth. Although he was oblivious to the situation, he believed the clan leader had developed a new ninjutsu and was eager to witness its practical effects, unaware of the true nature of Feiyu's actions. He called out, "Clan leader, I have brought reinforcements. The Hokage has instructed us to proceed to him." Upon hearing that others were approaching, Feiyu ceased the relentless release of chakra. The spiral sphere, deprived of its energy supply, began to shrink until it vanished, revealing several figures within, their fates uncertain. Wind Demon Xiong, witnessing Feiyu unharmed while the clan leader lay before him, was instantly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. The Anbu who had come to support Feiyu, though equally astonished by the unfolding events, quickly regained their composure and spoke up. "Feiyu, the Hokage requests your presence." Feiyu regarded them with a deep gaze, sheathing his chakra blade before turning to leave. He understood this was merely a pretext for his withdrawal. Once he left the scene, the Anbu could spin any narrative they desired. "You cannot leave. Clarify the situation," Wind Demon Xiong roared, attempting to obstruct him. However, the Anbu turned on Wind Demon Xiong, restraining him. "Where do you think you are going? The Hokage sent us to find Feiyu. Our mission is accomplished, and we need to summarize your requests." Chapter 94. The debate inside the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was tense. The Hokage surveyed Feiyu and Wind Demon Xiong, as if weighing the pros and cons. While Wind Demon Xiong glared at Feiyu with fiery eyes, who sat nonchalantly in his chair. Behind them stood the heads of several prominent clans in Konoha, present to observe the proceedings. Before long, several advisors to the Hokage entered, their expressions grave. "Ahem, now that everyone is here, let us discuss how this situation escalated. What led to this turmoil?" The Hokage cleared his throat, signaling that the topic could commence. "Lord Hokage, Feiyu infiltrated the Wind Demon clan's territory at night and stole a vast array of weapons valued at 300 million ryo, including 3 orders meant for foreign nations. thereby damaging the Wind Demon clan's reputation. The clan leader sought him for an explanation, only to be brutally murdered. Wind Demon Xiang was the first to launch an attack, distorting the facts with his words. This declaration elicited gasps from all the clan heads present, their astonished gazes fixed on the seemingly carefree Feiyu, their thoughts veiled in uncertainty. Particularly, the head of the Anma clan displayed a flickering gaze, his expression occasionally revealing hints of ferocity. Hey. Let us not spread baseless rumors. What theft of weapons? What brutal murder? What does it have to do with me? Feiyu interrupted Wind Demon Xiang's emotional tirade with dismissive gestures. I witnessed the murder firsthand. What more do you have to say in your defense? Hokage, we demand an explanation for the Wind Demon clan, or we cannot guarantee the safety of our territory. There will be no time to forge ninja tools, and soon Konoha's ninjas will be reduced to wielding wooden sticks in battle. Wind Demon Xiang's tone grew increasingly threatening as he spoke. The Hokage narrowed his eyes, scanning the varied expressions of those present. He remained silent, allowing Feiyu to continue his raucous behavior, further solidifying his resolve to suppress the powerful clans. If a mere clan scion could shout at him, what would that mean for the heads of the clans? Look at you, thinking you're so important. If you don't do it, someone else will. Without the butcher Zhang, would there still be no pork to eat? Feiyu remarked flippantly. Wind Demon Xiang's fury ignited at the comparison of their clan to a mere butcher. The name Zhang was unfamiliar to him, clearly a reference to some obscure figure. And such humiliation stoked his desire to defend his family's honor, even at the cost of his life. Observing Wind Demon Xiang's enraged demeanor, Feiyu scoffed inwardly, thinking it foolish to make a scene. Do not dare challenge me. Should I strike you down, do not blame me for the consequences. Wind Demon Xiang, meeting Feiyu's cold gaze, suddenly regained his composure and sat down, his face flushed as he addressed the assembled clan heads, esteemed leaders. You have all witnessed Feiyu's refusal to face reality, endlessly rambling while ignoring the facts. I implore you to advocate for the Wind Demon clan. Our clan leader has yet to be buried, and the murderer still roams free. Oh dear. It is indeed tragic that the Wind Demon clan leader met such a grim fate. The culprit must be punished severely. Wind Demon Xiang, we support your call for the harsh punishment of the murderer. Rest assured, the Wind Demon clan leader will not have died in vain. However, the culprit has not yet been apprehended. How can we punish someone we have not caught? We cannot simply accuse anyone who displeases us. That is unacceptable. We must ensure fairness and justice, not act on impulse. The clan heads, astute as ever, voiced their support for punishing the murderer, yet refrained from implicating Feiyu. They were willing to lend their weight, but were unwilling to be the ones to fire the shots. The heads were no fools. A Jonin capable of defeating the renowned Wind Demon clan leader was not to be underestimated, especially with the prospect of becoming the headmaster of the Ninja Academy in the future. They could not risk their clan members facing unfair treatment without avenues for redress. Wind Demon Xiang's face reddened further as he noticed the clan heads were not coming to his aid. Defeated, he slumped in his chair, his glare fixed on Feiyu, vowing to extract retribution from him. Desiring to break the stalemate, Wind Demon Xiang turned to the Hokage and said, Hokage, the Wind Demon clan must not have died in vain. I, along with the Anbu, witnessed him slaying the clan leader. Why not call in the Anbu that were present for a confrontation? The Hokage replied, if that is the case, let us summon the Anbu for confrontation, to prevent any claims of favoritism. As the words fell, a man wearing a bird-faced mask entered through the door. He was the Bluebird, who had previously confronted Wind Demon Show and later conveyed information to Feiyu regarding the Hokage, serving as the highest authority among the Anbu present at that time. Bluebird, the group has some confusion regarding the events that transpired. Please recount the situation, but remember, stick to the facts and refrain from speculation. The Hokage instructed, gazing at the respectfully bowing Bluebird. Yes, Hokage-sama, Bluebird replied. When Wind Demon Show and I arrived at the training ground, there were only a little over 10 corpses, with Feiyu inspecting the scene beside them. The Hokage inquired further, was there anything else? Bluebird responded, that was the extent of the situation. I did not witness anything beyond that. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Hokage waved his hand, signaling Bluebird to step down. After he departed, the Hokage turned to Wind Demon Show and asked, is there anything incorrect in what Bluebird has said? Wind Demon Show snorted, that's about right. But since Feiyu was there, he must be the culprit. I even saw him unleash his ninjutsu. Feiyu retorted, how can you be so sure it was my technique? I merely approached after seeing the scene. Perhaps you secretly unleashed long-range ninjutsu to ambush the head of the Wind Demon clan, and I'm the one who uncovered your scheme. Furious, Wind Demon Show exclaimed, you. How can you twist the truth so? What truth? Feiyu countered. Is it not your desire for the position of clan leader that led you to stage this assassination drama? I merely happened to pass by, uncovered your deceit, and became your scapegoat. Feiyu's agitation grew as he spoke. What? Me? Coveting the position of clan leader? Impossible. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Wind Demon Show stammered, seemingly struck by a hidden truth. The gazes of the other clan leaders turned peculiar. What they thought was a grand revenge drama had unexpectedly unfolded into a power struggle within the family. Yet, some leaders remained convinced of Wind Demon Show's words. Directing suspicious glances at Feiyu, their malevolence palpable. Chapter 95. Blood-spitting 3 times. Feiyu was perplexed. Could it be that he had indeed hit the nail on the head? It left him feeling somewhat insecure, yet it did not impede his retorts. If you're weak, then practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. The past is the past. The present is the present. Do you still think of me as a mere nin, to be toyed with by the Wind Demon clan? Leave the family power struggle out of this. It only serves to belittle your clan. Wind Demon Show's face flushed crimson, unable to utter a word as he pointed a trembling finger at Feiyu, seemingly breathless and unable to open his mouth. However, this state did not last long, as Feiyu slapped him down, declaring, "Let it be. Wind Demon Show has committed treachery, usurping the clan leader's position and framing others, namely me. Let him compensate me with some silver." Wind Demon Show roared, "Impossible. One cannot be so shameless." Feiyu replied, "Indeed. One cannot be so shameless, so you, in your shamelessness, must pay the price. Compensation is entirely reasonable." In an instant, Wind Demon Show was so enraged that he spat blood and collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Feiyu shrugged nonchalantly. When you can't argue, you start to act pitiful. How useless. The facts remain. Wind Demon Show's body was hastily carried away by the crowd, with no one caring about the true cause of the clan leader's demise. After all, he was now a dead man, lacking the value of the living. Each clan leader was a creature of interest, unwilling to offend the living over a corpse. Simultaneously, it became evident to all that with the clan leader's death, the Wind Demon clan had begun to decline. Feiyu's ruthless tactics exposed their callousness, firmly denying any wrongdoing as long as no one could catch him red-handed. What could they do? Arrest him for interrogation? Nonsense. Who possessed that capability? Eliminating the head of the Wind Demon clan was no small feat, whether through ambush or openly. It demonstrated Feiyu's prowess. From this perspective, he had earned the right to stand on equal footing with them, though this right disregarded the influence of their families. As the Moonlight clan leader and the Inuzuka clan leader walked along the road, they conversed. That Feiyu is truly ruthless. He claimed the head of a family and did it, remarked the Moonlight clan leader. Indeed, no one expected such an outcome. Perhaps the next turn will be for you or me, replied the Inuzuka clan leader. Our Moonlight clan has no grievances with him. It shouldn't concern me. Speaking of which, you openly questioned him at the previous advisory meeting. Inuzuka clan leader, you should be cautious, the Moonlight clan leader said with a hint of schadenfreude. The Inuzuka clan leader scoffed. No one should mock another. You were the one who said behind his back that you would give him a taste of reality at the inauguration ceremony. I heard that loud and clear. The Moonlight clan leader's smile froze, and he sighed. Damn it. What a calamity. How did such a scourge appear? My Moonlight clan only has a few taverns. Nothing compared to the Wind Demon clan's enterprises. Our strength pales in comparison. The Inuzuka clan leader's expression improved slightly. You're right. I can no longer focus solely on the development of our family business. I must enhance our strength to avoid being easily eliminated like a chicken. The Moonlight clan leader pondered, remembering that their clan's ultimate technique was the Konoha flow swordsmanship, naturally linked to the Hokage faction. It seemed that future family strategies would need to be revised. It was better not to meddle in matters opposing the Hokage. The Inuzuka clan added, Indeed, we cannot compare our strength with the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. They are true noble families. Compared to them, we are merely commoners banding together for warmth. This exchange prompted the Moonlight clan leader to nod in agreement, resolving internally not to recklessly involve themselves in the disputes of such powerful figures. Meanwhile, countless smaller clans began to switch allegiances, leaning towards the Hokage faction or maintaining neutrality, the lesson of the Wind Demon clan firmly engraved in their minds. When faced with a threat to their families or lives, few could maintain their original intentions. Feiyu delivered a heavy blow to them. There was no deep-seated enmity. It was merely the drive of interests. When life itself was at stake, no amount of profit could sway hearts. In the Hokage's office, Feiyu was retained by the Hokage and others, as there were still matters to discuss. Once the last person departed, the Hokage spoke. Feiyu, your actions this time were reckless. Fortunately, not too many took notice. Otherwise, no amount of words could clarify your intentions. Whoever provoked me, Hokage-sama. You should consider how to explain this to the people of Smoke Ninja Village. Their leader's daughter was chased through Konoha. This was witnessed by all. My actions were merely a personal vendetta, hardly worth mentioning. Feiyu replied nonchalantly. The Hokage chuckled wryly, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. Initially, he had thought the Wind Demon clan would cause a ruckus at the Hokage building, so he had hastily taken the upper echelons away for a moment, never anticipating such an incident. It also highlighted how lawless these clan offspring were in Konoha. If not restrained, they could provoke further chaos. This occasion served as a valuable lesson. After a moment of contemplation, the Hokage continued with concern. How is the preparation for the inauguration ceremony going? The upcoming events are crucial. Although you've established your dominance, it doesn't deter some stubborn individuals. If something goes awry, it could all be for naught. Feiyu glanced at the calm-faced Shimura Danzo and replied, not well. The sand iron I ordered was intercepted. The person who intercepted it had quite a valid reason. This requires your intervention, Hokage-sama. As Naruto's eyes narrowed, he initially believed it was yet another ploy from the affluent to undermine him, causing a surge of anger to rise within him. However, he was preempted by Shimura Danzo, who asserted, the items were retrieved under my authorization. You are aware, Hizashi, that when you first assumed your position, the Wind Demon clan contributed significantly. Now they have turned to me for assistance, and in light of the Hokage's reputation, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Danzo's assertion placed him squarely in a position of responsibility for the Hokage, immediately dampening Naruto's ire. Ah, I see. That is acceptable. We still have half a month left. That should suffice. Danzo, instruct the head of the supply department to ensure the provision of sand iron within this time frame. It is imperative that this task is executed flawlessly. Naruto declared with authority. Leave it to me, Hizashi. Danzo replied, not even casting a glance at Feiyu, as if it were a trivial matter unworthy of his concern. Feiyu, seething with resentment, thought to himself, indeed, these thick-skinned and callous individuals will eventually make you suffer. Please expedite your preparations. Do not delay the important matters. Understood, Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave. After departing from the Hokage's building, Feiyu hurried to the home of Koizumi, one of his few friends in Konoha, feeling a sense of obligation to ensure her safety. Upon entering her residence, Koizumi, startled, mistook him for a villain returning. Shivering in fear, do not worry, Koizumi, Feiyu comforted with a smile. I have dealt with those ruffians. They will no longer trouble you. Seeing Feiyu, Koizumi rushed into his embrace, tearfully lamenting, Feiyu and I was truly terrified. How can there be so many bad people in Konoha, so brazenly? I was so afraid. Feiyu embraced her tightly, patting her back to soothe her. Rest assured, those evildoers will not return. I promise. I will be staying nearby for the time being. You can relax now. If you need anything, just call for me, and I will be there. Koizumi nestled into his embrace, feeling a wave of reassurance, and nodded adorably. I trust you the most, Feiyu and you will take care of me. Feiyu gently tousled Takuto's hair and inquired, how is Uncle Nakamura doing? Perhaps he should visit the hospital for treatment? Koizumi's expression dimmed momentarily. Uncle Nakamura just regained consciousness, but he lost a lot of blood. He simply needs to eat some nourishing food. There is no need to trouble the hospital. Feiyu insisted, that simply will not do. You are both esteemed guests of Konoha. How can we delay treatment for such serious injuries? Koizumi replied, please, Feiyu and do not worry. Uncle Nakamura is fine. He just discussed something with me that might require your assistance with the Hokage. Feiyu, intrigued, asked, what matter is it? Speak freely. I still hold some influence with the Hokage, and as long as it's not too difficult, I will ensure it is handled. Koizumi explained. It concerns the reconstruction of the Hidden Smoke Village. Oh, is it because they experienced unfair treatment in Konoha that they are eager to return? Not at all. Some ninjas from the Hidden Smoke Village witnessed the strength of Konoha and the Cloud Village on the battlefield and have developed the desire to join Konoha. They no longer wish to live in the margins between great nations. Is that so? How many are we speaking of? About half, primarily Chunin and Genin, with very few Jonin. What are your thoughts on this? I just consulted with Uncle Nakamura, and we believe this is a prime opportunity to present this request, as it might be favorably received. After all, this pertains to diplomatic relations between two nations. If I were a Konoha ninja, this would not be an issue. Oh, are you also considering staying in Konoha? Yes. Feiyu stroked his chin, uncertain if this would benefit Konoha's development. He worried that the ninjas from the Hidden Smoke village could become cannon fodder. The situation in Konoha was already clearly divided among the Hokage faction, the affluent faction, and the neutral faction. Adding these external ninjas could easily lead to them being used as pawns by all three sides. However, this was not a concern for Feiyu. He articulated the potential implications, leaving the rest for Koizumi and the Hokage to deliberate. He was merely a regular jonin, and although he had gained some notoriety recently, it was not his intention. It would be prudent to remain low-key. Koizumi sighed, acknowledging that this was ultimately their choice, and she felt it inappropriate to interfere excessively. The outcome would depend on their fortunes. Feiyu chuckled. Indeed, if the opportunity arises, I will discreetly offer my support. Things may not be as dire as I initially thought. The Hokage possesses considerable political acumen. Once Uncle Nakamura regains full consciousness, we shall approach the Hokage and inform him of this matter. I believe he will provide a satisfactory response. Unexpectedly, just half a day later, Feiyu found himself back at the most powerful place in Konoha, this time accompanied by Koizumi. Feiyu, what brings you back? Do you wish to speak with me privately? The Hokage greeted him with a warm smile. Hokage-sama, Koizumi has something to discuss with you. Feiyu indicated the figure behind him. Oh, we have yet to reach a conclusion on our previous discussion. Are you in such a hurry? The Hokage's expression shifted slightly, given that they had been in the wrong initially. Hokage-sama, that is not my intent. I wish to discuss another matter with you, Koizumi stated amicably, displaying no signs of accusation. The Hokage sensed her goodwill, gesturing toward the chair in front of him, his demeanor becoming more welcoming. Hokage-sama, please, you two carry on. I merely came to introduce her. Feiyu grinned and exited the Hokage's office. It was not that he abandoned Koizumi. He simply felt unqualified to remain, especially since the Hokage could not promise benefits to a ninja from another village in front of Konoha ninjas. It was a matter of principle. As Feiyu strolled leisurely, he arrived at the home of Kakashi Hitaki, an acquaintance he had not contacted in quite some time. The last visit had ended in disappointment when he found Kakashi away on a mission. With the war concluded and the weather turning colder, the number of commissioned tasks had significantly diminished, prompting him to visit with a sense of hope. Before he even reached the door, he spotted Kakashi in the yard, wielding his signature sword, performing a series of impressive moves, with a girl of similar age sitting nearby on the ground, her face flushed. Kakashi, looking good. Just concluded a war, and you're still hard at work. How's your swordsmanship? Feiyu called from a distance. Kakashi, slightly embarrassed, sheathed his sword and approached briskly, saying, I heard you became a jonin. I haven't congratulated you yet. Stay for a drink tonight. Feiyu replied, have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions for ninjas? Kakashi dismissed it. Come on, I've been to the battlefield. What do those prohibitions mean? I could use a transformation technique, and those tavern owners wouldn't even recognize me. Raising his glass, Feiyu savored a sip and remarked, Kakashi, impressive. I heard you achieved great feats on the battlefield, taking down several jonin. Kakashi shyly responded, it was nothing special. Most were ambushes, and my actual strength is considerably lacking. Feiyu joyfully patted his shoulder. Do not be modest. It won't be long before you become a jonin yourself. Kakashi replied, not yet. I'm just riding on the coattails of my weapon's prowess. The Cloud Ninjas never expected my sword to be so sharp, and I sliced through their weapons with ease. Once they become cautious, ambushing them will not be as simple. Feiyu, unfazed, continued, speaking of your sword, there is something I would like your assistance with. Just let me know what it is. I was wondering if you still have any of the chakra-conducting metal we seized last time. If you do, please give it all to me. I have a significant use for it. Oh, there is still more. Do you also wish to create a weapon like mine? Not quite. My own was compromised by others, and now I find myself without a means to utilize any. A minor issue. Come home with me later and take whatever is left. All right. I want to take advantage of you. This is for you. Feiyu produced a scroll-like object and handed it to Hitaki Sakumo, who was somewhat puzzled as to what it could be. Given the circumstances, it seemed to rival even the rare chakra-conducting metals. Without hesitation, he slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing large characters inscribed on the left. Secret technique of physical activation. Hatake Tsukumo was immediately captivated, meticulously studying the content within. After a considerable time, he looked up, his face beaming with joy, and exclaimed, "You truly gave me such an invaluable item?" Feiyu, calmly sipping sweet wine, replied, "What is significant to you is merely replicable knowledge to me. Although it may not quite measure up to your chakra-conducting metal in value, the concepts contained herein are indeed precious." Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement, stating, "I require such foundational knowledge, for I intend to develop my swordsmanship. This technique is crucial for my growth. As long as it proves useful, perhaps you may even pass it down as a family heirloom for your son. Consider it my early gift to my yet-to-be-met nephew," Feiyu remarked. Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head and chuckled. In a forest within the land of lightning, the third Hokage, panting heavily, approached his assistant, grabbing a towel from a pile to wipe the sweat from his brow. He addressed the ready-to-deploy sealing team, saying, "Hasten the sealing of the two tails. How is the Jinchuriki faring?" The team leader, serious, assured him, "Rest easy, Lord Hokage. I have already communicated with the newly appointed Jinchuriki. She is confident in surpassing her sister to become the perfect Two Tails host." "That is good to hear." The Hokage waved his hand, and the sealing team surged forward, positioning themselves around the unconscious Two Tails, forming a regulated barrier. Gradually, a passage seemed to open between the Two Tails and the wooden figure conducting the ritual. Silently, the Two Tails vanished from sight, leaving behind a seal on the wooden figure. "By the way, how is the investigation into the missing secret technique from the village progressing?" "It has been quite some time without any news," the Hokage mused, as if recalling something. His assistant, taken aback, asked curiously, "Lord Hokage, hasn't the village's advisory department already reported this to you?" The Hokage looked bewildered. "Reported? When was this?" "I have no recollection. Before the Konoha surprise attack team was dispatched, it was delivered to the battlefield command post in scroll form." "Impossible. I have never seen such a report. Should I check with the advisory department for confirmation?" The Hokage scoffed. "Those bureaucrats only know how to collect a paycheck. It's been so long without any updates. Can't they send another inquiry?" The assistant, blushing, stood awkwardly, unsure whether to agree with the Hokage or defend the department. In an obscure grove within the Uchiha clan's territory, a humble training ground lay abandoned due to its remote location, with dilapidated facilities from years of neglect. On the leaf-strewn ground sat a one-eyed boy, limping with visible frustration. "Damn it, I think Konoha is done for. There's no prestige left. Even the Hokage can disregard the promises made to me. From the clan leader to the elders, none have ever cared for me." This boy was Uchiha Haken, recently rescued from Danzo's clutches by Uchiha Shirya. When he recounted the Hokage's assurances to the clan leader, he was met with a cold glance and little else. Cast aside after a few dismissive words, he had not seen anyone since. He had hoped the clan leader would consider the Hokage's reputation, but it seemed the leader cared little, sending him away with just a few sentences. The memory of the elder's contemptuous expressions only added to his ridicule. "You're still too young. Your eyes haven't fully developed, making it unwise to transplant the adult Uchiha Sharingan. Return to me when you are 20. As for those eyes, I shall keep them safe. You should trust my integrity. I have always kept my word." Uchiha Haken thought, 20 years. What if you drop dead tomorrow? Who will I turn to then? What if the clan denies their promises after your demise? Even seeking the Hokage's intervention would be futile." Hatred consumed him, stemming not only from the trials during missions, but also from the tortures inflicted by Shimura Danzo and the indifference of his clan upon his return. This incessant darkness eroded the last remnants of hope within him. He had even heard that Feiyu was set to become the principal of the Ninja Academy, having taken down the Wind Demon clan leader, while he himself was left with nothing, preparing for a joyous induction ceremony. It stirred a sense of imbalance within him. What difference was there between himself and Feiyu? Feiyu lacked a significant background or identity, yet here he was, thriving within the village, even gaining the Hokage's support. Chapter 99. Speech Greetings, fellow villagers. I am the omnipotent Feiyu you speak of. While much of it may be mere rumor, I must acknowledge the significance of such tales. I have proudly become the principal of the Ninja Academy. Laughter erupted from the crowd at this refreshing opening, contrasting the typically serious and responsible tone of Hokage speeches. This light-hearted address fostered a sense of closeness, as if old friends were conversing. Tsunade observed the radiant Feiyu on stage, her eyes filled with admiration. In that moment, it seemed the world was solely illuminated by him, leaving no room for another. This drew a tinge of jealousy from Jiraiya, who had been watching Tsunade's expression intently. He muttered, "What is the big deal about being a principal? When I become Hokage, I'll be even more popular." Tsunade coldly retorted, "When you become Hokage, have all the people of Konoha perished?" Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond. But Feiyu continued his speech, prompting him to gather his thoughts. Though he felt envious, it did not hinder his desire to learn from this experience and prepare for the future. "Though I have become the principal, I shall not betray the trust you have placed in me. I pledge to uphold the following commitments. First, to ensure the safety of the school. I will never allow any unlawful outsiders to breach this sacred ground. The safety of our students will always be my utmost priority. Unless they graduate and no longer fall under my care, any issues can be directly addressed to me." Applause erupted, as many, still shaken from the recent war, yearned for security. Feiyu's words resonated deeply with them. Every parent wished for a safe and healthy environment for their children. Meanwhile, at the back of the stage, Tintin and Mito were sweating profusely, fearing Feiyu might reveal past incidents. If he did so, their positions as Hokage advisors would be untenable. Fortunately, Feiyu knew where to draw the line, focusing solely on principles without delving into past grievances. Secondly, to elevate the quality of education. I will ensure that every graduate from the Ninja Academy is capable of standing on their own, minimizing their struggles in their future ninja careers. Diligence and perseverance will resonate within every teacher and student, becoming their lifelong guiding principle. The applause grew louder. The applause this time was even more fervent. It was not merely the villagers' approval, but even the lower-ranked ninjas, who had graduated long ago and come to observe, began to join in the clapping. After all, having been acquainted with the shinobi world for some time, they could better relate to its tribulations, especially the common ninjas who had to rely solely on their own efforts. They lived in constant trepidation while undertaking missions to support their families, where a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Thus, many lower-ranked ninjas empathized with this sentiment. Loyalty to the organization and to Konoha was paramount. Under the Hokage's leadership, all Konoha ninjas worked together to make the village stronger. A shared and correct set of values would align everyone's hearts and efforts. It was crucial for every lower-ranked ninja venturing out to remain connected to Konoha and not harbor animosity towards it. Respect for elders and unity were the promises I made to everyone. Upon hearing these words, the smile on the Hokage's face deepened as he took the lead in applauding. He felt more assured about Feiyu assuming this role, for not everyone possessed the capability to be so meticulous and thorough. His eloquent speech resonated with all the parents present. The majority of the lower-ranked ninjas who had just exited the school, and the political faction represented by the Hokage, with the words of literature concluded. It was now time for the display of martial prowess. Those dissenting from various prominent clans would seize this opportunity to challenge him. And it was Feiyu's task to subdue them completely, resolving the matter through force. Does anyone harbor differing opinions? If all agree, then Feiyu shall officially assume the role of principal of the Ninja Academy. The Hokage proclaimed boldly, casting a glance towards the clustered clan forces. Since the Hokage has spoken, I must express my dissent. I believe our Onma clan has contributed significantly, and the position of principal should rightfully belong to one of our own, rather than a mere unknown youth, replied the Onma clan leader. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated anyone would dare to be so disrespectful, especially considering that nearly everyone else had already agreed. Their emergence was clearly an act of defiance. The villagers, lacking an understanding of politics, simply knew that they supported those who treated them well. It was evident that Feiyu was favored, and many began to vocally deride the Onma clan leader. Bah, what is this Onma clan? I've never even heard of them. Indeed, we all have no objections, yet you alone do? Trying to appear unique? Look at yourself. You're as thin as a reed, likely to topple over with a gust of wind. How could we trust you as principal when you seem malnourished? Can you even produce students who can walk? As jeers erupted, even Tsunade, who was mingling among the crowd, felt her face flush with anger. At that moment, she wished her father would step forward to voice some reason, especially since he had recently praised Feiyu within their clan. However, she was disappointed. Her father stood motionless like a stranger in the designated area for Konoha's major clans, as if nothing had transpired. The Onma clan leader stood proudly on the stage, unfazed by the surrounding tumult. At this moment, he merely sought to teach Feiyu a lesson and avenge the previous insult, hoping to unseat him from the principal's position. Oh, it appears the Onma clan leader is quite dissatisfied with me. Perfect. It's been a while since I've engaged in combat. Would you care to test your skills? Onma clan leader? In the shinobi world, strength speaks volumes. All this talk of contributions is mere nonsense. Feiyu declared, standing resolutely amidst the uproar. There's no need for me to, as my health has been somewhat poor lately. I shall have my clansmen, Onma Yohei, take my place to challenge the principal of the Ninja Academy. The Onma clan leader chuckled, declining the invitation to fight personally. He was not foolish. The Wind Demon clan leader had recently met a grim fate, and he knew he could not easily secure a victory. Winning would yield no substantial gain, merely a sense of satisfaction, while losing would bring great embarrassment. Observing Feiyu's composed demeanor, he worried that a sudden strike might catch him off guard. Thus, he opted to send forth a well-known elite J-nin from their clan, whose strength rivaled that of the Wind Demon clan leader, to closely observe Feiyu's combat style. A chorus of hisses arose from the audience, yet the Onma clan leader remained resolute, determined to let another take the stage. Feiyu, however, was indifferent. Today, he aimed to subdue all dissenters, regardless of who they were. In Chapter 100, Martial Arts, a figure emerged from the Onma clan's territory, darting toward the stage with astonishing speed, positioning himself behind the Onma clan leader. This individual was tall and robust, dwarfing the clan leader, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. His limbs were powerful, and the purple-blue veins coursing through them resembled a web. Upon Onma Yohei's entrance, the entire audience fell silent. The hissing subsided as his mere presence commanded respect, far surpassing that of the Onma clan leader. The Hokage and others wore solemn expressions. Having never heard of this individual before, he was likely a secret weapon cultivated by the Onma clan, poised to make a decisive impact at such a critical moment. The Hokage glanced at Feiyu, noting his lack of fear or anxiety in the face of this pressure, which allowed him to exhale with a sense of relief and anticipation for what was to come. Feiyu, intrigued, remarked, "Isn't the Onma clan known for their long practice of shadow techniques, resulting in severe physical depletion? How then do you possess such a muscular physique? Have you perhaps failed to awaken your clan's bloodline limit?" Onma Yohei snorted dismissively. "You need not concern yourself. You shall soon discover whether I have awakened our bloodline limit." As the tension in the air thickened, the Onma clan leader hurriedly exited, leaving the stage to the two combatants. Before departing, he patted Onma Yohei's arm with his spindly hand, a look of pride on his face. "That individual is remarkably tall. He must be at least twice my height, and so muscular, clearly a master of physical techniques," murmured Jiraiya from the audience. "You are mistaken. The Onma clan excels in illusion techniques. Now that they have compensated for their shortcomings in physical combat, their strength should not be underestimated," Orochimaru observed, his gaze fixed on Onma Yohei, a hint of envy in his eyes. "I believe in Feiyu. He will undoubtedly emerge victorious," Tsunade exclaimed, searching for any evidence of an advantage for Feiyu but finding none, relying solely on her faith to cheer him on. Onma Yohei was the first to strike, having received intel from the clan leader. He approached the situation with utmost caution. The secret technique sensory deprivation unleashed an invisible wave that swiftly enveloped Feiyu, plunging him into darkness. The world around him fell silent, and he lost both vision and hearing. For an ordinary individual, encountering such a situation would likely induce panic, compelling them to scream and thrash in an effort to mask their inner turmoil. However, Feiyu remained composed. As a veteran of the battlefield, he had prepared for such occurrences. Even if all five senses were stripped away, he had contingency plans in place. The vast expanse of sand-iron armor rapidly shed itself from his body, transforming him into a being seemingly composed of sand and iron, sending waves of sand-iron cascading throughout the stage, filling every corner of the limited space in no time. Feiyu chose not to employ traditional methods to dispel the illusion, for the Onma clan's bloodline limit was not so easily broken. It required dismantling the illusionary realm that Onma Yohei had constructed from within. However, Feiyu found such efforts tedious. Today was his induction ceremony, and defeating the enemy swiftly was the true victory. Engaging in a back-and-forth exchange would only cast doubt on his strength. The omnipresent iron sand has become an extension of Feiyu's senses. Even in the absence of sight, it matters not. The vast expanse of iron sand surges forth like waves, relentlessly crashing towards Anma Yangping, one wave after another, ceaselessly driven by Feiyu's varied manipulations. Once ensnared by the tendrils of iron sand, Anma Yangping struggled valiantly, drawing forth a kunai to sever the weak links of the grasping tendrils. Yet, his respite was fleeting, as another large mass of iron sand ensnared his other ankle, leaving him in a precarious predicament. While he labored to free himself, his peripheral vision caught sight of a cerulean sphere, followed swiftly by a piercing pain in his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he succumbed to unconsciousness, the aspiring secret Chunin effortlessly dispatched by Feiyu in mere moments. At the instant Anma Yangping fainted, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd, a collective sigh of relief washing over them as they shared in Feiyu's triumph. Only the Anma clan leader wore a grim expression, astounded that his meticulously orchestrated unfair match had been unraveled so effortlessly. Unable to maintain his composure, he huffed disdainfully and departed. "Yes, I knew Feiyu would succeed," Tsunade exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Jiraiya, in disbelief, observed the scene before him. The formidable Anma Yangping, who had once loomed as a source of immense pressure, had been so easily vanquished. Was it merely a single ninjutsu? Feiyu was indeed formidable. At that moment, Jiraiya completely forgot about Tsunade, his mind replaying the recent spectacle, the overwhelming iron sand, providing no refuge, followed by a spiraling sphere that effortlessly toppled the adversary. Was this not the very essence of his lifelong pursuit? Nearby, Orochimaru contemplated the events keenly, having clearly witnessed Anma Yangping's attempted illusion. He pondered why it had proven ineffective against Feiyu, or perhaps it was effective yet rendered inconsequential. Orochimaru's formidable intellect discerned the crux of the matter. Anma Yangping had failed to exhibit his true strength, ultimately overwhelmed by Feiyu's relentless onslaught. While the thoughts of others drifted in various directions, Feiyu, having dispatched Anma Yangping, swiftly regained his sight. With a gentle smile, he addressed the assembled clan leaders. "Does anyone harbor objections? Step forward, for you shall find no such opportunity again." All the clan leaders visibly flinched, feigning ignorance of the moment, their gazes diverted elsewhere as if it were none of their concern. They were not foolish. Even those opposed to the Hokage's faction refrained from speaking out at this juncture. To challenge Feiyu, the Hokage's foremost enforcer, would only serve to bolster his authority. Satisfied with their silent acquiescence, Feiyu nodded approvingly and gestured to the Hokage, signaling that he had fulfilled his role and that the proceedings could continue. The Hokage, smiling, acknowledged the cue and graciously invited any questions from individuals or clans, emphasizing that this was a dedicated platform for discourse. He spoke at length, attempting to guide some irascible clan members, but they remained unyielding, leaving the Hokage disheartened and hastily concluding the display of his authority. Chapter 101. Jiraiya's visit time flowed inexorably, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The Ninja Academy began its extensive winter recess as families prepared for the upcoming new year, reflecting on the past while anticipating the future. This period proved relatively tranquil for Feiyu, free from tedious tasks and the constant threat of deadly foes. He remained undeterred by Danzo's lurking malice, as the latter was preoccupied with his research on Hashirama's cells, leaving little time to concern himself with Feiyu. The village found itself in a peculiar state of equilibrium. Each day, Feiyu dispatched a shadow clone to the Ninja Academy for attendance, while he dedicated himself to various training regimens. His progress in chakra control, physical techniques, and ninjutsu was substantial, marking his transformation from a novice with a tenuous foundation into a seasoned jonin of considerable depth. As families readied their festive goods, two unexpected visitors arrived at Feiyu's doorstep. A boisterous girl with a ponytail of golden hair, carefree and lively, frequently patting the shoulder of her companion, a boy with white hair, faint red markings beneath his eyes, clad in patched garments and carrying a gift-like package, appearing somewhat reserved. "Feiyu, we've come to see you," Tsunade shouted before even entering the courtyard. "Oh, it's Tsunade. Come in," Feiyu replied, somewhat exasperated upon hearing the familiar voice. During his time at the Ninja Academy, Tsunade had often barged into his office without hesitation, frequently disrupting his work with her exuberance. On one occasion, upon discovering that Feiyu's office was merely a shadow clone, she had been incensed, feeling deceived. Ultimately, she learned the shadow clone technique from his father, creating one clone to feign attentiveness in class while another harassed him in his office, while the real Feiyu remained at home, refusing to yield. After much negotiation, he managed to convince Tsunade to cease her incessant meddling, and she shifted the conversation to her little companion. Thus, Tsunade's visit was not particularly surprising. Feiyu had grown accustomed to it, and did not shy away from her presence during training. However, this time Tsunade was accompanied by a white-haired boy, with a familiar air. Tsunade poured herself a generous cup from the table and drank heartily, exclaiming her surprise. Feiyu, don't you ever socialize? Do you just lock yourself away in here training? How long will this go on? Until I become Hokage, I suppose, Feiyu replied casually. Seriously, I don't understand you guys. Why does everyone aspire to be Hokage? Is it really that great? I don't see it. Grandpa and uncle are always swamped with work, yet they never seem to reap the rewards, Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes. Feiyu, mid-strength training, while hanging upside down and walking on his hands with heavy iron sand molds on his legs, chose not to argue, allowing her to voice her opinions freely. Jiraiya, what are you standing there for? Come and join us. Tsunade ordered Jiraiya with the commanding presence of a host. Good day, Principal Feiyu. Jiraiya greeted, his demeanor stiff as he bowed and sat down obediently. Hey, what's with that attitude? Jiraiya is my friend. You should treat him with a bit more respect. Tsunade interjected, noticing Feiyu's dismissive tone. All right. Hello, little Jiraiya, Feiyu replied, resigned. It was not that he wished to be dismissive towards Jiraiya. Rather, he felt a certain reticence. After all, Jiraiya was a disciple of the legendary Sannin, a staunch supporter of the Hokage's lineage, and later became a candidate for Hokage after the third's demise. Furthermore, Jiraiya's connections to Mayaboka Mountain and the enigmatic toads left Feiyu disinterested. He feared that interfering too much with Jiraiya's destiny might yield unpredictable consequences. The most immediate concern was that if the Hokage perceived too many of Feiyu's traits in Jiraiya, he might inadvertently exclude him from the ranks of his three disciples, leading to a diminished Sannin legacy that could ultimately fall to Hanzo the Salamander's hands. Tsunade blinked. Is that it? Feiyu, somewhat irritated, responded. What more do you expect from me? A bow of submission? No. As the principal, you should at least take an interest in the students' lives, right? You are being quite irresponsible. You spoke so eloquently before, yet it all feels empty now. Feiyu interjected, Jiraiya, don't let Tsunade berate the principal. He is quite busy at the moment. Besides, it's not customary for elders to check in on the younger generation. That's my responsibility. Tsunade, with a hint of irritation, remarked, You two, why are you being so hesitant about this matter? It is not at all like your usual self. If you would like, I can speak on your behalf to spare you from feeling embarrassed. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, grew anxious. There are certain matters that one must tackle independently. And he quickly replied, Principal Feiyu, I actually came here today to seek your mentorship. Your prowess is formidable. Please accept me as your disciple. As he spoke, he placed the gift he had brought before him and knelt deeply, bowing his head in silence, awaiting Feiyu's response. Absolutely not. Feiyu rejected without a moment's thought. Jiraiya, taken aback, lifted his head in disbelief, his youthful face reflecting despair, yet his eyes shone with profound determination. What? Is it true, Feiyu? You are being rather heartless. Tsunade echoed, astonished to witness Feiyu's seemingly cold demeanor for the first time. It isn't that I lack compassion. The school has its regulations, Feiyu explained. Do not fret, Jiraiya. After you graduate next year, arrangements will be made for you to have a Jonin instructor. You need not worry about that. Tsunade interjected. Oh, I see. A first-time graduate with no experience. Jiraiya, however, resolutely countered, No? An opportunity grasped is a true chance. Everything else is merely temptation. To forsake genuine opportunity for the sake of temptation only leads to nothingness. I cannot rely on the school's appointed Jonin, as one like me, an orphan, would merely be a supporting character. Please, Principal Feiyu, accept me. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Ah, Feiyu, you nearly had me fooled. It seems you were waiting for this moment. After being exposed by the two, Feiyu felt his cheeks flush. He cleared his throat, but do not jump to conclusions. According to rumors, this year, the Hokage is likely to select 3 disciples from the graduating class to become his successors. I am sharing this information with you in advance. Please keep it confidential. What? The Hokage is actually starting to recruit disciples? Tsunade exclaimed, stunned, before turning to Jiraiya. Do not plead with him, stick with me. And I will ensure you secure a position as a Hokage's disciple. Although you can be a bit lecherous, you still make a decent junior. Chapter 102, Stay No. An opportunity in hand is the only true opportunity. All else is mere temptation. To sacrifice genuine opportunity for the allure of temptation leads to nothingness. Jiraiya continued to shake his head, unmoved by Tsunade's words. He understood that Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, seldom made promises she could not fulfill. Yet he dared not gamble, especially given his self-assessment of lacking commendable traits and being at the bottom of his class. The Hokage would surely seek out candidates with considerable potential, like Orochimaru. Moreover, the thought of rushing off at the mere rumor of the Hokage recruiting disciples, leaving Feiyu behind, would only portray him as insincere and overly opportunistic. Jiraiya, I never expected you to possess such insight. I have underestimated you, Tsunade said, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. Then, unable to bear seeing her little companion in such a subservient state, she continued, Feiyu, you are far too aloof. Look at how Jiraiya is already in this state. What more do you need him to do to earn your favor? Feiyu, sensing that his physical training had met the required standards, executed a swift maneuver and landed firmly on the ground, the sand-iron mold floating effortlessly in the air. This is not a matter of attitude. It is about ideology. Do you understand? If I were to recruit a promising student on site, the school would become my personal playground, and the Hokage would never allow that to happen. The ninja world requires fairness. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression darkened, feeling that the path of a ninja appeared bleak. As an orphan, he had been embroiled in conflict since he gained consciousness, early on experiencing the world's darkness. He knew that achieving one's desires necessitated personal effort. He had hoped that with Tsunade's guidance, there might be a favorable outcome, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Tsunade scoffed. You people keep talking about peace in the ninja world, yet all you do is put on airs, as if delivering grand theories will convince anyone. Since there is no one around here, Jiraiya, you can stay here. Since he won't take you as a disciple, then perhaps you can learn by observing him. Do what he does and see how he reacts. Tsunade suggested, formulating a rather dubious idea. Jiraiya's eyes lit up at her words, and casting a glance at Feiyu's indifferent expression, he felt reassured and began to unpack the gift he had brought. It contained several packets of common tea leaves. He discarded the bland tea water and diligently replaced it with the freshly purchased tea bags. Under Tsunade's encouraging gaze, he discovered a rag-like cloth and swiftly began to clean the floor, polishing it until it gleamed brightly, reflecting images. Feiyu observed and smirked, recognizing the cloth as his own face towel, which, despite its tattered state, he had been reluctant to dispose of. It seemed he would have to purchase a new one soon. Seeing Jiraiya work diligently, Tsunade nodded in approval. Jiraiya, you may stay here. This spacious house is wasted on Feiyu living alone. You need not return to the orphanage. Stay here. She then playfully shook her fist at Feiyu. Feiyu, I am entrusting Jiraiya to you. He will be my important aide. If he loses even an ounce of weight, I shall hold you accountable. Feiyu. Tsunade did not allow Feiyu any chance to refuse and vanished from their sight in a flash, leaving the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Jiraiya, unable to endure the tense silence, cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Principal Feiyu, you need not mind what Tsunade said. I will be leaving later. Feiyu shook his head. Do not call me Principal. Just use my name. Since she has allowed you to stay here, you may do so. After all, the entirety of Konoha was established by her grandfather, so occupying a small space is of little consequence. Jiraiya scratched his head, unsure how to respond to that. Gurgle. Upon hearing the sound, Feiyu turned to see Jiraiya blushing, appearing somewhat flustered. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and headed to the kitchen, where he busily prepared a meal. After a quarter of an hour, 2 sumptuous dishes emerged, steaming and ready. Although they looked simple, the aroma was tantalizing, making Jiraiya's stomach growl even louder. The sound echoed like thunder, incessantly beating like a drum. Feiyu was somewhat bemused. Could a stomach growl really produce such rhythm? He placed the plates on the coffee table and addressed the still flustered Jiraiya. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to come over and feed you? Jiraiya, upon hearing this, beamed with joy and quickly rushed over to sit cross-legged. Eagerly grabbing his utensils, he exclaimed, I'm going to dig in, and began to devour the food with fervor, as if he had never eaten before. I must ask, how long has it been since you last ate? Are you this famished? Feiyu remarked, noticing how quickly the food on the plate was vanishing before he even picked up his own chopsticks. It's just how I eat, Jiraiya mumbled through a mouthful. Feiyu's expression became slightly complex upon hearing this. Truly, a child from a poor family learns to fend for themselves early on. At such a young age, he was already accustomed to hardships that others could not endure. He surmised that the food at the orphanage was rationed, and without mastering the skill of competition, one would inevitably go hungry. Little brat, you're going to bankrupt me. Jiraiya was at an age where he needed ample nutrition for growth. If he did not receive adequate nourishment, he would risk falling behind in development. Just like Naruto Uzumaki, who, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, was shorter than even his smallest classmates. At least Naruto had a house left by Minato Namikaze, while Jiraiya, residing at the orphanage, likely had no private space whatsoever. In light of this, it seemed that Tsunade was indeed putting in considerable effort, indirectly aiding Jiraiya in finding a relatively better environment, even if it was at someone else's expense. Just stay here. That room was where I used to sleep. After you finish eating, go and tidy it up. Feiyu indicated towards the adjacent room. Upon hearing the words, Jiraiya nodded vigorously, to the point that the bowl of rice he was holding nearly toppled over. Alarmed, he quickly steadied it, not wishing to present a careless image before Feiyu. Chapter 103. The village hidden in the clouds sends envoys. A member of the Anbu knelt on one knee, addressing the Hokage, Lord Hokage. Envoys from the village hidden in the clouds have arrived to negotiate. The village hidden in the clouds? What is there to negotiate? The Hokage inquired from his chair in the office. The specifics are unknown to me. They insist that they must meet with the Hokage to reveal the truth. The Anbu replied candidly. Must? The Hokage's expression soured at this, pondering for a moment before deciding it would be prudent to meet with them. He waved his hand for his subordinate to proceed with the arrangements. Simultaneously, he summoned 3 advisors to bolster his stance. After a quarter of an hour, a gaunt elder adorned with the forehead protector of the village hidden in the clouds appeared in the Hokage's office, while the 3 advisors sat upright, exuding an air of intimidation. Greetings, Hokage. I am the minister of the advisory department of the village hidden in the clouds, currently acting as a senior elder. I have been entrusted by the Raikage to retrieve our village's secret techniques, the elder announced, taking the initiative. Shimura Danzo scoffed. Your village lost its secret techniques. What does that have to do with us in Konoha? Are you suggesting that you've misplaced something and now blame us? The elder ignored him entirely, continuing. According to our investigations, the secret techniques are very likely within Konoha. If Konoha does not return them, the Raikage may very well initiate a second war. The Hokage must consider his response carefully. Tsunade's face darkened. Do you believe this is a place where you can act recklessly? Konoha is not a playground for you people from the village hidden in the clouds. You previously kidnapped our ninjas under the guise of peace talks, and we have yet to settle that score. Now, you come here to bully us? The elder, taken aback by the mention of the kidnapping, reluctantly responded, What kidnapping? I am unaware of such matters. I only know that you and Konoha have taken our village's secret techniques and must return them. Tsunade, seething with anger, was about to retort when the Hokage interjected, What secret techniques? Do you have any evidence that we in Konoha have taken them? The elder replied, I cannot disclose the details of the secret techniques, but we have our channels. We only need to summon the ninjas dispatched to the borders of the Land of Lightning before the outbreak of war, and we will discern the truth. Mitsuki, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Lord Hokage, I believe we should expel this old man from the Land of Fire. He shows no sincerity whatsoever. After all, it is the village hidden in the clouds that has come to negotiate. There is no need to acquiesce to their demands. The Hokage shook his head, recalling the list of personnel dispatched at that time, and calling in each member to the Hokage's office. An Anbu stationed outside swiftly departed to execute the Hokage's orders, while Mitsuki glared at the elder from the village hidden in the clouds, feeling the weight of their demands. The advisors shared in the Hokage's frustration, feeling an immense sense of indignation. Only Shimura Danzo, having participated in previous wars against the village hidden in the clouds, could empathize. Konoha truly could not afford to provoke them. The village hidden in the clouds could disregard threats of war from foreign nations, but Konoha could not. Although the Land of Fire did not share borders with the other 4 great nations, overlooking the smaller neighboring countries could lead to a swift invasion. If the Land of Fire appeared weakened, other nations would surely seize the opportunity to carve out their share, resulting in an unpredictable chain reaction. Meanwhile, Feiyu, who was practicing his chakra, sensed someone watching him and opened his eyes to find an Anbu member, masked, crouched against the wall, observing him. As soon as Feiyu awoke, the Anbu spoke in a low voice. Feiyu, the Hokage has summoned you to his office. Understood, Feiyu replied. The Anbu continued. It concerns the secret techniques of the village hidden in the clouds, so be prepared. They have pressed the Hokage quite forcefully. Feiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Having once been a member of the Anbu, he was aware that the code of conduct prohibited excessive interaction with fellow village ninjas and the disclosure of mission information. However, today's Anbu behavior seemed peculiar. Given the urgency in their tone, it was clear that the Hokage had been cornered, and even the Anbu felt compelled to subtly assist a fellow village ninja. This struck him as somewhat amusing. Watching the Anbu depart, Feiyu closed his eyes once more. Jiraiya, closely observing Feiyu, found his nonchalance curious. Feiyu, aren't you going to go? What's the rush? Letting the people from the village hidden in the clouds stew a bit isn't a problem, Feiyu replied casually, though internally he was calculating. The secret techniques from the village hidden in the clouds must surely pertain to the body activation technique he had previously acquired. And their aggressive demeanor suggested they had received information through other channels, confirming that the techniques were indeed in his possession. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazen. There was no way he could admit to it. He had acquired those techniques through his own merit. Why should he return them? What if they made excessive demands, such as requesting to inspect his memories to see if he had transferred them to anyone else? Even if he hadn't transferred them, he couldn't allow them to access his memories. After all, Feiyu was not a local. He was a transmigrator with countless secrets in his mind that must remain undisclosed, lest the consequences be dire. The only option was to play dumb and feign ignorance, staunchly asserting that he knew nothing of the matter. However, to prevent the village hidden in the clouds from hounding him indefinitely, he needed to provide them with a target. The village of Konoha's Shinomori seemed suitable. After all, Shinomori would undoubtedly have made backups, and it was quite normal for a small nation to be bullied by a larger one. Having made his decision, Feiyu felt at ease and, without delay, made his way to the Hokage's office before the last vestiges of patience wore thin. Upon entering, he drew the attention of everyone in the room, their gazes filled with a mix of dissatisfaction, goodwill, and anger. Unperturbed, Feiyu stepped inside, bowed to the Hokage, and casually took his place. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the elder of the village hidden in the clouds and approached Feiyu, attempting to scrutinize him and even make physical contact. Feiyu, unwilling to allow this to transpire, swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the cloud ninja's arm with a grip as unyielding as a vice before the hand could make contact. The cloud ninja cried out in pain, clutching his now contorted arm and stumbling backward, ultimately losing his footing and rolling on the ground in agony. The eyes of those in the room converged once more on this spectacle. Among them, a Chunin bore a particularly peculiar expression. He was none other than the individual who had intercepted the merchant convoy from the land of the sky alongside Feiyu. Of the three, Niao village had perished at the hands of the village hidden in the clouds, while this Chunin had been fortunate enough to survive. Now witnessing his former comrade inflict such punishment on the cloud ninja tasked with inspection, he felt a surge of exhilaration at the retribution, coupled with curiosity about the audacity of Feiyu, who dared to act in front of the Hokage. Chapter 104. An overbearing presence. Feiyu, the Hokage, was taken aback as well. Initially, he had thought it would be a simple inspection, merely a matter of some Chunin facing minor humiliation, followed by compensation from the village to let the matter pass peacefully. However, he never anticipated that Feiyu would arrive just in time. The moment Feiyu appeared before the Hokage, a sense of foreboding washed over him, realizing that the day's events would not unfold smoothly. Feiyu had directly broken the arm of the Cloud Ninja Inspector, showing no regard for those present. Seizing the opportunity, the Hokage scanned the expressions of those around him, noting the Konoha ninjas' faces filled with schadenfreude. Occasionally glancing at the elder from the village hidden in the clouds, their expressions reflecting a sense of vindication. On the side of the village hidden in the clouds, the elder maintained an inscrutable demeanor, revealing nothing of his internal thoughts, while the two accompanying personnel behind him were visibly incensed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Humph! Who do you think you are to dare lay hands on me? Feiyu scoffed disdainfully. You are exceedingly arrogant, daring to take action against the ninjas of our cloud-hidden village. Do you not fear igniting a war between our villages? One of the accompanying figures from Cloud Hidden stepped forward and spoke. Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "What do I care? You have countless excuses to instigate war. Do not attempt to intimidate me with such trivialities. I am not easily frightened." The man trembled, at a loss for words. taken aback by the piercing remarks from an obscure individual. His face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to the Hokage, asking, "Hokage, is this the attitude of your Leaf Village?" Seeing someone take on the role of the antagonist, the Hokage cheerfully responded, "Do not be hasty. Your village must also regard the feelings of the Leaf Ninjas. The others may be of little consequence, but Feiyu is a distinguished Jonin of the Leaf, not just any commoner." This statement, uttered by the Hokage, resonated with those present. Although many Leaf Ninjas felt a twinge of anger at being likened to common animals, they were resigned to the reality that those who had undergone elimination missions were often devoid of potential and value within the village, with the best fate being to live in peace. While the emergence of a prodigious Feiyu was notable, the Hokage did not believe another such talent would arise. Furthermore, he had reservations regarding the loyalty of these individuals, wary of potential defection or recruitment by rival factions. He had resolved that once this matter concluded, all of them would be handed over to Danzo for management, as Danzo's Anbu training division was in need of personnel, and their inclusion would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Hokage's faction. Feiyu? Is he not the one who caused a commotion in the Land of Lightning and killed the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? The elder from Cloud Hidden inquired, now intrigued. Feiyu, increasingly impudent, replied, "Old man, do you recognize your grandfather?" "You." The elder from Cloud Hidden was enraged. His grandfather had long since passed, and now a young upstart was mocking him, an indignity he had not faced in years. "What brings you to the Leaf to act so brazenly? Instead of wasting time with idle chatter, you would be better off returning home to sleep." Aware of his precarious position, Feiyu began to speak nonsensically, attempting to provoke the elder into anger. "Ah, little brat, you are still too young. To think you could aspire to be my grandfather, you are still too immature." Remarkably, the elder from Cloud Hidden's anger flared up and subsided as swiftly as it had come, as if performing in a play, all while delivering veiled insults. Feiyu, unimpressed, lost interest in conversing with him, and, with a heavy kick, sent a nearby Cloud Ninja who was moaning in pain sprawling to the ground. "Shut up and disturb my peace." With a kick to his neck, the Cloud Ninja fell unconscious, motionless as though lifeless. The others gasped in shock, initially believing Feiyu had been outmatched in conversation, only to witness his sudden violent action. The two accompanying figures shivered with trepidation. Feiyu's name had been frequently mentioned lately as a rising star among the Leaf's Jonin. They were forewarned to exercise caution when encountering him, and it seemed his temperament was quite fierce, treating their comrade with no regard, striking and kicking as he pleased, leaving them feeling like mere prey on a chopping block. The elder from Cloud Hidden's eyes flashed with anger as he waved his hand behind him. Following his command, the two accompanying personnel, in a state of panic, cautiously maneuvered around Feiyu, stealthily carrying away their unconscious companion. Their comical appearance elicited raucous laughter, prompting the Cloud Hidden entourage to hasten their actions. "In this room, it appears you are the only one capable of acquiring the secret techniques of Cloud Hidden. I implore the Hokage to facilitate their return." The elder from Cloud Hidden, avoiding further engagement with Feiyu, shifted the pressure onto the Hokage, indifferent to how the Hokage chose to handle it, as his sole objective was to reclaim the secret techniques. "Ahem, Feiyu, did you acquire any scrolls containing techniques near the Land of Lightning? If so, it would be prudent to return them. The village will ensure appropriate compensation." The Hokage interjected. Upon hearing the word compensation, Feiyu's eyes lit up. He happened to possess a batch of intelligence scrolls seized during a previous ambush on a lookout post, which he could now put to good use. He hesitantly retrieved a storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled its contents, revealing a stack of scrolls as thick as an arm before the eyes of all present. The elder from Cloud Hidden's eyes brightened upon recognizing the distinctive marking of Cloud Hidden scrolls, and, after a shared glance of understanding, he eagerly sought to examine them. Although he felt some hesitation, unable to comprehend why there would be so many scrolls of the secret techniques, he disregarded his doubts and hastily asserted that this was indeed the lost property of Cloud Hidden. After receiving approval, he seized one and began to inspect it. The contents revealed the urgent need for reinforcements for the eastern front of Cloud Hidden's forces, the depletion of medical supplies, and the urgent call for the Raikage to suppress the Eight Tails, who had gone berserk for unknown reasons. It was a report from the front lines that astonished the elder. Although outdated, it was unexpected for some of it to have fallen into the hands of others. Surely, it must have been intercepted by Leaf's ambush unit. And this Feiyu was a member of that very unit. "These are not what I seek. The elder from Cloud Hidden exclaimed loudly. Chapter 105. Taking Action. Cloud Hidden Envoy. You must be accountable for your words. You cannot first acknowledge that these belong to your village and then deny it, creating contradictions that are quite unbecoming of Cloud Hidden. Mito Kazan interjected, seizing the opportunity to mock. The elder from Cloud Hidden, realizing he had spoken hastily, was taken aback by the sight of Cloud Hidden's intelligence falling into the hands of the leaf, leaving him momentarily flustered. He quickly attempted to rectify his statement. The items are indeed from Cloud Hidden, but they are not the secret techniques we are here to retrieve. Is that so? The Hokage seemed skeptical. Having noted the elder's earlier excitement as he grasped one of the scrolls and scrutinized it, after studying it for a while, he found himself bemused. Realizing that Feiyu had outmaneuvered Cloud Hidden, explaining the elder's loss of composure. Feiyu, are you certain these are all there are? The Hokage inquired. Lord Hokage, this is all there is. There are no more, Feiyu explained innocently. Ahem. I must remind you that the Shinnong of the Land of Sky pretended to be a merchant passing through Cloud Hidden Village and took the opportunity to steal the inheritance scrolls. They must have had contact with you when passing through the Land of Fire. The elder from Cloud Hidden coughed. Feiyu scoffed. If it was indeed that Shinnong from the Land of Sky, you should seek him out. What does it matter to you to come here and act as though you are formidable? Just to show off? The elder from Cloud Hidden, incensed by Feiyu's flippant tone, felt a surge of anger. It had been years since anyone had dared address him in such a manner, and today, in the leaf, he felt a long-forgotten rage. Who knows what schemes you and the leaf are concocting? It is highly probable that this was instigated by you. Otherwise, how could such a minuscule place as the Land of Sky dare to covet the treasures of Cloud Hidden? Listening to the elder's fervent accusations, Feiyu found it amusing. Oh, so you are merely speculating without any substantial evidence? What a waste of time. He then bowed to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, I have other matters to attend to and will no longer indulge this old man in his nonsensical ramblings. Before the Hokage could respond, the elder from Cloud Hidden grew frantic. You cannot leave. The items must be on you. How could a mere Chunin like you rise to Jonin status so swiftly without having learned Cloud Hidden secret techniques? Hand them over quickly, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room, and everyone stared at Feiyu with wide eyes, particularly Danzo, whose gaze burned with intensity. The threshold for a Ch-nin to ascend to a J-nin is exceedingly high. Merely possessing 10 Ch-nin does not guarantee the emergence of even a single J-nin. Each of the 5 great nations has its own legacy and means to ensure a sufficient number of high-level combatants within their villages. The Land of Fire is renowned for its fertile land and abundant resources, coupled with a variety of secret techniques, positioning Konoha as the most formidable and powerful among the 5 great nations, arguably at the pinnacle of strength. In contrast, the Land of Wind, while characterized by its barren terrain, is shielded by expansive deserts and boasts unique resources such as the scorpion venom, which, along with their mastery of puppet techniques, allows them to maintain a dominant presence despite their economic hardships. The Land of Water, surrounded by seas, is rich in marine resources, and the village of Kirigakure is one of the rare havens for bloodline clans, free from external threats and under the protective influence of the formidable H-Zuki clan, ensuring its safety. The Land of Earth, situated to the southwest, has seen 2 consecutive Tsuchikage awaken their bloodline abilities, and within its borders lies a secret place for individuals to contemplate the will of stone, ensuring the continuation of their legacy. The Land of Lightning, with its unique mountainous terrain and cloudy climate, is perpetually enveloped by thunderclouds, and through their inherited secret techniques, they forge distinctive lightning armor that is not easily approached. Thus, it is not surprising that the elder from Kumogakure is so tenacious. The foundation of a village cannot simply fall into enemy hands. Today, he is somewhat provoked by Feiyu's audacious demeanor, prompting him to utter words that incite greed. Although there is a significant probability that Konoha may acquire secret techniques, it is also impossible for them to master the lightning armor technique, necessitating a complete eradication of potential threats. Hence, the current situation arose. Even in the absence of definitive evidence, it must be treated as if it exists. It is imperative to compel Konoha to bow down, forcing Kumogakure and Konoha to sign a treaty to ensure that no one from Konoha learns these techniques, for the Raikage is willing to go to war for this cause. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Hokage hesitates not, recognizing the urgency of the matter. He must confer with his advisory council before arriving at a decision, thereby starting to negotiate. Elder from Kumogakure, please refrain from excitement. We will provide you with a response once we have investigated the matter thoroughly. That is unacceptable. The culprit is already here. Why not clarify the situation? Are you attempting to shield him? Elder Kumogakure resolutely rebuffed the Hokage's proposal. The Hokage's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a public rejection from the elder. He discreetly signaled Feiyu to leave, reasoning that once the principal party departed, further commotion would be futile. Feiyu, interpreting the Hokage's gesture as an encouragement to demonstrate his strength to the elder, acquiesced. The sand iron surrounding him began to stir, breaking away in large clumps, transforming into tendril-like entities that surged towards the Kumogakure elder with blinding speed, manifesting as three sharp spears aimed directly at his subordinates. No one present anticipated Feiyu's sudden ferocity as he pierced through the three Kumogakure ninjas, leaving the elder standing alone, paralyzed by the sight of the chaos wrought by the sand iron. After executing his strike, Feiyu wasted no time, swiftly retreating, leaving the assembly in disbelief at his callousness. Having committed murder, he nonchalantly departed, leaving them to face the elder's wrath. Elder Kumogakure roared in fury, attempting to pursue Feiyu, but his age and frailty rendered him unable to keep up with Feiyu's speed. A mere body flicker technique left him far behind. The Hokage and his advisors exchanged glances, feeling a headache coming on, as they had not expected Feiyu to stir such trouble. Not only did he fail to grasp the Hokage's intent, but he also seemed to exacerbate their workload. They resolved that in future dealings involving him, it would be prudent to establish clear boundaries to prevent him from causing unruly disturbances. After a week's worth of negotiations, Elder Kumogakure, feeling isolated in Konoha, feared the emergence of another impetuous individual like Feiyu. Disregarding the diplomatic matters between the two nations, he reluctantly made significant concessions before departing, paying little heed to the demise of his three subordinates. Meanwhile, Feiyu returned to his tranquil existence, with the goal of achieving bloodline elimination. With a ready template at hand, he had mastered the transformation of 5 different chakra types into dust release, blending fire, wind, and earth attributes. At the same time, having adeptly controlled magnet release, a fusion of wind and earth chakra. Feiyu's immediate task was to enhance his mastery of fire attribute chakra, aspiring for all 3 to reach the same level of proficiency, thereby facilitating the integration of dust release. So, how to elevate his command over fire attribute chakra? The first step involves basic chakra training methods that enhance the essence of chakra utilization. The second step necessitates frequent practice of fire release techniques to bolster affinity for the fire element. Therefore, the urgent priority is to learn more fire release techniques. When thinking of fire release, one inevitably recalls the Uchiha clan, renowned for their Sharingan and mastery of fire techniques. Although he had previously plundered Konoha's technique repository, many fire release techniques await his training. However, he cannot afford to be complacent, for the Uchiha undoubtedly possess hidden techniques yet to be revealed. He dispatched 2 shadow clones to remain at home, studying the techniques from the secret repository, while he himself ventured to the Uchiha clan's territory, hoping to uncover opportunities. Besides, Feiyu possessed the Sharingan, which would allow him to replicate techniques if necessary. However, as he approached the Uchiha territory, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, a strong feeling of being watched, prompting him to remain vigilant. He feigned nonchalance as he passed by, then discreetly transformed his appearance to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. This investigation revealed a shocking scene. Numerous Anbu-like ninjas exuded a chilling aura, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The area they surrounded was none other than Uchiha Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. The sinister, twisted visage of Uchiha Itachi was shocking. If not for Feiyu's keen observation, he could scarcely have imagined that Uchiha Itachi had become such a figure. One eye concealed by a bandage while the other glowed a vivid crimson, clearly reflecting intense emotional turmoil. Conversely, Danzo maintained an air of calm, exuding confidence as though he held the upper hand over Uchiha Itachi. What do you think? Consider this. If it weren't for that Cloud Ninja's revelation, I wouldn't have realized that you were developed into a spy by them. Danzo articulated with a sense of certainty. I am not a spy. I know nothing. This sudden influx of memories must be the work of the Cloud Ninjas. Uchiha Itachi vehemently protested. Whether you are a spy is not for you to determine. That judgment rests with me. Moreover, you are aware that your eye is still in their possession. Even if you do not wish to become a spy, do you not desire the return of your eye? Danzo continued, I have heard that the Hokage previously promised you a Sharingan, which was consumed by your clan. If you do not exert yourself, you will lose all chances of reclaiming it. Uchiha Itachi's expression wavered with conflict. What must I do? You have already uncovered this matter. The evidence is in your hands, and further actions as a spy hold no significance. Danzo, remaining unperturbed, uttered a statement that left Uchiha Itachi astounded. It matters not. You might as well agree to the Cloud Ninja's demands. Besides, that Feiyu fellow has a significant grievance with me. He is currently favored by the Hokage, so it would be unwise to make a move against him now. We can bide our time until he is utterly diminished before seizing him. Moreover, the actions of the Cloud Shinobi align seamlessly with my own ambitions. Once I achieve my goals, not only will the Cloud Shinobi be powerless against me, but all the ninja villages combined will stand no chance. At this point, Shimura Danzo's expression turned a sickly crimson, as if he were on the verge of accomplishing his objective. His frenzied demeanor startled Uchiha Kaken, causing him to instinctively step back in fear, unearthing some unpleasant memories. However, after a brief moment, Danzo reined in his emotions and cast a disappointed glance at the cowering Uchiha Kaken, shaking his head. You need not worry about anything at this stage. Just follow my lead, and I will assist you in navigating the affairs with the Cloud Shinobi. I assure you, it won't be long before you reclaim your eyes. Uchiha Kaken appeared somewhat disheartened. Whatever you say, I shall comply. His life felt shrouded in gloom. He had once believed that through his efforts, he could become a renowned strongman. However, the arrival of the Cloud Envoy shattered this illusion. That gaunt elder had merely appeared before him, and he found his mind inundated with unsettling memories, those of being captured by the Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Lightning, including his promise to return as a spy and surrender his eyes. He was certain that this had transpired, but the recollections now resurfacing severely disrupted his plans. He had hoped to let it go, but today, Danzo's blunt revelations left him certain that the Cloud Shinobi harbored suspicions about him and had secretly conspired with Danzo. The thought of why the Hokage advisor would engage in such treachery was beyond his comprehension, intensifying his loathing for the Cloud Shinobi. Threatening him was insufficient. They had even enlisted a public figure to keep tabs on him. After being thoroughly intimidated by Danzo, he realized he was utterly powerless. Unlike Feiyu, he lacked the strength to shatter his confines. Thus, he was compelled to operate within the confines of rules imposed by others. Should he deviate, the consequences would be dire. Hiding in the shadows, Feiyu listened intently, feeling a surge of anger. He chided himself for not acting decisively then, for he could have easily dispatched that elder. Now, it seemed that trouble had returned to Konoha, and it was evidently linked to him. After much contemplation, Feiyu concluded that the matter stemmed from the body activation technique. With so many individuals present in the Hokage office at that time, perhaps not everyone had heard his mention of promotion to Jonin and its connection to the technique. If just one or two individuals leaked this information, it could provoke widespread attention within Konoha. Faced with public outrage, even Feiyu would find himself at a loss, ultimately forced to concede. Thus, Feiyu knew he must transform his passive position into an active one. He needed to leverage the situation to secure greater benefits before they could act against him, thereby minimizing his losses. Coincidentally, to hone his chakra control, he required a plethora of elemental jutsu, including water, lightning, and fire techniques. This was an opportune moment to procure them all, thus averting the need for future collection. Chapter 107. The Transaction. Chief Uchiha, you are aware that recently, the Cloud Shinobi sent individuals to demand this item. This is a golden opportunity. A step taken now will lead to further advancements. Soon, your Uchiha clan may produce a shadow-level expert with ease. Feiyu implored earnestly. Uchiha Shia raised an eyebrow, questioning. Is it truly as advantageous as you claim? Will the effects be that pronounced? Feiyu replied with fervor, absolutely. You must understand that prior to mastering the Cloud's body techniques, they must first practice this secret technique. This emphasizes its foundational importance. Your Uchiha clan inherently possesses the potential to become shadow-level powerhouses. Solidifying your foundation will make subsequent achievements a mere formality. Uchiha Shia remained silent for a long while, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and indecision. Finally, he spoke. I am open to an exchange. Some fire release techniques do not pertain to Uchiha clan secrets. However, I must first examine the secret technique to verify its authenticity before I can decide. Feiyu readily agreed, presenting the original version of the technique he had acquired from the Cloud Shinobi to Uchiha. Speculations surrounding the technique had become his personal possession, and he entrusted them to his close ally, Hatake Shumo, as others would have to pay a hefty price to obtain such information. Uchiha Shia furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the documents for some time before finally breaking into a smile, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. Ah, Feiyu, you are indeed a benefactor to the Uchiha clan. These fire release techniques are trivial in comparison. Follow me. Amused, Feiyu thought to himself, as long as you do not harbor resentment towards me later. He followed Uchiha Shia to a secret underground chamber, where the weight of history enveloped him. This ancient family had persisted since the Warring States period, and merely gazing at the aged parchment hinted at the scroll's antiquity. As he carefully perused the texts, he was acutely aware that damaging any Uchiha relic would incur severe repercussions. By evening, Feiyu emerged from the Uchiha compound, thoroughly satisfied. Uchiha Shia graciously escorted him out, assuring him that in the future, he could exchange anything valuable directly with him, which would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than the village exchange. Now this is the demeanor befitting a prominent clan, Feiyu mused, admiring their approach to alliances. Unlike Mito's inferior attempts to curry favor with common items, their actions clearly reflected their substantial heritage. Though impressed by the grandeur of the elite, Feiyu could not suppress a sense of disdain. What were they but pawns in his game? Once he attained his bloodline limit, he would not only walk confidently through the shinobi world, but could rival even the descendants of these venerable families. Determined, Feiyu resolved to act without delay. He could not afford to prolong the review of fire release techniques, which had already consumed an entire day. He had no idea how long the other matters might take. A plan was necessary to expedite his progress. The following morning, Feiyu hastily departed his home, leaving Jiraiya bewildered. Without further thought, Jiraiya continued his training as usual, undisturbed by Feiyu's absence. In Konoha, there existed a unique ninjutsu that was unmatched across the shinobi world: wood release and fire release. The phrase, "where Konoha flourishes, so too does the fire," was not mere rhetoric, it was a testament to their legacy. During the clash between Senju Hashirama's wood release restraints and Uchiha Madara's fire release assaults, the shinobi world had been shaken profoundly. The brutality of their conflict earned Konoha a fearsome reputation, attracting hordes of ninja clans and commoners alike. Speaking of fire release, aside from the Uchiha clan, there was another family renowned for their mastery of this art, the Sarutobi clan, the very lineage of the Hokage. However, engaging in private dealings with the Hokage was fraught with complications. The Hokage would undoubtedly prioritize Konoha's greater good. Should he discover the nature of Feiyu's possession, he would surely appeal to reason and emotion, urging him to relinquish it to the village rather than barter privately with the Sarutobi clan. In essence, the Hokage's seat was occupied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who bore the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha's interests. Thus, Feiyu was unable to seek out the Hokage. However, it was rumored that the Hokage had a son of similar age named Sarutobi Sasuke, who was greatly trusted by the Sarutobi clan, which presented an opportunity for Feiyu. Deceiving the old man might prove somewhat challenging, but he looked down upon his peers, with the exception of Shikamaru, who was rather honest. And Feiyu felt reluctant to take advantage of him too often. "Sasuke, do you remember me? We were quite good friends back in the Ninja Academy," Feiyu exclaimed, casually draping his arm over Sarutobi Sasuke's shoulder and giving it a hearty pat. Sasuke was taken aback by this sudden display, for he remembered Feiyu as a rather mediocre student who had scarcely spoken more than 10 words throughout their 6 years at school. How had they suddenly become friends? "Have you heard about the recent events?" Feiyu leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if he were a thief. This made Sasuke somewhat anxious. "What?" Feiyu widened his eyes, feigning disbelief. "You haven't heard? The Cloud Village sent people to demand their lost secret techniques. It's related to the promotion from CH Nin to J Nin." Sasuke, having been cooped up at home lately, had missed the news and skeptically asked, "Is that true? How could the Cloud Village lose something so valuable?" "Who knows? Just look at me. I was promoted to J Nin at such a young age, all thanks to it," Feiyu replied, glancing at Sasuke. "Sasuke, you've been a CH Nin for quite a while now. Why haven't you been promoted to J Nin? Have I taken the lead?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression fluctuated between disappointment and confusion. "Well, the Hokage said I still need more training." Feiyu scoffed, "Don't kid yourself. The Hokage is just afraid of what others might say if he promotes you. He doesn't truly believe in your strength." Look at me. I was promoted early and even landed a principal position. My life has never been brighter. Sasuke managed a forced smile. I can't compare to you. You've been to the battlefield, and no one has objections to your promotion. I, on the other hand. He sighed. Last time I wanted to go to the front lines, the elder shot me down immediately. Isn't that due to a lack of trust in your abilities? If you had the strength of the Hokage, he certainly wouldn't have hindered you, Feiyu said. Having made his point clear, Sasuke pondered deeply. After some deliberation, Sasuke cautiously asked, Could I, borrow that secret technique for my studies? Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Why didn't you say so sooner? Just take it. He produced an identical scroll and handed it to Sasuke, who was deeply touched, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered. Feiyu, if you ever need anything from me, just ask. I won't hesitate. Well, there is something. Sasuke's expression shifted as he realized the reason for Feiyu's visit. It was clear that he was not here without purpose, and he felt conflicted about relinquishing the scroll, but who would willingly forfeit the chance to become a Nin? Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Feiyu teased, Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. I just want to learn your clan's fire release techniques. You won't lose anything. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely about a technique. He confidently thumped his chest, assuring Feiyu that it would be no problem and that he could provide the techniques immediately. However, Feiyu halted him, requesting he wait and removing his deep brown goggles to reveal his Sharingan, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. See, this is the benefit of my dealings with the Uchiha clan. With the Sharingan, we won't need to complicate matters. We can find a place where you can demonstrate the techniques, Feiyu declared, pointing at his eyes. Sasuke, filled with envy, did not refuse and followed Feiyu deep into the forest of death, where he began demonstrating various techniques. Fire release, ash pile burning. Fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb, and shadow clone technique. Not limited to just fire release, Sasuke showcased all the ninjutsu he knew, while Feiyu mirrored his actions, mastering all the techniques in just 1 hour. Yet, he felt unsatisfied, for the techniques did not include the renowned fire release, great fire dragon technique of the third Hokage, causing his expression to darken. Sasuke, aware of his own limitations, suggested providing Feiyu with a copy of the techniques to take home, which pleased Feiyu immensely. He then employed the same strategy to visit the Senju clan, known for their water release techniques, especially the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who even had his water release scrolls bestowed upon him by the Mist Village, with a talent that could manifest the softest water into a formidable technique like the water blade. Feiyu sought to exchange for the second Hokage's water release scroll under the guidance of Senju Kage. Despite still feeling unfulfilled, he proceeded to the Yamashiro clan, where Sengoku Yamashiro had once traded away a significant piece of chakra-conducting metal. Feiyu harbored resentment over this and seized the opportunity to gain something in return. Although the chakra-conducting metal was a collaborative effort between Mizuho and Yamashiro, it did not prevent Feiyu from directing his animosity toward the Yamashiro clan. Mizuho had already suffered once. Now it was the Yamashiro clan's turn. Feiyu's arrival prompted Sengoku to personally welcome him, engaging in jovial conversation while discreetly exchanging the remaining metal from Sengoku's possession. Though the amount of chakra-conducting metal Feiyu possessed was less than before, he had devised a means to evade the wind release, spiraling shuriken. After half an hour, Feiyu was graciously escorted out, while Sengoku maintained a facade of cheerfulness, concealing his inner turmoil. From the moment they met, an invisible pressure loomed over Sengoku, who had forced a smile for half an hour, not daring to express any dissatisfaction, especially since the Wind Demon Clan leader's body was still warm. In dealing with unreasonable individuals, one must remain respectful and ensure their departure is satisfactory. After all, he had misjudged Feiyu, thinking him merely a backgroundless Chunin, and now he was reaping the consequences of his earlier actions. Unless he stood against the Hokage, which was impossible, he had only one path before him, to mend previous relations. Although their initial exchange was fair, promising a plethora of medicinal herbs for the chakra-conducting metal, he had been in a position of power, thus negating any notion of fairness, especially for something whose value was beyond measure. After today's discussions, Feiyu was relatively satisfied, as his negative feelings toward the Yamashiro clan had diminished significantly. The world often operates on the principle that might makes right, and one cannot solely blame others for their circumstances. Seizing this opportunity, he made substantial exchanges. Even if he later submitted secret techniques, Feiyu felt it was worth it, as the Hokage would provide some compensation, and he began to feel quite pleased. Next, he would meticulously study the gains of the past few days, transforming the knowledge on paper into tangible strength while enriching his arsenal of offensive techniques. Although Konoha lacked formidable lightning release experts, Feiyu resolved to develop the Chidori and lightning release armor to fill this void. Days later, whispers began to circulate in shadowy corners, claiming that the Cloud Village's secret techniques could aid Nin in becoming Nin, and that these techniques were now in Feiyu's possession. At first, communication was limited to hushed whispers among a few, but after a while, it suddenly became common knowledge, escalating with alarming rapidity. "Father, have you heard?" A young boy from the Anbu clan rushed into an ornate courtyard, where the clan leader was leisurely sipping tea on a terrace, his tranquility disrupted. With a frown, the clan leader regarded the boy with discontent. "What is the matter? Why the fluster? You are to inherit the Anbu clan. Must you be so reckless?" The boy wiped the sweat from his brow, disregarding his father's admonishment, and declared, "Father, you must go to the clan. The members are in an uproar." The clan leader replied nonchalantly, "Oh, and what of it?" Seeing his father remain unfazed, the boy felt a twinge of shame and took a deep breath before continuing. "There are rumors circulating about the secret technique in Feiyu's possession." The clan leader scoffed. What secret technique could Feiyu possess? He is merely a commoner. His fortunate rise to the rank of Chunin cannot be compared to our illustrious lineage. The boy, noting his father's indifference, sighed and pressed on. It is said that this technique was passed down from Chunin, capable of solidifying one's foundation and enabling Chunin to easily advance to Chunin. His rapid promotion is likely due to this. The clan leader remained unperturbed. What solid foundation? Nonsense. If that were true, Chunin's Chunin would be in abundance. Thus, he dismissed the rumors as unfounded. The boy nodded in agreement with his father's assertion and added, "The prerequisite for learning Chunin's ninjutsu is to first master this secret technique." The clan leader paused, intrigued. "Ninjutsu? What ninjutsu?" The boy replied, bewildered, "The lightning release armor." The clan leader was taken aback. "What? Such an achievement is possible?" "No, I must speak to the Hokage. This secret technique must be learned by our Anbu clan." With that, the clan leader hurriedly rose, overturning the tea table in his haste, his earlier calmness replaced by urgency. The boy quickly followed, attempting to reason with his father. "Father, there is no need to be so serious. It is all mere gossip. Did you not just say so?"